Chapter 51. Twice Intoxicated. Our story takes us back to the lone hut on the Alamo, so suddenly forsaken by the gambling guests, who had made themselves welcome in the absence of its owner. It is near noon of the following day, and he has not yet come home. The ci-devant stable boy of Ballyballa is once more sole occupant of the jacal, once more stretched along the floor, in a state of inebriety. Though not the same from which we have seen him already aroused. He has been sober since, and the spell now upon him has been produced by a subsequent appeal to the divinity of drink. To explain, we must go back to that hour between midnight and morning, when the Monte players made their abrupt departure. The sight of three red savages, seated around the slab table, and industriously engaged in a game of cards, had done more to restore Philemon to a state of sobriety than all the sleep he had obtained. Despite a certain grotesqueness in the spectacle, he had not seen such a ludicrous sight, as was proved by the terrific screech with which he saluted them. There was nothing laughable in what followed. He had no very clear comprehension of what did follow. He only remembered that the trio of painted warriors suddenly gave up their game, flung their cards upon the floor, stood over him for a time with naked blades, threatening his life. And then, along with a fourth who had joined them, turned their backs abruptly, and rushed pell-mell out of the place. All this occupied scarce 20 seconds of time. And when he had recovered from his terrified surprise, he found himself once more alone in the jacal. Was the sleeping, or awake? Drunk, or dreaming? Was the scene real? Or was it another chapter of incongruous impossibilities, like that still fresh before his mind? But no. The thing was no fancy. It could not be. He had seen the savages too near to be mistaken as to their reality. He had heard them talking in a tongue unknown to him. What could it be but Indian jargon? Besides, there were the pieces of pasteboard strewn over the floor. He did not think of picking one up to satisfy himself of their reality. He was sober enough, but not sufficiently courageous for that. He could not be sure of their not burning his fingers, those queer cards. They might belong to the devil. Despite the confusion of his senses, it occurred to him that the hut was no longer a safe place to stay in. The painted players might return to finish their game. They had left behind not only their cards, but everything else the jacal contained. And though some powerful motive seemed to have caused their abrupt departure, they might reappear with equal abruptness. The thought prompted the Galwegian to immediate action. And, blowing out the candle, so as to conceal his movements, he stole softly out of the hut. He did not go by the door. The moon was shining on the grassplat in front. The savages might still be there. He found means of exit at the back, by pulling one of the horse hides from its place, and squeezing himself through the stockade wall. Once outside, he skulked off under the shadow of the trees. He had not gone far when a clump of dark objects appeared before him. There was a sound, as of horses champing their bits, and the occasional striking of a hoof. He paused in his steps, screening his body behind the trunk of a cypress. A short observation convinced him that what he saw was a group of horses. There appeared to be 4 of them, no doubt belonging to the 4 warriors, who had turned the mustanger's hut into a gaming house. The animals appeared to be tied to a tree, but for all that, their owners might be beside them. Having made this reflection, he was about to turn back and go the other way. But just at that moment he heard voices in the opposite direction, the voices of several men speaking in tones of menace and command. Then came short, quick cries of affright, followed by the baying of a hound, and succeeded by silence, at intervals interrupted by a swishing noise. Or the snapping of a branch, as if several men were retreating through the underwood in scared confusion. As he continued to listen, the noises sounded nearer. The men who made them were advancing towards the cypress tree. The tree was furnished with buttresses all around its base, with shadowy intervals between. Into one of these he stepped hastily. And, crouching close, was completely screened by the shadow. He had scarce effected his concealment, when 4 men came rushing up, and, without stopping, hastened on towards the horses. As they passed by him, they were exchanging speeches which the Irishman could not understand, but their tone betrayed terror. The excited action of the men confirmed it. They were evidently retreating from some enemy that had filled them with fear. There was a glade where the moonbeams fell upon the grass. It was just outside the shadow of the cypress. To reach the horses they had to cross it, and, as they did so, the vermilion upon their naked skins flashed red under the moonlight. Phelim identified the 4 gentlemen who had made so free with the hospitality of the hut. He kept his place till they had mounted, and rode off, till he could tell by the tramp of their horses that they had ascended the upper plain, and gone off in a gallop, as men who were not likely to come back again. "Doesn't that bait Banagher?" muttered he, stepping out from his hiding place, and throwing up his arms in astonishment. "Be japers. It diz. Mother A.V. Moses. Fwhat cyan it mane anyhow? What are them divils after? And fwhat's after them? Sure something has given them a scare, that's plain as a pikestaff. I wonder now if it's been that same. Be me sowl it's just it they've encountered. I heard the hound gowlin, and didn't he go after it? Oh Lord! What cyan it be? Maybe it'll be comin' this way in pursuit av them." The dread of again beholding the unexplained apparition, or being beheld by it, caused him to shrink once more under the shadow of the tree, where he remained for some time longer in a state of trembling suspense. After all, it must be some thrick av Master Maurice. Maybe to give me a scare. And comin' back he's just been in time to frighten off these redskins that intended to rub and bellow-ike to murther us too. Sowl! I hope it is that. How long since I saw it first? Trath! It must be some considerable time. I remember having 4 full naggins, and that's all gone off. I wonder now if them Indians has come across av the dimijan. I've heard that they're as fond of the crather as if their skins was white. Sowl! If they've smelt the jar there won't be a drap in it by this time. I'll just slip back to the hut and see. If there's any danger now it won't be from them. By that tarn gallop, I cyan tell they've gone for good. Once more emerging from the shadowy stall, he made his way back towards the jacal. He approached it with caution, stopping at intervals to assure himself that no one was near. Notwithstanding the plausible hypothesis he had shaped out for himself, he was still in dread of another encounter with the Headless Horseman, who twice on his way to the hut might now be inside of it. But for the hope of finding a drap in the demijohn, he would not have ventured back that night. As it was, the desire to obtain a drink was a trifle stronger than his fears, and yielding to it, he stepped doubtfully into the darkness. He made no attempt to rekindle the light. Every inch of the floor was familiar to him, and especially that corner where he expected to find the demijohn. He tried for it. An exclamation uttered in a tone of disappointment told that it was not there. "Bedad," muttered he, as he grumblingly groped about, "it looks as if they'd been at it. Av course they have, else fwhy is it not in its place? I lift it there, sure I lift it there. Ach, me jewel. And it's there yes are yet," he continued, as his hand came in contact with the wickerwork, and bad luck to their imprints, empty as an egg's hill. Ach. Ye greedy gutted bastes. If I'd a known yez were goin' to do that, I'd av slipped a thrifle av shumach juice into the jar, and made rail firewater av it for ye, just fwhat yez wants. Divil burn ye for a set av ridskin thieves, stolin' a man's liquor when he's aslape. Akanani. Fwhat am I to do now? Go to slape again. I don't belave I cyan, thinkin' av tam and the tother, widout a thrifle av the crather to comfort me. And there isn't a drap widen 20, fwhat. Howly Mary. Mother av Moses. Sant Patrick and all the others to boot, what am I talkin' about? The pewther flask. Be japers. It's in the thrunk, full to the very neck. Didn't I fill it for Master Maurice to take with him the last time he went to the settlements? And didn't he forget to take it? Lord have mercy on me. If the Indians have laid their dirty claws upon that I shall be after talking lave at me sinses. Who, hoop, horro, he cried, after an interval of silence, during which he could be heard fumbling among the contents of the portmanteau. Who, hoop, horro. Thanks to the Lord for all his mercies. The Redskins haven't been cunning enough to look there. The flask is full as a tick, not one of them has had a finger on it. Who, hoop, horro. For some seconds the discoverer of the spirituous treasure, giving way to a joyous excitement, could be heard in the darkness, dancing over the floor of the jacal. Then there was an interval of silence, succeeded by the screwing of a stopper, and after that a succession of glooks that proclaimed the rapid emptying of a narrow-necked vessel. After a time this sound was suspended, to be replaced by a repeated, smacking of lips, interlarded with grotesque ejaculations. Again came the glook-glook, again the smackings, and so on alternately, till an empty flask was heard falling upon the floor. After that there were wild shouts, scraps of song intermingled with cheers and laughter, incoherent ravings about Red Indians and Headless Horsemen, repeated over and over again, each time in more subdued tones. Till the maudlin gibberish at length ended in loud continuous snoring. Chapter 52. An Awakener. Philem's second slumber was destined to endure for a more protracted term than his first. It was nearly noon when he awoke from it. And then only on receiving a bucket of cold water full in his face, that sobered him almost as quickly as the sight of the savages. It was Zeb Stump who administered the douche. After parting from the precincts of Casa del Corvo, the old hunter had taken the road, or rather trail, which he knew to be the most direct one leading to the headwaters of the Nueces. Without staying to notice tracks or other sign, he rode straight across the prairie, and into the avenue already mentioned. From what Louise Poindexter had told him, from a knowledge of the people who composed the party of searchers, he knew that Maurice Gerald was in danger. Hence his haste to reach the Alamo before them, coupled with caution to keep out of their way. He knew that if he came up with the Regulators, equivocation would be a dangerous game, and, nolens volens, he should be compelled to guide them to the dwelling of the suspected murderer. On turning the angle of the avenue, he had the chagrin to see the searchers directly before him, clumped up in a crowd, and apparently engaged in the examination of sign. At the same time he had the satisfaction to know that his caution was rewarded, by himself remaining unseen. "Durn them," he muttered, with bitter emphasis. "I mout a knowed they'd a been higher. I must go back and roon the tother way. It'll delay me better an hour. Come, ol' mar. This air an obstruction you won't like. It'll gie ye the addition o' 6 more mile to your journey. Up, ol' gal. Roon and back we go." With a strong pull upon the rein, he brought the mare short round, and rode back towards the embouchure of the avenue. Once outside, he turned along the edge of the chaparral, again entering it by the path which on the day before had been taken by Diaz and his trio of confederates. From this point he proceeded without pause or adventure until he had descended to the Alamo bottomland, and arrived within a short distance, though still out of sight of the mustanger's dwelling. Instead of riding boldly up to it, he dismounted from his mare, and leaving her behind him, approached the jacal with his customary caution. The horsehide door was closed. But there was a large aperture in the middle of it, where a portion of the skin had been cut out. What was the meaning of that? Zeb could not answer the question, even by conjecture. It increased his caution. And he continued his approach with as much stealth, as if he had been stalking an antelope. He kept round by the rear, so as to avail himself of the cover afforded by the trees. And at length, having crouched into the horse shed at the back, he knelt down and listened. There was an opening before his eyes, where one of the split posts had been pushed out of place, and the skin tapestry torn off. He saw this with some surprise, but, before he could shape any conjecture as to its cause, his ears were saluted with a sonorous breathing, that came out through the aperture. There was also a snore, which he fancied he could recognize, as proceeding from Irish nostrils. A glance through the opening settled the point. The sleeper was Philim. There was an end to the necessity for stealthy maneuvering. The hunter rose to his feet and stepping round to the front, entered by the door, which he found unbolted. He made no attempt to rouse the sleeper, until after he had taken stock of the paraphernalia upon the floor. "Thursday's been packin' up for some purpose," he observed, after a cursory glance. "Ah! Now I recollects. The young feller saw it he were goin' to make a move from hire some o' these days. That ere any mal air not only sound asleep, but dead drunk. Sartin he air, drunk as baccies. I kin tell that by the smell o' him. I wonder if he hev left any o' the liquor. It air dubious. Not a drop, doggone him. Thursday's the jar, why, the stop plug out o' it, lyin' on its side. And Thursday's the flask, too, in the same predicament, both on em fall o' emptiness. Durn him for a drunken cuss. He kin suck up as much moisture as a chalk purera. Spanish curds. A whole pack on em scattered about the place. What kin he have been doin' with them? S'pose he's been havin' a game o' solitary along wi' his liquor. But what's cut the hole in the door, and why's the tother broken out at the back? I reckon he kin tell. I'll roust him, and see. Feelum. Feelum. Philim made no reply. Feelum, I say. Feelum. Still no reply. Although the last summons was delivered in a shout loud enough to have been heard half a mile off, there was no sign made by the slumberer to show that he even heard it. A rude shaking administered by Zeb had no better effect. It only produced a grunt, immediately succeeded by a return to the same stentorous respiration. If twant for his snorin' I mout believe him to be dead. He air dead drunk, and no mistake. Intoxicated to the very eends o' his toenails. Kickin' him ud be no use. Doggoned, ef I don't try this. The old hunter's eye, as he spoke, was resting upon a pail that stood in a corner of the cabin. It was full of water, which Philim, for some purpose, had fetched from the creek. Unfortunately for himself, he had not wasted it. With a comical expression in his eye, Zeb took up the pail. And swillied the whole of its contents right down upon the countenance of the sleeper. It had the effect intended. If not quite sobered, the inebriate was thoroughly awakened. And the string of terrified ejaculations that came from his lips formed a contrasting accompaniment to the loud cachinnations of the hunter. It was some time before sufficient tranquillity was restored, to admit of the two men entering upon a serious conversation. Philim, however, despite his chronic inebriety, was still under the influence of his late fears, and was only too glad to see Zeb Stump, notwithstanding the unceremonious manner in which he had announced himself. As soon as an understanding was established between them, and without waiting to be questioned, he proceeded to relate in detail, as concisely as an unsteady tongue and disordered brain would permit, the series of strange sights and incidents that had almost deprived him of his senses. It was the first that Zeb Stump had heard of the Headless Horseman. Although the report concerning this imperfect personage was that morning broadly scattered around Fort Inga, and along the Leona, Zeb, having passed through the settlement at an early hour, and stopped only at Casa del Corvo, had not chanced upon anyone who could have communicated such a startling item of intelligence. In fact, he had exchanged speech only with Pluto and Louise Poindexter, neither of whom had at that time heard anything of the strange creature encountered, on the evening before, by the party of searchers. The planter, for some reason or another, had been but little communicative, and his daughter had not held converse with any of the others. At first Zeb was disposed to ridicule the idea of a man without a head. He called it a fantasy of Philim's brain, owing to his having tucked too much of the corn juice. He was puzzled, however, by Philim's persistence in declaring it to be a fact, more especially when he reflected on the other circumstances known to him. "Arrah, now, how could I be mistaken?" argued the Irishman. Didn't I see Master Maurice, as plain as I see yourself at this minute? All except the hid, and that I had a peep at as he turned to gallop away. Besides, there was the Mexican blanket, and the saddle with the rid cloth, and the Waterguard's AV spotted skin, and who could mistake that pretty horse? And hadn't I told yez that Tara went away after him, and thin I heard the dog gowlin, just afore the Indians. Injuns, exclaimed the hunter, with a contemptuous toss of the head. Injuns playin', why, Spanish curds. White Injuns, I reckon. Div yez think they weren't Indians, after all. Ne'er a matter what I think. Thursday's no time to talk o' that now. Go on, and tell me all ye seed and hearn. When Philemon had at length unburdened his mind, Zeb ceased to question him. And, striding out of the hut, squatted down, Indian fashion, upon the grass. His object was, as he said himself, to have a good think, which, he had often declared, he could not obtain while hampered by a house about him. It is scarcely necessary to say, that the story told by the Galwegian groom only added to the perplexity he already experienced. Hitherto there was but the disappearance of Henry Poindexter to be accounted for. Now there was the additional circumstance of the non-return of the mustanger to his hut, when it was known that he had started for it, and should, according to a notice given to his servant, have been there at an early hour on the day before. Far more mystifying was the remarkable story of his being seen riding about the prairie without a head, or with one carried in his hands. This last might be a trick. What else could it be? Still was it a strange time for tricks, when a man had been murdered, and half the population of the settlement wore out upon the track of the murderer, more especially improbable, that the supposed assassin should be playing them. Zeb Stump had to deal with a difficult concatenation, or rather conglomeration of circumstances, events without causes, causes without sequence, crimes committed without any probable motive, mysteries that could only be explained by an appeal to the supernatural. A midnight meeting between Maurice Gerald and Louise Poindexter, a quarrel with her brother. Occasioned by the discovery, Maurice having departed for the prairies, Henry having followed to sue for forgiveness, in all this the sequence was natural and complete. Beyond began the chapter of confusions and contradictions. Zeb Stump knew the disposition of Maurice Gerald in regard to Henry Poindexter. More than once he had heard the mustanger speak of the young planter. Instead of having a hostility towards him, he had frequently expressed admiration of his ingenuous and generous character. That he could have changed from being his friend to become his assassin, was too improbable for belief. Only by the evidence of his eyes could Zeb Stump have been brought to believe it. After spending a full half-hour at his think, he had made but little progress towards unraveling the network of cognate, yet unconnected, circumstances. Despite an intellect unusually clear, and the possession of strong powers of analysis, he was unable to reach any rational solution of this mysterious drama of many acts. The only thing clear to him was, that 4 mounted men, he did not believe them to be Indians, had been making free with the mustanger's hut, and that it was most probable that these had something to do with the murder that had been committed. But the presence of these men at the jacal, coupled with the protracted absence of its owner, conducted his conjectures to a still more melancholy conclusion, that more than one man had fallen a sacrifice to the assassin. And that the thicket might be searched for 2 bodies, instead of 1. A groan escaped from the bosom of the backwoodsman as this conviction forced itself upon his mind. He entertained for the young Irishman a peculiar affection, strong almost as that felt by a father for his son. And the thought that he had been foully assassinated in some obscure corner of the chapel, his flesh to be torn by the beak of the buzzard and the teeth of the coyote, stirred the old hunter to the very core of his heart. He groaned again, as he reflected upon it, until, without action, he could no longer bear the agonizing thought, and, springing to his feet, he strode to and fro over the ground, proclaiming, in loud tones, his purpose of vengeance. So absorbed was he with his sorrowful indignation, that he saw not the staghound as it came skulking up to the hut. It was not until he heard Philemon caressing the hound in his grotesque Irish fashion, that he became aware of the creature's presence. And then he remained indifferent to it, until a shout of surprise, coupled with his own name, attracted his attention. "What is it, Phelim? What's wrong? He's a snake bit ye." "Oh, Mr. Stump, look at Terra. See. There's somethin' tied about his neck. It wasn't there when he lift. What do yez think it is?" The hunter's eyes turned immediately upon the hound. Sure enough, there was something around the animal's neck, a piece of buckskin thong. But there was something besides, a tiny packet attached to the thong, and hanging underneath the throat. Zeb, drawing his knife, glided towards the dog. The creature recoiled in fear. A little coaxing convinced him that there was no hostile intent. And he came up again. The thong was severed, the packet laid open, it contained a card. There was a name upon the card, and writing in what appeared to be red ink, but it was blood. The rudest backwoodsman knows how to read. Even Zeb Stump was no exception, and he soon deciphered the characters traced upon the bit of pasteboard. As he finished, a cry rose from his lips, in strange contrast with the groans he had been just uttering. It was a shout of gladness, of joy. "Thank the Almighty for this," he added, "and thank my old Cadanuk schoolmaster for puttin' me clar through my Webster's spellin' book. He lives, Phelim. He lives. Look at this. Oh, you can't read. No matter. He lives. He lives." "Who?" "Master Maurice. Thin the Lord be thanked. Wog. Thursday's no time to thank him now. Get a blanket and some pieces o' horsehide thong. Ye kin do it while I catch up the old mar. Quick. Half an hour lost, and we may be too late." Chapter 53. Just in time. Half an hour lost, and we may be too late. They were the last words of the hunter, as he hurried away from the hut. They were true, except as to the time. Had he said half a minute, he would have been nearer the mark. Even at the moment of their utterance, the man, whose red writing had summoned assistance, was once more in dread danger, once more surrounded by the coyotes. But it was not these he had need to fear. A far more formidable foe was threatening his destruction. Maurice Gerald, by this time recognized as the man in the cloak and Panama hat, after doing battle with the wolves, as already described, and being rescued by his faithful Terra, had fought repose in sleep. With full confidence in the ability of his canine companion to protect him against the black birds, or the more dangerous quadrupeds, with which he had been in conflict, he soon found, and for several hours enjoyed it. He awoke of his own accord. Finding his strength much restored, he once more turned his attention to the perils that surrounded him. The dog had rescued him from the jackals, and would still protect him against their attacks, should they see fit to renew it. But to what end? The faithful creature could not transport him from the spot, and to stay there would be to die of hunger, perhaps of the wounds he had received. He rose to his feet, but found that he could not stand upright. Feebleness was now added to his other infirmity, and after struggling a pace or two, he was glad to return to a recumbent position. At this crisis a happy thought occurred to him. Terra might take a message to the hut. "If I could but get him to go," said he, as he turned inquiringly towards the dog. "Come hither, old fellow," he continued, addressing himself to the dumb animal, "I want you to play postman for me, to carry a letter. You understand? Wait till I've got it written. I shall then explain myself more fully. By good luck I've got a card," he added, feeling for his case. "No pencil. That don't matter. There's plenty of ink around. And for a pen I can use the thorn of yonder maguey." He crept up to the plant thus designated, broke off one of the long spines terminating its great leaves, dipped it in the blood of a coyote that lay near. And drawing forth a card, traced some characters upon it. With a strip of thong, the card was then attached to the neck of the staghound, after being wrapped up in a piece of oilcloth torn from the lining of the Panama hat. It only remained to dispatch the canine post upon his errand. This proved a somewhat difficult task. The dumb creature, despite a wondrous intelligence, could not comprehend why he should forsake the side of one he had so faithfully befriended. And for a long time resisted the coaxings and chidings, meant to warn him away. It was only after being scolded in a tone of assumed anger, and beaten by the blackjack crutch, stricken by the man whose life he had so lately saved, that he had consented to leave the spot. Even canine affection could not endure this. And with repeated looks of reproach, cast backwards as he was chased off, he trotted reluctantly into the chaparral. "Poor fellow," soliloquized Maurice, as the dog disappeared from his view. "'Tis like boating oneself, or one's dearest friend. Well, I shall make up for it in extra kindness if I have the good fortune to see him again. And now, that he is gone, I must provide against the coming back of these villainous coyotes. They will be sure to come, once they discover that I'm alone." A scheme had been already considered. A tree stood near, the pecan already alluded to, having two stout branches that extended horizontally and together, at 6 or 7 feet from the ground. Taking off his cloak, and spreading it out upon the grass, with his knife he cut a row of holes along each edge. Then unwinding from his waist the sash of china crape, he tore it up the middle, so as to make 2 strips, each several yards long. The cloak was now extended between the branches, and fast tied by the strips of crape, thus forming a sort of hammock capable of containing the body of a man laid out at full length. The maker of it knew that the coyotes are not tree climbers. And, reclining on his suspended couch, he could observe with indifference their efforts to assail him. He took all this trouble, feeling certain they would return. If he had any doubt, it was soon set at rest, by seeing them, one after the other, come skulking out of the chaparral, lopping a pace or two, at intervals, pausing to reconnoiter, and then advancing towards the scene of their late conflict. Emboldened by the absence of the enemy most dreaded by them, the pack was soon reassembled, once more exhibiting the truculent ferocity for which these cowardly creatures are celebrated. It was first displayed in a very unnatural manner, by the devouring of their own dead, which was done in less time than it would have taken the spectator in the tree to have counted a score. To him their attention was next directed. In swinging his hammock, he had taken no pains to conceal it. He had suspended it high enough to be out of their reach, and that he deemed sufficient for his purpose. The cloak of dark cloth was conspicuous, as well as the figure outlined within it. The coyotes clustered underneath, their appetites whetted by the taste of blood. It was a sight to see them lick their red lips after their unnatural repast, a fearful sight. He who saw it scarce regarded them, not even when they were springing up to lay hold of his limbs, or at times attempting to ascend by the trunk of the tree. He supposed there was no danger. There was danger, however, on which he had not reckoned. And not till the coyotes have desisted from their idle attempts, and stretched themselves, panting, under the tree, did he begin to perceive it. Of all the wild denizens, either of prairie or chaparral, the coyote is that possessed of the greatest cunning. The trapper will tell you it is the cunningest varmint in creation. It is a fox in astuteness, a wolf in ferocity. It may be tamed, but it will turn at any time to tear the hand that caresses it. A child can scare it with a stick, but a disabled man may dread its attack. Alone it has the habit of a hare. But in packs, and it hunts only in packs, its poltroonery is less observable, sometimes under the influence of extreme hunger giving place to a savageness of disposition that assumes the semblance of courage. It is the coyote's cunning that is most to be feared, and it was this that had begun to excite fresh apprehension in the mind of the mustanger. On discovering that they could not reach him, a discovery they were not long in making, instead of scattering off from the spot, the wolves, one and all, squatted down upon the grass. While others, stragglers from the original troop, were still coming into the glade. He saw that they intended a siege. This should not have troubled him, seeing that he was secure in his suspended couch. Nor would it, but for another source of trouble, every moment making itself more manifest, that from which he had so lately had such a narrow escape. He was once more on the eve of being tortured by thirst. He blamed himself for having been so simple, as not to think of this before climbing up to the tree. He might easily have carried up a supply of water. The stream was there. And for want of a better vessel, the concave blades of the maguey would have served as a cistern. His self-reproaches came too late. The water was under his eyes, only to tantalize him, and by so doing increase his eagerness to obtain it. He could not return to the stream, without running the gauntlet of the coyotes, and that would be certain death. He had but faint hopes that the hound would return and rescue him a second time, fainter still that his message would reach the man for whom it was intended. 100 to 1 against that. Thirst is quick in coming to a man whose veins are half emptied of their blood. The torture proclaimed itself apace. How long was it to continue? This time it was accompanied by a straying of the senses. The wolves, from being 100, seemed suddenly to have increased their number tenfold. 1,000 appeared to encompass the tree, filling the whole ground of the glade. They came nearer and nearer. Their eyes gave out a lurid light. Their red tongues lapped the hanging cloth, they tore it with their teeth. He could feel their fetid breath, as they sprang up among the branches. A lucid interval told him that it was all fancy. The wolves were still there. But only 100 of them, as before, reclining upon the grass, pitiably awaiting a crisis. It came before the period of lucidity had departed, to the spectator unexpected as inexplicable. He saw the coyotes suddenly spring to their feet, and rush off into the thicket, until not one remained within the glade. Was this, too, a fancy? He doubted the correctness of his vision. He had begun to believe that his brain was distempered. But it was clear enough now. There were no coyotes. What could have frightened them off? A cry of joy was sent forth from his lips, as he conjectured a cause. Tara had returned. Perhaps Phaleem along with him. There had been time enough for the delivery of the message. For 2 hours he had been besieged by the coyotes. He turned upon his knee, and bending over the branch, scanned the circle around him. Neither hound nor henchman was in sight. Nothing but branches and bushes. He listened. No sound, save an occasional howl, sent back by the coyotes that still seemed to continue their retreat. More than ever was it like an illusion. What could have caused their scampering? No matter. The coast was clear. The streamlet could now be approached without danger. Its water sparkled under his eyes, its rippling sounded sweet to his ears. Descending from the tree, he staggered towards its bank, and reached it. Before stooping to drink, he once more looked around him. Even the agony of thirst could not stifle the surprise, still fresh in his thoughts. To what was he indebted for his strange deliverance? Despite his hope that it might be the hound, he had an apprehension of danger. One glance, and he was certain of it. The spotted yellow skin shining among the leaves, the long, lithe form crawling like a snake out of the underwood was not to be mistaken. It was the tiger of the New World, scarce less dreaded than his congener of the old, the dangerous jaguar. Its presence accounted for the retreat of the coyotes. Neither could its intent be mistaken. It, too, had scented blood, and was hastening to the spot where blood had been sprinkled, with that determined air that told it would not be satisfied till after partaking of the banquet. Its eyes were upon him, who had descended from the tree, its steps were towards him, now in slow, crouching gait, but quicker and quicker, as if preparing for a spring. To retreat to the tree would have been sheer folly. The jaguar can climb like a cat. The mustanger knew this. But even had he been ignorant of it, it would have been all the same, as the thing was no longer possible. The animal had already passed that tree, upon which he had found refuge, and there was t'other near that could be reached in time. He had no thought of climbing to a tree, no thought of anything, so confused were his senses, partly from present surprise, partly from the bewilderment already within his brain. It was a simple act of unreasoning impulse that led him to rush on into the stream, until he stood up to his waist in the water. Had he reasoned, he would have known that this would do nothing to secure his safety. If the jaguar climbs like a cat, it also swims with the ease of an otter, and is as much to be dreaded in the water as upon the land. Maurice made no such reflection. He suspected that the little pool, towards the center of which he had waded, would prove but poor protection. He was sure of it when the jaguar, arriving upon the bank above him, set itself in that cowering attitude that told of its intention to spring. In despair he steadied himself to receive the onset of the fierce animal. He had not wherewith to repel it, no knife, no pistol, no weapon of any kind, not even his crutch. A struggle with his bare arms could but end in his destruction. A wild cry went forth from his lips, as the tawny form was about launching itself for the leap. There was a simultaneous scream from the jaguar. Something appeared suddenly to impede it. And instead of alighting on the body of its victim, it fell short, with a dead plash upon the water. Like an echo of his own, a cry came from the chaparral, close following a sound that had preceded it, the sharp spang of a rifle. A huge dog broke through the bushes, and sprang with a plunge into the pool where the jaguar had sunk below the surface. A man of colossal size advanced rapidly towards the bank. Another of lesser stature treading close upon his heels, and uttering joyful shouts of triumph. To the wounded man these sights and sounds were more like a vision than the perception of real phenomena. They were the last thoughts of that day that remained in his memory. His reason, kept too long upon the rack, had given way. He tried to strangle the faithful hound that swam fawningly around him and struggled against the strong arms that, raising him out of the water, bore him in friendly embrace to the bank. His mind had passed from a horrid reality, to a still more horrid dream, the dream of delirium. Chapter 54. A Prairie Palanquin. The friendly arms, flung around Maurice Gerald, were those of Zeb Stump. Guided by the instructions written upon the card, the hunter had made all haste towards the rendezvous there given. He had arrived within sight, and fortunately within rifle range of the spot, at that critical moment when the jaguar was preparing to spring. His bullet did not prevent the fierce brute from making the bound, the last of its life, though it had passed right through the animal's heart. This was a thing thought of afterwards, there was no opportunity then. On rushing into the water, to make sure that his shot had proved fatal, the hunter was himself attacked, not by the claws of the jaguar, but the hands of the man just rescued from them. Fortunate for Zeb, that the mustanger's knife had been left upon land. As it was, he came near being throttled. And only after throwing aside his rifle, and employing all his strength, was he able to protect himself against the unlooked-for assault. A struggle ensued, which ended in Zeb flinging his colossal arms around the young Irishman, and bearing him bodily to the bank. It was not all over. As soon as the latter was relieved from the embrace, he broke away and made for the pecan tree. As rapidly as if the injured limb no longer impeded him. The hunter suspected his intent. Standing over 6 feet, he saw the bloody knife blade lying along the cloak. It was for that the mustanger was making. Zeb bounded after. And once more enfolding the madman in his bear-like embrace, drew him back from the tree. "Spiel up Thursday, Phelim," shouted he. "Get that thing out, oh, sight." The young feller hev tuck leave, oh, his 7 senses. Thursday's fever in the feel, oh, him. He ere gone delirious. Phelim instantly obeyed, and, scrambling up the tree trunk, took possession of the knife. Still the struggle was not over. The delirious man wrestled with his rescuer, not in silence, but with shouts and threatening speeches, his eyes all the time rolling and glaring with a fierce, demoniac light. For full 10 minutes did he continue the mad wrestling match. At length from sheer exhaustion he sank back upon the grass, and after a few tremulous shiverings, accompanied by sighs heaved from the very bottom of his breast, he lay still, as if the last spark of life had departed from his body. The Galwegian, believing it so, began uttering a series of lugubrious cries, the keen of Connemara. "Stop your gowlin', ye derned cuss," cried Zeb. "It air enough to scare the breath out o' his carcage. He's no more dead than you air, only fent. By the way he hev fit me, I reckon there ain't much the matter why him. No," he continued, after stooping down and giving a short examination, "I kin see no wound worth makin' a muss about. Thursday's a considerable swellin', oh, the knee. But the leg ain't fructured, else he cudn't a stud up on it. As for them scratches, they ain't much. What kin they be? 'Twarn't the jaguar that gin them. They air more like the claws o' a tom cat. Ho, ho. I sees now. Thursday's been a bit o' a scrimmage afore the spotted beast kim up. The young feller's been attackted by coyotes. Who'd a supposed that the cowardly varmints would a had the audacity to attack a human critter? But they will, when they gets the chance one crippled as he air, dern 'em. The hunter had all the talking to himself. Phelim, now overjoyed to know that his master still lived, and furthermore was in no danger of dying, suddenly changed his melancholy whine to a jubilant hullabaloo, and commenced dancing over the ground. All the while snapping his fingers in the most approved Connemara fashion. His frenzied action provoked the hound to a like pitch of excitement, and the two became engaged in a sort of wild Irish jig. Zeb took no notice of these grotesque demonstrations. But, once more bending over the prostrate form, proceeded to complete the examination already begun. Becoming satisfied that there was no serious wound, he rose to his feet, and commenced taking stock of the odd articles around him. He had already noticed the Panama hat, that still adhered to the head of the mustanger, and a strange thought at seeing it there, had passed through his mind. Hats of Guayaquil grass, erroneously called Panama, were not uncommon. Scores of Southerners wore them, in Texas as elsewhere. But he knew that the young Irishman was accustomed to carry a Mexican sombrero, a very different kind of headgear. It was possible he might have seen fit to change the fashion. Still, as Zeb continued to gaze upon it, he fancied he had seen that hat before, and on some other head. It was not from any suspicion of its being honestly in possession of him now wearing it that the hunter stooped down, and took it off with the design to examine it. His object was simply to obtain some explanation of the mystery, or series of mysteries, hitherto baffling his brain. On looking inside the hat he read two names, first, that of a New Orleans hatter, whose card was pasted in the crown. And then, in writing, another well known to him. Henry Poindexter. The cloak now came under his notice. It, too, carried marks, by which he was able to identify it as belonging to the same owner. "Doggone curious, all this," muttered the backwoods man, as he stood with his eyes turned upon the ground, and apparently buried in a profound reflection. Hats, heads, and everything. Hats on the wrong head, heads the wrong place. By the tarnal Thursdays somethin' goed astray. Twnt that I feel a putty considerable smartin', wore the young feller gin me a lick over the left eye, I mout be arter believin' my own skullcase wa'n't any longer atween my shoulders. It air no use lookin' to him, he added, glancing towards Maurice, for an explanation, leastwise till he's slep' off this delirium that's on him. When that'll be, ol' Nick only knows. Wall, he continued after another interval spent in silent reflection, it won't do no good our stayin' higher. We must get him to the shanty, and that kin only be did by toatin' him. He saw it on the curd, he can't make near a track. It wore only the anger kep' him up a bit. That leg looks wusser and wusser. He's bound to be tote. The hunter seemed to cogitate on how he was to effect this purpose. "'Tain't no good expectin' him to help think it out," he continued looking at the Galwegian, who was busy talking to Tara. "The dumb brute hev more sense than he. Near a mind. I'd make him take his full share o' the carryin' when it come to that. How air it to be done? We must get him on a street share. That I reckon we kin make out a couple o' pulls on the cloak, or why the blanket feel 'em fetched from the shanty. Yes. A street share. That's the identical ID. The Connemara man was now summoned to lend assistance. 2 saplings of at least 10 feet in length were cut from the chaparral, and trimmed clear of twigs. 2 shorter ones were also selected, and lashed crosswise over the first. And upon these there spread, first the serape, and afterwards the cloak, to give greater strength. In this way a rude stretcher was constructed, capable of carrying either an invalid or an inebriate. In the mode of using it, it more resembled the latter than the former, since he who was to be borne upon it, again deliriously raging, had to be strapped to the trestles. Unlike the ordinary stretcher, it was not carried between two men, but a man and a mare, the mare at the head, the man bearing behind. It was he of Connemara who completed the ill-matched team. The old hunter had kept his promise, that Phelim should take his full share o' the carry-in, when it come to that. He was taking it, or rather getting it, Zeb having appointed himself to the easier post of conductor. The idea was not altogether original. It was a rude copy from the Mexican litera, which in southern Texas Zeb may have seen, differing from the latter only in being without screen, and instead of 2 mules, having for its attelage a mare and a man. In this improvised palanquin was Maurice Gerald transported to his dwelling. It was night when the grotesque-looking group arrived at the locale. In strong but tender arms the wounded man was transferred from the stretcher to the skin couch, on which he had been accustomed to repose. He was unconscious of where he was, and knew not the friendly faces bending over him. His thoughts were still astray, though no longer exciting him to violent action. He was experiencing an interval of calm. He was not silent. Though he made no reply to the kind questions addressed to him, or only answered them with an inconsequence that might have provoked mirth. But there were wild words upon his lips that forbade it, suggesting only serious thoughts. His wounds received such rude dressing as his companions were capable of administering to them, and nothing more could be done but await the return of day. Phelim went to sleep upon his shakedown, while the other sate up to keep watch by the bedside of the sufferer. It was not from any unfaithfulness on the part of the foster brother, that he seemed thus to disregard his duty, but simply because Zeb had requested him to lie down, telling him there was no occasion for both to remain awake. The old hunter had his reasons. He did not desire that those wild words should be heard even by Phelim. Better he should listen to them alone. And alone he sate listening to them, throughout the livelong night. He heard speeches that surprised him, and names that did not. He was not surprised to hear the name Louise, often repeated, and coupled with fervent protestations of love. But there was another name also often pronounced, with speeches less pleasant to his ear. It was the name of Louise's brother. The speeches were disjointed, incongruous, and almost unintelligible. Comparing one with the other, however, and assisted by the circumstances already known to him, before the morning light had entered the jacal, Zeb Stump had come to the conclusion, that Henry Poindexter was no longer a living man. Chapter 55. Dia de Novedades. Don Silvio Martinez was one of the few Mexican ricos, who had chosen to remain in Texas, after the conquest of that country by the stalwart colonizers from the north. A man of more than mature age, of peaceful habits, and taking no part in politics, he accepted the new situation without any great regret. He was the more easily reconciled to it, from a knowledge, that his loss of nationality was better than counterbalanced by his gain of security against Comanche incursions, which, previous to the coming of the new colonists, had threatened the complete depopulation of the country. The savage was not yet entirely subdued, but his maraud was now intermittent, and occurred only at long intervals. Even this was an improvement on the old regime. Don Silvio was a ganadero, a grazier, on a grand scale. So grand that his ganaderia was leagues in length and breadth, and contained within its limits many thousands of horses and horned cattle. He lived in a large rectangular one-storied house, more resembling a jail than a dwelling, surrounded by extensive enclosures, corrales. It was usually a quiet place, except during the time of the heredero, or cattle branding, when for days it became the scene of a festivity almost Homeric. These occasions were only of annual occurrence. At all other times the old haciendado, who was a bachelor to boot, led a tranquil and somewhat solitary life, a sister older than himself being his only companion. There were occasional exceptions to this rule, when his charming Sabrina rode across from the Rio Grande to pay him and his sister a visit. Then the domicile of Don Silvio became a little more lively. Isidora was welcome whenever she came, welcome to come and go when she pleased, and do as she pleased, while under her uncle's roof. The sprightliness of her character was anything but displeasing to the old haciendado, who was himself far from being of a somber disposition. Those traits, that might have appeared masculine in many other lands, were not so remarkable in one, where life is held by such precarious tenure. Where the country house is oft transformed into a fortress, and the domestic hearth occasionally bedewed with the blood of its inmates. Is it surprising that in such a land women should be found, endowed with those qualities that have been ascribed to Isidora? If so, it is not the less true that they exist. As a general thing, the Mexican woman is a creature of the most amiable disposition, douce, if we may be allowed to borrow from a language that deals more frequently with feminine traits, to such an extent, as to have become a national characteristic. It is to the denizens of the great cities, secure from Indian incursion, that this character more especially applies. On the frontiers, harried for the last half-century by the aboriginal freebooter, the case is somewhat different. The amiability still exists, but often combined with a bravery and hardihood masculine in seeming, but in reality heroic. Since Malinche, more than one fair heroine has figured in the history of Anahuac. Don Silvio Martinez had himself assisted at many a wild scene and ceremony. His youth had been passed amid perils, and the courage of Isidora, at times degenerating into absolute recklessness, so far from offending, rather gave him gratification. The old gentleman loved his darling Sabrina, as if she had been his own child, and had she been so, she would not have been more certain of succeeding to his possessions. Every one knew, that, when Don Silvio Martinez should take leave of life, Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos would be the owner of, not his broad acres, but, his leagues of land, as also his thousands of horses and horned cattle. With this understanding, it is needless to say, that the señorita carried respect with her wherever she went, or that the vassals of the Hacienda Martinez honored her as their future mistress. Independently of this was she regarded. Hers were just the qualities to win the esteem of the dashing rancheros, and there was not one upon the estate, but would have drawn his machete at her nod, and used it to the shedding of blood. Miguel Diaz spoke the truth, when he said he was in danger. Well might he believe it. Had it pleased Isidora to call together her uncle's vaqueros, and send them to chastise him, it would have been speedily done, even to hanging him upon the nearest tree. No wonder he had made such haste to get away from the glade. As already stated, the real home of Isidora was upon the other side of the Rio Grande, separated by some 60 miles from the Hacienda Martinez. But this did not hinder her from paying frequent visits to her relations upon the Leona. There was no selfishness in the motive. The prospect of the rich inheritance had nothing to do with it. She was an expectant heiress without that, for her own father was a Rico. But she liked the company of her uncle and aunt. She also enjoyed the ride from river to river, oft made by her between morning and night, and not unfrequently alone. Of late these visits had become of much more frequent occurrence. Had she grown fonder of the society of her Texan relatives, fonder as they grew older? If not, what was her motive? Imitating her own frankness of character, it may at once be declared. She came oftener to the Leona, in the hope of meeting with Maurice Gerald. With like frankness may it be told, that she loved him. Beyond doubt, the young Irishman was in possession of her heart. As already known, he had won it by an act of friendship, though it may have been less the service he had done, than the gallantry displayed in doing it, that had put the love spell on the daring Isidora. Perhaps, too, she saw in him other captivating qualities, less easily defined. Whether these had been undesignedly exhibited, or with the intention to effect a conquest, he alone can tell. He has himself said, no. And respect is due to his declaration. But it is difficult to believe, that mortal man could have gazed into the eyes of Isidora de los Llanos without wishing them to look longingly upon him. Maurice may have spoken the truth. But we could better believe him, had he seen Louise Poindexter before becoming acquainted with Isidora. The episode of the burnt prairie was several weeks subsequent to the adventure with the intoxicated Indians. Certainly something appears to have occurred between him and the Mexican maiden, that leads her to believe she has a hope, if not a claim, upon his affections. It has come to that crisis, that she can no longer rest satisfied. Her impulsive spirit cannot brook ambiguity. She knows that she loves him. She has determined to make frank confession of it, and to ask with like frankness whether her passion be reciprocated. Hence her having made an appointment that could not be kept. For that day Don Miguel Diaz had interfered between her and her purpose. So thought she, as she galloped out of the glade, and hastened back to the hacienda of her uncle. Astride her grey steed she goes at a gallop. Her head is bare, her coiffure disarranged, her rich black tresses streaming back beyond her shoulders, no longer covered by scarf or serape. The last she has left behind her, and along with it her vicuña hat. Her eyes are flashing with excitement, her cheeks flushed to the color of carmine. The cause is known. And also why she is riding in such hot haste. She has herself declared it. On nearing the house, she is seen to tighten her rein. The horse is pulled into a slower pace, a trot, slower still, a walk, and, soon after, he is halted in the middle of the road. His rider has changed her intention. Or stops to reflect whether she should. She sits reflecting. On second thoughts, perhaps, better not have him taken. It would create a terrible scandal, everywhere. So far, no one knows of. Besides, what can I say myself, the only witness? Ah! Were I to tell these gallant Texans the story, my own testimony would be enough to have him punished with a harsh hand. No. Let him live. Ladrón as he is, I do not fear him. After what's happened he will not care to come near me. Santa Virgin! To think that I could have felt a fancy for this man, short-lived as it was. I must send someone back to release him. One who can keep my secret, who? Benito, the mayordomo, faithful and brave. Gracias a Dios. Yonder's my man, as usual busied in counting his cattle. Benito. Benito. At your orders, Esnorita. Good Benito, I want you to do me a kindness. You consent? At your orders, Esnorita, repeats the mayordomo, bowing low. Not orders, good Benito. I wish you to do me a favor. Command me, Esnorita. You know the spot of open ground at the top of the hill, where the three roads meet? As well as the corral of your uncle's hacienda. Good. Go there. You will find a man lying upon the ground, his arms entangled in a lazo. Release, and let him go free. If he be hurt, by a harsh fall he has had, do what you can to restore him, but don't tell him who sent you. You may know the man, I think you do. No matter for that. Ask him no questions, nor answer his, if he should put any. Once you have seen him on his legs, let him make use of them after his own fashion. You understand? Perfectament, Esnorita. Your orders shall be obeyed to the letter. Thanks, good Benito. Uncle Silvio will like you all the better for it, though you mustn't tell him of it. Leave that to me. If he shouldn't, well. One of these days there may be an estate on the Rio Grande that will stand in need of a brave, faithful steward, such an one as I know you to be. Every one knows that the Dona Isidora is gracious as she is fair. Thanks, thanks. One more request. The service I ask you to do for me must be known to only 3 individuals. The third is he whom you are sent to succor. You know the other 2. Snorita, I comprehend. It shall be as you wish it. The mayordomo is moving off on horseback, it need scarce be said. Men of his calling rarely set foot to the earth, never upon a journey of half a league in length. Stay. I had forgotten, calls out the lady, arresting him. You will find a hat and serape. They are mine. Bring them, and I shall wait for you here, or meet you somewhere along the way. Bowing, he again rides away. Again is he summoned to stop. On second thoughts, Señor Benito, I've made up my mind to go along with you. Vamos. The steward of Don Silvio is not surprised at caprice, when exhibited by the niece of his employer. Without questioning, he obeys her command, and once more heads his horse for the hill. The lady follows. She has told him to ride in the advance. She has her reason for departing from the aristocratic custom. Benito is astray in his conjecture. It is not to caprice that he is indebted for the companionship of the señorita. A serious motive takes her back along the road. She has forgotten something more than her wrapper and hat, that little letter that has caused her so much annoyance. The good Benito has not had all her confidence, nor can he be entrusted with this. It might prove a scandal, graver than the quarrel with Don Miguel Diaz. She rides back in hopes of repossessing herself of the epistle. How stupid not to have thought of it before. How had El Coyote got hold of it? He must have had it from José. Was her servant a traitor? Or had Diaz met him on the way, and forced the letter from him? To either of these questions an affirmative answer might be surmised. On the part of Diaz such an act would have been natural enough, and as for José, it is not the first time she has had reason for suspecting his fidelity. So run her thoughts as she reascends the slope, leading up from the river bottom. The summit is gained, and the opening entered, Isidora now riding side by side with the mayordomo. No Miguel Diaz there, no man of any kind. And what gives her far greater chagrin, not a scrap of paper. There is her hat of vicuña wool, her serif of saltillo, and the loop end of her lazo, nothing more. You may go home again, Señor Benito. The man thrown from his horse must have recovered his senses, and, I suppose, his saddle too. Blessed be the Virgin. But remember, good Benito, secrecy all the same. Entiende, v. Yo entiendo, Dona Isidora. The mayordomo moves away, and is soon lost to sight behind the crest of the hill. The lady of the lazo is once more alone in the glade. She springs out of her saddle, dons serape and sombrero. And is again the beau ideal of a youthful hidalgo. She remounts slowly, mechanically, as if her thoughts do not accompany the action. Languidly she lifts her limb over the horse. The pretty foot is for a second or two poised in the air. Her ankle, escaping from the skirt of her enagua, displays a tournure to have crazed Praxiteles. As it descends on the opposite side of the horse, a cloud seems to overshadow the sun. Simon Stylites could scarce have closed his eyes on the spectacle. But there is no spectator of this interesting episode, not even the wretched José, who, the moment after, comes skulking into the glade. He is questioned, without circumlocution, upon the subject of the strayed letter. What have you done with it, Sirrah? Delivered it, my lady. To whom? I left it at the posada, he replies, stammering and turning pale. Don Mauricio had gone out. A lie, lepero. You gave it to Don Miguel Diaz. No denial, sir. I've seen it since. Oh Señora, pardon. Pardon. I am not guilty, indeed I am not. Stupid, you should have told your story better. You have committed yourself. How much did Don Miguel pay you for your treason? As I live, lady, it was not treason. He forced it from me, by threats, blows. I was not paid. You shall be, then. I discharge you from my service. And for wages take that, and that, and that. For at least 10 times are the words repeated, the riding whip at each repetition descending upon the shoulders of the dishonest messenger. He essays to escape by running off. In vain. He is brought up again by the dread of being ridden over, and trampled under the hoofs of the excited horse. Not till the blue wheels appear upon his brown skin, does the chastisement cease. Now, Sirrah, from my sight. And let me see you no more. Al Monte. Al Monte. With ludicrous alacrity the command is obeyed. Like a scared cat the discharged servitor rushes out of the glade, only too happy to hide himself, and his shame, under the shadows of the thorny thicket. But a little while longer does Isidora remain upon the spot, her anger giving place to a profound chagrin. Not only has she been baffled from carrying out her design, but her heart's secret is now in the keeping of traitors. Once more she heads her horse homeward. She arrives in time to be present at a singular spectacle. The people, peons, vaqueros, and employees of every kind, are hurrying to and fro, from field to corral, from corral to courtyard, one and all giving tongue to terrified ejaculations. The men are on their feet arming in confused haste. The women on their knees, praying pitifully to heaven, through the intercession of a score of those saints, profusely furnished by the Mexican hierarchy to suit all times and occasions. What is causing the commotion? This is the question asked by Isidora. The mayordomo, who chances to be the first to present himself, is the individual thus interrogated. A man has been murdered somewhere out upon the prairie. The victim is one of the new people who have lately taken possession of Caso del Corvo, the son of the American haciendado himself. Indians are reported to have done the deed. Indians. In this word is the key to the excitement among Don Silvio's servitors. It explains both the praying and the hurried rushing to arms. The fact that a man has been murdered, a slight circumstance in that land of unbridled emotions, would have produced no such response, more especially when the man was a stranger, an Americano. But the report that Indians are abroad, is altogether a different affair. In it there is an idea of danger. The effect produced on Isidora is different. It is not fear of the savages. The name of the asesinato recalls thoughts that have already given her pain. She knows that there is a sister, spoken of as being wonderfully beautiful. She has herself looked upon this beauty, and cannot help believing in it. A keener pang proceeds from something else she has heard, that this peerless maiden has been seen in the company of Maurice Gerald. There is no fresh jealousy inspired by the news of the brother's death, only the old unpleasantness for the moment revived. The feeling soon gives place to the ordinary indifference felt for the fate of those with whom we have no acquaintance. Some hours later, and this indifference becomes changed to a painful interest, in short, an apprehension. There are fresh reports about the murder. It has been committed, not by Comanches, but by a white man, by Maurice the mustanger. There are no Indians near. This later edition of Novedades, while tranquilizing Don Silvio's servants, has the contrary effect upon his niece. She cannot rest under the rumor. And half an hour afterwards, she is seen reining up her horse in front of the village hotel. For some weeks, with motive unknown, she has been devoting herself to the study of La Lengua Americana. Her vocabulary of English words, still scanty, is sufficient for her present purpose, which is to acquire information, not about the murder, but the man accused of committing it. The landlord, knowing who she is, answers her inquiries with obsequious politeness. She learns that Maurice Gerald is no longer his guest, with full particulars of the murder, so far as known. With a sad heart she rides back to the Hacienda Martinez. On reaching the house, she finds its tranquility again disturbed. The new cause of excitement might have been deemed ludicrous, though it is not so regarded by the superstitious peons. A rare rumor has reached the place. A man without a head, an hombre descabezado, has been seen riding about the plains, somewhere near the Rio Nueces. Despite its apparent absurdity, there can be no doubting the correctness of the report. It is rife throughout the settlement. But there is still surer confirmation of it. A party of Don Silvio's own people, herdsmen out in search of strayed cattle, have seen the Caballero descabezado. And, desisting from their search, had ridden away from him, as they would have done from the devil. The vaqueros, there are 3 of them, are all ready to swear to the account given. But their scared looks furnish a more trustworthy evidence of its truthfulness. The sun goes down upon a congeries of frightful rumors. Neither these nor the protestations of Don Silvio and his sister can prevent their capricious niece from carrying out a resolution she seems suddenly to have formed, which is, to ride back to the Rio Grande. It makes no difference to her, that a murder has been committed on the road she will have to take, much less that near it has been seen the ghastly apparition of a headless horseman. What to any other traveler should cause dismay, seems only to attract Isidora. She even proposes making the journey alone. Don Silvio offers an escort, half a score of his vaqueros, armed to the teeth. The offer is rejected. Will she take Benito? No. She prefers journeying alone. In short, she is determined upon it. Next morning she carries out this determination. By daybreak she is in the saddle. And, in less than 2 hours after, riding, not upon the direct road to the Rio Grande, but along the banks of the Alamo. Why has she thus deviated from her route? Is she straying? She looks not like one who has lost her way. There is a sad expression upon her countenance, but not one of inquiry. Besides, her horse steps confidently forward, as if under his rider's direction, and guided by the rein. Isidora is not straying. She has not lost her way. Happier for her, if she had. Chapter 56. A Shot at the Devil. All night long the invalid lay awake, at times tranquil, at times giving way to a paroxysm of unconscious passion. All night long the hunter sate by his bedside, and listened to his incoherent utterances. They but confirmed 2 points of belief already impressed upon Zeb's mind, that Louise Poindexter was beloved, that her brother had been murdered. The last was a belief that, under any circumstances, would have been painful to the backwoodsman. Coupled with the facts already known, it was agonizing. He thought of the quarrel, the hat, the cloak. He writhed as he contemplated the labyrinth of dark ambiguities that presented itself to his mind. Never in his life had his analytical powers been so completely baffled. He groaned as he felt their impotence. He kept no watch upon the door. He knew that if they came, it would not be in the night. Once only he went out. But that was near morning, when the light of the moon was beginning to mingle with that of the day. He had been summoned by a sound. Tara, straying among the trees, had given utterance to a long dismal growl, and come running scared-like into the hut. Extinguishing the light, Zeb stole forth, and stood listening. There was an interruption to the nocturnal chorus. But that might have been caused by the howling of the hound. What had caused it? The hunter directed his glance first upon the open lawn, then around its edge, and under the shadow of the trees. There was nothing to be seen there, except what should be. He raised his eyes to the cliff, that in a dark line trended along the horizon of the sky, broken at both ends by the tops of some tall trees that rose above its crest. There were about 50 paces of clear space, which he knew to be the edge of the upper plain terminating at the brow of the precipice. The line separating the Chiaro from the Oscuro could be traced distinctly as in the day. A brilliant moon was beyond it. A snake could have been seen crawling along the top of the cliff. There was nothing to be seen there. But there was something to be heard. As Zeb stood listening there came a sound from the upper plain, that seemed to have been produced not far back from the summit of the cliff. It resembled the clinking of a horse's shoe struck against a loose stone. So conjectured Zeb, as with open ears he listened to catch its repetition. It was not repeated, but he soon saw what told him his conjecture was correct, a horse, stepping out from behind the treetops, and advancing along the line of the bluff. There was a man upon his back, both horse and man distinctly seen in dark silhouette against the clear sapphire sky. The figure of the horse was perfect, as in the outlines of a skillfully cast medallion. That of the man could be traced, only from the saddle to the shoulders. Below, the limbs were lost in the shadow of the animal though the sparkle of spur and stirrup told that they were there. Above, there was nothing, not even the semblance of a head. Zeb Stump rubbed his eyes and rubbed them and looked again. It did not change the character of the apparition. If he had rubbed them 80 times, he would have seen the same, a horseman without a head. This very sight he saw. Beyond the possibility of disbelieving, saw the horse advancing along the level line in a slow but steady pace, without footfall, without sound of any kind, as if gliding rather than walking, like the shifting scene of a cosmorama. Not for a mere instant had he the opportunity of observing the spectral apparition. But a period long enough to enable him to note every detail, long enough to satisfy him that it could be no illusion of the eye, or in any way a deception of his senses. Nor did it vanish abruptly from his view. But slowly and gradually, first the head of the horse, then the neck and shoulders, then the shape, half ghastly, half grotesque, of the rider, then the hindquarters of the animal, the hips, and last of all the long tapering tail. Jehoshaphat. It was not surprise at the disappearance of the Headless Horseman that extorted this exclamation from the lips of Zeb Stump. There was nothing strange about this. The spectacle had simply passed behind the proscenium, represented by the tope of tree tops rising above the bluff. Jehoshaphat. Twice did the backwoodsman give utterance to this, his favorite expression of surprise. Both times with an emphasis that told of an unlimited astonishment. His looks betrayed it. Despite his undoubted courage, a shiver passed through his colossal frame. While the pallor upon his lips was perceptible through their brown priming of tobacco juice. For some time he stood speechless, as if unable to follow up his double ejaculation. His tongue at length returned to him. "Doggone my cats!" he muttered, but in a very low tone, and with eyes still fixed upon the point where the horse's tail had been last seen. "If that air don't whip the whole United Cretion, my name ain't Zebulon Stump. The Irish hev been right arter all. I thought he had dreamed it in his drink. But no. He hev seed somethin', and so hev I myself. No wonner the cuss war skiart. I feel jest a spell shaky in my own narves be out this time. Jehoshaphat. What can the dern thing be? What can it be?" he continued, after a period spent in silent reflection. "Doggoned, ef I kin detarmine one way or the tother. Ef t had been only the daylight, and I kedda got a good sight on't, or eft had been a leetle bit closter. Ha! Why moutn't I git closter to it? Doggoned, ef I don't hev a try. I reckon it won't eet me, not ef it air ol' Nick. And ef it air him, I'll jest satisfy myself whether a bullet kin go custret through his infernal carcage ithout throwin' him out the settle. Higher go for a closter acquaintance why, the varmint, whatsomever it be." So saying, the hunter stalked off through the trees, upon the path that led up to the bluff. He had not needed to go inside for his rifle, having brought that weapon out with him, on hearing the howl of the hound. If the headless rider was real flesh and blood, earthly and not of the other world, Zeb Stump might confidently count upon seeing him again. When viewed from the door of the jacal, he was going direct towards the ravine, that permitted passage from the higher level to the bottom lands of the Alamo. As Zeb had started to avail himself of the same path, unless the other should meantime change direction, or his tranquil pace to a trot or gallop, the backwoodsman would be at the head of the pass as soon as he. Before starting, Zeb had made a calculation of the distance to be done, and the time to do it in. His estimate proved correct, to a second, and an inch. As his head was brought nearly on a level with the upland plain, he saw the shoulders of the horseman rising above it. Another step upward, and the body was in view. Another, and the horse was outlined against the sky, from hoof to forelock. He stood at a halt. He was standing, as Zeb first came in sight of him. He was fronting towards the cliff, evidently intending to go down into the gorge. His rider appeared to have pulled him up as a measure of precaution. Or he may have heard the hunter scrambling up the ravine, or, what was more likely, scented him. For whatever reason, he was standing, front face to the spectator. On seeing him thus, Zeb Stump also came to a stand. Had it been many another man, the same might have been said of his hair, and it is not to be denied, that the old hunter was at that moment, as he acknowledged himself, a spell shaky, be out the narves. He was firm enough, however, to carry out the purpose that had prompted him to seek that singular interview, which was, to discover whether he had to deal with a human being, or the devil. In an instant his rifle was at his shoulder, his eye glancing along the barrel, the sights, by the help of a brilliant moonlight, bearing upon the heart of the Headless Horseman. In another, a bullet would have been through it. But for a thought that just then flashed across the brain of the backwoods man. Maybe he was about to commit murder. At the thought he lowered the muzzle of his piece, and remained for a time undecided. "It mout be a man," muttered he, "though it don't look like it air. Thursday ain't room enough for a head under that air Mexican blanket, no how. Ef it be a human critter he hev got a tongue I reckon, though he ain't much a head to hold it in. Hello stronger. Ye're out for a putty latish ride, ain't ye? Hain't yo forgot to fetch your head why ye?" There was no reply. The horse snorted, on hearing the voice. That was all. "Looky higher, Stranger. Ol' Zeb Stump from the state o' Kentucky, air the individual who's now speakin' to ye. He ain't one o' that sort ter be trifled why. Don't try to come none o' your damfoolery over this higher coon. I warn ye to declare your game. If ye're playin' possum, ye'd better throw up your hand, or by the jumpin' Jehoshaphat, ye may lose both your steak and your curds. Speak out now, afore ye gets plugged why a piece o' lead." Less response than before. This time the horse, becoming accustomed to the voice, only tossed up his head. "Then doggone ye," shouted the hunter, exasperated by what he deemed an insulting silence. 6 seconds more, I'll gie ye 6 more. And ef ye don't show speech by that time, I'll let drive at your guts. Ef ye're but a dummy it won't do ye any harm. No more will it, I reckon, ef ye air the devil. But ef ye're a man playin' possum, durn me ef ye don't desarve to be shot for bein' sech a damned fool. Sing out," he continued with increasing anger, "sing out, I tell ye. Ye won't? Then higher goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where 7 should have come in, had the count been continued, was heard the sharp crack of a rifle, followed by the sibilation of a spinning bullet, then the dull thud as the deadly missile buried itself in some solid body. The only effect produced by the shot, appeared to be the frightening of the horse. The rider still kept his seat in the saddle. It was not even certain the horse was scared. The clear neigh that responded to the detonation of the rifle, had something in it that sounded derisive. For all that, the animal went off at a tearing gallop, leaving Zeb Stump a prey to the profoundest surprise he had ever experienced. After discharging his rifle, he remained upon his knees, for a period of several seconds. If his nerves were unsteady before the shot, they had become doubly so now. He was not only surprised at the result, but terrified. He was certain that his bullet had passed through the man's heart, or where it should be, as sure as if his muzzle had been held close to the ribs. It could not be a man. He did not believe it to be one. And this thought might have reassured him, but for the behavior of the horse. It was that wild unearthly neigh, that was now chilling his blood, and causing his limbs to shake, as if under an ague. He would have retreated. But, for a time, he felt absolutely unable to rise to his feet, and he remained kneeling, in a sort of stupefied terror, watching the weird form till it receded out of sight far off over the moonlit plain. Not till then did he recover sufficient courage, to enable him to glide back down the gorge, and on towards the jacal. And not till he was under its roof, did he feel sufficiently himself, to reflect with any calmness on the odd encounter that had occurred to him. It was some time before his mind became disabused of the idea that he had been dealing with the devil. Reflection, however, convinced him of the improbability of this, though it gave him no clue as to what the thing really was. "Surely," muttered he, his conjectural form of speech showing that he was still undecided, "surely arter all it can't be a thing o' the tother world, else I ken to hearn the cot hug o' my bullet. Sartin the lead struck agin somethin' solid. And I reckon Thursday's nothin' solid in the carcage a ghost. Wog, he concluded, apparently resigning the attempt to obtain a solution of the strange physical phenomenon. Let the dern thing slide. 2 things it air bound to be, aether a bundle o' rags, or ol' Harry from hell. As he re-entered the hut, the blue light of morning stole in along with him. It was time to awaken Phelim, that he might take his turn by the bedside of the invalid. The Connemara man, now thoroughly restored to sobriety, and under the impression of having been a little derelict in his duty, was ready to undertake the task. The old hunter, before consigning his charge to the care of his unskilled successor, made a fresh dressing of the scratches, availing himself of the knowledge that a long experience had given him in the pharmacopoeia of the forest. The nopal was near, and its juice inspissated into the fresh wounds would not fail to effect their speedy cure. Zeb knew that in 24 hours after its application, they would be in process of healing, and in 3 days, entirely cicatrized. With this confidence, common to every denizen of the cactus-covered land of Mexico, he felt defiant as to doctors, and if a score of them could have been procured upon the instant, he would not have summoned one. He was convinced that Maurice Gerald was in no danger, at least not from his wounds. There was a danger, but that was of a different kind. And now, Mr. Phelim, said he, on making a finish of his surgical operations. We hev dud all that kin be dud for the out'ard man, and it air full time to look arter the inn'ard. Ye say Thursday ain't nothin' to eet? Not so much as a purtity, Mr. Stump. And what's worse there's nothin' to drink, not a drap lift in the whole Syabin. Durn ye, that's your fault, cried Stump, turning upon the Irishman with a savage scowl that showed equal regret at the announcement. Eft hadn't a been for you, Thursday wore liquor enough to a lasted till the young feller got ruined agin. What's to be dud now? Sowl, Mr. Stump. Yez be wrong and me althegather entirely. That same yez are. I hadn't a taste except in what came out av the little flask. It was them Indians that imtied the dimijan. Trath was it. Wog. Ye couldn't a got drunk on what were contained at the flask. I know your derned guts too well for that. Ye must a had a good pull at the tother, too. Be all the saints. Dern your stinkin' saints. Jew espose any man o' sense believes in sec varmint as them. Wall, 'tain't no use talkin' any more be out it. Ye've sucked up the corn juice, and Thursday's an end o't. Thursday ain't no more to be had ithin 20 mile, and we must go, ithout. Be Jasus, but it's bad. Shut up your head, dern ye, and hear what I've got to say. We'll hev to go, ithout drinkin'. But that air no reason for stirvin' ourselves for want o' somethin' to eet. The young feller, I don't misdoubt, air by this time half starved hisself. Thursday's not much on his stomach, I reckon, though Thursday may be on his mind. As for myself, I'm jest hungry enough to eat coyote, and I ain't very sure I'd turn away from turkey buzzard, which, as I reckon, would be a wusser victual than coyote. But we ain't obleeged to eet turkey buzzard, war Thursday's a chance o' gettin' turkey, and that ain't so dubious along the Alamo. You stay higher, and take care o' the young feller, whiles I try up the crick, and see if I kin come across a gobbler. I'll do that, Mr. Stump, and no mistake. Be me trath. Keep your palaver to yourself, till I've finished talkin' to ye. Sowl. I won't say a word. Then don't, but listen. Thursday's somethin' 'bout which I don't wake ye to make any mistake. It air this. Ef there shed anybody stray this way dire in my absence, you'll let me know. You mustn't lose a minute o' time, but let me know. Sure I will, Sowl, ease. Wall, I'll depend on ye. Trath, yez may, but how Mr. Stump? How am I to let yez know, if your bay ain't hearin' av me voice? How thin? Wall, I reckon, I shan't need to go so fur as that. Thursday ought to be gobblers close by, at this time o' the mornin'. And yit there moutn't, continued Zeb, after reflecting a while. Ye ain't got sech a thing as a gun in the shanty. A pistol, you do. Neither one nor the tother. The master tucked both away with him, when he went last time to the settlements. He must have left them there. It air awkward. I mout not hear your shout. Zeb, who had by this time passed through the doorway, again stopped to reflect. Hey, he exclaimed, after a pause of 6 seconds. I've got it. I've treed the AD. Ye see my ol' mar, tethered out Thursday on the grass. Sure I do, missed her Stump. Av course I do. Wall, ye see that air prickly cactus plant growin', close to the edge o' the opening? Faith, ease. Wall, that's sensible o' ye. Now listen to what I say. Ye must keep a lookout at the door, and if anybody comes up whiles I'm gone, run straight custrut for the cactus, cut off one o' its branches, the thorniest ye kin see, and stick it under the mar's tail. Mother Av Moses. For what div yez want me to do that? Wall, I reckon I'd better explain, said Zeb, reflectingly, otherwise you'll be makin' a mess o' it. Ye see, feelum, ef anybody interlopes durin' my absence I had better be higher. I ain't a-goin' fur off. But howsomediver near, I moutn't hear your screech, therefore the Mars LL do better. You clap the cactus under her tail, closed up to the fundament. And ef she don't squeal loud enough to be hearn by me, then ye may conclude that this coon air aether rubbed out, or hev both his lugs plugged wy picket pins. So, feelum, do you exactly as I've told ye. I'll do it, be japers. Be sure now. Your master's life may depend upon it. After delivering this last caution, the hunter shouldered his long rifle, and walked away from the hut. He's a cute old chap that same, said Phelim as soon as Zeb was out of hearing. I wonder what he manes by the master bein' in danger from anyone comin' to the Sayabin. He said, that his life moight depend upon it. Ease, he said that. He telt me to kape a luck out. I suppose he mane me to begin at once. I must go to the entrance thin. So saying, he stepped outside the door, and proceeded to make an ocular inspection of the paths by which the jackal might be approached. After completing this, he returned to the threshold. And there took stand, in the attitude of one upon the watch. Chapter 57. Sounding the signal. Phelim's vigil was of short duration. Scarce 10 minutes had he been keeping it, when he became warned by the sound of a horse's hoof, that someone was coming up the creek in the direction of the hut. His heart commenced hammering against his ribs. The trees, standing thickly, hindered him from having a view of the approaching horseman, and he could not tell what sort of guest was about to present himself at the jacal. But the hoofstroke told him there was only one, and this it was that excited his apprehension. He would have been less alarmed to hear the trampling of a troop. Though well assured it could no longer be his master, he had no stomach for a second interview with the cavalier who so closely resembled him, in everything except the head. His first impulse was to rush across the lawn, and carry out the scheme entrusted to him by Zeb. But the indecision springing from his fears kept him to his place, long enough to show him that they were groundless. The strange horseman had a head. Sure in that same hez, said Phelim, as the latter rode out from among the trees, and halted on the edge of the opening, a rail hid, and a pretty face in front av it. And yet it don't show so pleased neither. He looks as if he'd just buried his grandmother. Sowl! What a queer young chap he is, with them 20 mostacks loik the down upon a 2 days goslin. Oh lard! Look at his little foot. Be Jasus, he's a woman. While the Irishman was making these observations, partly in thought, partly in muttered speech, the equestrian advanced a pace or two, and again paused. On a nearer view of his visitor, Phelim saw that he had correctly guessed the sex. Though the mustache, the manner of the mount, the hat, and serape, might for the moment have misled a keener intellect than his of Connemara. It was a woman. It was Isidora. It was the first time that Philim had set eyes on the Mexican maiden, the first that hers had ever rested upon him. They were equally unknown to one another. He had spoken the truth, when he said that her countenance did not display pleasure. On the contrary, the expression upon it was sad, almost disconsolate. It had shown distrust, as she was riding under the shadow of the trees. Instead of brightening as she came out into the open ground, the look only changed to one of mingled surprise and disappointment. Neither could have been caused by her coming within sight of the jacal. She knew of its existence. It was the goal of her journey. It must have been the singular personage standing in the doorway. He was not the man she expected to see there. In doubt she advanced to address him. "I may have made a mistake," said she, speaking in the best Americana she could command. "Pardon me, but, I thought, that Don Mauricio lived here." "Dan Mauricio, yes say." "Trath, no. There's nobody av that name lives here." "Dan Mauricio? There was a man they called Marish had a dwillin' not far out av Balabala. I remember the chap will, because he chatted me onst in a horse thrade. But his name wasn't Dan. No, it was Pat. Pat Marish was the name, divil burn him for a desaver. Don Mauricio, Maurice. Oh. Maurice. Maybe ye'd be after Spokin av the master, Mr. Gerald. See. Senor Gerald. Sure, thin, and if that's what ye're after, Mr. Gerald is dwill in this very Siabin, that is, when he comes to divart hisself, by chasin' the wild horses. He only caps it for a huntin' box, ye know. Arra, now. If yez could only see the great big siasel he lives in when he's at home, in ould Ireland, and thy beautiful crather that's now cryin' her swate blue eyes out, because he won't go back there. Sowl, if yez saw her. Despite its patois, Philim's talk was too well understood by her to whom it was addressed. Jealousy is an apt translator. Something like a sigh escaped from Isidora, as he pronounced that little word, her. "I don't wish to see her," was the quick rejoinder, "but him you mention. Is he at home? Is he inside? Is he at home? There now, that's comin' to the point, straight as a poik staff. And supposin' I was to say ease, what ud yez be after wantin' wid him? I wish to see him. Div yez? Maybe now ye'll wait till yez be asked. Ye're a pretty crather, notwithstandin' that black strake upon your lip. But the master isn't in a condition just at this time to see any one, unless it was the praist or a doctor. Yez science see him. But I wish very much to see him, senor. Trath div yez. Ye've saw ye that already. But yez scient, I tell ye. It isn't Phelim O'Neill ud deny one av the fair six, especially a pretty black-eyed colleen like yourself. But for all that yez scient see the master now. Why can I not? Why scient yez not? Will, there's more than one raison why yez scient. In the first place, as I've told you, he's not in a condition to resave company, the list so av it's bein' a lady. But why, senor? Why? Because he's not decently dressed. He's got nothin' on him but his shirt, exceptin' the rags that Mr. Stump's just tied all round him. Be japers. There's enough av them to make him a whole shoot, coat, waistcoat, and throwsers, trath is there. Senor, I don't understand you. Yes don't? Sure and I've spoke plain enough. Don't I tell ye that the master's in bed? In bed? At this hour? I hope there's nothing the matter wid him, yes we're goin' to say. Alana, that same is there, a powerful dale the matter wid him, enough to kape him between the blankets for weeks to come. Oh, senor. Do not tell me that he is ill. Don't I tell ye? Ara now me honey, what ud be the use av consolin' it? It ud do it no good, neither cyan it do him any harm to spake about it. Yes moit say it afore his face, and he won't contradict ye. He is ill, then. Oh, sir, tell me, what is the nature of his illness, what has caused it? Sure and I scient answer only one av thim interrogatories, the first yes hiv fut. His disease proceeds from some ugly treatment he's been resavin', the Lord only knows what, or who administered it. He's got a bad leg. And his skin looks as if he'd been tied up in a sack along with a score av angry cats. Sowl. There's not the brenth av your pretty little hand without a scratch upon it. Worse than all, he's beside hisself. Beside himself? Ease, that same. He's ravin' loike one that had a drap too much overnight, and thinks there's the man with the poker after him. Be me trath, I believe the very best thing for him now ud be a thrifle av potheen, if one could only lay hands upon that same. But there's not the smell av it in the Siabin. Both the dimijan and flask. Ara, now, you wouldn't be after havin' a little flask upon your sweet sylph. Some av that aguardanty, as your people call it. Trath, I've tasted worse stuff than it. I'm sure a drink av at ud do the master good. Spake the truth, mistress. Hiv yes any about ye? No, senor. I have nothing of the kind. I am sorry I have not. Faugh. The more's the pity for poor Master Maurice. It ud a done him a dale av good. Well, he must put up without it. But, senor, surely I can see him. Divil a bit. Besides what ud be the use? He wouldn't know ye from his great-grandmother. I till yes again, he's been badly thrated, and best now beside hisself. All the more reason why I should see him. I may be of service. I owe him a debt, of. Oh. Yes be owin' him somethin'. Yes want to pay it. Faith, that makes it entirely different. But yes needn't see him for that. I'm his head man, and transact all that sort av business for him. I scient right myself, but I'll give ye a resate on the crass with me mark, which is just as good, among the lawyers. Ease, mistress, yes may pay the money over to me, and I promise ye the master niver ax ye for it again. Trath. It'll come handy just now, as we're upon the ave av a flittin', and may want it. So if yes have the pewther along with ye, there's pins, ink, and paper inside the Siabin. Say the word, and I'll give ye the resate. No, no, no. I did not mean money. A debt of gratitude. Faugh. Only that. Sowl, it's easy paid, and don't want a resate. But yes needn't return that sort av money now, for the master wow'd be sinsible av what ye were sayin'. When he comes to his sinses, I'll tell him yes hiv been here, and wiped out the score. Surely I can see him. Surely now yes scient. But I must, senor. Divil a must about it. I've been lift on guard, with strict orders to let no one go inside. They couldn't have been meant for me. I am his friend, the friend of Don Mauricio. How is Phelim O'Neill to know that? For all your pretty face, yes moight be his diddliest enemy. Be japers. It's loike enough, now that I take a second look at ye. I must see him, I must, I will, I shall. As Isidora pronounced these words, she flung herself out of the saddle, and advanced in the direction of the door. Her air of earnest determination combined with the fierce, scarce feminine, expression upon her countenance, convinced the Galwegian, that the contingency had arrived for carrying out the instructions left by Zeb Stump. And that he had been too long neglecting his cue. Turning hurriedly into the hut, he came out again, armed with a tomahawk, and was about to rush past, when he was brought to a sudden stand, by seeing a pistol in the hands of his lady visitor, pointed straight at his head. Abajo la hacha. Down with the hatchet, cried she. Lepero. Lift your arm to strike me, and it will be for the last time. Stroike ye, mistress. Stroike you, blubbered the ci-devant stable-boy, as soon as his terror permitted him to speak. Mother av the lard. I didn't mane the weapon for you at all, at all. I'll swear it on the crass, or a whole stack av Bibles if yez say so. In trath mistress, I didn't mane the tammyhawk for you. Why have you brought it forth? Inquired the lady, half suspecting that she had made a mistake, and lowering her pistol as she became convinced of it. Why have you thus armed yourself? As I live, only to execute the orders, I've resaved, only to cut a branch off av the cyactus yez see over yender, and fut it under the tail av the owled mare. Sure yez won't object to my doin' that. In her turn, the lady became silent, surprised at the singular proposition. The odd individual she saw before her, could not mean mischief. His looks, attitude, and gestures were grotesque, rather than threatening. Provocative of mirth, not fear, or indignation. Silence gives consent. Thank ye, said Philim, as, no longer in fear of being shot down in his tracks, he ran straight across the lawn, and carried out to the letter, the parting injunctions of Zeb Stump. The Mexican maiden, hitherto held silent by surprise, remained so, on perceiving the absolute idleness of speech. Further conversation was out of the question. What with the screaming of the mare, continuous from the moment the spinous crupper was inserted under her tail, the loud trampling of her hoofs as she cavorted over the turf, the dismal howling of the hound, and the responsive cries of the wild forest denizens, birds, beasts, insects, and reptiles, only the voice of a stentor could have been heard. What could be the purpose of the strange proceeding? How was it to terminate? Isidora looked on in silent astonishment. She could do nothing else. So long as the infernal fracas continued, there was no chance to elicit an explanation from the queer creature who had caused it. He had returned to the door of the jacal, and once more taken his stand upon the threshold. Where he stood, with the tranquil satisfied air of an actor who has completed the performance of his part in the play, and feels free to range himself among the spectator. Chapter 58. Recoiling from a Kiss. For full 10 minutes was the wild chorus kept up, the mare all the time squealing like a stuck pig. While the dog responded in a series of lugubrious howls, that reverberated along the cliffs on both sides of the creek. To the distance of a mile might the sounds have been heard. And as Zeb Stump was not likely to be so far from the hut, he would be certain to hear them. Convinced of this, and that the hunter would soon respond to the signal he had himself arranged, Philim stood square upon the threshold, in hopes that the lady visitor would stay outside, at least, until he should be relieved of the responsibility of admitting her. Notwithstanding her earnest protestations of amity, he was still suspicious of some treasonable intention towards his master, else why should Zeb have been so particular about being summoned back? Of himself, he had abandoned the idea of offering resistance. That shining pistol, still before his eyes, had cured him of all inclination for a quarrel with the strange equestrian. And so far as the Connemara man was concerned, she might have gone unresisted inside. But there was another from Connemara, who appeared more determined to dispute her passage to the hut, one whom a whole battery of great guns would not have deterred from protecting its owner. This was Terra. The staghound was not acting as if under the excitement of a mere senseless alarm. Mingling with his prolonged sonorous growl, could be heard in repeated interruptions a quick sharp bark, that denoted anger. He had witnessed the attitude of the intruder, its apparent hostility, and drawing his deductions, had taken stand directly in front of Philim and the door, with the evident determination that neither should be reached except over his own body. And after running the gauntlet of his formidable incisors, Isidora showed no intention of undertaking the risk. She had none. Astonishment was, for the time, the sole feeling that possessed her. She remained transfixed to the spot, without attempting to say a word. She stood expectingly. To such an eccentric prelude there should be a corresponding finale. Perplexed, but patiently, she awaited it. Of her late alarm there was nothing left. What she saw was too ludicrous to allow of apprehension. though it was also too incomprehensible to elicit laughter. In the mien of the man, who had so oddly comported himself, there was no sign of mirth. If anything, a show of seriousness, oddly contrasting with the comical act he had committed, and which plainly proclaimed that he had not been treating her to a joke. The expression of helpless perplexity that had become fixed upon her features, continued there. Until a tall man, wearing a faded blanket coat, and carrying a 6-foot rifle, was seen striding among the tree trunks, at the rate of 10 miles to the hour. He was making direct for the jacal. At sight of the newcomer her countenance underwent a change. There was now perceptible upon it a shade of apprehension, and the little pistol was clutched with renewed nerve by the delicate hand that still continued to hold it. The act was partly precautionary, partly mechanical. Nor was it unnatural, in view of the formidable-looking personage who was approaching, and the earnest excited manner with which he was hurrying forward to the hut. All this became altered, as he advanced into the open ground, and suddenly stopped on its edge, a look of surprise quite as great as that upon the countenance of the lady, supplanting his earnest glances. Some exclamatory phrases were sent through his teeth, unintelligible in the tumult still continuing, though the gesture that accompanied them seemed to proclaim them of a character anything but gentle. On giving utterance to them, he turned to one side, strode rapidly towards the screaming mare, and, laying hold of her tail, which no living man save himself would have dared to do, he released her from the torments she had been so long enduring. Silence was instantly restored, since the mare, abandoned by her fellow choristers, as they became accustomed to her wild neighs, had been, for some time, keeping up the solo by herself. The lady was not yet enlightened. Her astonishment continued, though a side glance given to the droll individual in the doorway told her, that he had successfully accomplished some scheme with which he had been entrusted. Phileme's look of satisfaction was of short continuance. It vanished, as Zeb Stump, having effected the deliverance of the tortured quadruped, faced round to the hut, as he did so, showing a cloud upon the corrugations of his countenance, darkly ominous of an angry storm. Even the presence of beauty did not hinder it from bursting. "Dern, and doggone ye, for a Irish idiot. Ere this what ye brought me back for. And, just as I were talking sight on a turkey, not less, and 30-pound weight, I reckon. Skiart afore he ked touch trigger, why, the screek oh, that cussed critter oh Omar. Damned little chance for breakfast now. But, Mr. Stump, didn't yez tell me to do it? Ye sid if any one should come to the Syabin. Bah! Ye fool! Ye don't suppose I mean ed we men, did ye? Trath! I didn't think it was one, when she first presented herself. Yez should a seen the way she rid up, sittin' astraddle on her horse. What matter it, how she were sittin'? Hain't ye seed that afore, ye greenhorn? It's Thursday you soul way 'mong these higher Mexican she-males. Ye're more o' a woman than she air, I guess, and 20 times more o' a fool. That I'm sartint o'. I know her a leetle by sight, and somethin' more by reaport. What hev fetched the critter higher ain't so diffeequal to comprehend, though it may be to get it out o' her, seein' as she kin only talk that Thursday Mexican lingo. The which this chilly can't, nor one df he cud. Sowl, Mr. Stump. Yez be mistaken. She spakes English too. Don't yez, mistress. Little Ingalls, returned the Mexican, who up to this time had remained listening. Ingalls poco pasito. Oh, ah, exclaimed Zeb, slightly abashed at what he had been saying. I beg your pardon, señorita. Ye kin habla a bit o American, kin ye? Mucho bono, so much the betterer. Ye'll be able to tell me what ye mout be a wantin' out higher. Ye hain't lost your way, hev ye? No, senor, was the reply, after a pause. In that case, ye know where ye air. Si, senor, si, yes, of Don Mauricio's Aerol, this the house. That air the name, near as a Mexican mouth kin make it, I reckon. Tain't much o' a house, but it air his en. Perhaps you want to see the master oat. Oh, senor, yes, that is for why I here am, por esto yo soy aquí. Wall, I reckon, Thursday can be no objection to your seeing him. Your intentions ain't no ways hostile to the young feller, I calculate. But Thursday ain't much good in your talkin' to him now. He won't know yo from a side oh, so leather. He is ill. Has met with some misfortune. El Guero has said so. Ease. I told her that, interposed Felim, whose carroty hair had earned for him the appellation, El Guero. Sartin, answered Zeb. He air wounded a bit, and just now a leetle delirious. I reckon it ain't much consequence. He'll be hisself agin soon's the ravin fit's gone off him. Oh, sir. Can I be his nurse till then? Por amor Dios. Let me enter, and watch over him. I am his friend, un amigo muy aficionado. Wall, I don't see as Thursday's any harm in it. We men makes the best nuss as I've hearn say, though, for myself, I hain't had much chance tryin' since I kivered up my old girl under the sods Mississippi. If ye want to take a spell by the side the young feller, ye'ry will kim, seein' ye'ry his friend. Ye kin look arter him, till we get back, and see that he don't tumble out the bed, or claw off them Thursday bandages, I've tied round him. Trust me, good sir, I shall take every care of him. But tell me what has caused it. The Indians? No, they are not near. Has there been a quarrel with anyone? In that, senorita, ye'ry be out as wise as I air myself. Thursday's been a quarrel why, coites, but that ain't what's gin him the ugly knee. I found him yesterday, clost upon sundown, in the chapel beyond. When we came upon him, he wore up to his waist in the water a crick as runs through Thursday, just be out to be attacked by one them spotty critters your people call tigers. Wall, I relieved him that bit danger. But what happened afore air a mystery to me. The young feller had tuck leave his senses, and ked gie no account hisself. He hain't recovered them yet, and, therefore, we must wait till he do. But you are sure, sir, he is not badly injured. His wounds, they are not dangerous. No danger whatsomever. Nothin' beyond a bit a fever, or maybe a touch the ague, when that goes off him. As for the wounds, they're only a ween scratches. When the wanderin' hev gone out his senses, he'll soon come roon, I reckon. In a week's time, ye'll see him as strong as a buck. Oh. I shall nurse him tenderly. Wall, that's very kind you. But. Zeb hesitated, as a queer thought came before his mind. It led to a train of reflections kept to himself. They were these. This air the same she, as sent them kickshaws to the tavern rough and ready. That she air in love why, the young feller is clear as Mississippi mud, in love why, him to the eends her toe nails. So's the tother. But it air equally clear that he's thinkin' the tother, and not her. Now ef she hears him talk about tother, as he hev been a doin' all over the night, Thursday'll be a putty considerable rumpus riz inside her bosom. Poor thing. I pity her. She ain't a bad sort. But the Irish though he be, can't belong to both. And I know he freezes to the critter from the States. It air derned awkward, better ef I ked persuade her not to go near him, leastwise till he gets over ravin' about Louise. But, miss, he continued, addressing himself to the Mexican, who during his long string of reflections had stood impatiently silent, don't ye think ye better ride home agin, and come back to see him arter he gets well? He won't know ye, as I've saw yet, and it would be no use your stayin', since he ain't in any danger makin' a die of it. No matter, that he may not know me. I should tend him all the same. He may need some things, which I can send, and procure for him. Ef ye're bound to stay then, rejoined Zeb, relentingly, as if some new thought was causing him to consent, I won't interfere to say, no. But don't you mind what he'll be palaverin' about. Ye may hear some queer talk out o' him, be out a man bein' murdered, and the like. That's natural for anyone as is delirious. Don't be skeered at it. Beside, ye may hear him talkin' a deal about a woman, as he's got upon his mind. A woman. Just so. Ye'll hear him make mention o' her name. Her name. Senor, what name? Wall, it air the name o' his sister, I reckon. Fact, I'm sure o' it bein' his sister. Oh. Missed Stump. If yes be spokin' av Master Maurice. Shut up, ye dern fool. What is to you what I'm speakin' be out? You can't understand sec things. Come along. He continued, moving off, and motioning the Connemara man to follow him. I want ye a leetle way why me. I killed a rattle as I were goin' up the crick, and left it Thursday. Come you, and towed it back to the shanty higher, lest some varmint may make away why it, and lest, arter all, I mountain strike turkey agin. A rattle. Div yes main a rattlesnake. And what should I mean? Sure, Mr. Stump, yes wa'n't ate a snake. Lard. Wa'n't it poison yes? Pison be derned. Didn't I cut the pison out, soon, as I killed the critter, by cuttin' off its head? Trath. And for all that, I wa'n't ate a morsel av it, if I was starvin'. Sturve, and be derned to ye. Who axes ye to eat it? I only want ye to tote it home. Come then, and do as I tell ye. Or doggoned, ef I don't make ye eat the head o' the reptile, pison, fangs and all. Be japers, Mr. Stump, I didn't mean to disobey you at all, at all. Sure it's Phelim O'Neill that's ready to do your bid-din anyhow. I'm wid ye for whatever yez want, even to swallowin' the snake whole. Saint Patrick forgive me. Saint Patrick be derned. Come along. Philly made no farther remonstrance. But, striking into the tracks of the backwoods man, followed him through the wood. Isidora entered the hut, advanced towards the invalid reclining upon his couch. With fierce fondness kissed his fevered brow, fonder and fiercer kissed his unconscious lips, and then recoiled from them, as if she had been stung by a scorpion. Worse than scorpion's sting was that which had caused her to spring back. And yet 'twas but a word, a little word, of only 2 syllables. There was nothing strange in this. Oft, on one word, that soft short syllabic yes, rests the happiness of a life. While oft, too oft, the harsher negative is the prelude to a world of war. Chapter 59. Another who cannot rest. A dark day for Louise Poindexter, perhaps the darkest in the calendar of her life, was that in which she released Don Miguel Diaz from the lazo. Sorrow for a brother's loss, with fears for a lover's safety, were yesterday commingled in the cup. Today it was further embittered by the blackest passion of all, jealousy. Grief, fear, jealousy, what must be the state of the soul in which these emotions are coexistent? A tumult of terrible imaginings. So was it in the bosom of Louise Poindexter after deciphering the epistle which contained written evidence of her lover's disloyalty. True, the writing came not from him, nor was the proof conclusive. But in the first burst of her frenzied rage, the young Creole did not reason thus. In the wording of the letter there was strong presumption, that the relationship between Maurice Gerald and the Mexican was of a more affectionate character than he had represented it to be, that he had, in fact, been practicing a deception. Why should that woman write to him in such free strain, giving bold, almost unfeminine, license to her admiration of his eyes, esos ojos tan lindos y tan expresivos? These were no phrases of friendship, but the expressions of a prurient passion. As such only could the Creole understand them, since they were but a paraphrase of her own feelings. And then there was the appointment itself, solicited, it is true, in the shape of a request. But this was mere courtesy, the coquetry of an accomplished maitresse. Moreover, the tone of solicitation was abandoned towards the close of the epistle, which terminated in a positive command, "Come, sir. Come." Something more than jealousy was aroused by the reading of this. A spirit of revenge seemed to dictate the gesture that followed, and the stray sheet was crushed between the aristocratic fingers into which it had fallen. "Ah, me!" reflected she, in the acerbity of her soul, "I see it all now. 'Tis not the first time he has answered a similar summons. Not the first they have met on that same ground, the hill above my uncle's house, slightly described, but well understood, oft visited before." Soon the spirit of vengeance gave place to a profound despair. Her heart had its emblem in the piece of paper that lay at her feet upon the floor, like it, crushed and ruined. For a time she surrendered herself to sad meditation. Wild emotions passed through her mind, suggesting wild resolves. Among others she thought of her beloved Louisiana, of going back there to bury her secret sorrow in the cloisters of the Sacre-Cœur. Had the Creole convent been near, in that hour of deep despondency, she would, in all probability, have forsaken the paternal home, and sought an asylum within its sacred walls. In very truth was it the darkest day of her existence. After long hours of wretchedness her spirit became calmer, while her thoughts returned to a more rational tone. The letter was reread, its contents submitted to careful consideration. There was still a hope, the hope that, after all, Maurice Gerald might not be in the settlement. It was at best but a faint ray. Surely she should know, she who had penned the appointment, and spoken so confidently of his keeping it. Still, as promised, he might have gone away, and upon this supposition hinged that hope, now scintillating like a star through the obscurity of the hour. It was a delicate matter to make direct inquiries about, to one in the position of Louise Poindexter. But no other course appeared open to her. And as the shadows of twilight shrouded the grass-covered square of the village, she was seen upon her spotted palfrey, riding silently through the streets. And reining up in front of the hotel, on the same spot occupied but a few hours before by the grey steed of Isidora. As the men of the place were all absent, some on the track of the assassin, others upon the trail of the Comanche, Oberdoffer was the only witness of her indiscretion. But he knew it not as such. It was but natural that the sister of the murdered man should be anxious to obtain news, and so did he construe the motive for the interrogatories addressed to him. Little did the stolid German suspect the satisfaction which his answers at first gave to his fair questioner. Much less the chagrin afterwards caused by that bit of information volunteered by himself, and which abruptly terminated the dialogue between him and his visitor. On hearing she was not the first of her sex who had that day made inquiries respecting Maurice the mustanger, Louise Poindexter rode back to Casa del Corvo, with a heart writhing under fresh laceration. A night was spent in the agony of unrest, sleep only obtained in short snatches, and amidst the phantasmagoria of dreamland. Though the morning restored not her tranquillity, it brought with it a resolve, stern, daring, almost reckless. It was, at least, daring, for Louise Poindexter to ride to the Alamo alone, and this was her determination. There was no one to stay her, none to say nay. The searchers out all night had not yet returned. No report had come back to Casa del Corvo. She was sole mistress of the mansion, as of her actions, sole possessor of the motive that was impelling her to this bold step. But it may be easily guessed. Hers was not a spirit to put up with mere suspicion. Even love, that tames the strongest, had not yet reduced it to that state of helpless submission. Unsatisfied it could no longer exist, and hence her resolve to seek satisfaction. She might find peace, she might chance upon ruin. Even the last appeared preferable to the agony of uncertainty. How like to the reasoning of her rival! It would have been idle to dissuade her, had there been any one to do it. It is doubtful even if parental authority could at that moment have prevented her from carrying out her purpose. Talk to the tigress when frenzied by a similar feeling. With a love unhallowed, the will of the Egyptian queen was not more imperious than is that of the American Creole, when stirred by its holiest passion. It acknowledges no right of contradiction, regards no obstruction save death. It is a spirit rare upon earth. In its tranquil state, soft as the rays of the aurora, pure as the prayer of a child, but when stirred by love, or rather by its too constant concomitant, it becomes proud and perilous as the light of Lucifer. Of this spirit Louise Poindexter was the truest type. Where love was the lure, to wish was to have, or perish in the attempt to obtain. Jealousy resting upon doubt was neither possible to her nature, or compatible with her existence. She must find proofs to destroy, or confirm it, proofs stronger than those already supplied by the contents of the straight epistle, which, after all, were only presumptive. Armed with this, she was in a position to seek them. And they were to be sought upon the Alamo. The first hour of sunrise saw her in the saddle, riding out from the enclosures of Casa del Corvo, and taking a trail across the prairie already known to her. On passing many a spot, endeared to her, sacred by some of the sweetest souvenirs of her life, her thoughts experienced more than one revulsion. These were moments when she forgot the motive that originally impelled her to the journey, when she thought only of reaching the man she loved, to rescue him from enemies that might be around him. Ah! These moments, despite the apprehension for her lover's safety, were happy, when compared with those devoted to the far more painful contemplation of his treachery. From the point of starting to that of her destination, it was 20 miles. It might seem a journey, to one used to European traveling, that is in the saddle. To the prairie equestrian it is a ride of scarce 2 hours, quick as a scurry across country, after a stag or fox. Even with an unwilling steed it is not tedious. But with that lithe-limbed, oscillated creature, Luna, who went willingly towards her prairie home, it was soon over, too soon, perhaps, for the happiness of her rider. Wretched as Louise Poindexter may have felt before, her misery had scarce reached the point of despair. Through her sadness there still shone a scintillation of hope. It was extinguished as she set foot upon the threshold of the jacal. And the quick suppressed scream that came from her lips, was like the last utterance of a heart parting in twain. There was a woman within the hut. From the lips of this woman an exclamation had already escaped, to which her own might have appeared an echo, so closely did the one follow the other, so alike were they in anguish. Like a second echo, still more intensified, was the cry from Isidora. As turning, she saw in the doorway that woman, whose name had just been pronounced, the Louise so fervently praised, so fondly remembered, amidst the vagaries of a distempered brain. To the young Creole the case was clear, painfully clear. She saw before her the writer of that letter of appointment, which, after all, had been kept. In the strife, whose sounds had indistinctly reached her, there may have been a third party, Maurice Gerald. That would account for the condition in which she now saw him, for she was far enough inside the hut to have a view of the invalid upon his couch. Yes, it was the writer of that bold epistle, who had called Maurice Gerald Querido. Who had praised his eyes, who had commanded him to come to her side, and who was now by his side, tending him with a solicitude that proclaimed her his. Ah! The thought was too painful to be symbolized in speech. Equally clear were the conclusions of Isidora, equally agonizing. She already knew that she was supplanted. She had been listening too long to the involuntary speeches that told her so, to have any doubt as to their sincerity. On the doorstep stood the woman who had succeeded her. Face to face, with flashing eyes, their bosoms rising and falling as if under one impulse, both distraught with the same dire thought, the two stood eyeing each other. Alike in love with the same man, alike jealous, they were alongside the object of their burning passion unconscious of the presence of either. Each believed the other successful, for Louise had not heard the words, that would have given her comfort, those words yet ringing in the ears, and torturing the soul, of Isidora. It was an attitude of silent hostility, all the more terrible for its silence. Not a word was exchanged between them. Neither deigned to ask explanation of the other, neither needed it. There are occasions when speech is superfluous, and both intuitively felt that this was one. It was a mutual encounter of fell passions, that found expression only in the flashing of eyes, and the scornful curling of lips. Only for an instant was the attitude kept up. In fact, the whole scene, inside, scarce occupied a score of seconds. It ended by Louise Poindexter turning round upon the doorstep, and gliding off to regain her saddle. The hut of Maurice Gerald was no place for her. Isidora too came out, almost treading upon the skirt of the other's dress. The same thought was in her heart, perhaps more emphatically felt. The hut of Maurice Gerald was no place for her. Both seemed equally intent on departure, alike resolved on forsaking the spot that had witnessed the desolation of their hearts. The grey horse stood nearest, the mustang farther out. Isidora was the first to mount, the first to move off. But as she passed, her rival had also got into the saddle, and was holding the ready rein. Glances were again interchanged, neither triumphant, but neither expressing forgiveness. That of the Creole was a strange mixture of sadness, anger, and surprise, while the last look of Isidora, that accompanied a spiteful "Carajo," a fearful phrase from female lips, was such as the Ephesian goddess may have given to Athenaia, after the award of the apple. Chapter 60. A Fair Informer. If things physical may be compared with things moral, no greater contrast could have been found, than the bright heavens beaming over the Alamo, and the black thoughts in the bosom of Isidora. As she hastened away from the jacal, her heart was a focus of fiery passions, revenge predominating over all. In this there was a sort of demoniac pleasure, that hindered her from giving way to despair, otherwise she might have sunk under the weight of her woe. With gloomy thoughts she rides under the shadow of the trees. They are not less gloomy, as she gazes up the gorge, and sees the blue sky smiling cheerfully above her. Its cheerfulness seems meant but to mock her. She pauses before making the ascent. She has reined up under the umbrageous cypress, fit canopy for a sorrowing heart. Its sombre shade appears more desirable than the sunlight above. It is not this that has caused her to pull up. There is a thought in her soul darker than the shadow of the cypress. It is evinced by her clouded brow, by her black eyebrows contracted over her black flashing eyes. Above all, by an expression of fierceness in the contrast of her white teeth gleaming under the mustached lip. All that is good of woman, except beauty, seems to have forsaken, all that is bad, except ugliness, to have taken possession of her. She has paused at the prompting of a demon, with an infernal purpose half formed in her mind. Her muttered speeches proclaim it. I should have killed her upon the spot. Shall I go back, and dare her to deadly strife? If I killed her, what would it avail? It could not win me back his heart, lost, without hope. Yes, those words were from the secret depths of his soul, where her image alone has found an abiding place. Oh! There is no hope for me. 'Tis he who should die, he who has caused my ruin. If I kill him? Ah, then, what would life be to me? From that hour an endless anguish. Oh! It is anguish now. I cannot endure it. I can think of no solace, if not in revenge. Not only she, he also, both must die. But not yet, not till he know, by whose hand it is done. Oh! He shall feel his punishment, and know whence it comes. Mother of God, strengthen me to take vengeance. She lances the flank of her horse, and spurs him, up the slope of the ravine. On reaching the upper plain, she does not stop, even for the animal to breathe itself, but goes on at a reckless gait, and in a direction that appears undetermined. Neither hand nor voice are exerted in the guidance of her steed, only the spur to urge him on. Left to himself, he returns in the track by which he came. It leads to the Leona. Is it the way he is wanted to go? His rider seems neither to know nor care. She sits in the saddle, as though she were part of it, with head bent down, in the attitude of one absorbed in a profound reverie, unconscious of outward things, even of the rude pace at which she is riding. She does not observe that black cohort close by, until warned of its proximity by the snorting of her steed, that suddenly comes to a stand. She sees a caballada out upon the open prairie. Indians? No. White men, less by their color, than the caparison of their horses, and their style of equitation. Their beards, too, show it, but not their skins, discolored by the "stew of the parched plain." "Los Tejano," is the muttered exclamation, as she becomes confirmed in regard to their nationality. A troop of their rangers scouring the country for Comanches, I suppose. The Indians are not here. If I've heard aright at the settlement, they should be far on the other side. Without any strong reason for shunning them, the Mexican maiden has no desire to encounter Los Tejano. They are nothing to her, or her purposes. And, at any other time, she would not go out of their way. But in this hour of her wretchedness, she does not wish to run the gauntlet of their questionings, nor become the butt of their curiosity. It is possible to avoid them. She is yet among the bushes. They do not appear to have observed her. By turning short round, and diving back into the chaparral, she may yet shun being seen. She is about to do so, when the design is frustrated by the neighing of her horse. A score of theirs respond to him, and he is seen, along with his rider. It might be still possible for her to escape the encounter, if so inclined. She would be certain of being pursued, but not so sure of being overtaken, especially among the winding ways of the chaparral, well known to her. At first she is so inclined, and completes the turning of her steed. Almost in the same instant, she reins round again, and faces the phalanx of horsemen, already in full gallop towards her. Her muttered words proclaim a purpose in this sudden change of tactics. Rangers, no. Too well dressed for those ragged vagabundos. Must be the party of searchers, of which I've heard, led by the father of, yes, it is they. Ay Dios. Here is a chance of revenge, and without my seeking it, God wills it to be so. Instead of turning back among the bushes, she rides out into the open ground, and with an air of bold determination advances towards the horsemen, now near. She pulls up, and awaits their approach, a black thought in her bosom. In another minute she is in their midst, the mounted circle close drawn around her. There are 100 horsemen, oddly armed, grotesquely attired, uniform only in the coating of clay-colored dust which adheres to their habiliments, and the stern seriousness observable in the bearing of all. Scarce relieved by a slight show of curiosity. Though it is an entourage to cause trembling, especially in a woman, Isidora does not betray it. She is not in the least alarmed. She anticipates no danger from those who have so unceremoniously surrounded her. Some of them she knows by sight, though not the man of more than middle age, who appears to be their leader, and who confronts, to question her. But she knows him otherwise. Instinct tells her he is the father of the murdered man, of the woman, she may wish to be slain, but assuredly, shamed. Oh! What an opportunity! Can you speak French, mademoiselle? Asks Louise Poindexter, addressing her in this tongue, in the belief that it may give him a better chance of being understood. Speak better Ingalls, very little, sir. Oh! English! So much the better for us. Tell me, miss. Have you seen anybody out here, that is, have you met anyone, riding about, or camped, or halted anywhere? Isidora appears to reflect, or hesitate, before making reply. The planter pursues the interrogative, with such politeness as the circumstances admit. May I ask where you live? On the Rio Grande, senor. Have you come direct from there? No, from the Leona. From the Leona. It's the niece of old Martinez, interposes one of the party. His plantation joins yours, Mr. Poindexter. See, yes, true that. Sabrina, niece of Don Silvio Martinez. Yo soy. Then you've come from his place, direct? Pardon me for appearing rude. I assure you, miss, we are not questioning you out of any idle curiosity, or impertinence. We have serious reasons, more than serious, they are solemn. From the Hacienda Martinez direct, answers Isidora, without appearing to notice the last remark. 2 hours ago, un pasito mas, my uncle's house I leave. Then, no doubt, you have heard that there has been a murder committed? Si, senor. Yesterday at Uncle Silvio's it was told. But today, when you left, was there any fresh news in the settlement? We've had word from there, but not so late as you may bring. Have you heard anything, miss? That people were gone after the asesinato. Your party, senor. Yes, yes, it meant us, no doubt. You heard nothing more? Oh, yes, something very strange, senors, so strange, you may think I am jesting. What is it? Inquire a score of voices in quick simultaneity, while the eyes of all turn with eager interest towards the fair equestrian. There is a story of one being seen without a head, on horseback, out here too. Valga mi Dios. We must now be near the place. It was by the Nueces, not far from the ford, where the road crosses for the Rio Grande. So the vaqueros said. Oh, some vaqueros have seen it. Si, senors, 3 of them will swear to having witnessed the spectacle. Isidora is a little surprised at the moderate excitement which such a strange story causes among the Tejano. There is an exhibition of interest, but no astonishment. A voice explains. We've seen it too, that headless horseman, at a distance. Did your vaqueros get close enough to know what it was? Santissima. No. Can you tell us, miss? Not I. I only heard of it, as I've said. What it may be, quien sabe. There is an interval of silence, during which all appear to reflect on what they have heard. The planter interrupts it, by a recurrence to his original interrogatory. Have you met, or seen, anyone, miss, out here, I mean? Si, yes, I have. You have. What sort of person? Be good enough to describe. A lady. Lady, echoes several voices. Si, senors. What sort of a lady? Una Americana. An American lady, out here. Alone. Si, senors. Who? Quien sabe? You don't know her. What was she like? Like? Yes, how was she dressed? Vestido de caballo. On horseback, then. On horseback. Where did you meet the lady you speak of? Not far from this. Only on the other side of the chapel. Which way was she going? Is there any house on the other side? A jacal. I only know of that. Poindexter to one of the party, who understands Spanish, a jacal. They give that name to their shanties. To whom does it belong, this jacal? Don Mauricio, el Mustangero. Maurice the Mustanger, translates the ready interpreter. A murmur of mutual congratulation runs through the crowd. After 2 days of searching, fruitless, as earnest, they have struck a trail, the trail of the murderer. Those who have alighted spring back into their saddles. All take up their reins, ready to ride on. We don't wish to be rude, Miss Martinez, if that be your name, but you must guide us to this place you speak of. It takes me a little out of my way, though not far. Come on, caballeros. I shall show you, if you are determined on going there. Isidora recrosses the belt of chaparral, followed by the 100 horsemen, who ride stragglingly after her. She halts on its western edge, between which and the Alamo there is a stretch of open prairie. Yonder, says she, pointing over the plain, you see that black spot on the horizon? It is the top of an alwiwadi. Its roots are in the bottom lands of the Alamo. Go there. There is a cannon leading down the cliff. Descend. You will find, a little beyond, the jacal of which I've told you. The searchers are too much in earnest to stay for further directions. Almost forgetting her who has given them, they spur off across the plain, riding straight for the cypress. One of the party alone lingers, not the leader, but a man equally interested in all that has transpired. Perhaps more so, in what has been said in relation to the lady seen by Isidora. He is one who knows Isidora's language, as well as his own native tongue. "Tell me, Nina," says he, bringing his horse alongside hers, and speaking in a tone of solicitude, almost of entreaty, "did you take notice of the horse ridden by this lady?" "Carambo! Yes. What a question, Cavallero! Who could help noticing it?" "The color," gasps the inquirer. "Un mestino pintojo. A spotted mustang. Holy heaven!" exclaims Cassius Calhoun, in a half-shriek, half-groan, as he gallops after the searchers, leaving Isidora in the belief, that, besides her own, there is one other heart burning with that fierce fire which only death can extinguish. Chapter 61. Angels on Earth. The retreat of her rival, quick and unexpected, held Louise Poindexter, as if spellbound. She had climbed into the saddle, and was seated, with spur ready to pierce the flanks of the fair Luna. But the stroke was suspended, and she remained in a state of indecision, bewildered by what she saw. But the moment before she had looked into the jacal, had seen her rival there, apparently at home, mistress both of the mansion and its owner. What was she to think of that sudden desertion? Why that took of spiteful hatred? Why not the imperious confidence, that should spring from a knowledge of possession? In place of giving displeasure, Isidora's looks and actions had caused her a secret gratification. Instead of galloping after, or going in any direction, Louise Poindexter once more slipped down from her saddle, and re-entered the hut. At sight of the pallid cheeks and wild rolling eyes, the young Creole for the moment forgot her wrongs. "Mon Dieu! Mon Dieu!" she cried, gliding up to the cater. "Maurice, wounded, dying. Who has done this?" There was no reply, only the mutterings of a madman. "Maurice! Maurice! Speak to me. Do you not know me? Louise. You're Louise. You have called me so. Say it, oh say it again. Ah! You are very beautiful, you angels here in heaven. Very beautiful. Yes, yes, you look so, to the eyes, to the eyes. But don't say there are none like you upon the earth, for there are, there are. I know one, ah! More, but one that excels you all, you angels in heaven. I mean in beauty, in goodness, that's another thing. I'm not thinking of goodness, no, no. Maurice, dear Maurice. Why do you talk thus? You are not in heaven, you are here with me, with Louise. I am in heaven, yes, in heaven. I don't wish it, for all they say. That is, unless I can have her with me. It may be a pleasant place. Not without her. If she were here, I could be content. Hear it, ye angels, that come hovering around me. Very beautiful, you are, I admit, but none of you like her, my angel. Oh! There's a devil, too, a beautiful devil, I don't mean that. I'm thinking only of the angel of the prairies. Do you remember her name? Perhaps never was question put to a delirious man, where the questioner showed so much interest in the answer. She bent over him with ears upon the strain, with eyes that marked every movement of his lips. Name? Name? Did someone say, name? Have you any names here? Oh! I remember, Michael, Gabriel, Azrael, men, all men. Angels, not like my angel, who is a woman. Her name is. Louise, Louise, Louise. Why should I conceal it from you, you up here, who know everything that's down there? Surely you know her, Louise. You should, you could not help loving her, ah. With all your hearts, as I with all mine, all. Not when these last words were once before spoken, first spoken under the shade of the acacia trees, the speaker in full consciousness of intellect, in the full fervor of his soul, not then were they listened to with such delight. Oh, happy hour for her who heard them. Again were soft kisses lavished upon that fevered brow, upon those wan lips, but this time by one who had no need to recoil after the contact. She only stood up erect, triumphant. Her hand pressing upon her heart, to stay its wild pulsations. It was pleasure too complete, too ecstatic, for there was pain in the thought that it cannot be felt forever, in the fear of its being too soon interrupted. The last was but the shadow thrown before, and in such shape it appeared, a shadow that camped darkling through the doorway. The substance that followed was a man, who, the moment after, was seen standing upon the stoop. There was nothing terrible in the aspect of the newcomer. On the contrary, his countenance and costume were types of the comical, heightened by contrast with the wild associations of the time and place. Still further, from juxtaposition with the odd objects carried in his hands, in one a tomahawk, in the other a huge snake, with its tail terminating in a string of bead-like rattles, that betrayed its species. If anything could have added to his air of grotesque drollery, it was the expression of puzzled surprise that came over his countenance, as, stepping upon the threshold, he discovered the change that had taken place in the occupancy of the hut. "Mother A.V. Moses," he exclaimed, dropping both snake and tomahawk, and opening his eyes as wide as the lids would allow them, "sure I must be drammin'. Trath must I. It scient be yoursilf, Miss Poindexter. Sure now it scient. But it is, Mr. O'Neill. How very ungallant in you to have forgotten me, and so soon. Forgotten yes. Trath, miss, yes needn't accuse me of doin' chat which is entirely impossible. The Irishman that his wants looked in your swate face will be under the necessity ever after to remember it. Sowl. There's one that scient forget it, even in his drames." The speaker glanced significantly towards the couch. A delicious thrill passed through the bosom of the listener. "But what does it all mean?" continued Phelim, returning to the unexplained puzzle of the transformation. "Where's the tother, the young chap, or lady, or woman, whichsomever she art? Didn't yez see nothin' av a woman, Miss Poindexter?" "Yes, yes." "Oh. Yez did. And where is she now?" "Gone away, I believe." "Gone away. Be japers, Thin, she hasn't remained long in the wan mind. I lift her here in the Syabin not 10 minutes ago, talking av her bonnet, that was only a man's hat, and sitlin' hersilf down for a stay. Gone, yez say. Sowl. I'm not sorry to hear it. That's a young lady whose room's better than her company, any day in the 12-month. She's a dale too handy with her shootin' iron. Would yez believe it, Miss Poindexter, she presented a pistol widen 6 inches av me nose? Pardieu. For what reason? What reason? Only that I tried to hind her from Intrudin into the Syabin. She got in for all that, for when ould Zeb come back, he made no objection to it. She saw yet she was a friend av the master, and wanted to nurse him. Indeed. Oh. It is strange, very strange, muttered the Creole, reflectingly. Trath, is it? And so is everything in these times, exceptin' yez own swate silf, that I hope will never be strange in a Syabin frequented by Phelim O'Neill. Sure, now, I'm glad to see yez, miss, and sure so would the master, if. Dear Phelim. Tell me all that has happened. Trath. Thin miss, if I'm to tell all, ye'll hiv to take off your bonnet, and make up your mind for a long stay, seein' as it ut take the big INDAV a whole day to relate all the queer things that's happened since the day afore yesterday. Who has been here since then? Who has been here? Except Exceptin' the man-woman, ye mane? Yes. Has anyone else been to this place? Trath has there, plenty besides. And av all sorts, and colors too. First and foremost there was one comin' this way, though he didn't get all the way to the Syabin. But I daren't tell you about him, for it moight frighten ye, miss. Tell me. I have no fear. Be dad. And I can't make it out myself quite entirely. It was a man upon horseback without a head. Without a head. Divil a bit av that same on his body. The statement caused Philim to be suspected of having lost his. And, what's more, miss, he was for all the world like Master Maurice himself. With his horse under him, and his Mexican blanket about his shoulders, and everything just as the young master looks, when he's mounted, Saul. Wasn't I scared, when I sit my eyes on him? But where did you see this, Mr. O'Neill? Up there on the top of the bluff. I was out lookin' for the master to come back from the settlement, as he promised he would that mornin', and who should I see but hisself, as I supposed it to be. And, thin he comes ridin' up, widout his head, and stops a bit, and thin goes off at a tarrin gallop, with Terragowlin at his horse's heels, away across the big plain, till I saw no more av him. Thin I made back for the Syabin here, and shut myself up, and went to slape, and just in the middle av me drames, when I was dramin' of, but trath, miss, yes'll be toward standin' on your feet all this time. Won't yes take off your pretty little ridin' hat, and sit down on the thrunk there, it's oshier than the stool. Do plaze take a sate, for if I'm to tell yes all. Never mind me, go on. Please tell me who else has been here besides this strange cavalier, who must have been someone playing a trick upon you, I suppose. A thrick, miss. Trath, that's just what old Zeb saw yet. He has been here, then. Ease, but not till long after the others. The others? Ease, miss. Zeb only arrived yesterday morning. The others paid their visit the night afore, and at a very unseasonable hour too, waken me out av the middle av my slape. But who? What others? Why the Indians, to be sure. There have been Indians, then. Trath was there, a whole tribe av thim. Well, as I've been tillin', yes, miss, just as I was in a sown slape, I heerd talkin' in the Syabin hearn, right over my head, and the shufflin' av paper, as if somebody was dollin' a pack av cards, and Mother av Moses. What's that? What? Didn't yez hear somethin'? Wheesht. There it is again. Trath, it's the trampin' av horses. They're just outside. Philim rushed towards the door. Be Sant Pathrick. The place is surrounded with men on horseback. There's 1,000 av them. And more comin' behind. Be japers. Them's the chaps old Zeb, now for a frish spell av squealin'. Oh Lord. I'll be too late. Seizing the cactus branch, that for convenience he had brought inside the hut, he dashed out through the doorway. Mon Dieu! Cried the Creole, 'tis they. My father, and I here. How shall I explain it? Holy Virgin, save me from shame. Instinctively she sprang towards the door, closing it, as she did so. But a moment's reflection showed her how idle was the act. They who were outside would make light of such obstruction. Already she recognized the voices of the Regulators. The opening in the skin wall came under her eye. Should she make a retreat through that, undignified as it might be? It was no longer possible. The sound of hoofs also in the rear. There were horsemen behind the hut. Besides, her own steed was in front, that oscillated creature not to be mistaken. By this time they must have identified it. But there was another thought that restrained her from attempting to retreat, one more generous. He was in danger, from which even the unconsciousness of it might not shield him. Who but she could protect him? Let my good name go, thought she. Father, friends, all but him, if God so wills it. Shame, or no shame, to him will I be true. As these noble thoughts passed through her mind, she took her stand by the bedside of the invalid, like a second Dido, resolved to risk all, even death itself, for the hero of her heart. Chapter 62. Waiting for the cue. Never, since its erection, was there such a trampling of hoofs around the hut of the horse-catcher, not even when its corral was filled with fresh-taken mustangs. Philim, rushing out from the door, is saluted by a score of voices that summon him to stop. One is heard louder than the rest, and in tones of command that proclaim the speaker to be chief of the party. "Pull up, damn you. It's no use, you're trying to escape. Another step, and you'll go tumbling in your tracks. Pull up, I say." The command takes effect upon the Connemara man, who has been making direct for Zeb Stump's mare, tethered on the other side of the opening. He stops upon the instant. "Sure, gentlemen, I don't want to escape," asseverates he, shivering at the sight of a score of angry faces, and the same number of gun barrels bearing upon his person. "I had no such intentions. I was only going to run off, if ye'd got the chance. Ye'd made a good beginning. Here, Dick Tracy. Half a dozen turns of your trail rope round him. Lend a hand, Shelton. Damned queer-looking curse he is. Surely, gentlemen, this can't be the man we're in search of. No, no. It isn't. Only his man John. Ho. Hello, you round there at the back. Keep your eyes skinned. We haven't got him yet. Don't let as much as a cat creep past you. Now, siree. Who's inside? Who's inside? The Saibin div Yasmain. Damn ye. Answer the question that's put to ye, says Tracy, giving his prisoner a touch of the trail rope. Who's inside the shanty? Oh Lord. Needs must win the divil drives. Will, then, there's the master for one. Ho. What's this? Inquires Woodley Poindexter, at this moment, riding up, and seeing the spotted mare. Why, it's Louis' mustang. It is, uncle, answers Cassius Calhoun, who has ridden up along with him. I wonder who's brought the beast here. Lou herself, I reckon. Nonsense. You're jesting, Cash. No, uncle, I'm in earnest. You mean to say my daughter has been here? Has been, still is, I take it. Impossible. Look yonder, then. The door has just been opened. A female form is seen inside. Good God, it is my daughter. Poindexter drops from his saddle, and hastens up to the hut, close followed by Calhoun. Both go inside. Louise's what means this? A wounded man. Is it he, Henry? Before an answer can be given, his eye falls upon a cloak and hat, Henry's. It is. He's alive. Thank heaven. He strides towards the couch. The joy of an instant is in an instant gone. The pale face upon the pillow is not that of his son. The father staggers back with a groan. Calhoun seems equally affected. But the cry from him is an exclamation of horror, after which he slinks cowed-like out of the cabin. Great God, gasps the planter, what is it? Can you explain, Louise? I cannot, father. I've been here but a few minutes. I found him as you see. He is delirious. And, Henry. They have told me nothing. Mr. Gerald was alone when I entered. The man outside was absent, and has just returned. I have not had time to question him. But, how came you to be here? I could not stay at home. I could not endure the uncertainty any longer. It was terrible, alone, with no one at the house, and the thought that my poor brother, mon Dieu. Mon Dieu. Poindexter regards his daughter with a perplexed, but still inquiring, look. I thought I might find Henry here. Here. But how did you know of this place? Who guided you? You are by yourself. Oh, father. I knew the way. You remember the day of the hunt, when the mustang ran away with me. It was beyond this place I was carried. On returning with Mr. Gerald, he told me he lived here. I fancied I could find the way back. Poindexter's look of perplexity does not leave him, though another expression becomes blended with it. His brow contracts, the shadow deepens upon it, though whatever the dark thought, he does not declare it. A strange thing for you to have done, my daughter. Imprudent, indeed dangerous. You have acted like a silly girl. Come away. This is no place for a lady, for you. Get to your horse, and ride home again. Someone will go with you. There may be a scene here, you should not be present at. Come. The father strides forth from the hut, the daughter following with reluctance scarce concealed, and, with like unwillingness, is conducted to her saddle. The searchers, now dismounted, are upon the open ground in front. They are all there. Calhoun has made known the condition of things inside, and there is no need for them to keep up their vigilance. They stand in groups, some silent, some conversing. A larger crowd is around the Connemara man, who lies upon the grass, last tied in the trail rope. His tongue is allowed liberty. And they question him, but without giving much credit to his answers. On the reappearance of the father and daughter, they face towards them, but stand silent. For all this, they are burning with eagerness to have an explanation of what is passing. Their looks proclaim it. Most of them know the young lady by sight, all by fame, or name. They feel surprise, almost wonder, at seeing her there. The sister of the murdered man under the roof of his murderer. More than ever are they convinced that this is the state of the case. Calhoun, coming forth from the hut, has spread fresh intelligence among them, facts that seem to confirm it. He has told them of the hat, the cloak, of the murderer himself, injured in the death struggle. But why is Louise Poindexter there, alone, unaccompanied by white or black, by relative or slave? A guest, too, for in this character does she appear. Her cousin does not explain it, perhaps he cannot. Her father, can he? Judging by his embarrassed air, it is doubtful. Whispers pass from lip to ear, from group to group. There are surmises, many, but none spoken aloud. Even the rude frontiersmen respect the feelings, filial as parental, and patiently await the éclaircissement. Mount, Louise. Mr. Yancey will ride home with you. The young planter thus pledged was never more ready to redeem himself. He is the one who most envies the supposed happiness of Cassius Calhoun. In his soul he thanks Poindexter for the opportunity. But, father, protests the young lady, why should I no wait for you? You are not going to stay here. Yancey experiences a shock of apprehension. It is my wish, daughter, that you do as I tell you. Let that be sufficient. Yancey's confidence returns. Not quite. He knows enough of that proud spirit to be in doubt whether it may yield obedience, even to the parental command. It gives way, but with an unwillingness ill-disguised, even in the presence of that crowd of attentive spectators. The two ride off. The young planter taking the lead, his charge slowly following, the former scarce able to conceal his exultation, the latter her chagrin. Yancey is more distressed than displeased, at the melancholy mood of his companion. How could it be otherwise, with such a sorrow at her heart? Of course he ascribes it to that. He but half interprets the cause. Were he to look steadfastly into the eye of Louise Poindexter, he might there detect an expression, in which sorrow for the past is less marked, than fear for the future. They ride on through the trees, but not beyond earshot of the people they have left behind them. Suddenly a change comes over the countenance of the Creole, her features lighting up, as if some thought of joy, or at least of hope, had entered her soul. She stops reflectingly, her escort constrained to do the same. Mr. Yancey, says she, after a short pause, my saddle has got loose. I cannot sit comfortably in it. Have the goodness to look to the girths. Yancey leaps to the ground, delighted with the duty thus imposed upon him. He examines the girths. In his opinion they do not want tightening. He does not say so, but, undoing the buckle, pulls upon the strap with all his strength. Stay, says the fair equestrian, let me alight. You will get better at it then. Without waiting for his assistance, she springs from her stirrup, and stands by the side of the mustang. The young man continues to tug at the straps, pulling with all the power of his arms. After a prolonged struggle, that turns him red in the face, he succeeds in shortening them by a single hole. "Now, Miss Poindexter, I think it will do." "Perhaps it will," rejoins the lady, placing her hand upon the horn of her saddle, and giving it a slight shake. "No doubt it will do now. After all, 'tis a pity to start back so soon. I've just arrived here after a fast gallop. And my poor Luna has scarce had time to breathe herself. What if we stop here a while, and let her have a little rest? 'Tis cruel to take her back without it. But your father? He seemed desirous you should. That I should go home at once. That's nothing. 'Twas only to get me out of the way of these rough men, that was all. He won't care, so long as I'm out of sight. 'Tis a sweet place, this. So cool, under the shade of these fine trees, just now that the sun is blazing down upon the prairie. Let us stay a while, and give Luna a rest. We can amuse ourselves by watching the gambols of these beautiful silver fish in the stream. Look there, Mr. Yancey. What pretty creatures they are." The young planter begins to feel flattered. Why should his fair companion wish to linger there with him? Why wish to watch the iodons, engaged in their aquatic cotilin, amorous at that time of the year? He conjectures a reply conformable to his own inclinations. His compliance is easily obtained. "Miss Poindexter," says he, "it is for you to command me. I am but too happy to stay here, as long as you wish it. Only till Luna be rested. To say the truth, sir, I had scarce got out of the saddle, as the people came up. See! The poor thing is still panting after our long gallop." Yancey does not take notice whether the spotted mustang is panting or no. He is but too pleased to comply with the wishes of its rider. They stay by the side of the stream. He is a little surprised to perceive that his companion gives but slight heed either to the silver fish, or the spotted mustang. He would have liked this all the better, had her attentions been transferred to himself. But they are not. He can arrest neither her eye nor her ear. The former seems straying upon vacancy, the latter eagerly bent to catch every sound that comes from the clearing. Despite his inclinations towards her, he cannot help listening himself. He suspects that a serious scene is there being enacted, a trial before Judge Lynch, with a jury of regulators. Excited talk comes echoing through the tree trunks. There is an earnestness in its accents that tells of some terrible determination. Both listen, the lady like some tragic actress, by the side scene of a theater, waiting for her cue. There are speeches in more than one voice, as if made by different men, then one longer than the rest, a harangue. Louise recognizes the voice. It is that of her cousin Cassius. It is urgent, at times angry, at times argumentative, as if persuading his audience to something they are not willing to do. His speech comes to an end. And immediately after it, there are quick sharp exclamations, cries of assent, one louder than the rest, of fearful import. While listening, Yancey has forgotten the fair creature by his side. He is reminded of her presence, by seeing her spring away from the spot, and, with a wild but resolute air, glide towards the jacal. Chapter 63. A Jury of Regulators. The cry, that had called the young Creole so suddenly from the side of her companion, was the verdict of a jury, in whose rude phrase was also included the pronouncing of the sentence. The word "hang" was ringing in her ears, as she started away from the spot. While pretending to take an interest in the play of the silver fish, her thoughts were upon that scene, of less gentle character, transpiring in front of the jacal. Though the trees hindered her from having a view of the stage, she knew the actors that were on it, and could tell by their speeches how the play was progressing. About the time of her dismounting, a tableau had been formed that merits a minute description. The men, she had left behind, were no longer in scattered groups, but drawn together into a crowd, in shape roughly resembling the circumference of a circle. Inside it, some half-score figures were conspicuous, among them the tall form of the Regulator chief, with 3 or 4 of his marshals. Woodley Poindexter was there, and by his side Cassius Calhoun. These no longer appeared to act with authority, but rather as spectators, or witnesses, in the judicial drama about being enacted. Such in reality was the nature of the scene. It was a trial for murder, a trial before Justice Lynch, this grim dignitary being typified in the person of the Regulator chief, with a jury composed of all the people upon the ground, all except the prisoners. Of these there are two, Maurice Gerald and his man Philim. They are inside the ring, both prostrate upon the grass, both fast bound in rawhide ropes, that hinder them from moving hand or foot. Even their tongues are not free. Philim has been cursed and scared into silence, while to his master speech is rendered impossible by a piece of stick fastened bit-like between his teeth. It has been done to prevent interruption by the insane ravings, that would otherwise issue from his lips. Even the tight-drawn thongs cannot keep him in place. Two men, one at each shoulder, with a third seated upon his knees, hold him to the ground. His eyes alone are free to move, and these rolling in their sockets glare upon his guards with wild unnatural glances, fearful to encounter. Only one of the prisoners is arraigned on the capital charge, the other is but doubtfully regarded as an accomplice. The servant alone has been examined, asked to confess all he knows, and what he has to say for himself. It is no use putting questions to his master. Philim has told his tale, too strange to be credited, though the strangest part of it, that relating to his having seen a horseman without a head, is looked upon as the least improbable. He cannot explain it, and his story but strengthens the suspicion already aroused, that the spectral apparition is a part of the scheme of murder. All stuff his tales about tiger fights and Indians, say those to whom he has been imparting them. A pack of lies, contrived to mislead us, nothing else. The trial has lasted scarce 10 minutes, and yet the jury have come to their conclusion. In the minds of most, already predisposed to it, there is a full conviction that Henry Poindexter is a dead man, and that Maurice Gerald is answerable for his death. Every circumstance already known has been reconsidered. While to these have been added the new facts discovered at the jacal, the ugliest of which is the finding of the cloak and hat. The explanations given by the Galwegian, confused and incongruous, carry no credit. Why should they? They are the inventions of an accomplice. There are some who will scarce stay to hear them, some who impatiently cry out, "Let the murderer be hanged." As if this verdict had been anticipated, a rope lies ready upon the ground, with a noose at its end. It is only a lazo, but for the purpose Calcraft could not produce a more perfect piece of cord. A sycamore standing near offers a horizontal limb, good enough for a gallows. The vote is taken viva voce. 80 out of the 100 jurors expressed their opinion, that Maurice Gerald must die. His hour appears to have come. And yet the sentence is not carried into execution. The rope is suffered to lie guileless on the grass. No one seems willing to lay hold of it. Why that hanging back, as if the thong of horsehide was a venomous snake, that none dares to touch? The majority, the plurality, to use a true Western word, has pronounced the sentence of death, some strengthening it with rude, even blasphemous, speech. Why is it not carried out? Why? For want of that unanimity, that stimulates to immediate action, for want of the proofs to produce it. There is a minority not satisfied, that with less noise, but equally earnest emphasis, have answered, no. It is this that has caused a suspension of the violent proceedings. Among this minority is Judge Lynch himself, Sam Manley, the chief of the Regulators. He has not yet passed sentence, or even signified his acceptance of the acclamatory verdict. "Fellow citizens," cries he, as soon as he has an opportunity of making himself heard, "I'm of the opinion, that there's a doubt in this case. And I reckon we ought to give the accused the benefit of it, that is, till he be able to say his own say about it. It's no use questioning him now, as ye all see. We have him tight and fast, and there's not much chance of his getting clear, if guilty. Therefore, I move we postpone the trial, till—" "What's the use of postponing it?" interrupts a voice already loud for the prosecution, and which can be distinguished as that of Cassius Calhoun. "What's the use, Sam Manley? It's all very well for you to talk that way, but if you had a friend foully murdered, I won't say cousin, but a son, a brother, you might not be so soft about it. What more do you want to show that the skunk's guilty? Further proofs. That's just what we want, Captain Calhoun. Cyan you give them, Mr. Cassius Calhoun, inquires a voice from the outside circle, with a strong Irish accent. Perhaps I can. Let's have them, then. God knows you've had evidence enough. A jury of his own stupid countrymen. Bar that appellation, shouts the man, who has demanded the additional evidence. Just remember, Mr. Calhoun, ye're in Texas, and not Mississippi. Bear that in mind. Or ye may run your tongue into trouble, sharp as it is. I don't mean to offend anyone, says Calhoun, backing out of the dilemma into which his Irish antipathies had led him, even an Englishman, if there's one here. There ye're welcome, go on, cries the mollified Milesian. Well, then, as I was saying, there's been evidence enough, and more than enough, in my opinion. But if you want more, I can give it. Give it, cry a score of responding voices. That keep up the demand, while Calhoun seems to hesitate. Gentlemen, says he, squaring himself to the crowd, as if for a speech, what I've got to say now I could have told you long ago. But I didn't think it was needed. You all know what's happened between this man and myself, and I had no wish to be thought revengeful. I'm not. And if it wasn't that I'm sure he has done the deed, sure as the head's on my body. Calhoun speaks stammeringly, seeing that the phrase, involuntarily escaping from his lips, has produced a strange effect upon his auditory, as it has upon himself. If not sure, I should still say nothing of what I've seen, or rather heard, for it was in the night, and I saw nothing. What did you hear, Mr. Calhoun? Demands the Regulator chief, resuming his judicial demeanor, for a time forgotten in the confusion of voting the verdict. Your quarrel with the prisoner, of which I believe everybody has heard, can have nothing to do with your testimony here. Nobody's going to accuse you of false swearing on that account. Please proceed, sir. What did you hear? And where, and when, did you hear it? To begin, then, with the time. It was the night my cousin was missing. Though, of course, we didn't miss him till the morning. Last Tuesday night. Tuesday night. Well. I'd turned in myself, and thought Henry had done the same. But what with the heat, and the infernal mosquitoes, I couldn't get any sleep. I started up again, lit a cigar, and, after smoking it a while in the room, I thought of taking a turn upon the top of the house. You know the old hacienda has a flat roof, I suppose. Well, I went up there to get cool. And continued to pull away at the weed. It must have been then about midnight, or maybe a little earlier. I can't tell, for I'd been tossing about on my bed, and took no note of the time. Just as I had smoked to the end of my cigar, and was about to take a second out of my case, I heard voices. There were two of them. They were up the river, as I thought on the other side. They were a good way off, in the direction of the town. I mightn't have been able to distinguish them or tell one from t'other, if they'd been talking in the ordinary way. But they weren't. There was loud angry talk, and I could tell that two men were quarreling. I supposed it was some drunken rowdies, going home from Oberdoffer's tavern, and I should have thought no more about it. But as I listened, I recognized one of the voices, and then the other. The first was my cousin Henry's, the second that of the man who is there, the man who has murdered him. Please proceed, Mr. Calhoun. Let us hear the whole of the evidence you have promised to produce. It will be time enough then to state your opinions. Well, gentlemen, as you may imagine, I was no little surprised at hearing my cousin's voice, supposing him asleep in his bed. So sure was I of its being him, that I didn't think of going to his room, to see if he was there. I knew it was his voice, and I was quite as sure that the other was that of the horse-catcher. I thought it uncommonly queer, in Henry being out at such a late hour, as he was never much given to that sort of thing. But out he was. I couldn't be mistaken about that. I listened to catch what the quarrel was about. But though I could distinguish the voices, I couldn't make out anything that was said on either side. What I did hear was Henry calling him by some strong names, as if my cousin had been first insulted. And then I heard the Irishman threatening to make him rue it. Each loudly pronounced the other's name, and that convinced me about its being them. I should have gone out to see what the trouble was, but I was in my slippers. And before I could draw on a pair of boots, it appeared to be all over. I waited for half an hour, for Henry to come home. He didn't come. But, as I supposed he had gone back to Oberdoffer's and fallen in with some of the fellows from the fort, I concluded he might stay there a spell, and I went back to my bed. Now, gentlemen, I've told you all I know. My poor cousin never came back to Casa del Corvo, never more laid his side on a bed, for that we found by going to his room next morning. His bed that night must have been somewhere upon the prairie, or in the chaparral. And there's the only man who knows where. With a wave of his hand the speaker triumphantly indicated the accused, whose wild straining eyes told how unconscious he was of the terrible accusation, or of the vengeful looks with which, from all sides, he was now regarded. Calhoun's story was told with a circumstantiality that went far to produce conviction of the prisoner's guilt. The concluding speech appeared eloquent of truth, and was followed by a clamorous demand for the execution to proceed. "Hang! Hang!" is the cry from fourscore voices. The judge himself seems to waver. The minority has been diminished, no longer 80, out of the 100, but 90 repeat the cry. The more moderate are overborne by the inundation of vengeful voices. The crowd sways to and fro, resembling a storm fast increasing to a tempest. It soon comes to its height. A ruffian rushes towards the rope. Though none seem to have noticed it, he has parted from the side of Calhoun, with whom he has been holding a whispered conversation. One of those border ruffians, of southern descent, ever ready by the stake of the philanthropist, or the martyr, such as have been late typified in the military murderers of Jamaica, who have disgraced the English name to the limits of all time. He lays hold of the lazo, and quickly arranges its loop around the neck of the condemned man, alike unconscious of trial and condemnation. No one steps forward to oppose the act. The ruffian, bristling with bowie knife and pistols, has it all to himself, or, rather, is he assisted by a scoundrel of the same kidney, one of the ci devant guards of the prisoner. The spectators stand aside, or look tranquilly upon the proceedings. Most express a mute approval, some encouraging the executioners with earnest vociferations of "up with him! Hang him!" A few seem stupefied by surprise. A less number show sympathy, but not one dares to give proof of it, by taking part with the prisoner. The rope is around his neck, the end with the noose upon it. The other is being swung over the sycamore. Soon must the soul of Maurice Gerald go back to its God. Chapter 64. A series of interludes. Soon the soul of Maurice Gerald must go back to its God. It was the thought of every actor in that tragedy among the trees. No one doubted that, in another moment, they would see his body hoisted into the air, and swinging from the branch of the sycamore. There was an interlude, not provided for in the program. A farce was being performed simultaneously. And, it might be said, on the same stage. For once the tragedy was more attractive, and the comedy was progressing without spectators. Not the less earnest were the actors in it. There were only two, a man and a mare. Philine was once more reenacting the scenes that had caused surprise to Isidora. Engrossed by the arguments of Calhoun, by the purposes of vengeance which his story was producing, the Regulators only turned their attention to the chief criminal. No one thought of his companion, whether he was, or was not, an accomplice. His presence was scarce perceived, all eyes being directed with angry intent upon the other. Still less was it noticed, when the ruffians sprang forward, and commenced adjusting the rope. The Galwegian was then altogether neglected. There appeared an opportunity of escape, and Philine was not slow to take advantage of it. Wriggling himself clear of his fastenings, he crawled off among the legs of the surging crowd. No one seemed to see, or care about, his movements. Mad with excitement, they were pressing upon each other, the eyes of all turned upward to the gallows tree. To have seen Philemon skulking off, it might have been supposed, that he was profiting by the chance offered for escape, saving his own life, without thinking of his master. It is true he could have done nothing, and he knew it. He had exhausted his advocacy, and any further interference on his part would have been an idle effort, or only to aggravate the accusers. It was but slight disloyalty that he should think of saving himself, a mere instinct of self-preservation, to which he seemed yielding, as he stole off among the trees. So one would have conjectured. But the conjecture would not have done justice to him of Connemara. In his flight the faithful servant had no design to forsake his master, much less leave him to his fate, without making one more effort to effect his delivery from the human bloodhounds who had hold of him. He knew he could do nothing of himself. His hope lay in summoning Zeb Stump, and it was to sound that signal, which had proved so effective before, that he was now stealing off from the scene, alike of trial and execution. On getting beyond the selvage of the throng, he had glided in among the trees, and keeping these between him and the angry crowd, he ran on toward the spot where the old mare still grazed upon her tether. The other horses standing, hitched, to the twigs, formed a tolerably compact tier all round the edge of the timber. This aided in screening his movements from observation, so that he had arrived by the side of the mare, without being seen by any one. Just then he discovered that he had come without the apparatus necessary to carry out his design. The cactus branch had been dropped where he was first captured, and was still kicking about among the feet of his captors. He could not get hold of it, without exposing himself to a fresh seizure, and this would hinder him from effecting the desired end. He had no knife, no weapon of any kind, wherewith he might procure another nopal. He paused, in painful uncertainty as to what he should do. Only for an instant. There was no time to be lost. His master's life was in imminent peril, menaced at every moment. No sacrifice would be too great to save him. And with this thought the faithful Philemon rushed towards the cactus plant, and, seizing one of its spinous branches in his naked hands, wrenched it from the stem. His fingers were fearfully lacerated in the act. But what mattered that, when weighed against the life of his beloved master? With equal recklessness he ran up to the mare, and, at the risk of being kicked back again, took hold of her tail, and once more applied the instrument of torture. By this time the noose had been adjusted around the mustanger's neck, carefully adjusted to avoid fluke or failure. The other end, leading over the limb of the tree, was held in hand by the brace of bearded bullies, whose fingers appeared itching to pull upon it. In their eyes and attitudes was an air of deadly determination. They only waited for the word. Not that any one had the right to pronounce it. And just for this reason was it delayed. No one seemed willing to take the responsibility of giving that signal, which was to send a fellow creature to his long account. Criminal as they might regard him, murderer as they believed him to be, all shied from doing the sheriff's duty. Even Calhoun instinctively held back. It was not for the want of will. There was no lack of that on the part of the ex-officer, or among the Regulators. They showed no sign of retreating from the step they had taken. The pause was simply owing to the informality of the proceedings. It was but the lull in the storm that precedes the grand crash. It was a moment of deep solemnity, every one silent as the tomb. They were in the presence of death, and knew it, death in its most hideous shape, and darkest guise. Most of them felt that they were abetting it. All believed it to be nigh. With hushed voice, and hindered gesture, they stood rigid as the tree trunks around them. Surely the crisis had come. It had. But not that crisis by everybody expected, by themselves decreed. Instead of seeing Maurice Gerald jerked into the air, far different was the spectacle they were called upon to witness, one so ludicrous as for a time to interrupt the solemnity of the scene, and cause a suspension of the harsh proceedings. The old mare, that they knew to be Zeb Stump's, appeared to have gone suddenly mad. She had commenced dancing over the sward, flinging her heels high into the air, and screaming with all her might. She had given the cue to the 100 horses that stood tied to the trees, and all of them had commenced imitating her wild capers, while loudly responding to her screams. Enchantment could scarce have produced a quicker transformation than occurred in the tableau formed in front of the jacal hut. Not only was the execution suspended, but all other proceedings that regarded the condemned captive. Nor was the change of a comical character. On the contrary, it was accompanied by looks of alarm, and cries of consternation. The Regulators rushed to their arms, some towards their horses. "Indians!" was the exclamation upon every lip, though unheard through the din. Not but the coming of Comanches could have caused such a commotion, threatening to result in a stampede of the troop. For a time men ran shouting over the little lawn, or stood silent with scared countenances. Most, having secured their horses, cowered behind them, using them by way of shield against the chances of an Indian arrow. There were but few upon the ground accustomed to such prairie escapades, and the fears of the many were exaggerated by their inexperience to the extreme of terror. It continued, till their steeds, all caught up, had ceased their wild wiring. And only one was heard, the wretched creature that had given them the cue. Then was discovered the true cause of the alarm, as also that the Connemara man had stolen off. Fortunate for Phelim, he had shown the good sense to betake himself to the bushes. Only by concealment had he saved his skin, for his life was now worth scarce so much as that of his master. A score of rifles were clutched with angry energy, their muzzles brought to bear upon the old mare. But before any of them could be discharged, a man standing near threw his lazo around her neck, and choked her into silence. Tranquility is restored, and along with it a resumption of the deadly design. The Regulators are still in the same temper. The ludicrous incident, whilst perplexing, has not provoked their mirth, but the contrary. Some feel shame at the sorry figure they have cut, in the face of a false alarm, while others are chafed at the interruption of the solemn ceremonial. They return to it with increased vindictiveness, as proved by their oaths, and angry exclamations. Once more the vengeful circle closes around the condemned, the terrible tableau is reconstructed. Once more the ruffians lay hold of the rope. And for the second time every one is impressed with the solemn thought. Soon must the soul of Maurice Gerald go back to its God. Thank heaven, there is another interruption to that stern ceremonial of death. How unlike to death is that bright form flitting under the shadows, flashing out into the open sunlight. A woman. A beautiful woman. 'Tis only a silent thought, for no one essays to speak. They stand rigid as ever, but with strangely altered looks. Even the rudest of them respect the presence of that fair intruder. There is submission in their attitude, as if from a consciousness of guilt. Like a meteor she pauses through their midst, glides on without giving a glance on either side, without speech, without halt, till she stoops over the condemned man, still lying gagged the grass. With a quick clutch she lays hold of the lazo, which the two hangmen, taken by surprise, have let loose. Grasping it with both her hands, she jerks it from theirs. "Texans! Cowards!" she cries, casting a scornful look upon the crowd. "Shame! Shame!" They cower under the stinging reproach. She continues. "A trial indeed. A fair trial. The accused without counsel, condemned without being heard. And this you call justice? Texan justice? My scorn upon you, not men, but murderers. What means this?" shouts Poindexter, rushing up, and seizing his daughter by the arm. "You are mad, Lou, mad. How come you to be here? Did I not tell you to go home? Away, this instant away, and do not interfere with what does not concern you." "Father, it does concern me." How, oh true, as a sister. This man is the murderer of your brother. I will not, cannot believe it. Never, never. There was no motive. O men! If you be men, do not act like savages. Give him a fair trial, and then. "He's had a fair trial," calls one from the crowd, who seems to speak from instigation, "ne'er a doubt about his being guilty." It's him that's killed your brother, and nobody else. And it don't look well, Miss Poindexter, excuse me for saying it, but it don't look just the thing, that you should be trying to screen him from his deserving. No, that it don't, chime in several voices. Justice must take its course. Shouts one, in the hackneyed phrase of the law courts. It must, echoes the chorus. We are sorry to disoblige you, miss, but we must request you to leave. Mr. Poindexter, you do well to take your daughter away. Come, Lou. 'Tis not the place you must come away. You refuse. Good God. My daughter, do you mean to disobey me? Here, Cash, take hold of her arm, and conduct her from the spot. If you refuse to go willingly, we must use force, Lou. A good girl now. Do as I tell you. Go. Go. No, father, I will not, I shall not, till you have promised, till these men promise. We can't promise you anything, miss, however much we might like it. It ain't a question for women, no how. There's been a crime committed, a murder, as ye yourself know. There must be no cheating of justice. There's no mercy for a murderer. No mercy, echo a score of angry voices. Let him be hanged, hanged, hanged. The Regulators are no longer restrained by the fair presence. Perhaps it has but hastened the fatal moment. The soul of Cassius Calhoun is not the only one in that crowd stirred by the spirit of envy. The horse hunter is now hated for his supposed good fortune. In the tumult of revengeful passion, all gallantry is forgotten, that very virtue for which the Texan is distinguished. The lady is led aside, dragged rather than led, by her cousin, and at the command of her father. She struggles in the hated arms that hold her, wildly weeping, loudly protesting against the act of inhumanity. Monsters! Murderers! Are the phrases that fall from her lips. Her struggles are resisted, her speeches unheeded. She is borne back beyond the confines of the crowd, beyond the hope of giving help to him, for whom she is willing to lay down her life. Bitter are the speeches Calhoun is constrained to hear, heartbreaking the words now showered upon him. Better for him he had not taken hold of her. It scarce consoles him, that certainty of revenge. His rival will soon be no more. But what matters it? The fair form writhing in his grasp can never be consentingly embraced. He may kill the hero of her heart, but not conquer for himself its most feeble affection. Chapter 65. Still another interlude. For a third time is the tableau reconstructed, spectators and actors in the dread drama taking their places as before. The lazo is once more passed over the limb. The same two scoundrels taking hold of its loose end, this time drawing it towards them till it becomes taut. For the third time arises the reflection. Soon must the soul of Maurice Gerald go back to its God. Now nearer than ever does the unfortunate man seem to his end. Even love has proved powerless to save him. What power on earth can be appealed to after this? None likely to avail. But there appears no chance of succor, no time for it. There is no mercy in the stern looks of the Regulators, only impatience. The hangmen, too, appear in a hurry, as if they were in dread of another interruption. They manipulate the rope with the ability of experienced executioners. The physiognomy of either would give color to the assumption, that they had been accustomed to the calling. In less than 60 seconds they shall have finished the job. Now then, Bill. Are you ready? Shouts one to the other, by the question proclaiming, that they no longer intend to wait for the word. All right, responds Bill. Up with the son of a skunk. Up with him. There is a pull upon the rope, but not sufficient to raise the body into an erect position. It tightens around the neck, lifts the head a little from the ground, but nothing more. Only one of the hangmen has given his strength to the pull. Haul, damn you, cries Bill, astonished at the inaction of his assistant. Why the hell don't you haul? Bill's back is turned towards an intruder, that, seen by the other, has hindered him from lending a hand. He stands as if suddenly transformed into stone. Come, continues the chief executioner. Let's go at it again, both together. Ye, up. Up with him. No ye don't, calls out a voice in the tones of a stentor. While a man of colossal frame, carrying a 6-foot rifle, is seen rushing out from among the trees, in strides that bring him almost instantly into the thick of the crowd. No ye don't. He repeats, stopping over the prostrate body, and bringing his long rifle to bear upon the ruffians of the rope. Not yet a bit, as this coon cockerlates. You, Bill Griffin. Pull that piece o' pleat hosshair but the 1/8 o' an inch tighter, and ye'll get a blue pill in your stomach as won't agree why ye. Drop the rope, durn ye. Drop it. The screaming of Zeb Stump's mare scarce created a more sudden diversion than the appearance of Zeb himself, for it was he who had hurried upon the ground. He was known to nearly all present, respected by most, and feared by many. Among the last were Bill Griffin, and his fellow ropeholder. No longer holding it, for at the command to drop it, yielding to a quick perception of danger, both had let go, and the lazo lay loose along the sward. What dern tomfoolery's this, boys, continues the Colossus, addressing himself to the crowd, still speechless from surprise. Ye don't mean Hanjin, d'ye? We do, answers a stern voice. And why not, asks another. Why not? Ye'd hang a feller citizen without trial, would ye? Not much of a fellow citizen, so far as that goes. Besides, he's had a trial, a fair trial. Edade. A human critter to be condemned why his brain in a state o' delirium. Sent out o' the world without knowin' that he's in it. Ye call that a fair trial, do ye? What matters it, if we know he's guilty? We're all satisfied about that. The hell ye air. Wog. I ain't goin' to waste words why, sec as you, Jim Stodders. But for you, Sam Manley, and yourself, Mr. Poindexter, surely ye ain't agreed to this higher proceeding which, in my opinion, you'd be neither more nor less, en murder. You haven't heard all, Zeb Stump, interposes the Regulator chief, with the design to justify his acquiescence in the act. There are facts. Facts be derned. And fancies, too. I don't want to hear 'em. It'll be time enough for that, when the thing come to a reg'lar trial, the which surely nob dy higher'll object to, seein' as Thursday ain't the ghost o' a chance for him to get off. Who air the individual that objects? You take too much upon you, Zeb Stump. What is it your business, we'd like to know? The man that's been murdered wasn't your son, nor your brother, nor your cousin neither. If he had been, you'd be of a different way of thinking, I take it. It is Calhoun who has made this interpolation, spoken before with so much success to his scheme. I don't see that it concerns you, he continues, what course we take in this matter. But I do. It consarns me, fust, because this young feller's a friend o' mine, though he air Irish, and a strenger, and secondly, because Zeb Stump ain't a-goin' to stand by, and see foul play, even though it be on the pureras o' Texas. Foul play be damned. There's nothing of the sort. And as for standing by, we'll see about that. Boys. You're not going to be scared from your duty by such swagger as this. Let's make a finish of what we've begun. The blood of a murdered man cries out to us. Lay hold of the rope. Do, and by the eternal. The fuss that do ll drop it a leetle quicker than he grups it. Lay a claw on it, one o' ye, if ye dar. Ye may hang this poor critter as high's ye like. But not till ye've laid Zebulon Stump streeched dead upon the grass, why, some o' ye alongside o' him. Now then. Let me see the skunk that's goin' to tek that rope. Zeb's speech is followed by a profound silence. The people keep their places, partly from the danger of accepting his challenge, and partly from the respect due to his courage and generosity. Also, because there is still some doubt in the minds of the Regulators, both as to the expediency, and fairness, of the course which Calhoun is inciting them to take. With a quick instinct the old hunter perceives the advantage he has gained, and presses it. "Gie, the young feller a fair trial," urges he. "Let's take him to the settlement, and hev him tried Thursday. Ye've got no clear proof, that he's had any hand in the black business, and dern me if I'd believe it unless I seed it my own eyes. I know how he feeled torst young Poindexter. Instead bein' his enemy, Thursday ain't a man on this ground hed more a leakin' for him, though he did hev a bit shindy his precious cousin Thursday. You are perhaps not aware, Mr. Stump, rejoins the Regulator chief, in a calm voice, of what we've just been hearing. What hev ye been hearin'? Evidence to the contrary of what you assert. We have proof, not only that there was bad blood between Gerald and young Poindexter, but that a quarrel took place on the very night. Who says that, Sam Manley? I say it, answers Calhoun, stepping a little forward, so as to be seen by Stump. Oh, you it air, Mr. Cash Calhoun. You know Thursday wore bad blood atween em. You seed the quarrel ye speak o'. I haven't said that I saw it, Zeb Stump. And what's more, I'm not going to stand any cross-questioning by you. I have given my evidence, to those who have the right to hear it, and that's enough. I think, gentlemen, you're satisfied as to the verdict. I don't see why this old fool should interrupt. Old fool, echoes the hunter, with a screech, old fool. Hell and herrikins. Ye call me an old fool? By the eternal God. Ye'll live to take back that speech, or my name ain't Zeblin Stump, Kentucky. Ne'er a mind now. Thursday's a time for everything, and your time may come, Mr. Cash Calhoun, sooner than ye surspects it. As for a quarrel atween Henry Poindexter and the young feller higher, continues Zeb, addressing himself to the Regulator chief, I don't believe a word on't, nor won't, so long's Thursday's no better proof than his palaverin'. From what this chilly knows, it don't stand to reason. Ye say ye've got new facts. So've I too. Facts I reckon that'll go a good way torst explicatin' this mysterious business, twisted up as it air. What facts, demands the Regulator chief. Let's hear them, Stump. Thursday's more than one. Fust place, what do ye make the young feller bein' wounded hisself? I don't talk them scratches ye see, I believe them's done by coyotes that attacked him, arter they seed he were wounded. But look at his knee, somethin' else than coyotes did that. What do you make it, Sam Manley? Well, that, some of the boys here think there's been a struggle between him and. Between him and who? Sharply interrogates Zeb. Why, the man that's missing. Yes, that's he who we mean, speaks one of the boys referred to. We all know that Henry Poindexter wouldn't have stood to be shot down like a calf. They've had a tussle, and a fall among the rocks. That's what's given him the swellin' in the knee. Besides, there's the mark of a blow upon his head, looks like it had been the butt of a pistol. As for the scratches, we can't tell what's made them. Thorns may be, or wolves if you like. That foolish fellow of his has a story about a tiger, but it won't do for us. What feller air ye talkin' o'? Ye mean Irish Phelim? Where air he? Stole away to save his carcass. We'll find him, as soon as we've settled this business. And I guess a little hanging will draw the truth out of him. If ye mean about the tiger, ye'll draw no other truth out him than hat ye've got ready. I seed that varmint myself, and wore just in time to save the young feller from its claws. But that ain't the paint. Ye've had holt the Irish, I s'pose. Did he tell ye nothin' else he seed higher? He had a yarn about Indians. Who believes it? Wall, he told me the same story, and that looks like some truth in't. Besides, he declares they were playin' curds, and hires the things themselves. I found 'em lying scattered about the floor the shanty. Spanish curds they air. Zeb draws the pack out of his pocket, and hands it over to the Regulator chief. The cards, on examination, proved to be of Mexican manufacture, such as are used in the universal game of Monte, the queen upon horseback, cavallo, the spade represented by a sword, espada, and the club, baston, symbolized by the huge pavior-like implement. Seen in picture books in the grasp of Harry Orson. Who ever heard of Comanches playing cards, demands he, who has scouted the evidence about the Indians. Damned ridiculous. Ridiculous ye say, interposes an old trapper who had been 12 months a prisoner among the Comanches. Ridiculous it may be, but it's true for all that. Many's the game this coon seed them play, on a dressed burner hide for their table. That same Mexican Monte too. I reckon they've larned it from their Mexican captives. Of the which they've got as good as 3,000 in their different tribes. Yes, sirree, concludes the trapper. The Comanches do play cards, sure as shootin'. Zeb Stump is rejoiced at this bit of evidence, which is more than he could have given himself. It strengthens the case for the accused. The fact, of there having been Indians in the neighborhood, tends to alter the aspect of the affair in the minds of the Regulators, hitherto under the belief that the Comanches were marauding only on the other side of the settlement. Sartin sure, continues Zeb, pressing the point in favor of an adjournment of the trial, Thursday's been Injuns higher, or some thin, derned like, Jesus Jehoshaphat. Whar's she comin' from? The clattering of hoofs, borne down from the bluff, salutes the ear of everybody at the same instant of time. No one needs to inquire, what has caused Stump to give utterance to that abrupt interrogatory. Along the top of the cliff, and close to its edge, a horse is seen, going at a gallop. There is a woman, a lady, upon his back, with hat and hair streaming loosely behind her, the string hindering the hat from being carried altogether away. So wild is the gallop, so perilous from its proximity to the precipice, you might suppose the horse to have run away with his rider. But no. You may tell that he has not, by the actions of the equestrian herself. She seems not satisfied with the pace, but with whip, spur, and voice keeps urging him to increase it. This is plain to the spectators below, though they are puzzled and confused by her riding so close to the cliff. They stand in silent astonishment. Not that they are ignorant of who it is. It would be strange if they were. That woman equestrian, man seated in the saddle, once seen was never more to be forgotten. She is recognized at the first glance. One and all know the reckless galloper to be the guide, from whom, scarce half an hour ago, they had parted upon the prairie. Chapter 66. Chased by Comanches. It was Isidora who had thus strangely and suddenly shown herself. What was bringing her back? And why was she riding at such a perilous pace? To explain it, we must return to that dark reverie, from which she was startled by her encounter with the Tejano. While galloping away from the Alamo, she had not thought of looking back, to ascertain whether she was followed. Absorbed in schemes of vengeance, she had gone on, without even giving a glance behind. It was but slight comfort to her to reflect, that Louise Poindexter had appeared equally determined upon parting from the jackal. With a woman's intuitive quickness, she suspected the cause, though she knew, too well, it was groundless. Still, there was some pleasure in the thought, that her rival, ignorant of her happy fortune, was suffering like herself. There was a hope, too, that the incident might produce estrangement in the heart of this proud Creole lady towards the man so condescendingly beloved, though it was faint, vague, scarce believed in by her who conceived it. Taking her own heart as a standard, she was not one to lay much stress on the condescension of love, her own history was proof of its leveling power. Still was there the thought that her presence at the jacal had given pain, and might result in disaster to the happiness of her hated rival. Isidora had begun to dwell upon this with a sort of subdued pleasure. That continued unchecked, till the time of her rencontre with the Texans. On turning back with these, her spirits underwent a change. The road to be taken by Louise, should have been the same as that, by which she had herself come. But no lady was upon it. The Creole must have changed her mind, and stayed by the jacal, was, perhaps, at that very moment performing the métier Isidora had so fondly traced out for herself. The belief that she was about to bring shame upon the woman who had brought ruin upon her, was the thought that now consoled her. The questions put by Poindexter, and his companions, sufficiently disclosed the situation. Still clearer was it made by the final interrogations of Calhoun. And, after her interrogators had passed away, she remained by the side of the thicket, half in doubt whether to ride on to the Leona, or go back and be the spectator of a scene, that, by her own contrivance, could scarce fail to be exciting. She is upon the edge of the chaparral, just inside the shadow of the timber. She is astride her grey steed, that stands with spread nostril and dilated eye, gazing after the cavalcade that has late parted from the spot, a single horseman in the rear of the rest. Her horse might wonder why he is being thus ridden about. But he is used to sudden changes in the will of his capricious rider. She is looking in the same direction, towards the Alwiwadi, whose dark summit towers above the bluffs of the Alamo. She sees the searchers descend. And, after them, the man who has so minutely questioned her. As his head sinks below the level of the plain, she fancies herself alone upon it. In this fancy she is mistaken. She remains irresolute for a time, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Her thoughts are not to be envied. There is not much sweetness in the revenge, she believes herself instrumental in having accomplished. If she has caused humiliation to the woman she hates, along with it she may have brought ruin upon the man whom she loves. Despite all that has passed, she cannot help loving him. Santissima Virgin, she mutters with a fervent earnestness. What have I done? If these men, Los Regulators, the dreaded judges I've heard of, if they should find him guilty, where may it end? In his death. Mother of God! I do not desire that. Not by their hands, no. No. How wild their looks and gestures, stern, determined. And when I pointed out the way, how quickly they rode off, without further thought of me. Oh, they have made up their minds. Don Mauricio is to die. And he a stranger among them, so have I heard. Not of their country, or kindred, only of the same race. Alone, friendless, with many enemies. Santissima! What am I thinking of? Is not he, who has just left me, that cousin of whom I've heard speak? Ay de mi! Now do I understand the cause of his questioning. His heart, like mine own, like mine own. She sits with her gaze bent over the open plain. The grey steed still frets under restraint, though the cavalcade has long since passed out of sight. He but responds to the spirit of his rider, which he knows to be vacillating, chafing under some irresolution. 'Tis the horse that first discovers a danger, or something that scents of it. He proclaims it by a low tremulous neigh, as if to attract her attention, while his head, tossed back towards the chaparral, shows that the enemy is to be looked for in that direction. Who, or what is it? Warned by the behavior of her steed, Isidora faces to the thicket and scans the path by which she has lately passed through it. It is the road, or trail, leading to the Leona. 'Tis only open to the eye for a straight stretch of about 200 yards. Beyond, it becomes screened by the bushes, through which it goes circuitously. No one is seen upon it, nothing save 2 or 3 lean coyotes, that skulk under the shadow of the trees, scenting the shod tracks, in the hope of finding some scrap, that may have fallen from the hurrying horseman. It is not these that have caused the grey to show such excitement. He sees them, but what of that? The prairie wolf is a sight to him neither startling, nor rare. There is something else, something he has either scented, or heard. Isidora listens, for a time without hearing aught to alarm her. The howl bark of the jackal does not beget fear at any time, much less in the joy of the daylight. She hears only this. Her thoughts again return to the Tejano, especially to him who has last parted from her side. She is speculating on the purpose of his earnest interrogation, when once more she is interrupted by the action of her horse. The animal shows impatience at being kept upon the spot, snuffs the air, snorts, and, at length, gives utterance to a neigh, far louder than before. This time it is answered by several others, from horses that appear to be going along the road, though still hidden behind the trees. Their hoof-strokes are heard at the same time. But not after. The strange horses have either stopped short, or gone off at a gentle pace, making no noise. Isidora conjectures the former. She believes the horses to be ridden, and that their riders have checked them up, on hearing the neigh of her own. She quiets him, and listens. A humming is heard through the trees. Though indistinct, it can be told to be the sound of men's voices, holding a conversation in a low muttered tone. Presently it becomes hushed, and the chaparral is again silent. The horsemen, whoever they are, continue halted, perhaps hesitating to advance. Isidora is scarce astonished at this, and not much alarmed. Some travelers, perhaps, en route for the Rio Grande, or, it may be, some stragglers from the Texan troop, who, on hearing a horse neigh, have stopped from an instinct of precaution. It is only natural, at a time, when Indians are known to be on the warpath. Equally natural, that she should be cautious about encountering the strangers, whoever they may be. And, with this thought, she rides softly to one side, placing herself and her horse under cover of a mesquite tree, where she again sits listening. Not long, before discovering that the horsemen have commenced advancing towards her, not along the traveled trail, but through the thicket. And not all together, but as if they had separated, and were endeavoring to accomplish a surround. She can tell this, by hearing the hoof-strokes in different directions, all going gently, but evidently diverging from each other, while the riders are preserving a profound silence, ominous either of cunning or caution, perhaps of evil intent. They may have discovered her position. The neighing of her steed has betrayed it. They may be riding to get round her, in order to advance from different sides, and make sure of her capture. How is she to know that their intent is not hostile? She has enemies, one well remembered, Don Miguel Diaz. Besides, there are the Comanches, to be distrusted at all times, and now no longer en paz. She begins to feel alarm. It has been long in arising. But the behavior of the unseen horsemen is at least suspicious. Ordinary travelers would have continued along the trail. These are sneaking through the chaparral. She looks around her, scanning her place of concealment. She examines, only to distrust it. The thin, feathery frondage of the mesquite will not screen her from an eye passing near. The hoofstrokes tell, that more than one cavalier is coming that way. She must soon be discovered. At the thought, she strikes the spur into her horse's side, and rides out from the thicket. Then, turning along the trail, she trots on into the open plain, that extends towards the Alamo. Her intention is to go 200 or 300 yards, beyond range of arrow, or bullet, then halt, until she can discover the character of those who are advancing, whether friends, or to be feared. If the latter, she will trust to the speed of her gallant gray to carry her on to the protection of the Tejano. She does not make the intended halt. She is hindered by the horsemen, at that moment seen bursting forth from among the bushes, simultaneously with each other, and almost as soon as herself. They spring out at different points, and, in converging lines, ride rapidly towards her. A glance shows them to be men of bronze-colored skins, and half-naked bodies, with red paint on their faces, and scarlet feathers sticking up out of their hair. Los Indios. Mechanically mutters the Mexican, as, driving the rowels against the ribs of her steed, she goes off at full gallop for the Alwiwadi. A quick glance behind shows her she is pursued, though she knows it without that. The glance tells her more, that the pursuit is close and earnest, so earnest that the Indians, contrary to their usual custom, do not yell. Their silence speaks of a determination to capture her, and as if by a plan already preconcerted. Hitherto she has had but little fear of an encounter with the Red Rovers of the Prairie. For years have they been en paz, both with Texans and Mexicans. And the only danger to be dreaded from them was a little rudeness when under the influence of drink, just as a lady, in civilized life, may dislike upon a lonely road, to meet a crowd of navigators who have been spending their day at the beer house. Isidora has passed through a peril of this kind, and remembers it, with less pain from the thought of the peril itself, than the ruin it has led to. But her danger is different now. The peace is past. There is war upon the wind. Her pursuers are no longer intoxicated with the fire water of their foes. They are thirsting for blood, and she flies to escape not only dishonor, but it may be death. On over that open plain, with all the speed she can take out of her horse, all that whip, and spur, and voice can accomplish. She alone speaks. Her pursuers are voiceless, silent as specters. Only once does she glance behind. There are still but 4 of them, but 4 is too many against one, and that one a woman. There is no hope, unless she can get within hail of the Texans. She presses on for the Alwiwadi. Chapter 67. Los Indios. The chaste equestrian is within 300 yards of the bluff, over which the tree towers. She once more glances behind her. Dios me ampere. God preserve me. God preserve her. She will be too late. The foremost of her pursuers has lifted the lazo from his saddle horn, he is winding it over his head. Before she can reach the head of the pass, the noose will be around her neck, and then, a sudden thought flashes into her mind, thought that promises escape from the threatened strangulation. The cliff that overlooks the Alamo is nearer than the gorge, by which the creek bottom must be reached. She remembers that its crest is visible from the jacal. With a quick jerk upon the rein, she diverges from her course. And, instead of going on for the Alwiwadi, she rides directly towards the bluff. The change puzzles her pursuers, at the same time giving them gratification. They well know the lay of the land. They understand the trending of the cliff. And are now confident of a capture. The leader takes a fresh hold of his lazo, to make more sure of the throw. He is only restrained from launching it, by the certainty she cannot escape. Chingaro! Mutters he to himself, if she go much farther, she'll be over the precipice. His reflection is false. She goes farther, but not over the precipice. With another quick pull upon the rein she has changed her course, and rides along the edge of it, so close as to attract the attention of the Tejano below. And elicit from Zeb Stump that quaint exclamation, only heard upon extraordinary occasions. Jesus Jehoshaphat. As if in answer to the exclamation of the old hunter, or rather to the interrogatory with which he has followed it up, comes the cry of the strange equestrian who has shown herself on the cliff. Los Indios. Los Indios. No one who has spent 3 days in southern Texas could mistake the meaning of that phrase, whatever his native tongue. It is the alarm cry which, for 300 years, has been heard along 3,000 miles of frontier, in 3 different languages, Les Indians. Los Indios. The Indians. Dull would be the ear, slow the intellect, that did not at once comprehend it, along with the sense of its associated danger. To those who hear it at the jacal it needs no translation. They know that she, who has given utterance to it, is pursued by Indians, as certain as if the fact had been announced in their own Saxon vernacular. They have scarce time to translate it into this, even in thought, when the same voice a second time salutes their ears, Tejano. Caballeros. Save me. Save me. Los Indios. I am chased by a troop. They are behind me, close, close. Her speech, though continued, is no longer heard distinctly. It is no longer required to explain what is passing upon the plain above. She has cleared the first clump of tree tops by scarce 20 yards, when the leading savage shoots out from the same cover, and is seen, going in full gallop, against the clear sky. Like a sling he spins the lazo loop around his head. So eager is he to throw it with sure aim, that he does not appear to take heed of what the fugitive has said, spoken as she went at full speed, for she made no stop, while calling out to the Tejano. He may fancy it has been addressed to himself, a final appeal for mercy, uttered in a language he does not understand, for Isidora had spoken in English. He is only undeceived, as the sharp crack of a rifle comes echoing out of the glen, or perhaps a little sooner, as a stinging sensation in his wrist causes him to let go his lazo, and look wonderingly for the why. He perceives a puff of sulphurous smoke rising from below. A single glance is sufficient to cause a change in his tactics. In that glance he beholds 100 men, with the gleam of 100 gun barrels. His 3 followers see them at the same time, and as if moved by the same impulse, all 4 turn in their tracks, and gallop away from the cliff, quite as quickly as they have been approaching it. "'Ture a pity too," says Zeb Stump, proceeding to reload his rifle. "If 't hadn't a been for the savon, I'd a let 'em come on down the gully. Ef we could a captured them, we mout a got somethin' out o' 'em consarnin' this queer case o' ourn. Thursday ain't the smell o' a chance now. It's clear they've goed off, and by the time we get up yender, they'll be hellered." The sight of the savages has produced another quick change in the tableau formed in front of the mustanger's hut, a change squally sudden in the thoughts of those who compose it. The majority who deemed Maurice Gerald a murderer has become transformed into a minority, while those who believed him innocent are now the men whose opinions are respected. Calhoun and his bullies are no longer masters of the situation. And on the motion of their chief the Regulator jury is adjourned. The new program is cast in double-quick time. A score of words suffice to describe it. The accused is to be carried to the settlement, there to be tried according to the law of the land. And now for the Indians, whose opportune appearance has caused this sudden change, both of sentiment and design. Are they to be pursued? That of course. But when? Upon the instant? Prudence says, no. Only 4 have been seen. But these are not likely to be alone. They may be the rearguard of 400. "Let us wait till the woman comes down," counsels one of the timid. They have not followed her any farther. "I think I can hear her riding this way through the gully. Of course she knows it, as it was she who directed us." The suggestion appears sensible to most upon the ground. They are not cowards. Still there are but few of them, who have encountered the wild Indian in actual strife, and many only know his more debased brethren in the way of trade. The advice is adopted. They stand waiting for the approach of Isidora. All are now by their horses, and some have sought shelter among the trees. There are those who have an apprehension, that along with the Mexican, or close after her, may still come a troop of Comanches. A few are otherwise occupied, Zeb Stump among the number. He takes the gag from between the teeth of the respite prisoner, and unties the thongs hitherto holding him too fast. There is one who watches him with a strange interest, but takes no part in the proceeding. Her part has been already played, perhaps too prominently. She shuns the risk of appearing farther conspicuous. Where is the niece of Don Silvio Mortimez? She has not yet come upon the ground. The stroke of her horse's hoof is no longer heard. There has been time, more than time, for her to have reached the jacal. Her non-appearance creates surprise, apprehension, alarm. There are men there who admire the Mexican maiden, it is not strange they should, some who have seen her before, and some who never saw her until that day. Can it be, that she has been overtaken and captured? The interrogatory passes round. No one can answer it, though all are interested in the answer. The Texans begin to feel something like shame. Their gallantry was appealed to, in that speech sent them from the cliff, Tejano. Cavalleros. Has she who addressed it succumbed to the pursuer? Is that beauteous form in the embrace of a paint-bedaubed savage? They listen with ears intent, many with pulses that beat high, and hearts throbbing with a keen anxiety. They listen in vain. There is no sound of hoof, no voice of woman, nothing, except the champing of bits heard close by their side. Can it be that she is taken? Now that the darker design is stifled within their breasts, the hostility against one of their own race is suddenly changed into a more congenial channel. Their vengeance, rekindled, burns fiercer than ever, since it is directed against the hereditary foe. The younger and more ardent, among whom are the admirers of the Mexican maiden, can bear the uncertainty no longer. They spring into their saddles, loudly declaring their determination to seek her, to save her, or perish in the attempt. Who is to gainsay them? Her pursuers, her captors perhaps, may be the very men they have been in search of, the murderers of Henry Poindexter. No one opposes their intent. They go off in search of Isidora, in pursuit of the Prairie pirates. Those who remain are but few in number, though Zeb Stump is among them. The old hunter is silent, as to the expediency of pursuing the Indians. He keeps his thoughts to himself, his only seeming care is to look after the invalid prisoner, still unconscious, still guarded by the Regulators. Zeb is not the only friend who remains true to the mustanger in his hour of distress. There are two others equally faithful. One a fair creature, who watches at a distance, carefully concealing the eager interest that consumes her. The other, a rude, almost ludicrous individual, who, close by his side, addresses the respite man as his master. The last is Philim, who has just descended from his perch among the parasites of an umbrageous oak, where he has for some time stayed, a silent spectator of all that has been transpiring. The change of situation has tempted him back to earth, and the performance of that duty for which he came across the Atlantic. No longer lies our scene upon the Alamo. In another hour the jacal is deserted, perhaps never more to extend its protecting roof over Maurice the mustanger. Chapter 68. The Disappointed Campaigners. The campaign against the Comanches proved one of the shortest, lasting only 3 or 4 days. It was discovered that these Ishmaelites of the West did not mean war, at least, on a grand scale. Their descent upon the settlements was only the freak of some young fellows, about to take out their degree as braves, desirous of signalizing the event by raising a few scalps and capturing some horses and horned cattle. Forays of this kind are not unfrequent among the Texan Indians. They are made on private account, often without the knowledge of the chief, or elders of the tribe, just as an ambitious young mid, or ensign, may steal off with a score of companions from squadron or camp, to cut out an enemy's craft, or capture his picket guard. These marauds are usually made by young Indians out on a hunting party, who wish to return home with something to show besides the spoils of the chase, and the majority of the tribe is often ignorant of them till long after the event. Otherwise, they might be interdicted by the elders, who, as a general thing, are averse to such filibustering expeditions, deeming them not only imprudent, but often injurious to the interests of the community. Only when successful are they applauded. On the present occasion several young Comanches had taken out their war diploma, by carrying back with them the scalps of a number of white women and boys. The horses and horned cattle were also collected. But these, being less convenient of transport than the light scalplocks, had been recaptured. The red-skinned filibusters, overtaken by a detachment of mounted rifles, among the hills of the San Saba, were compelled to abandon their four-footed booty, and only saved their own skins by a forced retreat into the fastnesses of the Llano Estacado. To follow them beyond the borders of this sterile tract would have required a commissariat less hastily established than that with which the troops had sallied forth. And, although the relatives of the scalped settlers clamored loudly for retaliation, it could only be promised them after due time and preparation. On discovering that the Comanches had retreated beyond their neutral ground, the soldiers of Uncle Sam had no choice but to return to their ordinary duties, each detachment to its own fort, to await further commands from the headquarters of the department. The troops belonging to Port Inga, entrusted with the guardianship of the country as far as the Rio Nueces, were surprised on getting back to their cantonment to discover that they had been riding in the wrong direction for an encounter with the Indians. Some of them were half mad with disappointment, for there were several, young Hancock among the number, who had not yet run their swords through a red skin, though keenly desirous of doing so. No doubt there is inhumanity in the idea. But it must be remembered, that these ruthless savages have given to the white man peculiar provocation, by 1,000 repetitions of 3 diabolical crimes, rape, rapine, and murder. To talk of their being the aborigines of the country, the real, but dispossessed, owners of the soil, is simple nonsense. This sophism, of the most spurious kind, has too long held dominion over the minds of men. The whole human race has an inherent right to the whole surface of the earth, and if any infinitesimal fraction of the former by chance finds itself idly roaming over an extended portion of the latter, their exclusive claim to it is almost too absurd for argument, even with the narrowest-minded disciple of an aborigine society. Admit it, give the hunter his half-dozen square miles, for he will require that much to maintain him, leave him in undisputed possession to all eternity, and millions of fertile acres must remain untilled to accommodate this whimsical theory of national right. Nay, I will go further, and risk reproach, by asserting, that not only the savage, so-called, but civilized people should be unreservedly dispossessed, whenever they show themselves incapable of turning to a good account the resources which nature has placed within their limits. The exploitation of Earth's treasures is a question not confined to nations. It concerns the whole family of mankind. In all this there is not one iota of agrarian doctrine, not a thought of it. He who makes these remarks is the last man to lend countenance to communism. It is true that, at the time spoken of, there were ruffians in Texas who held the life of a redskin at no higher value than an English gamekeeper does that of a stoat, or any other vermin, that trespasses on his preserves. No doubt these ruffians are there still, for 10 years cannot have effected much change in the morality of the Texan frontier. But, alas! We must now be a little cautious about calling names. Our own story of Jamaica, by heaven, the blackest that has blotted the pages of history, has whitewashed these border filibusteros to the seeming purity of snow. If things are to be judged by comparison, not so fiendish, then, need appear the fact, that the young officers of Fort Inga were some little chagrined at not having an opportunity to slay a score or so of redskins. On learning that, during their absence, Indians had been seen on the other side, they were inspired by a new hope. They might yet find the opportunity of fleshing their swords, transported without stain, without sharpening, too, from the military school of West Point. It was a fresh disappointment to them, when a party came in on the same day, civilians who had gone in pursuit of the savages seen on the Alamo, and reported, that no Indians had been there. They came provided with proofs of their statement, which otherwise would have been received with incredulity, considering what had occurred. The proofs consisted in a collection of miscellaneous articles, an odd lot, as an auctioneer would describe it, wigs of horsehair, cock's feathers stained blue, green, or scarlet, breechclouts of buckskin, moccasins of the same material, and several packages of paint, all which they had found concealed in the cavity of a cottonwood tree. There could be no new campaign against Indians, and the aspiring spirits of Fort Inga were, for the time, forced to content themselves with such incidents as the situation afforded. Notwithstanding its remoteness from any center of civilized life, these were at the time neither tame nor uninteresting. There were several subjects worth thinking and talking about. There was the arrival, still of recent date, of the most beautiful woman ever seen upon the Alamo, the mysterious disappearance and supposed assassination of her brother, the yet more mysterious appearance of a horseman without a head, the trite story of a party of white men playing Indian, and last, though not of least interest, the news that the suspected murderer had been caught, and was now inside the walls of their own guardhouse, mad as a maniac. There were other tales told to the disappointed campaigners, of sufficient interest to hinder them from thinking, that at Fort Inga they had returned to dull quarters. The name of Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos, with her masculine, but magnificent, beauty, had become a theme of conversation, and something was also said, or surmised, about her connection with the mystery that occupied all minds. The details of the strange scenes upon the Alamo, the discovery of the mustanger upon his couch, the determination to hang him, the act delayed by the intervention of Louise Poindexter, the respite due to the courage of Zeb Stump, were all points of the most piquant interest, suggestive of the wildest conjectures. Each became in turn the subject of converse and commentary, but none was discussed with more earnestness than that which related to the innocence, or guilt, of the man accused of murder. Murder, said the philosophic Captain Sloman, is a crime which, in my opinion, Maurice the mustanger is incapable of committing. I think, I know the fellow well enough to be sure about that. You'll admit, rejoined Crossman, of the Rifles, that the circumstances are strong against him? Almost conclusive, I should say. Crossman had never felt friendly towards the young Irishman. He had an idea, that on one occasion the commissary's niece, the belle of the fort, had looked too smilingly on the unknown adventurer. I consider it anything but conclusive, replied Sloman. There's no doubt about young Poindexter being dead, and having been murdered. Everyone believes that. Well, who else was likely to have done it? The cousin swears to having overheard a quarrel between him and Gerald. That precious cousin would swear to anything that suited his purpose, interposed Hancock, of the dragoons. Besides, his own shindy with the same man is suggestive of suspicion, is it not? And if there was a quarrel, argued the officer of infantry, what then? It don't follow there was a murder. Then you think the fellow may have killed Poindexter in a fair fight? Something of the sort is possible, and even probable. I will admit that much. But what did they have a difficulty about? Asked Hancock. I heard that young Poindexter was on friendly terms with the horse hunter, notwithstanding what had happened between him and Calhoun. What could they have quarreled about? A singular interrogation on your part, Lieutenant Hancock, answered the infantry officer, with a significant emphasis on the pronoun. As if men ever quarreled about anything except women, interrupted the dragoon with a laugh. But which woman, I wonder? It could not be anything relating to young Poindexter's sister. Quien sabe? Answered Sloman, repeating the Spanish phrase with an ambiguous shrug of the shoulders. Preposterous, exclaimed Crossman. A horse catcher daring to set his thoughts on Miss Poindexter. Preposterous. What a frightful aristocrat you are, Crossman. Don't you know that love is a natural democrat, and mocks your artificial ideas of distinction? I don't say that in this case there's been anything of the kind. Miss Poindexter's not the only woman that might have caused a quarrel between the two individuals in question. There are other damsels in the settlement worth getting angry about, to say nothing of our own fair following in the fort. And why not? Captain Sloman, petulantly interrupted the lieutenant of rifles. I must say that, for a man of your sense, you talk very inconsiderately. The ladies of the garrison ought to be grateful to you for the insinuation. What insinuation, sir? Do you suppose it likely that there's one of them would condescend to speak to the person you've named? Which? I've named two. You understand me well enough, Sloman, and I you. Our ladies will, no doubt, feel highly complimented at having their names connected with that of a low adventurer, a horse thief, and suspected assassin. Maurice the mustanger may be the last, suspected, and that is all. He is neither of the two first, and as for our ladies being above speech with him, in that as in many other things, you may be mistaken, Mr. Crossman. I've seen more of this young Irishman than you, enough to satisfy me that, so far as breeding goes, he may compare notes with the best of us. Our grand dames needn't be scared at the thought of his acquaintance. And, since you have raised the question, I don't think they would shy from it, some of them at least, if it were offered them. It never has. So far as I have observed, the young fellow has behaved with a modesty that betokens the true gentleman. I have seen him in their presence more than once, and he has conducted himself towards them as if fully sensible of his position. For that matter, I don't think he cares a straw about one or other of them. Indeed. How fortunate for those, who might otherwise have been his rivals. Perhaps it is, quietly remarked the captain of infantry. Who knows? Asked Hancock, intentionally giving a turn to the ticklish conversation. Who knows but the cause of quarrel, if there's been one, might not be this splendid senorita so much talked about. I haven't seen her myself, but, by all accounts, she's just the sort to make two fellows as jealous as a pair of tiger cats. It might be, who knows, drawled Crossman, who found contentment in the thought that the handsome Irishman might have his amorous thoughts turned in any other direction than towards the commissary's quarters. They've got him in the guardhouse, remarked Hancock, stating a fact that had just been made known to him, for the conversation above detailed occurred shortly after their return from the Comanche campaign. His droll devil of a serving man is along with him. What's more, the Major has just issued an order to double the guard. What does it mean, Captain Sloman, you who know so much of this fellow and his affairs? Surely there's no danger of his making an attempt to steal out of his prison? Not likely, replied the infantry officer, seeing that he hasn't the slightest idea that he's inside of one. I've just been to the guardhouse to have a look at him. He's mad as a March hare, and wouldn't know his own face in a looking-glass. Mad? In what way? Asked Hancock and the others, who were yet but half enlightened about the circumstances of the mustanger's capture. A brain fever upon him, delirious? Is that why the guards have been doubled? Devilish queer if it is. The Major himself must have gone mad. Maybe it's the suggestion, command I should rather say, of the Majoress. Ha! 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 But what does it mean? Is the old mage really afraid of his getting out of the guardhouse? No, not that, I fancy. More likely an apprehension of somebody else getting into it. Ah! You mean, that? I mean that for Maurice the mustanger there's more safety inside than out. Some queer characters are about, and there's been talk of another lynch trial. The Regulators either repent of having allowed him a respite, or there's somebody hard at work in bringing about this state of public opinion. It's lucky for him that the old hunter has stood his friend, and it's but a continuation of his good luck that we've returned so opportunely. Another day, and we might have found the guardhouse empty, so far as its present occupants are concerned. Now, thank God, the poor fellow shall have a fair trial. When is it to take place? Whenever he has recovered his senses, sufficiently to know that he's being tried. It may be weeks before that. And it may be only days, hours. He don't appear to be very bad, that is, bodily. It's his mind that's out of order, more, perhaps, from some strange trouble that has come over him, than any serious hurt he has received. A day may make all the difference. And, from what I've just heard, the Regulators will insist on his being tried as soon as he shows a return to consciousness. They say, they won't wait for him to recover from his wounds. Maybe he'll be able to tell a story that'll clear him. I hope so. This was said by Hancock. I doubt it, rejoined Crossman, with an incredulous shake of the head. Nous verrons. I'm sure of it, said Sloman. Nos veremos. He added, speaking in a tone that seemed founded less upon confidence than a wish that was father to the thought. Chapter 69. Mystery and Mourning. There is mourning in the mansion of Casa del Corvo, and mystery among the members of Woodley Poindexter's family. Though now only 3 in number, their intercourse is less frequent than before, and marked by a degree of reserve that must spring from some deep-seated cause. They meet only at the hour of meals, then conversing only on such topics as cannot well be shunned. There is ample explanation of the sorrow, and much of the solemnity. The death, no longer doubted, of an only son, an only brother, unexpected and still unexplained, should account for the melancholy mien both of father and daughter. It might also explain the shadow seated constantly on the brow of the cousin. But there is something beyond this. Each appears to act with an irksome restraint in the presence of the others, even during the rare occasions, on which it becomes necessary to converse on the family misfortune. Beside the sorrow common to all 3, they appear to have separate griefs that do not, and cannot, commingle. The once proud planter stays within doors, pacing from room to room, or around, the enclosed corridor, bending beneath a weight of woe, that has broken down his pride, and threatens to break his heart. Even strong paternal affection, cruelly bereaved, can scarce account for the groans, oft accompanied by muttered curses, that are heard to issue from his lips. Calhoun rides abroad as of yore, making his appearance only at the hours of eating and sleeping, and not regularly then. For a whole day, and part of a night, he has been absent from the place. No one knows where, no one has the right to inquire. Louise confines herself to her own room, though not continuously. There are times when she may be seen ascending to the Azadi, alone and in silent meditation. There, nearer to heaven, she seeks solace for the sorrows that have assailed her upon earth, the loss of a beloved brother, the fear of losing one far more beloved, though in a different sense, perhaps, a little also. The thought of a scandal already attaching to her name. Of these three sorrows the second is the strongest. The last but little troubles her, and the first, for a while keenly felt, is gradually growing calmer. But the second, the supreme pain of all, is but strengthened and intensified by time. She knows that Maurice Gerald is shut up within the walls of a prison, the strong walls of a military guardhouse. It is not their strength that dismays her. On the contrary, she has fears for their weakness. She has reasons for her apprehension. She has heard of the rumors that are abroad, rumors of sinister significance. She has heard talk of a second trial, under the presidency of Judge Lynch and his rude coadjutors, not the same Judge Lynch who officiated in the Alamo, nor all of the same jury, but a court still less scrupulous than that of the Regulators. Composed of the ruffianism, that at any hour can be collected within the bounds of a border settlement, especially when proximate to a military post. The reports that have thus gone abroad are to some a subject of surprise. Moderate people see no reason why the prisoner should be again brought to trial in that irregular way. The facts, that have late come to light, do not alter the case, at least, in any way to strengthen the testimony against him. If the 4 horsemen seen were not Indians, and this has been clearly shown by the discovery of the disguises, it is not the less likely that they have had to do with the death of young Poindexter. Besides, there is nothing to connect them with the mustanger, any more than if they had been real Comanches. Why, then, this antipathy against the respite prisoner, for the second time surging up? There is a strangeness about the thing that perplexes a good many people. There are a few that understand, or suspect, the cause. A very few, perhaps only 3 individuals. 2 of them are Zeb Stump and Louise Poindexter. The third Captain Cassius Calhoun. The old hunter, with instinct keenly on the alert, has discovered some underhanded action, the actors being Miguel Diaz and his men, associated with a half-score of like characters of a different race, the rowdies of the settlement. Zeb has traced the action to its instigator, the ex-captain of volunteer cavalry. He has communicated his discovery to the young Creole, who is equal to the understanding of it. It is the too clear comprehension of its truth that now inspires her with a keen solicitude. Anxiously she awaits every word of news, watches the road leading from the fort to Casa del Corvo, as if the sentence of her own death, or the security of her life, hung upon the lips of some courier to come that way. She dares not show herself at the prison. There are soldiers on guard, and spectators around it, a crowd of the idle curious, who, in all countries, seem to feel some sort of somber enjoyment in the proximity of those who have committed great crimes. There is an additional piquancy in the circumstances of this one. The criminal is insane, or, at all events, for the time out of his senses. The guardhouse doors are at all hours besieged, to the great discomfort of the sentries, by people eager to listen to the mutterings of the delirious man. A lady could not pass in without having scores of eyes turned inquiringly upon her. Louise Poindexter cannot run the gauntlet of those looks without risk to her reputation. Left to herself, perhaps she would have attempted it. Watched by a father whose suspicions are already awakened. By a near relation, equally interested in preserving her spotless, before the eyes of the world, she has no opportunity for the act of imprudence. She can only stay at home. Now shut up in her solitary chamber, solaced by the remembrance of those ravings to which she had listened upon the Alamo. Now upon the Azadi, cheered by the recollection of that sweet time spent among the mesquite trees, the spot itself almost discernible, where she had surrendered the proudest passion of her heart. But saddened by the thought that he to whom she surrendered it is now humiliated, disgraced, shut up within the walls of a jail, perchance to be delivered from it only unto death. To her it was happy tidings, when, upon the morning of the 4th day, Zeb Stump made his appearance at Casa del Corro, bringing the intelligence that the Hossagers had come back to the fort. There was significance in the news thus ungrammatically imparted. There was no longer a danger of the perpetration of that foul act hitherto apprehended, a prisoner taken from his guards, not for rescue, but ruin. "Ye needn't be uneasy, be out that ere you'nt," said Zeb, speaking with a confidence he had not shown for some time. "Thursday's no longer a danger, oh, it comin' to pass, Miss Louise. I've tuck precautions agin it." "Precautions? How, Zeb?" "Wall. Fust place, I've seed the Major clost arter his comin' back, and jide him a bit o' my mind. I told him the whole story, as fur as I know it myself. By good luck he ain't agin the young feller, but the tother way I reckon. Wall, I told him o' the goin's on o' the whole crew, Americans, Mexicans, and all o' them, not forgettin' that ugly Spaniard o' the name o' Dez, that's been one o' the sarciest o' the lot. The result's been that the Major Hez doubled the sentries roun' the prison, and's goin' to keep 'em doubled. I am so glad. You think there is no longer any fear from that quarter? If you mean the quarter o' Mr. Miguel Dez, I kin swore to it. Afore he thinks o' gettin' any BDY out o' a prison, he's got to get hisself out." "What, Diaz in prison? How? When? Where?" "You've asked 3 separate questions, Miss Louise, all o' a heap. Wall, I reckon the convenientest way to answer 'em 'll be to take 'em backwards. And, fust as to the war. As to that, Thursday's but one prison in these parts, as you'd be likely to hold him. That is the guardhouse at the fort. He's Thursday. Along with. I know who ye're goin' to name, the young feller. Jest so. They're in the same buildin', though not 'zactly in the same room. Thursday's a partition atween 'em, though for that matter they kin convarse, ef they're so inclined. Thursday's 3 others shet up along why the Mexican, his own cussed comrades. The 3'll have somethin' to talk be out 'mong themselves, I reckon. This is good news, Zeb. You told me yesterday that Diaz was active in gettin' hisself into a scrape, which he hev been successful in effectuatin'. He's got hisself into the jug, or somebody else hev did that business for him. But how, when, you've not told me. Jehoshaphat. Miss Louise. Give me a leetle time. I hain't drew breath yet, since I kim in. Your second question war when? It air easy answered. Be out a hour agone that air varmint were trapped and locked up. I war at the sheddin' o' the door a hint him, and come straight custard higher arter it war done. But you have not yet said why he is arrested. I hain't had a chance. It air a longish story, and 'll take a leetle time in the tellin'. Will ye listen to it now, or arter? After what, Mr. Stump? Wall, Miss Louise, I only mean at arter, I get the ol' mare put up. She air standin' Thursday, as if she'd like to chaw a year o' corn, and somethin' to wet it down. Both she and me's been on a longish tramp afore we got back to the fort, which we did scase a hour ago. Pardon me, dear Mr. Stump, for not thinking of it. Pluto, take Mr. Stump's horse to the stable, and see that it is fed. Florinde. What will you eat, Mr. Stump? Wall, as for that, Miss Louise, thank ye all the same, but I ain't so partic'lar sharp set. I war only thinkin' o' the mar. For myself, I could go a couple o' hours longer ithout eatin', but ef Thursday's second thing as a smell o' Monongahela be out the place, it ud do this old carcage o' mine a power o' good. Monongahela? Plenty of it. Surely you will allow me to give you something better. Better and Monongahela. Yes. Some sherry, champagne, brandy if you prefer it. Let them drink brandy as like it, and kin get it drinkable. Thursday may be some o' it good enough. An ef Thursday air, I'm sure it'll be found, in the house o' a Poindexter. I only knows the sort the sutler keeps up at the fort. Ef Thursday ever were a medicine, that's one. It ud rot the guts out o' a alligator. No, darn Thursday French liquors. And specially Thursday brandy. Me the pure corn juice, and the best all, that as comes from Pittsburgh on the Monongahela. Florinde. It was not necessary to tell the waiting maid for what she was wanted. The presence of Zeb Stump indicated the service for which she had been summoned. Without waiting to receive the order she went off, and the moment after returned, carrying a decanter half filled with what Zeb called the pure corn juice. But which was in reality the essence of rye, for from this grain is distilled the celebrated Monongahela. Zeb was not slow to refresh himself. A full third of the contents of the decanter were soon put out of sight, the other 2/3 remaining for future potations that might be required in the course of the narration upon which he was about to enter. Chapter 70. Go, Zeb, and God speed you. The old hunter never did things in a hurry. Even his style of drinking was not an exception, and although there was no time wasted, he quaffed the Monongahela in a formal leisurely manner. The Creole, impatient to hear what he had to relate, did not wait for him to resume speech. Tell me, dear Zeb, said she, after directing her maid to withdraw, why have they arrested this Mexican, Miguel Diaz I mean? I think I know something of the man. I have reasons. And you ain't the only person may hev reasons for knowin' him, Miss Louise. Your brother, but never mind, be out that, leastwise not now. What Zeb Stump do know, or strongly suspect, that this same mentioned Miguel Dez Hev had somethin' to do why, you know what I'm referrin' to. Go on, Mr. Stump. Wall, the story this. Arter we kim from the Alamo Crick, the fellers that went in sarch o' them Injuns, found out they want Injuns at all. Ye hev hearn that yourself. From the fixins that war discovered in the holler tree, it clear that what we seed on the bluff war a party o' whites. I had a suspicion o't myself, soon as I seed them curds they'd left a hint in the shanty. It was the same, then, who visited the jacal at night, the same Phelim saw. Ne'er a doubt o' it. Them same Mexicans. What reason have you to think they were Mexicans? The best o' all reasons. I found out to be. Traced the whole kit o' to Thursday cash. The young Creole made no rejoinder. Zeb's story promised a revelation that might be favorable to her hopes. She stood resignedly waiting for him to continue. Ye see, the curds, and also some words, the which the Irish were able to sort o' pronounce, arter a Fosshun o' his own, told me they must have been o' the yeller-belly breed. And sartint, 'bout that much, I were able to gie a tollable guess as to where they had kim from. I knowed enough o' the Mexicans o' these parts to think o' for as answered their description to a.t. As to the Injun duds, thar warn't nothin' in them to bamboozle me. Arter this, I could a gone straight to the hull 4 fellers, and pint out for sartin. One o' for sure sartin. On him I'd made my mark. I were confident o' havin' did that. Your mark. How, Zeb? Ye remember the shot I fired from the door o' the shanty? Oh, certainly. I did not see the Indians. I was under the trees at the time. I saw you discharge your rifle at something. Wall, Miss Louise. This higher coon don't often discharge that Thursday weapon ithout drawin' blood. I knowed I hut the skunk, but it wore rather fur for the carry o' the piece, and I reckon the ball wore a bit spent. For all that, I knowed it must a stung him. I seed him squirm to the shot, and I says to myself, if there ain't a hole through his hide somewhere, this coon won't mind changin' skins why him. Wall, arter they kim home why, the story o' whites instead o' redskins, I had a tollable clury day o' who the sham Injuns were, and could a laid my claws on at any minute. But I didn't. And why not, Mr. Stump? Surely you haven't allowed them to get away. They might be the very men who are guilty of my poor brothers. That's just what this coon thort, and it war for that reason I let 'em slide. There war another reason besides. I didn't much like goin' fur from the port, Louis somethin' ugly mout turn up in my absence. You understand. There war another reason still for not prospectin' arter them just then. I wanted to make sure o' my game. And you have? Sure as shootin'. I guess Thursday wa'n't goin' to be any rain, and for Thursday were no immediate hurry as to what I intended doin'. So I waited till the sogers should get back, and I could safely leave him in the guardhouse. Soon as they kim in, I tuck the ol' mar and rud out to the place where our fellers had struck upon the fixing. I easy found it by Thursday description. Wall. As they'd only got that greenhorn, Spangler, to guide 'em, I were putty sure the sign hadn't been more'n half read, and that I'd get somethin' out o' it, beside what they'd brought away. I wa'n't disappointed. The derndest fool as ever set foot upon a Prairie, mout a follered the back track o' them make-believe Comanches. A storekeeper ked a traced it across the Prairie, though it appears neither Mr. Spangler nor any o' the others did. I found it easy as fallin' off o' a log, notwithstandin' that the sarchers had rud all over it. I tracked every hoss o' the 4 counterfeits to his own stable. After that, arter doin' that I had a word why the major. And in half an hour at the most the 4 beauties were safe shot up in the guardhouse, the chief o' bein' jugged fust, Louis he mout get wind o' what were goin' for'ard, and sneak out o' the way. I want fur astray be out Mr. Miguel Dez Baron, my mark. We found the tar o' a bullet through the fleshy part o' his dexter wing, and that explained why he were so quick at lettin' go his lariat. It was he, then. Mechanically remarked Louise, as she stood reflecting. Very strange, she continued, still muttering the words to herself. He it was I saw in the chapel glade. Yes, it must have been. And the woman, this Mexican, Isadora? Ah! There is some deep mystery in all this, some dark design. Who can unravel it? Tell me, dear Zeb, she asked, stepping closer to the old hunter, and speaking with a cartine degree of hesitancy. That woman, the Mexican lady I mean, who was out there? Do you know if she has often visited him? Him. Which him, Miss Louise? Mr. Gerald, I mean. She mout, and she moutn't, ithout my knowin' aither one or the tother. I ain't often Thursday myself. The place air out o' my usual huntin' ground, and I only go now and then for the sake o' a change. The crick's fust rate for both deer and gobbler. If ye ask my opinion, I'd say that air girl haven't never been Thursday afore. Leastwise, I hain't hearn o' it, and eft had been so, I reckon Irish feelum ud had somethin' to say about it. Besides, I hev other reasons for thinkin' so. I've only hearn o' one o' the shemale sex be in, on a visit to that shanty. Who? Quickly interrogated the Creole, the instant after regretting that she had asked the question, the color coming to her cheeks, as she noticed the significant glance with which Zeb had accompanied his concluding remark. No matter, she continued, without waiting for the answer. So, Zeb, she went on, giving a quick turn to the conversation, you think that these men have had to do with that which is causing sorrow to all of us, these Mexicans? To tell ye the truth, Miss Louise, I don't know exactly what to think. It air the most mysteriousest consarn as ever kim to pass on these higher Prairies. Sometimes I hev the idea that the Mexicans must a did it. While at others, I'm in the opposite way o' thinkin', and that somebody else hev had a han in the black business. I won't say who. Not him, Zeb, not him. Not the mustanger. No, near a bit o' that. Spite o' all that Syed agin him, I hain't the lowest suspicion o' his inner sense. Oh. How is he to prove it? It is said, that the testimony is all against him. No one to speak a word in his behalf. Wall, it ain't so sartint as to that. Keepin' my eye upon the others, and his prison, I hain't had much chance o' gettin' about. Thursday's a opportunity now, and I mean to make use o' it. The Pureira's a big book, Miss Poindexter, a wonderful big book, for them as knows how to read the print o't. If not much o' a scholar other ways, Zebulon Stump hev larnt to do that. Thursday may be some testimony that mout help him, scattered over the musket grass, just as I've hearn a Methody preacher say, Thursday wore sarmints in stones, and books in runnin' brutes. Ef dare so, Thursday oughter be somethin' o' the kind scared up on the Alamo Crick. You think you might discover some traces? Wall. I'm goin' out to hev a look round me, specially at the place where I found the young feller in the claws o' the spotted painter. I oughter gone afore now, but for the reason I've told ye. Thank the Almighty. Thursday's been no wet, near why drop. And whatsomever signs been made for a week past, kin be understood as well, as if it war did yesterday, that is by them as knows how to read it. I must start straight away, Miss Louise. I jest run down to tell ye what had been done at the fort. Thursday's no time to be throwed away. They let me in this mornin' to see the young feller, and I'm sartin his head air gettin' clearer. Soon as it air all right, the Regulators say, they'll insist on the trial talking place. It may be in less'n 3 days, and I must get back afore it begins. Go, Zeb, and God speed you on your generous errand. Come back with proofs of his innocence, and ever after I shall feel indebted to you for more than life. Chapter 71. The Sorrel Horse. Inspired by this passionate appeal, the hunter hastened towards the stable, where he had stalled his unique specimen of horseflesh. He found the critter sonorously shelling some corn cobs, which Pluto had placed liberally before her. Pluto himself was standing by her side. Contrary to his usual habit, the sable groom was silent, though with an air anything but tranquil. He looked rather triste than excited. It might be easily explained. The loss of his young master, by Pluto much beloved, the sorrow of his young mistress. Equally estimated, perhaps some scornful speeches which he had lately been treated to from the lips of Mirinda, and still more likely a kick he had received from the boot toe of Captain Cassius, for several days assuming sole mastery over the mansion, amply accounted for the unquiet expression observable on his countenance. Zeb was too much occupied with his own thoughts to notice the sorrowful mien of the domestic. He was even in too great a hurry to let the old mare finish her meal of maize, which she stood greatly in need of. Grasping her by the snout, he stuck the rusty snaffle between her teeth, pulled her long ears through the cracked leathern headstraps, and, turning her in the stall, was about to lead her out. It was a reluctant movement on the part of the mare, to be dragged away from such provender as she rarely chanced to get between her jaws. She did not turn without a struggle. And Zeb was obliged to pull vigorously on the bridle rein before he could detach her muzzle from the manger. Ho! Ho! Mass Tump, interposed Pluto. Why you be go way in dat big hurry? De poor ol' ma, she no half got feed. Why you no let her fill her belly with de corn? Ha! Ha! It do her power o' good. Haunt got time, nigger. Goin' off on a bit o' a journey. Got about 100 mile to make in less an a couple o' hours. Ho! Ho! Dat air de fastest kind o' travelin'. You am jokin', Mass Tump? No, I ain't. Garamity. Wah, dey do make one full journey on dese higher prairies. I reckon dat air hoss must a traveled 200 mile de otter night. What hoss? De ol' sorrel deer, in dat furrest tan from de deuce, Massa Calhoun hoss. What makes ye think he traveled 200 mile? Kaze he turn home all kibbered over with de froth. Beside, he was so done up he scase able walk, when dis chilly lead down to de riba fo gib drink. He tagger like new dropped calf. Ho! Ho! He wa broke down, he wa. Oh, what night air ye palaverin, plute? What night? L'USSC. Why, ob coas de night massa Henry wa missed from de plantation. Dat same night in de mornin', 'bout an hour atter de sun get up into de hebyings. I no see de ol' Sorrel afore den, case I no out ob my skeeta bar till after daylight. Den I come cross to de table higher, and den I see dat quadrumpet all kibbered ober with sweet and froth, lookin' like he'd swim through de big river, and pantin' if he just finish a FO-mile race on de Metairie course at New Orleans. Who had him out that night? Don't know, Mass Stump. Only dat nobody load to ride de Sorrel, 'cept Massa Calhoun hisself. Ho! Ho! Ne'er a body load lay leg ober dat critter. Why, wanted himself that tuck the any mal out. Don't know, Massa Tump, don't know de why nor de waffor. Dis chilly neither see de captain take out nor fotch in. If your statement air true, be out his be in sec a sweat, some of dy must a had him out, and been ridin', him. Ha! Ha! Some of dy must, dat am certing. Look higher, plute. Ye ain't a bad sort a darky, though your skin air a sut color. I reckon you're tellin' the truth, and ye don't know who rud out the Sorrel that night. But who do ye think it wore? I'm only ashin because, as ye know, Mr. Poindexter air a friend mine, and I don't want his property to be abused, no more what belongs to Cap'n Calhoun. Some the field niggers, I reckon, hev stole the any mal out the stable, and hev been ridin' it all ruined the country. That's it, ain't it? Well, no, Mass Tump. Dis chilly don't believe dat am it. De fiel hands not load inside higher. Dey darn't come into de table no how. 'Twant any nigger upon dis plantation as tooked out de Sorrel dat night. Dern it, then, who coulda tuck him out? Maybe the overseer. War it him ye think? 'Twant him neither. Who then could it be? Unless it wore the owner the hoss hisself? If so, Thursday's an end it. He had the right to ride his critter wherever he pleased, and gallop it to hell ef that wore agreeable to him. It ain't no business mine. Ho! Ho! Nor mine, neither, Mass Tump. Wish I'd thought dat way dis mornin', dot. Why do ye wish that? What happened this mornin' to change your tune? Ho! What happened this mornin'? Dar happened to dis nigga a great misfortune. Ho! Ho! Berry great misfortune, dot. What wore it? Golly, Massa Tump, ISE got kicked, dis berry mornin', jes' 'bout an hour arter 12 o'clock in de day. Kicked? Dat I did shoe, all round de table. Oh! By the hosses. Which the brutes kicked ye? Ho! Ho! You mistaken. Not any ob de hosses, but de massa ob dem all, 'cept little Spotty de which he don't own. I wa kicked by Mass Calhoun. The hell ye were. For what reason? Ye must hev been misbehavin' yourself, nigger. Dis nigga want misbehavin' all. Not as he knows on. I only asked the captain what put de ol' Sorrel in such a drayful condition dat air night, and what make I'm be tired down. He say it not my business, and den he kick me, and den he larrup me with de cowhide, and den he threaten. And den he tell me, if I ebier peek bout dat same ting otter time, he give me 100 lashes ob de wagon whip. He SWA, oh. How he SWA? Dis chilly neba see Mass Calhoun so mad, neba, in all, I'm life. But wars he now? I don't see him now be out the premises, and I reckon he ain't rud out, seein' as the Sorrel's higher. Golly, yes, Mass Tump, he jes' am rode out at dis time. He be late go berry much away from de house and tay long time. A hossback? Just so. He go on de steel grey. Ha, ha. He don't ride de Sorrel much now. He hain't mount him once since de night de ol' hoss wa out, dat night we been peekin' 'bout. Maybe he tink he have enough hard ridin' den, and need long, pel-ob res. Look ye higher, Plute, said Zeb, after standing silent for a second or two, apparently engaged in some abstruse calculation. Arter all, I reckon I'd better let the ol' mar hev another year or two o' the corn. She's got a long spell o' travellin' before her, and she mout break down on the journey. The more haste sometimes the wusser speed, and thurfer, I calkerlate, I'd better gie the critter her time. While she's munchin' a mouthful, I can't do the same myself. S'pose, then, you scoot across to the kitchen, and see ef Thursday ain't some chawin, stuff Thursday, a bit o' cold meat and a pone o' cornbread ll do. Your young mistress wanted me to hev somethin' to eat, but I were skeert about delayin', and refused. Now, while I'm waitin' on the mar, I reckon I ked pick a bone, jest to pass the time. Sartin ye cud, Mass Stump. I go fotch him in de 100th part ob an instant. So saying the black-skinned Jehu started off across the patio, leaving Zeb Stump sole master of the stole. The air of indifference with which he had concluded his dialogue with Pluto disappeared, the moment the latter was outside the door. It had been altogether assumed, as was proved by the earnest attitude that instantly replaced it. Striding across the paved causeway, that separated the two rows of stalls, he entered that occupied by the sorrel. The animal shied off, and stood trembling against the wall, perhaps awed by the look of resolution with which the hunter had approached it. Stand still, ye brute, chided Zeb. I don't mean no harm to you, though, by your looks I reckon ye're as vicious as your master. Stand still, I say, and let's hev a look at your footgear. So saying, he stooped forward, and made an attempt to lay hold of one of the forelegs. It was unsuccessful. The horse suddenly drew up his hoof, and commenced hammering the flags with it, snorting, as if in fear that some trick was about to be played upon him. Durn your ugly carcage, cried Zeb, angrily venting the words. Why don't ye stand still? Who's goin' to hurt ye? Come, ol' critter, he continued coaxingly, I only want to see how you've been shod. Again he attempted to lift the hoof, but was prevented by the restive behavior of the horse. Wall, this air a difficulty I didn't expect, muttered he, glancing round to see how it might be overcome. What's to be did? It'll never do to hev the nigger help me, nor yet see what I'm about, the which he will ef I don't get quick through why it. Doggone the hoss. How am I to get his feet up? For a short while he stood considering, his countenance showing a peevish impatience. Cuss the critter, he again exclaimed. I feel like knockin' him over where he stands. Ha! Now I hev it, if the nigger will only gie time. I hope the wench will keep him waitin'. Durn ye! I'll make ye stand still, or choke ye dead ef ye don't. Why, this ruin your jugular, I reckon ye won't be so skittish. While speaking he had lifted the trail rope from his own saddle. And, throwing its noose over the head of the sorrel, he shook it down till it encircled the animal's neck. Then hauling upon the other end, he drew it taut as a bowstring. The horse for a time kept starting about the stall, and snorting with rage. But his snorts were soon changed into a hissing sound, that with difficulty escaped through his nostrils, and his wrath resolved itself into terror. The rope tightly compressing his throat was the cause of the change. Zeb now approached him without fear, and, after making the slip fast, commenced lifting his feet one after the other, scrutinizing each, in great haste, but at the same time with sufficient care. He appeared to take note of the shape, the shoeing, the number and relative position of the nails, in short, everything that might suggest an idiosyncrasy, or assist in a future identification. On coming to the off hind foot, which he did last of the four, an exclamation escaped him that proclaimed some satisfactory surprise. It was caused by the sight of a broken shoe, nearly a quarter of which was missing from the hoof, the fracture having occurred at the second nail from the canker. I'd knowed you, he muttered in apostrophe to the imperfect shoe, I mout save myself the trouble examinin' the tothers. Thursday ain't much chance Mr. Kin, the print you be likely to leave a hint ye. To make sure, I'll just take ye along why me. In conformity with this resolve, he drew out his huge hunting knife, the blade of which, near the hilt, was 1/4 of an inch thick, and, inserting it under the piece of iron, he wrenched it from the hoof. Taking care to have the nails along, he transferred it to the capacious pocket of his coat. Then nimbly gliding back to the trail rope, he undid the knot, and restored the interrupted respiration of the sorrel. Pluto came in the moment after, bringing a plentiful supply of refreshments, including a tumbler of the Monongahela, and to these Zeb instantly applied himself, without saying a word about the interlude that had occurred during the darkey's absence. The latter, however, did not fail to perceive that the sorrel was out of sorts, for the animal, on finding itself released, stood shivering in the stall, gazing around in a sort of woebegone wonder after the rough treatment to which he had been submitted. "Garamity," exclaimed the black, "what am de matter with de ol' hoss? Ho! Ho! He look like he wa afeard you, Mass Tump." "Oh, yes," drawled Zeb, with seeming carelessness. "I reckon he air a bit afeard. He war makin' to get at my ol' mar, so I jied him a larrup or two the end my trail rope. That's what has rousted him." Pluto was perfectly satisfied with the explanation, and the subject was permitted to drop. "Look higher, Plute," said Zeb, starting another. "Who does the shoein' your cattle? Thar's some the hands air a smith, I reckon. Ho! Ho! Dat dear am. Yella Jake he do shoein'. What you ask, Mass Tump? Wall. I war thinkin' havin' a couple shoes put on the hind feet the mar. I reckon Jake ud do it for me. Ho! Ho! He do it with a thousan' welcome, dat he will, ise shoe. Question is, can I spare the time to wait? How long do it take him to put on a couple? Lor, Mass Tamp, berry short while. Jake fustrate han lit the business. Everybody say so. He moutn't have the materials ready. It depends on whether he's been shoein' lately. How long's it since he shod any yorn? More'n a week I bleeb, Mass Zeb. Ho, ho. Do last war Miss a Louis hoss, the beautiful potty dar. But dat won't make no difference. I know he have de fixins already. I knows it, case he go for shoe de sorrel. De ol' hoss have one de hind shoe broke. He have it so de last 10 day, and Mass Cahoon, he gib orders for it be remove. Ho, ho. Dis berry mornin', I hear tell Jake. Arter all, rejoined Zeb, as if suddenly changing his mind, I moutn't hev the time to spare. I reckon I'll let the old critter do out till I come back. The tramp I'm goin' on, most part it, lies over grass purera, and won't hurt her. No, I hadn't time, he added, after stepping outside and glancing up towards the sky. I must be off from higher in the shakin' a goat's tail. Now, old gal. You've got to stop your munchin' and take this bit iron atwixt your teeth. Open your corn trap for it. That's the putty pet. And so continuing to talk, now to Pluto, now to the mare, he once more adjusted the headstall, led the animal out, and, clambering into the saddle, rode thoughtfully away. Chapter 72. Zeb Stump on the trail. After getting clear of the enclosures of Casa del Corvo, the hunter headed his animal upstream, in the direction of the port and town. It was the former he intended to reach, which he did in a ride of less than 1/4 of an hour. Commonly it took him 3 to accomplish this distance. But on this occasion he was in an unusual state of excitement, and he made speed to correspond. The old mare could go fast enough when required, that is when Zeb required her, and he had a mode of quickening her speed, known only to himself, and only employed upon extraordinary occasions. It simply consisted in drawing the bowie knife from his belt, and inserting about an inch of its blade into the mare's hip, close to the termination of the spine. The effect was like magic, or, if you prefer the figure, electricity. So spurred, Zeb's critter could accomplish a mile in 3 minutes, and more than once had she been called upon to show this capability, when her owner was chased by Comanches. On the present occasion there was no necessity for such excessive speed, and the fort was reached after 15 minutes sharp trotting. On reaching it, Zeb slipped out of the saddle, and made his way to the quarters of the commandant. While the mare was left panting upon the parade ground. The old hunter had no difficulty in obtaining an interview with the military chief of Fort Inga. Looked upon by the officers as a sort of privileged character, he had the entree at all times, and could go in without countersign, or any of the other formalities usually demanded from a stranger. The sentry passed him, as a matter of course, the officer of the guard only exchanged with him a word of welcome, and the adjutant at once announced his name to the major commanding the cantonment. From his first words, the latter appeared to have been expecting him. "Ah! Mr. Stump! Glad to see you so soon. Have you made any discovery in this queer affair? From your quick return, I can almost say you have. Something, I hope, in favor of this unfortunate young fellow. Notwithstanding that appearances are strongly against him, I still adhere to my old opinion, that he's innocent. What have you learnt?" "Wall, Mage," answered Zeb, without making other obeisance than the simple politeness of removing his hat, "what I've larnt ain't much, though enough to fetch me back to the fort. Where I didn't intend to come, till I'd gone a journey across the Prairies. I kim back higher to hev a word with yourself. In welcome. What is it you have to say?" "That ye'll keep back this trial as long's ye kin raisonably do so. I know Thursday's a pressier from the outside, but I know, too, that ye've got the power to resist it, and what's more, Mage, you've got the will." "I have." "You speak quite truly about that, Mr. Stump. And as to the power, I have that, too, in a certain sense. But, as you are aware, in our great republic, the military power must always be subservient to the civil, unless under martial law, which God forbid should ever be required among us, even here in Texas. I can go so far as to hinder any open violation of the law, but I cannot go against the law itself. 'Tan't the law I want ye to go agin. Nothin' o' the sort, Mage. Only them as like to take it into Thursday own hands, and twist it about to square it why, Thursday own purposes. Thursday's them in this settlement as do that, ef they ain't restrained. One in especial, like to do it. And I knows who that one air, lostwise I hev a tollable clear guess o' him." "Who?" "You're good to keep a secret, Mage." "I know ye air. Mr. Stump, what passes here is in confidence. You may speak your mind freely." "Then my mind air, that the man who hez done this murder ain't Maurice the mustanger. That's my own belief. You know it already. Have you nothing more to communicate?" "Wall, Mage, prehaps I could communicate a leetle more ef you insist upon it. But the time ain't ripe for tellin' ye what I've larnt, the which, arter all, only mounts to suspicions. I may be wrong, and I'd rather you'd let me keep to myself till I hev made a short excursion across to the Nueces. Arter that, ye'll be welcome to what I know now, besides what I may be able to gather off the Prairies. So far as I am concerned, I'm quite contented to wait for your return, the more willingly that I know you are acting on the side of justice. But what would you have me do?" "Keep back the trial, Mage, only that. The rest will be all right." "How long?" "You know that it must come on according to the usual process in the criminal court. The judge of this circuit will not be ruled by me, though he may yield a little to my advice. But there is a party, who are crying out for vengeance, and he may be ruled by them. I know the party ye speak o'. I know their leader. And maybe, afore the trial ere over, he may be the criminal afore the bar. Ah! You do not believe, then, that these Mexicans are the men. Can't tell, Mage, whether they air or ain't. I do believe that they've had a hand in the business. But I don't believe that they've been the prime movers in't. It's him I want to discover. Can ye promise me 3 days? 3 days. For what? Afore the trial comes on. Oh. I think there will be no difficulty about that. He is now a prisoner under military law. Even if the judge of the Supreme Court should require him to be delivered up inside that time, I can make objections that will delay his being taken from the guardhouse. I shall undertake to do that. Mage. Ye'd make a man most contented to live under martial law. No doubt Thursday air times when it air the best, though we independent citizens don't much like it. All I've got to say air, that if ye stop this trial for 3 days, or therahout. Prehaps the prisoner to Kim afore the bar may be somebody else than him who's now in the guardhouse, somebody who jest at this moment hain't the smallest suspicion o' bein' hisself suspected. Don't ask me who. Only say ye'll streach a pint, and gi me 3 days. I promise it, Mr. Stump. Though I may risk my commission as an officer in the American Army, I give you an officer's promise, that for 3 days Maurice the mustanger shall not go out of my guardhouse. Innocent or guilty, for that time he shall be protected. You're the true grit, Mage, and doggone me, if I don't do my best to show ye some day, that I'm sensible o't. I've nothin' more to say now, 'ceptin' to ax that ye'll not tell out o' doors what I've been tellin' you. Thursday's them outside who, if they only knew what this coon air arter, you'd move both heaving and earth to circumvent his intentions. They'll have no help from me, whoever it is you are speaking of. Mr. Stump, you may rely upon my pledged word. I note, Mage, I note. God bless ye for a good you're the right sort for Texas. With this complimentary leave-taking the hunter strode out of headquarters, and made his way back to the place where he had left his old mare. Once more mounting her, he rode rapidly away. Having cleared the parade ground, and afterwards the outskirts of the village, he returned on the same path that had conducted him from Casa del Corvo. On reaching the outskirts of Poindexter's plantation, he left the low lands of the Leona bottom, and spurred his old mare gainst the steep slope ascending to the upper plain. He reached it, at a point where the chaparral impinged upon the prairie, and there reined up under the shade of a mesquite tree. He did not alight, nor show any sign of an intention to do so. But sate in the saddle, stooped forward, his eyes turned upon the ground, in that vacant gaze which denotes reflection. Doggone my cats, he drawled out in slow soliloquy. That air circumstance are full o' significance. Calhoun's hoss out the same night, and fetched home a swein all over. What could that mean? Dern me, if I don't suspect the foul play hev come from that quarter. I've thort so all along. Only it air so ridiculous to suppose that he should ha' killed his own cousin. He'd do that, or any other villainous thing, if there were a reason for it. There ain't, none as I kin think o'. If the property had been a-goin' to the young un, then the thing mout a been intelligible enough. But it wa'n't. Old Poindexter don't own a acre o' this higher ground, nor a nigger that's upon it. That I'm sartin be out. They all belong to that cuss already, and why should he want to get shot o' the cousin? That's where this coon gets flummoxed in his calculations. Thar want no ill will atween as ever I heerd o'. Thursday's a state o' feelin' twixt him and the girl, that he don't like, I know. But why shed it tempt him to the killin' o' her brother? And then Thursday's the mustanger mixed in why it, and that shindy be out which she told me herself. And the sham Injuns, and the Mexican she-male why, the har upon her lip, and the hossman ithout a head, and hell knows what beside. Jesus Jehoshaphat. It ud puzzle the brain pan o' a Louisville lawyer. Wall, there's no time to stand speculatin' higher. Why, this bit o' iron to assist me, I may chance upon something, that'll gie a clue to a part o' the bloody business, ef not to the hull o' it, and fust, as to the direction in which I shed steer. He looked round, as if in search of some one to answer the interrogatory. It air no use beginning near the fort or the town. The ground about both on air paddled host tracks like a cattle pen. I'd best strike out into the Prairie at onst, and take a track crossways o' the Rio Grande route. By doin' that I may fluke on the footmark I'm in search o'. Yes, yes. That's the most sensiblest day. As if fully satisfied on this score, he took up his bridle rein, muttered some words to his mare, and commenced moving off along the edge of the chaparral. Having advanced about a mile in the direction of the Nueces River, he abruptly changed his course, but with a coolness that told of a predetermined purpose. It was now nearly due west, and at right angles to the different trails going towards the Rio Grande. There was a simultaneous change in his bearing, in the expression of his features, and his attitude in the saddle. No longer looking listlessly around, he sate stooping forward, his eye carefully scanning the sward, over a wide space on both sides of the path he was pursuing. He had ridden about a mile in the new direction, when something seen upon the ground caused him to start, and simultaneously pull upon the bridle rein. Nothing loath, the critter came to a stand. Zeb, at the same time, flinging himself out of the saddle. Leaving the old mare to ruminate upon this eccentric proceeding, he advanced a pace or two, and dropped down upon his knees. Then drawing the piece of curved iron out of his capacious pocket, he applied it to a hoof print conspicuously outlined in the turf. It fitted. Fits, he exclaimed, with a triumphant gesticulation, doggoned if it don't. Tight as the skin o' a tick, he continued, after adjusting the broken shoe to the imperfect hoof print, and taking it up again. By the eternal! That air's the track o' a creetur, mayhap a murderer. Chapter 73. The Prairie Island. A herd of 100 horses, or 3 times the number, pasturing upon a prairie, although a spectacle of the grandest kind furnished by the animal kingdom, is not one that would strike a Texan frontiersman as either strange or curious. He would think it stranger to see a single horse in the same situation. The former would simply be followed by the reflection, a drove of mustangs. The latter conducts to a different train of thought, in which there is an ambiguity. The solitary steed might be one of two things, either an exiled stallion, kicked out of his own cavallada, or a roadster strayed from some encampment of travelers. The practiced eye of the prairie man would soon decide which. If the horse browsed with a bit in his mouth, and a saddle on his shoulders, there would be no ambiguity, only the conjecture, as to how he had escaped from his rider. If the rider were upon his back, and the horse still browsing, there would be no room for conjecture, only the reflection, that the former must be a lazy thick-headed fellow, not to alight and let his animal graze in a more commodious fashion. If, however, the rider, instead of being suspected of having a thick head, was seen to have no head at all, then would there be cue for 1,000 conjectures, not one of which might come within 1,000 miles of the truth. Such a horse, and just such a rider, were seen upon the prairies of southwestern Texas in the year of our Lord 1850-something. I am not certain as to the exact year, the unit of it, though I can with unquestionable certainty record the decade. I can speak more precisely as to the place, though in this I must be allowed latitude. A circumference of 20 miles will include the different points where the spectral apparition made itself manifest to the eyes of men, both on prairie and in chaparral, in a district of country traversed by several northern tributaries of the Rio de Nueces, and some southern branches of the Rio Leona. It was seen not only by many people, but at many different times. First, by the searchers for Henry Poindexter and his supposed murderer; second, by the servant of Maurice the mustanger; thirdly, by Cassius Calhoun, on his midnight exploration of the chaparral; fourthly, by the sham Indians on that same night, and, fifthly, by Zeb Stump on the night following. But there were others who saw it elsewhere and on different occasions, hunters, herdsmen, and travelers, all alike awed, alike perplexed, by the apparition. It had become the talk not only of the Leona settlement, but of others more distant. Its fame already reached on one side to the Rio Grande, and on the other was rapidly extending to the Sabine. No one doubted that such a thing had been seen. To have done so would have been to ignore the evidence of 200 pairs of eyes, all belonging to men willing to make affidavit of the fact, for it could not be pronounced a fancy. No one denied that it had been seen. The only question was, how to account for a spectacle so peculiar, as to give the lie to all the known laws of creation. At least half a score of theories were started, more or less feasible, more or less absurd. Some called it an Indian dodge. Others believed it a lay figure, others that it was not that, but a real rider, only so disguised as to have his head under the serape that shrouded his shoulders, with perhaps a pair of eye-holes through which he could see to guide his horse. While not a few pertinaciously adhered to the conjecture, started at a very early period, that the Headless Horseman was Lucifer himself. In addition to the direct attempts at interpreting the abnormal phenomenon, there was a crowd of indirect conjectures relating to it. Some fancied that they could see the head, or the shape of it, down upon the breast, and under the blanket. Others affirmed to having actually seen it carried in the rider's hand. While others went still further, and alleged, that upon the head thus seen there was a hat, a black glazed sombrero of the Mexican sort, with a band of gold bullion above the brim. There were still further speculations, that related less to the apparition itself than to its connection with the other grand topic of the time, the murder of young Poindexter. Most people believed there was some connection between the two mysteries, though no one could explain it. He, whom everybody believed, could have thrown some light upon the subject, was still ridden by the nightmare of delirium. And for a whole week the guessing continued, during which the spectral rider was repeatedly seen. Now going at a quick gallop, now moving in slow, tranquil pace, across the treeless prairie, his horse at one time halted and vaguely gazing around him. At another with teeth to the ground, industriously cropping the sweet grama grass, that makes the pasturage of southwestern Texas, in my opinion, the finest in the world. Rejecting many tales told of the Headless Horseman, most of them too grotesque to be recorded, one truthful episode must needs be given, since it forms an essential chapter of this strange history. In the midst of the open prairie there is a motte, a coppice, or clump of trees, of perhaps 3 or 4 acres in superficial extent. A prairie man would call it an island, and with your eyes upon the vast verdant sea that surrounds it, you could not help being struck with the resemblance. The aboriginal of America might not perceive it. It is a thought of the colonist transmitted to his descendants, who, although they may never have looked upon the great ocean, are nevertheless au fait to its phraseology. By the timber island in question, about 200 yards from its edge, a horse is quietly pasturing. He is the same that carries the headless rider. And this weird equestrian is still bestriding him, with but little appearance of change either in apparel or attitude, since first seen by the searchers. The striped blanket still hangs over his shoulders, cloaking the upper half of his person. While the armas de agua, strapped over his limbs, cover them from thigh to spur, concealing all but their outlines. His body is bent a little forward, as if to ease the horse in getting his snout to the sward, which the long bridle rein, surrendered to its full length, enables him to do, though still retained in hand, or resting over the horn of the saddle. Those who asserted that they saw a head, only told the truth. There is a head. And, as also stated, with a hat upon it, a black sombrero, with bullion band as described. The head rests against the left thigh, the chin being nearly down on a level with the rider's knee. Being on the near side it can only be seen, when the spectator is on the same, and not always then, as it is at times concealed by a corner of the serape. At times too can a glimpse be obtained of the face. Its features are well formed, but wearing a sad expression, the lips of livid color, slightly parted, showing a double row of white teeth, set in a grim ghastly smile. Though there is no perceptible change in the personnel of the Headless Horseman, there is something new to be noted. Hitherto he has been seen going alone. Now he is in company. It cannot be called agreeable. Consisting as it does of wolves, half a score of them squatting closely upon the plain, and at intervals loping around him. By the horse they are certainly not liked. As is proved by the snorting and stamping of his hoof, when one of them ventures upon a too close proximity to his heels. The rider seems more indifferent to a score of birds, large dark birds, that swoop in shadowy circles around his shoulders. Even when one bolder than the rest has the audacity to alight upon him, he has made no attempt to disturb it, raising neither hand nor arm to drive it away. 3 times one of the birds has alighted thus, first upon the right shoulder, then upon the left, and then midway between, upon the spot where the head should be. The bird does not stay upon its singular perch, or only for an instant. If the rider does not feel the indignity the steed does, and resists it by rearing upward, with a fierce neighing, that frights the vultures off, to return again only after a short interval of shyness. His steed thus browsing, now in quiet, now disturbed by the too near approach of the wolves, anon by the bold behavior of the birds, goes the Headless Horseman, step by step, and with long pauses of pasturing, around the prairie island. Chapter 74. A solitary stalker. The singular spectacle described, extraordinary it might be termed, was too grave to appear grotesque. There was something about it that savoured of the outremond. Human eyes could not have beholden it, without the shivering of a human frame, and the chilling of human blood. Was it seen by human eyes in this fresh phase, with the wolves below, and the vultures above? It was. By one pair. And they belonging to the only man in all Texas who had arrived at something like a comprehension of the all-perplexing mystery. It was not yet altogether clear to him. There were points that still puzzled him. He but knew it was neither a dummy, nor the devil. His knowledge did not accept him from the universal feeling of dread. Despite the understanding of what the thing was, he shuddered as he gazed upon it. He gazed upon it from the shore of the prairie island, himself unseen under its shadows, and apparently endeavoring to remain so. And yet, with all his trembling and the desire to keep concealed, he was following it round and round, on the circumference of an inner circle, as if some magnetic power was constraining him to keep on the same radius. Of which the point occupied by the Headless Horseman was a prolongation. More than this. He had seen the latter before entering the island. He had seen him far off, and might easily have shunned him. But instead of doing so, he had immediately commenced making approach towards him. He had continued it, using the timber as a screen, and acting as one who stalks the timid stag, with the difference of a heart dread which no deer stalker could ever know. He had continued it until the shelter of the motte gave him a momentary respite, not from fear, but the apprehension of a failure. He had not ridden 10 miles across the prairie without a design. And it was this that caused him to go so cautiously, guiding his horse over the softest turf, and through the selvage of the chaparral, in such a way as neither to expose his person to view, nor cause a rustle among the branches that might be heard to the distance of 10 yards. No one observing his maneuvers as he moved amid the timber island, could have mistaken their meaning, at least so far as related to the object for which they were being made. His eye was upon the Headless Horseman, his whole soul absorbed in watching the movements of the latter, by which he appeared to regulate his own. At first, fear seemed to be his prevailing thought. After a time, it was succeeded by an impatience that partially emboldened him. The latter plainly sprang from his perceiving, that the Headless Horseman, instead of approaching the timber, still kept at a regular distance of 200 yards from its edge. That this chafed him was evident from a string of soliloquies, muttered half aloud. They were not free from blasphemy, but that was characteristic of the man who pronounced them. Damn the infernal brute! If he'd only come 20 yards nearer, I could fetch him. My gun won't carry that distance. I'd miss him for sure, and then it'll be all up. I may never get the chance again. Confound him. He's all of 20 yards too far off. As if the last was an ambiguity rather than a conviction, the speaker appeared to measure with his eye the space that separated him from the headless rider, all the while holding in hand a short Jaeger rifle. Capped and cocked, ready for instant discharge. No use, he continued, after a process of silent computation. I might hit the beast with a spent ball, but only to scare without crippling him. I must have patience, and wait till he gets a little nearer. Damn them wolves. He might come in, if it wasn't for them. So long as they're about him, he'll give the timber a wide berth. It's the nature of these Texas hows, devil skin them. I wonder if coaxing would do any good, he proceeded, after a pause. Maybe the sound of a man's voice would bring the animal to a stand. Doubtful. He's not likely to have heard much of that lately. I suppose it would only frighten him. The sight of my horse would be sure to do it, as it did before. Though that was in the moonlight. Besides, he was chased by the howling staghound. No wonder his being wild, then, ridden as he is by hell knows what, for it can't be, bah. After all, there must be some trick in it, some damned infernal trick. For a while the speaker checked his horse with a tight rein. And, leaning forward, so as to get a good view through the trees, continued to scan the strange shape that was slowly skirting the timber. It's his horse, sure as shootin'. His saddle, serape, and all. How the hell could they have come into the possession of the other? Another pause of reflection. Trick, or no trick, it's an ugly business. Whoever's planned it, must know all that happened that night. And by God, if that thing lodged there, I've got to get it back. What a fool, to have bragged about it as I did. Curse the crooked luck. He won't come nearer. He's provokingly shy of the timber. Like all his breed, he knows he's safest in the open ground. What's to be done? See if I can call him up. Maybe he may like to hear a human voice. If it'll only fetch him 20 yards nearer, I'll be satisfied. Hanged if I don't try. Drawing a little closer to the edge of the thicket, the speaker pronounced that call usually employed by Texans to summon a straying horse. Pro show. Come kindly. Come, old horse. The invitation was extended to no purpose. The Texan steed did not seem to understand it, at all events, as an invitation to friendly companionship. On the contrary, it had the effect of frightening him. For no sooner fell the pro upon his ear, than letting go the mouthful of grass already gathered, he tossed his head aloft with a snort that proclaimed far greater fear than that felt for either wolf or vulture. A mustang, he knew that his greatest enemy was man, a man mounted upon a horse, and by this time his scent had disclosed to him the proximity of such a foe. He stayed not to see what sort of man, or what kind of horse. His first instinct had told him that both were enemies. As his rider by this time appeared to have arrived at the same conclusion, there was no tightening of the rein. And he was left free to follow his own course, which carried him straight off over the prairie. A bitter curse escaped from the lips of the unsuccessful stalker as he spurred out into the open ground. Still more bitter was his oath, as he beheld the Headless Horseman passing rapidly beyond reach, unscathed by the bullet he had sent too earnestly after him. Chapter 75. On the trail. Zeb Stump stayed but a short while on the spot, where he had discovered the hoof print with the broken shoe. 6 seconds sufficed for its identification. After which he rose to his feet, and continued along the trail of the horse that had made it. He did not remount, but strode forward on foot, the old mare, obedient to a signal he had given her, keeping at a respectful distance behind him. For more than a mile he moved on in this original fashion, now slowly, as the trail became indistinct, quickening his pace where the print of the imperfect shoe could be seen without difficulty. Like an archaeologist engaged upon a tablet of hieroglyphic history, long entombed beneath the ruins of a lost metropolis, whose characters appear grotesque to all except himself, so was it with Zeb Stump, as he strode on. Translating the sign of the prairie. Absorbed in the act, and the conjectures that accompanied it, he had no eyes for aught else. He glanced neither to the green savanna that stretched inimitably around, nor to the blue sky that spread specklessly above him. Alone to the turf beneath his feet was his eye and attention directed. A sound, not a sight, startled him from his all-engrossing occupation. It was the report of a rifle. But so distant, as to appear but the detonation of a percussion cap that had missed fire. Instinctively he stopped, at the same time raising his eyes, but without unbending his body. With a quick glance the horizon was swept, along the half-dozen points whence the sound should have proceeded. A spot of bluish smoke, still preserving its balloon shape, was slowly rolling up against the sky. A dark blotch beneath indicated the outlines of an island of timber. So distant was the smoke, and the sound, that only the eye of an experienced prairie man would have seen the first, or his ear heard the last, from the spot where Zeb Stump was standing. But Zeb saw the one, and heard the other. "Derned query," he muttered, still stooped in the attitude of a gardener dibbing in his young cabbage plants. "Doggone query, to say the lowest on't. Who in Ol' Nick's name kin be huntin' out Thursday, or there ain't game enough to pay for the powder and shet? I've been to that air Purera Island, and I know there ain't nothin' Thursday, 'ceptin' coyotes. What they get to live on, only the Eternal kin tell. Wog," he went on, after a short silence. "Some storekeeper from the town, out on a excursion, as he'd call it, who's proud o' poppin' away at them stinkin' varmints, and LL go hum why, a story he's been a huntin' wolves. Wall. 'Tain't no business o' mine. Let yerd stick hev his belly full o' sport. Hey! Thursday's somethin' comin' this way. A hoss and somebody on his back, streakin' it as if hell wore arter him, why, a pitchfork o' red-het lightnin'. What? As I live, it air the Headless. It is, by the jumpin' Jehoshaphat." The observation of the old hunter was quite correct. There could be no mistake about the character of the cavalier, who, just clearing himself from the cloud of sulphureous smoke, now falling, dispersed over the prairie, came galloping on towards the spot where Zeb stood. It was the horseman without a head. Nor could there be any doubt as to the direction he was taking, as straight towards Zeb as if he already saw, and was determined on coming up with him. A braver man than the backwoodsman could not have been found within the confines of Texas. Cougar, or jaguar, bear, buffalo, or red Indian, he could have encountered without quailing. Even a troop of Comanches might have come charging on, without causing him half the apprehension felt at sight of that solitary equestrian. With all his experience of nature in her most secret haunts, despite the stoicism derived from that experience, Zeb Stump was not altogether free from superstitious fancies. Who is? With the courage to scorn a human foe, any enemy that might show itself in a natural shape, either of biped or quadruped, still was he not stern enough to defy the abnormal. And Bayard himself would have quailed at sight of the cavalier who was advancing to the encounter, apparently determined upon its being deadly. Zeb Stump not only quailed, but, trembling in his tall boots of alligator leather, sought concealment. He did so, long before the Headless Horseman had got within hailing distance, or, as he supposed, within sight of him. Some bushes growing close by gave him the chance of a hiding place, of which, with instinctive quickness, he availed himself. The mare, standing saddled by his side, might still have betrayed him. But, no. He had not gone to his knees, without thinking of that. "Hunker down," he cried, addressing himself to his dumb companion, who, if wanting speech, proved herself perfect in understanding. "Squat, ye old critter, or by the Eternal ye'll be switched off into hell." As if dreading some such terrible catastrophe, the scraggy quadruped dropped down upon her 4 knees, and then, lowering her hind quarters, laid herself along the grass, as though thinking her day's work done, she was free to indulge in a fiesta. Scarce had Zeb and his roadster composed themselves their new position, when the Headless Horseman came charging up. He was going at full speed, and Zeb was but too well pleased to perceive that he was likely to continue it. It was sheer chance that had conducted him that way, and not from having seen either the hunter or his sorry steed. The former, if not the latter, was satisfied at being treated in that cavalier style. But, long before the Headless Horseman had passed out of sight, Zeb had taken his dimensions, and made himself acquainted with his character. Though he might be a mystery to all the world beside, he was no longer so to Zebulon Stump. As the horse shot past in fleet career, the skirt of the serape, flouted up by the wind, displayed to Stump's optics a form well known to him, in a dress he had seen before. It was a blouse of blue cottonade, box-plaited over the breast. And though its vivid color was dashed with spots of garish red, the hunter was able to recognize it. He was not so sure about the face seen low down upon the saddle, and resting against the rider's leg. There was nothing strange in his inability to recognize it. The mother, who had oft looked fondly on that once fair countenance, would not have recognized it now. Zeb Stump only did so by deduction. The horse, the saddle, the holsters, the striped blanket, the sky-blue coat and trousers, even the hat upon the head, were all known to him. So, too, was the figure that stood almost upright in the stirrups. The head and face must belong to the same, notwithstanding their unaccountable displacement. Zeb saw it by no uncertain glance. He was permitted a full, fair view of the ghastly spectacle. The steed, though going at a gallop, passed within 10 paces of him. He made no attempt to interrupt the retreating rider either by word or gesture. Only, as the form became unmasked before his eyes, and its real meaning flashed across his mind, he muttered, in a slow, sad tone. "Jehoshaphat. It air true, then. Poor young feller, dead, dead." Chapter 76. Lost in the Chalk. Still continuing his fleet career, the Headless Horseman galloped on over the prairie, Zeb Stump following only with his eyes. And not until he had passed out of sight, behind some straggling groves of mesquite, did the backwoodsman abandon his kneeling position. Then only for a second or two did he stand erect, taking counsel with himself as to what course he should pursue. The episode, strange as unexpected, had caused some disarrangement in his ideas, and seemed to call for a change in his plans. Should he continue along the trail he was already deciphering, or forsake it for that of the steed that had just swept by? By keeping to the former, he might find out much, but by changing to the latter he might learn more. He might capture the Headless Horseman, and ascertain from him the why and wherefore of his wild wanderings. While thus absorbed, in considering what course he had best take, he had forgotten the puff of smoke, and the report heard far off over the prairie. Only for a moment, however. They were things to be remembered, and he soon remembered them. Turning his eyes to the quarter where the smoke had appeared, he saw that which caused him to squat down again, and place himself, with more empressement than ever, under cover of the mesquites. The old mare, relishing the recumbent attitude, had still kept to it, and there was no necessity for redisposing of her. What Zeb now saw was a man on horseback, a real horseman, with a head upon his shoulders. He was still a long way off. And it was not likely he had seen the tall form of the hunter, standing short up among the bushes, much less the mare, lying beneath them. He showed no signs of having done so. On the contrary, he was sitting stooped in the saddle, his breast bent down to the pommel, and his eyes actively engaged in reading the ground, over which he was guiding his horse. There could be no difficulty in ascertaining his occupation. Zeb Stump guessed it at a glance. He was tracking the headless rider. "Ho, ho," muttered Zeb, on making this discovery, "I ain't the only one who's got a reason for solvin' this higher mystery. Who the hell can he be? I shed just like to know that." Zeb had not long to wait for the gratification of his wish. As the trail was fresh, the strange horseman could take it up at a trot, in which pace he was approaching. He was soon within identifying distance. "Gee, Jehoshaphat," muttered the backwoodsman, "I'm out and knowed it would be him, and ef I'm not mistook about it, hires goin' to be a other chapter out o' the same book, a other link as help me to complete the chain o' evidence I'm in sarch for. Lay clost, ye critter. Ef ye make e'er a stir, even to the shakin' o' them long lugs o' horn, I'll cut your darned throat." The last speech was an apostrophe to the Tamar, after which Zeb waxed silent, with his head among the spray of the acacias, and his eyes peering through the branches in acute scrutiny of him who was coming along. This was a man, who, once seen, was not likely to be soon forgotten. Scarce 30 years old, he showed a countenance, scathed, less with care than the play of evil passions. But there was care upon it now, a care that seemed to speak of apprehension, keen, prolonged, yet looking forward with a hope of being relieved from it. Withal it was a handsome face, such as a gentleman need not have been ashamed of, but for that sinister expression that told of its belonging to a blackguard. The dress, but why need we describe it? The blue cloth frock of semi-military cut, the forage cap, the belt sustaining a bowie knife, with a brace of revolving pistols, all have been mentioned before as enveloping and equipping the person of Captain Cassius Calhoun. It was he. It was not the battery of small arms that kept Zeb Stump from showing himself. He had no dread of an encounter with the ex-officer of volunteers. Though he instinctively felt hostility, he had as yet given no reason to the latter for regarding him as an enemy. He remained in shadow, to have a better view of what was passing under the sunlight. Still closely scrutinizing the trail of the Headless Horseman, Calhoun trotted past. Still closely keeping among the acacias, Zeb Stump looked after, till the same grove, that had concealed the former, interposed its verdant veil between him and the ex-captain of cavalry. The backwoodsman's brain having become the recipient of new thoughts, required a fresh exercise of its ingenuity. If there was reason before for taking the trail of the Headless Horseman, it was redoubled now. With but short time spent in consideration, so Zeb concluded, and commenced making preparations for a stalk after Cassius Calhoun. These consisted in taking hold of the bridle, and giving the old mare a kick. That caused her to start instantaneously to her feet. Zeb stood by her side, intending to climb into the saddle and ride out into the open plain, as soon as Calhoun should be out of sight. He had no thoughts of keeping the latter in view. He needed no such guidance. The 2 fresh trails would be sufficient for him, and he felt as sure of finding the direction in which both would lead, as if he had ridden alongside the horseman without a head, or him without a heart. With this confidence he cleared out from among the acacias, and took the path just trodden by Calhoun. For once in his life, Zeb Stump had made a mistake. On rounding the mesquite grove, behind which both had made disappearance, he discovered he had done so. Beyond, extended a tract of chalk prairie, over which one of the horsemen appeared to have passed, him without the head. Zeb guessed so, by seeing the other, at some distance before him, riding to and fro, in transverse stretches, like a pointer quartering the stubble in search of a partridge. He too had lost the trail, and was endeavoring to recover it. Crouching under cover of the mesquites, the hunter remained a silent spectator of his movements. The attempt terminated in a failure. The chalk surface defied interpretation, at least by skill such as that of Cassius Calhoun. After repeated quarterings he appeared to surrender his design, and, angrily plying the spur, galloped off in the direction of the Leona. As soon as he was out of sight, Zeb also made an effort to take up the lost trail. But despite his superior attainments in the tracking craft, he was compelled to relinquish it. A fervid sun was glaring down upon the chalk, and only the eye of a salamander could have withstood the reflection of its rays. Dazed almost to blindness, the backwoodsman determined upon turning late back, and once more devoting his attention to the trail from which he had been for a time seduced. He had learnt enough to know that this last promised a rich reward for its exploration. It took him but a short time to regain it. Nor did he lose any in following it up. He was too keenly impressed with its value. And with this idea urging him, he strode rapidly on, the mare following as before. Once only did he make pause, at a point where the tracks of 2 horses converged with that he was following. From this point the 3 coincided, at times parting and running parallel, for a score of yards or so, but again coming together and overlapping one another. The horses were all shod, like that which carried the broken shoe, and the hunter only stopped to see what he could make out of the hoof marks. One was a States horse. The other a mustang, though a stallion of great size, and with a hoof almost as large as that of the American. Zeb had his conjectures about both. He did not stay to inquire which had gone first over the ground. That was as clear to him, as if he had been a spectator at their passing. The stallion had been in the lead, how far Zeb could not exactly tell, but certainly some distance beyond that of companionship. The state's horse had followed. And behind him, the roadster with the broken shoe, also an American. All three had gone over the same ground, at separate times, and each by himself. This Zeb Stump could tell with as much ease and certainty, as one might read the index of a dial, or thermometer. Whatever may have been in his thoughts, he said nothing, beyond giving utterance to the simple exclamation, "Good." And, with satisfaction stamped upon his features, he moved on, the old mare appearing to mock him by an imitative stride. "Higher they've separated," he said, once again coming to a stop, and regarding the ground at his feet. "The stallion and state's hoss hev goed thegither, that air they've tucked the same way. Broken shoe hev strayed in a different direction. Wonder now what that's for," he continued, after standing a while to consider. "Dern me if I ever seed sec perplexin' sign. It ud puzzle old Daniel Boone hisself. Which on them shed I faller fust? Ef I go arter the two I know where they'll lead. They're bound to kim up in that puddle o' blood. Let's track up Tother, and see whether he hev rud into the same proximity. To the right abe out, old gal, and keep close to hint me, else ye may get lost in the chapel, and the coyotes may make Thursday's supper on your tallow. Ho! Ho! Ho!" With this apostrophe to his critter, ending in a laugh at the conceit of her tallow, the hunter turned off on the track of the third horse. It led him along the edge of an extended tract of chaparral, which, following all three, he had approached at a point well known to him, as to the reader, where it was parted by the open space already described. The new trail skirted the timber only for a short distance. 200 yards from the embouchure of the avenue, it ran into it, and 50 paces further on Zeb came to a spot where the horse had stood tied to a tree. Zeb saw that the animal had proceeded no further, for there was another set of tracks showing where it had returned to the prairie, though not by the same path. The rider had gone beyond. The footmarks of a man could be seen beyond, in the mud of a half-dry arroyo, beside which the horse had been hitched. Leaving his critter to occupy the stall where Broken Shoe had for some time fretted himself, the old hunter glided off upon the footmarks of the dismounted rider. He soon discovered two sets of them, one going, another coming back. He followed the former. He was not surprised at their bringing him out into the avenue, close to the pool of blood, by the coyotes long since licked dry. He might have traced them right up to it, but for the hundreds of horse tracks that had trodden the ground like a sheep pen. But before going so far, he was stayed by the discovery of some fresh sign, too interesting to be carelessly examined. In a place where the underwood grew thick, he came upon a spot where a man had remained for some time. There was no turf, and the loose mold was baked hard and smooth, evidently by the sole of a boot or shoe. There were prints of the same sole leading out towards the place of blood, and similar ones coming back again. But upon the branches of a tree between, Zeb Stump saw something that had escaped the eyes not only of the searchers, but of their guide Spangler, a scrap of paper, blackened and half-burnt, evidently the wadding of a discharged gun. It was clinging to the twig of a locust tree, impaled upon one of its spines. The old hunter took it from the thorn to which, through rain and wind, it had adhered, spread it carefully across the palm of his horny hand, and read upon its smouched surface a name well known to him, which, with its concomitant title, bore the initials, CCC. Chapter 77. Another link. It was less surprise, than gratification, that showed itself on the countenance of Zeb Stump, as he deciphered the writing on the paper. "That air's the back in, a letter," muttered he. "Tells a goodish grist, story, more'n war wrote inside, I reckon. Been used for the wad, a gun. Wall. Serve as the cuss right, for ram in, down a rifle ball y, a patch and scurvy paper, I stead the proper and bestest thing, which air a bit greased buckskin. The writin' air in a she-male hand, he continued, looking anew at the piece of paper. Don't signify for that. It's been sent to him all the same, and he's headed in position. It air somethin' to be tuck care o. So saying, he drew out a small skin wallet, which contained his tinder of punk, along with his flint and steel, and, after carefully stowing away the scrap of paper, he returned the sack to his pocket. Wall. He went on in soliloquy, as he stood silently considering, I calkerlate as how this old coon, LL be able to unwind a good grist this clue mystery, though Thursday be a bit the thread broken higher and Thursday. And a bit a puzzle I can't clearly understand. The man who hev been murdered, whose endiver he may be, wore out Thursday by that puddle blood, and the man as did the deed, whose endiver he be, wore a stand behint this locust tree. But for them greenhorns, I mout a got more out the sign. Now Thursday ain't the ghost a chance. They've tramped the whole place into a dernation mess, cuvortin and caperin about. Wall, t'are no use goin' furrer that way. The bestest thing now air to take the back track, if it air possible, and discover wore the hoss why, the broke shoe toted his rider arter he went back from this leetle bit still huntin'. Thurfer, ol' Zeb'lon Stump, back ye go on the boot tracks. With this grotesque apostrophe to himself, he commenced retracing the footmarks that had guided him to the edge of the opening. Only in one or two places were the footprints at all distinct. But Zeb scarce cared for their guidance. Having already noted that the man who made them had returned to the place where the horse had been left, he knew the back track would lead him there. There was one place, however, where the two trails did not go over the same ground. There was a forking in the open list, through which the supposed murderer had made his way. It was caused by an obstruction, a patch of impenetrable thicket. They met again, but not till that on which the hunter was returning straggled off into an open glade of considerable size. Having become satisfied of this, Zeb looked around into the glade, for a time forsaking the footsteps of the pedestrian. After a short examination, he observed a trail altogether distinct, and of a different character. It was a well-marked path entering the opening on one side, and going out on the other, in short, a cattle track. Zeb saw that several shod horses had passed along it, some days before, and it was this that caused him to come back and examine it. He could tell to a day, to an hour, when the horses had passed, and from the sign itself. But the exercise of his ingenuity was not needed on this occasion. He knew that the hoof prints were those of the horses ridden by Spengler and his party, after being detached from the main body of searchers who had gone home with the major. He had heard the whole story of that collateral investigation, how Spengler and his comrades had traced Henry Poindexter's horse to the place where the Negro had caught it, on the outskirts of the plantation. To an ordinary intellect this might have appeared satisfactory. Nothing more could be learnt by any one going over the ground again. Zeb Stump did not seem to think so. As he stood looking along it, his attitude showed indecision. If I cad make sure havin' time, he muttered, I'd foller it fust. Jest as like as not I'll find a fluke Thursday too. But Thursday's no sartainty, be out the time, and I'd better purse to settle why, the any mal as cast the quarter shoe. He had turned to go out of the glade, when a thought once more stayed him. Arter all, it kin be easy found, at any time. I kin guess where it'll lead, as sartint, as if I'd rud 'longside the skunk that made it, straight custret to the stable Caser Corver. It's a derned pity to drop this on, now whiles I'm higher upon the spot. It'll gie me the makin' another 10-mile journey, and Thursday mount be time. Doggoned ef I don't try a leetle way along it. The mar kin wait till I come back. Bracing himself for a new investigation, he started off upon the cattle track, trodden by the horses of Spengler and his party. To the hoof marks of these he paid but slight attention, at times, none whatever. His eye only sought those of Henry Poindexter's horse. Though the others were of an after time, and often destroyed the traces he was most anxious to examine, he had no difficulty in identifying the latter. As he would have himself said, any greenhorn could do that. The young planter's horse had gone over the ground at a gallop. The trackers had ridden slowly. As far as Zeb Stump could perceive, the latter had made neither halt nor deviation. The former had. It was about 3/4 of a mile from the edge of the venue. It was not a halt the galloping horse had made, but only a slight departure from his direct course. As if something he had seen, wolf, jaguar, cougar, or other beast of prey, had caused him to shy. Beyond he had continued his career, rapid and reckless as ever. Beyond the party along with Spangler had proceeded, without staying to inquire why the horse had shied from his track. Zeb Stump was more inquisitive, and paused upon this spot. It was a sterile tract, without herbage, and covered with shingle and sand. A huge tree overshadowed it, with limbs extending horizontally. One of these ran transversely to the path over which the horses had passed, so low that a horseman, to shun contact with it, would have to lower his head. At this branch Zeb Stump stood gazing. He observed an abrasion upon the bark. That, though very slight, must have been caused by contact with some substance, as hard, if not sounder, than itself. That's been done by the skull o' a human critter, reasoned he, a human critter, that must have been on the back o' a hoss, this side the branch, and off on the t'other. No livin' man ket a stud sec a collision as that, and kep his seat at the settle. Hurrah! He triumphantly exclaimed, after a cursory examination of the ground underneath the tree. I thought so. Thursday's the impression o' the throwed rider. And Thursday's war he hez creeped away. Now I've got a explication o' that big bump as hez been puzzlin' me. I knowed it want did by the claws o' any varmint, and it didn't look like the blow aether o' a stone or a stick. That air's the stick that hez in it. With an elastic step, his countenance radiant of triumph, the old hunter strode away from the tree, no longer upon the cattle path, but that taken by the man who had been so violently dismounted. To one unaccustomed to the chaparral, he might have appeared going without a guide, and upon a path never before pressed by human foot. A portion of it perhaps had not. But Zeb was conducted by signs which, although obscure to the ordinary eye, were to him intelligible as the painted lettering upon a fingerpost. The branch contorted to afford passage for a human form, the displaced tendrils of a creeping plant, the scratched surface of the earth, all told that a man had passed that way. The sign signified more, that the man was disabled, had been crawling, a cripple. Zeb Stump continued on, till he had traced this cripple to the banks of a running stream. It was not necessary for him to go further. He had made one more splice of the broken thread. Another, and his clue would be complete. Chapter 78. A Horse-Swop. With an oath, a sullen look, and a brow black as disappointment could make it, Calhoun turned away from the edge of the chalk prairie, where he had lost the traces of the Headless Horseman. No use following further. No knowing where he's gone now. No hope of finding him except by a fluke. If I go back to the creek I might see him again, but unless I get within range, it'll end as it's done before. The Mustang stallion won't let me come near him, as if the brute knows what I'm wanting. He's even cunninger than the wild sort, trained to it, I suppose, by the mustanger himself. One fair shot, if I could only get that, I'd settle his courses. There appears no chance of stealing upon him, and as to riding him down, it can't be done with a slow mule like this. The Sorrell's not much better as to speed, though he beats this brute in bottom. I'll try him tomorrow, with the new shoe. If I could only get hold of something that's fast enough to overtake the Mustang. I'd put down handsomely for a horse that could do it. There must be one of the sort in the settlement. I'll see when I get back. If there be, a couple of hundred, or 3, won't hinder me from having him. After he had made these mutterings Calhoun rode away from the chalk prairie, his dark countenance strangely contrasting with its snowy sheen. He went at a rapid rate. Not sparing his horse, already jaded with a protracted journey, as could be told by his sweating coat, and the clots of half-coagulated blood, where the spur had been freely plied upon his flanks. Fresh drops soon appeared as he cantered somewhat heavily on, his head set for the hacienda of Casa del Corvo. In less than an hour after, his rider was guiding him among the mesquites that skirted the plantation. It was a path known to Calhoun. He had ridden over it before, though not upon the same horse. On crossing the bed of an arroyo, dry from a long continuance of drought, he was startled at beholding in the mud the tracks of another horse. One of them showed a broken shoe, an old hoof print, nearly 8 days old. He made no examination to ascertain the time. He knew it to an hour. He bent over it, with a different thought, a feeling of surprise commingled with a touch of superstition. The track looked recent, as if made on the day before. There had been wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Not one of these had wasted it. Even the angry elements appeared to have passed over without destroying it, as if to spare it for a testimony against the outraged laws of nature, their God. Calhoun dismounted, with the design to obliterate the track of the three-quarter shoe. Better for him to have spared himself the pains. The crease of his boot heel crushing in the stiff mud was only an additional evidence as to who had ridden the broken-shoed horse. There was one coming close behind capable of collecting it. Once more in his saddle, the ex-officer rode on, reflecting on his own astuteness. His reflections had scarce reached the point of reverie, when the hoofstroke of a horse, not his own, came suddenly within hearing. Not within sight, for the animal making them was still screened by the chaparral. Plainly was it approaching, and, although at a slow pace, the measured tread told of its being guided, and not straying. It was a horse with a rider upon his back. In another instant both were in view, and Calhoun saw before him Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos, she at the same instant catching sight of him. It was a strange circumstance that these two should thus encounter one another, apparently by chance, though perhaps controlled by destiny. Stranger still the thought summoned up in the bosoms of both. In Calhoun, Isidora saw the man who loved the woman she herself hated. In Isidora, Calhoun saw the woman who loved him he both hated and had determined to destroy. This mutual knowledge they had derived partly from report, partly from observation, and partly from the suspicious circumstances under which more than once they had met. They were equally convinced of its truth. Each felt certain of the sinister entanglement of the other, while both believed their own to be unsuspected. The situation was not calculated to create a friendly feeling between them. It is not natural that man, or woman, should like the admirer of a rival. They can only be friends at that point where jealousy prompts to the deadliest vengeance, and then it is but a sinister sympathy. As yet no such had arisen between Cassius Calhoun and Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. If it had been possible, both might have been willing to avoid the encounter. Isidora certainly was. She had no predilection for the ex-officer of dragoons. And besides the knowledge that he was the lover of her rival, there was another thought that now rendered his presence, if not disagreeable, at least not desirable. She remembered the chase of the sham Indians, and its ending. She knew that among the Texans there had been much conjecture as to her abrupt disappearance, after appealing to them for protection. She had her own motive for that, which she did not intend to declare. And the man about meeting her might be inclined to ask questions on the subject. She would have passed with a simple salutation, she could not give less than that. And perhaps he might have done the same. But for a thought which at that moment came into his mind, entirely unconnected with the reflections already there engendered. It was not the lady herself who suggested the thought. Despite her splendid beauty, he had no admiration for her. In his breast, ruthless as it might have been, there was no space left for a second passion, not even a sensual one, for her thus encountered in the solitude of the chaparral, with nature whispering wild, wicked suggestions. It was no idea of this that caused him to rein up in the middle of the path, remove the cap from his crown, and, by a courtly salutation, invite a dialogue with Isidora. So challenged, she could not avoid the conversation. That commenced upon the instant, Calhoun taking the initiative. "Excuse me, señorita," said he, his glance directed more upon her steed than herself, "I know it's very rude thus to interrupt your ride. Especially on the part of a stranger, as with sorrow I am compelled to call myself. It needs no apology, señor. If I'm not mistaken, we have met before, upon the prairie, out near the Nueces." "True, true," stammered Calhoun, not caring to dwell upon the remembrance. "It was not of that encounter I wished to speak, but what I saw afterwards, as you came galloping along the cliff. We all wondered what became of you." "There was not much cause for wonder, Cavallero. The shot which some of your people fired from below, disembarrassed me of my pursuers. I saw that they had turned back, and simply continued my journey." Calhoun exhibited no chagrin at being thus baffled. The theme upon which he designed to direct his discourse had not yet turned up, and in it he might be more successful. What it was might have been divined from his glance, half connoisseur, half horse jockey, still directed toward the steed of Isidora. "I do not say, señorita, that I was one of those who wondered at your sudden disappearance. I presumed you had your own reasons for not coming on to us, and, seeing you ride as you did, I felt no fear for your safety. It was your riding that astonished me, as it did all of my companions. Such a horse you had. He appeared to glide, rather than gallop. If I mistake not, it's the same you are now astride of. Am I right, señora? Pardon me for asking such an insignificant question." "The same. Let me see. I make use of so many. I think I was riding this horse upon that day. Yes, yes, I am sure of it. I remember how the brute betrayed me." "Betrayed you? How?" "Twice he did it. Once as you and your people were approaching. The second time, when the Indians, Indios. Not Indians, as I've since heard, were coming through the chaparral." "But how?" "By neighing. He should not have done it. He's had training enough to know better than that. No matter. Once I get him back to the Rio Grande he shall stay there. I shan't ride him again. He shall return to his pastures. Pardon me, señorita, for speaking to you on such a subject, but I can't help thinking that it's a pity." "What's a pity?" "That a steed so splendid as that should be so lightly discarded. I would give much to possess him." "You are jesting, Cavallero. He is nothing beyond the common, perhaps a little pretty, and quick in his paces. My father has 5,000 of his sort, many of them prettier, and, no doubt, some faster than he. He's a good roadster, and that's why I'm riding him now. If it weren't that I'm on my way home to the Rio Grande, and the journey is still before me, you'd be welcome to have him, or anybody else who cared for him, as you seem to do." "Be still, mestino mio. You see there's somebody likes you better than I do." The last speech was addressed to the mustang, who, like its rider, appeared impatient for the conversation to come to a close. Calhoun, however, seemed equally desirous of prolonging, or, at all events, bringing it to a different termination. "Excuse me, señorita," said he, assuming an air of businesslike earnestness, at the same time speaking apologetically. "If that be all the value you set upon the gray mustang, I should be only too glad to make an exchange with you. My horse, if not handsome, is estimated by our Texan dealers as a valuable animal. Though somewhat slow in his paces, I can promise that he will carry you safely to your home, and will serve you well afterwards." "What, señor?" exclaimed the lady, in evident astonishment, "exchange your grand American Frisson for a Mexican mustang? The offer is too generous to appear other than a jest. You know that on the Rio Grande one of your horses equals in value at least 3, sometimes 6, of ours?" Calhoun knew this well enough. But he knew also that the mustang ridden by Isidora would be to him worth a whole stableful of such brutes as that he was bestriding. He had been an eyewitness to its speed, besides having heard of it from others. It was the thing he stood in need of, the very thing. He would have given, not only his grand frisson in exchange, but the full price of the mustang by way of boot. Fortunately for him, there was no attempt at extortion. In the composition of the Mexican maiden, however much she might be given to equestrian tastes, there was not much of the coper. With 5,000 horses in the paternal stables, or rather straying over the patrimonial plains, there was but slight motive for sharp practice. And why should she deny such trifling gratification, even though the man seeking it was a stranger, perhaps an enemy? She did not. "If you are in earnest, Señor," was her response, "you are welcome to what you want." "I am in earnest, Señorita." "Take him, then," said she, leaping out of her saddle, and commencing to undo the girths. "We cannot exchange saddles, yours would be a mile too big for me." Calhoun was too happy to find words for a rejoinder. He hastened to assist her in removing the saddle, after which he took off his own. In less than 5 minutes the horses were exchanged, the saddles and bridles being retained by their respective owners. To Isidora there was something ludicrous in the transference. She almost laughed while it was being carried on. Calhoun looked upon it in a different light. There was a purpose present before his mind, one of the utmost importance. They parted without much further speech, only the usual greetings of adieu, Isidora going off on the frisson, while the ex-officer, mounted on the grey mustang, continued his course in the direction of Casa del Corvo. Chapter 79. An Untiring Tracker. Zeb was not long in arriving at the spot where he had hitched his mare. The topography of the chaparral was familiar to him, and he crossed it by a less circuitous route than that taken by the cripple. He once more threw himself upon the trail of the broken shoe, in full belief that it would fetch out not 100 miles from Casa del Corvo. It led him along a road running almost direct from one of the crossings of the Rio Grande to Fort Inga. The road was a half-mile in width, a thing not uncommon in Texas, where every traveler selects his own path, alone looking to the general direction. Along one edge of it had gone the horse with the damaged shoe. Not all the way to Fort Inga. When within 4 or 5 miles of the post, the trail struck off from the road, at an angle of just such degree as followed in a straight line would bring out by Poindexter's plantation. So confident was Zeb of this, that he scarce deigned to keep his eye upon the ground, but rode forwards, as if a finger-post was constantly by his side. He had long before given up following the trail afoot. Despite his professed contempt for horse fixings, as he called riding, he had no objection to finish his journey in the saddle, fashed as he now was with the fatigue of protracted trailing over prairie and through chaparral. Now and then only did he cast a glance upon the ground, less to assure himself he was on the track of the broken shoe, than to notice whether something else might not be learnt from the sign, besides its mere direction. There were stretches of the prairie where the turf, hard and dry, had taken no impression. An ordinary traveler might have supposed himself the first to pass over the ground. But Zeb Stump was not of this class. And although he could not always distinguish the hoof marks, he knew within an inch where they would again become visible, on the more moist and softer patches of the prairie. If at any place conjecture misled him, it was only for a short distance, and he soon corrected himself by a traverse. In this half-careless, half-cautious way, he had approached within a mile of Poindexter's plantation. Over the tops of the mesquite trees the crenelled parapet was in sight, when something he saw upon the ground caused a sudden change in his demeanor. A change, too, in his attitude. For instead of remaining on the back of his mare, he flung himself out of the saddle, threw the bridle upon her neck, and, rapidly passing in front of her, commenced taking up the trail afoot. The mare made no stop, but continued on after him, with an air of resignation, as though she was used to such eccentricities. To an inexperienced eye there was nothing to account for this sudden dismounting. It occurred at a place where the turf appeared untrodden by man, or beast. Alone might it be inferred from Zeb's speech, as he flung himself out of the saddle. His track. "Goin' to hum," were the words muttered in a slow, measured tone. After which, at a slower pace, the dismounted hunter kept on along the trail. In a little time after it conducted him into the chaparral. And in less to a stop, sudden, as if the thorny thicket had been transformed into a chevaux de frise, impenetrable both to him and his critter. It was not this. The path was still open before him, more open than ever. It was its openness that had furnished him with a cause for discontinuing his advance. The path sloped down into a valley below, a depression in the prairie, along the concavity of which, at times, ran a tiny stream, ran arroyo. It was now dry, or only occupied by stagnant pools, at long distances apart. In the mud-covered channel was a man, with a horse close behind him, the latter led by the bridle. There was nothing remarkable in the behavior of the horse. He was simply following the lead of his dismounted rider. But the man, what was he doing? In his movements there was something peculiar, something that would have puzzled an uninitiated spectator. It did not puzzle Zeb Stump. Or but for a second of time. Almost the instant his eye fell upon it, he read the meaning of the maneuver, and mutteringly pronounced it to himself. Obliteratin', the print o' the broken shoe, or tryin' to do that same. 'Tain't no use, Mr. Cash Calhoun, no manner o' use. Ye've made your footmarks too deep to deceive me, and by the eternal I'll foller them, though they shed conduct me into the fires o' hell. As the backwoodsman terminated his blasphemous apostrophe, the man to whom it pointed, having finished his task of obscuration, once more leaped into his saddle, and hurried on. On foot the tracker followed. Though without showing any anxiety about keeping him in sight. There was no need for that. The sleuth hound on a fresh slot could not be more sure of again viewing his victim, than was Zeb Stump of coming up with his. No chicanery of the chaparral, no twistings or doublings, could save Calhoun now. The tracker advanced freely, not expecting to make halt again, till he should come within sight of Casa del Corvo. Little blame to him that his reckoning proved wrong. Who could have foretold such an interruption as that occasioned by the encounter between Cassius Calhoun and Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos? Though at sight of it, taken by surprise, perhaps something more, Zeb did not allow his feelings to betray his presence near the spot. On the contrary, it seemed to stimulate him to increased caution. Turning noiselessly round, he whispered some cabalistic words into the care of his critter, and then stole silently forward under cover of the acacias. Without remonstrance or remark, the mare followed. He soon came to a false stop, his animal doing the same, in imitation so exact as to appear its counterpart. A thick growth of mesquite trees separated him from the two individuals, by this time engaged in a lively interchange of speech. He could not see them, without exposing himself to the danger of being detected in his eavesdropping, but he heard what they said all the same. He kept his place, listening till the horse trade was concluded, and for some time after. Only when they had separated, and both taken departure did he venture to come forth from his cover. Standing upon the spot lately occupied by the swappers, and looking both ways at once, he exclaimed, Jehoshaphat! Thursday's a compact atween a he and she-devil, and derned ef I kin tell, which hez got the bestest o' the bargain. Chapter 80. A doorway well watched. It was some time before Zeb Stump sallied forth from the covert where he had been witness to the horse-swop. Not till both the bargainers had ridden entirely out of sight. Then he went not after either, but stayed upon the spot, as if undecided which he should follow. It was not exactly this that kept him to the place, but the necessity of taking what he was in the habit of calling a good think. His thoughts were about the exchange of the horses, for he had heard the whole dialogue relating thereto, and the proposal coming from Calhoun. It was this that puzzled, or rather gave him reason for reflection. What could be the motive? Zeb knew to be true what the Mexican had said, that the state's horse was, in market value, worth far more than the mustang. He knew, moreover, that Cassius Calhoun was the last man to be coped in a horse trade. Why, then, had he done that deal? The old hunter pulled off his felt hat, gave his hand a twist or two through his unkempt hair, transferred the caress to the grizzled beard upon his chin, all the while gazing upon the ground, as if the answer to his mental interrogatory was to spring out of the grass. Thursday ere but one explication owed, he at length muttered, the gray's the faster critter the two, ne'er a doubt, be out that. And Mr. Cash wants him for his fastness, else why the donation shed he a gin a hoss that ud sell for 4 his sort in any part Texas, and twice at that number in Mexico. I reckon he's bargained for the heels. Why? Dern me, ef I don't suspect why. He wants, hey, I hev it, somethin' as kin come up why, the headless. That's the very thing he's arter, sure as my name's Zeb'lon Stump. He's tried the state's hoss and found him slow. That much I knowed myself. Now he thinks, why, the mustang, he may hev a chance to overhaul the tother, ef he can only find him agin, and for sartin he'll go in sarch him. He's rad on now to Casser Corver, maybe to get a pick somethin' to eat. He won't stay Thursday long. For many hours hev passed, somebody see him out higher on the Prairie, and that somebody air bound to be Zeb'lon Stump. Come, ye critter, he continued, turning to the mare, ye thort ye were a-goin' did ye? You're mistaken, be out that. Ye've got to squat higher for another hour or two, if not the whole the night. Never mind, old girl. The grass don't look so had, and ye shall hev a chance to get your snout to it. Thursday now, eat your derned gut full. While pronouncing this apostrophe, he drew the headstall over the ears of his mare, and, chucking the bridle across the projecting tree of the saddle, permitted her to graze at will. Having secured her in the chaparral where he had halted, he walked on, along the track taken by Calhoun. 200 yards farther on, and the jungle terminated. Beyond stretched an open plain. And on its opposite side could be seen the hacienda of Casa del Corvo. The figure of a horseman could be distinguished against its whitewashed facade, in another moment lost within the dark outline of the entrance. Zeb knew who went in. From this place, he muttered, I kin see him come out, and dern me, ef I don't watch till he do come out, ef it shed be till this time the morrow. So higher goes for a spell patience. He first lowered himself to his knees. Then, squirming round till his back came in contact with the trunk of a honey locust, he arranged himself into a sitting posture. This done, he drew from his capacious pocket a wallet, containing a pone of cornbread, a large hunk of fried hog meat, and a flask of liquor, whose perfume proclaimed it Monongahela. Having eaten about half the bread, and a like quantity of the meat, he returned the remaining moieties to the wallet, which he suspended overhead upon a branch. Then taking a satisfactory swig from the whiskey flask, and igniting his pipe, he leant back against the locust, with arms folded over his breast, and eyes bent upon the gateway of Casa del Corvo. In this way he kept watch for a period of full 2 hours, never changing the direction of his glance, or not long enough for anyone to pass out unseen by him. Forms came out, and went in, several of them, men and women. But even in the distance their scant light-colored garments, and dusky complexions, told them to be only the domestics of the mansion. Besides, they were all on foot, and he, for whom Zeb was watching, should come on horseback, if at all. His vigil was only interrupted by the going down of the sun, and then only to cause a change in his post of observation. When twilight began to fling its purple shadows over the plain, he rose to his feet. And, leisurely unfolding his tall figure, stood upright by the stem of the tree, as if this attitude was more favorable for considering. Thursday's just a possibility the skunk mout sneak out the night, was his reflection. Leastways afore the light the mornin', and I must make sure which way he takes Prairie. Tain't no use my toatin' the mar after me, he continued, glancing in the direction where the animal had been left. She'd only bother me. Beside, Thursday's goin' to be a clerish sort moonlight, and she mout be seen from the nigger quarter. She'll be better higher, both for grass and kiver. He went back to the mare, took off the saddle. Fastened the trail rope round her neck, tying the other end to a tree, and then, unstrapping his old blanket from the cantle, he threw it across his left arm, and walked off in the direction of Casa del Corvo. He did not proceed pari passu, but now quicker, and now more hesitatingly, timing himself, by the twilight, so that his approach might not be observed from the hacienda. He had need of this caution, for the ground which he had to pass was like a level lawn, without copse or cover of any kind. Here and there stood a solitary tree, dwarf oak or algarobia, but not close enough to shelter him from being seen through the windows, much less from the azote. Now and then he stopped altogether, to wait for the deepening of the twilight. Working his way in this stealthy manner, he arrived within less than 200 yards of the walls, just as the last trace of sunlight disappeared from the sky. He had reached the goal of his journey, for that day, and the spot on which he was likely to pass the night. A low stemless bush grew near. And, laying himself down behind it, he resumed the espionage, that could scarce be said to have been interrupted. Throughout the livelong night Zeb Stump never closed both eyes at the same time. One was always on the watch. And the unflagging earnestness, with which he maintained it, proclaimed him to be acting under the influence of some motive beyond the common. During the earlier hours he was not without sounds to cheer, or at least relieve, the monotony of his lonely vigil. There was the hum of voices from the slave cabins, with now and then a peal of laughter. But this was more suppressed than customary, nor was it accompanied by the clear strain of the violin, or the lively tink-a-tink of the banjo, sounds almost characteristic of the Negro quarter, at night. The somber silence that hung over the big house extended to the hearths of its sable retainers. Before midnight the voices became hushed, and stillness reigned everywhere. Broken only at intervals by the howl of a straying hound, uttered in response to the howl bark of a coyote taking care to keep far out upon the plain. The watcher had spent a wearisome day, and could have slept, but for his thoughts. Once when these threatened to forsake him, and he was in danger of dozing, he started suddenly to his feet, took a turn or two over the sward, and, then lying down again, relit his pipe, stuck his head into the heart of the bush, and smoked away till the bowl was burnt empty. During all this time, he kept his eyes upon the great gateway of the mansion, whose massive door, he could tell by the moonlight shining upon it, remained shut. Again did he change his post of observation, the sun's rising, as its setting had done, seeming to give him the cue. As the first tint of dawn displayed itself on the horizon, he rose gently to his feet, clutched the blanket so as to bring its edges in contact across his breast, and, turning his back upon Casa del Corvo, walked slowly away, taking the same track by which he had approached it on the preceding night. And again with unequal steps, at short intervals stopping and looking back, under his arm, or over his shoulder. Nowhere did he make a prolonged pause, until reaching the locust tree, under whose shade he had made his evening meal. And there, in the same identical attitude, he proceeded to break his fast. The second half of the pone, and the remaining moiety of the pork, soon disappeared between his teeth, after which followed the liquor that had been left in his flask. He had refilled his pipe, and was about relighting it, when an object came before his eyes, that caused him hastily to return his flint and steel to the pouch from which he had taken them. Through the blue mist of the morning the entrance of Casa del Corvo showed a darker disk. The door had been drawn open. Almost at the same instant a horseman was seen to sally forth, mounted upon a small grey horse. And the door was at once closed behind him. Zeb Stump made no note of this. He only looked to see what direction the early traveler would take. Less than a score of seconds sufficed to satisfy him. The horse's head and the face of the rider were turned towards himself. He lost no time in trying to identify either. He did not doubt of its being the same man and horse that had passed that spot on the evening before. And he was equally confident they were going to pass it again. What he did was to shamble up to his mare, in some haste get her saddled and bridled. And then, having taken up his trail rope, lead her off into a cover, from which he could command a view of the chaparral path, without danger of being himself seen. This done, he awaited the arrival of the traveler on the grey steed, whom he knew to be Captain Cassius Calhoun. He waited still longer, until the latter had trotted past. Until he had gone quite through the belt of chaparral, and in the hazy light of the morning gradually disappeared on the prairie beyond. Not till then did Zeb Stump clamber into his saddle. And, prodding his solitary spur against the ribs of his roadster, caused the latter to move on. He went after Cassius Calhoun, but without showing the slightest concern about keeping the latter in sight. He needed not this to guide him. The dew upon the grass was to him a spotless page, the tracks of the gray mustang a type, as legible as the lines of a printed book. He could read them at a trot, aye, going at a gallop. Chapter 81. Heads down, heels up. Without suspicion that he had been seen leaving the house, except by Pluto, who had saddled the gray mustang, Calhoun rode on across the prairie. Equally unsuspicious was he, in passing the point where Zeb Stump stood crouching in concealment. In the dim light of the morning he supposed himself unseen by human eye, and he recked not of any other. After parting from the timbered border, he struck off towards the Nueces, riding at a brisk trot, now and then increasing to a canter. For the first 6 or 8 miles he took but little note of aught that was around. An occasional glance along the horizon seemed to satisfy him, and this extended only to that portion of the vast circle before his face. He looked neither to the right nor the left. And only once behind, after getting some distance from the skirt of the chaparral. Before him was the object, still unseen, upon which his thoughts were straying. What that object was he and only one other knew, that other Zeb Stump, though little did Calhoun imagine that mortal man could have a suspicion of the nature of his early errand. The old hunter had only conjectured it. But it was a conjecture of the truth of which he was as certain, as if the ex-captain had made him his confidant. He knew that the latter had gone off in search of the Headless Horseman, in hopes of renewing the chase of yesterday, with a better chance of effecting a capture. Though bestriding a steed fleet as a Texan stag, Calhoun was by no means sanguine of success. There were many chances against his getting sight of the game he intended to take, at least 2 to 1. And this it was that formed the theme of his reflections as he rode onward. The uncertainty troubled him, but he was solaced by a hope founded upon some late experiences. There was a particular place where he had twice encountered the thing he was in search of. It might be there again. This was an embayment of green sward, where the savanna was bordered by the chaparral, and close to the embouchure of that opening, where it was supposed the murder had been committed. Odd he should always make back there. Reflected Calhoun, as he pondered upon the circumstance. Damned ugly odd it is. Looks as if he knew. Bah! It's only because the grass is better, and that pond by the side of it. Well. I hope he's been thinking that way this morning. If so, there'll be a chance of finding him. If not, I must go on through the chaparral, and hang me if I like it, though it be in the daylight. Ugh! Pish! What's there to fear, now that he's safe in limbo? Nothing but the bit of lead. And it I must have, if I should ride this thing till it drops dead in its tracks. Holy heaven! What's that out yonder? These last 6 words were spoken aloud. All the rest had been a soliloquy in thought. The speaker, on pronouncing them, pulled up, almost dragging the mustang on its haunches, and with eyes that seemed ready to start from their sockets, sate gazing across the plain. There was something more than surprise in that steadfast glance, there was horror. And no wonder, for the spectacle upon which it rested was one to terrify the stoutest heart. The sun had stolen up above the horizon of the prairie, and was behind the rider's back, in the direct line of the course he had been pursuing. Before him, along the heaven's edge, extended a belt of bluish mist, the exhalation arising out of the chaparral, now not far distant. The trees themselves were unseen, concealed under the film floating over them, that like a veil of purple gauze, rose to a considerable height above their tops, gradually merging into the deeper azure of the sky. On this veil, or moving behind it, as in the transparencies of a stage scene, appeared a form strange enough to have left the spectator incredulous, had he not beheld it before. It was that of the Headless Horseman. But not as seen before either by Calhoun himself, or any of the others. No. It was now altogether different. In shape the same, but in size it was increased to tenfold its original dimensions. No longer a man, but a colossus, a giant. No longer a horse, but an animal of equine shape, with the towering height and huge massive bulk of a mastodon. Nor was this all of the new to be noted about the Headless Horseman. A still greater change was presented in his appearance. One yet more inexplicable, if that could possibly be. He was no longer walking upon the ground, but against the sky, both horse and rider moving in an inverted position. The hoofs of the former were distinctly perceptible upon the upper edge of the film, while the shoulders, I had almost said head, of the latter were close down to the line of the horizon. The serape shrouding them hung in the right direction, not as regarded the laws of gravity, but the attitude of the wearer. So, too, the bridle reins, the mane, and sweeping tail of the horse. All draped upwards. When first seen, the spectral form, now more spectre-like than ever, was going at a slow, leisurely walk. In this pace it for some time continued, Calhoun gazing upon it with a heart brimful of horror. All of a sudden it assumed a change. Its regular outlines became confused by a quick transformation, the horse having turned, and gone off at a trot in the opposite direction, though still with his heels against the sky. The spectre had become alarmed, and was retreating. Calhoun, half palsied with fear, would have kept his ground, and permitted it to depart, but for his own horse, that, just then shying suddenly round, placed him face to face with the explanation. As he turned, the tap of a shod hoof upon the prairie turf admonished him that a real horseman was near, if that could be called real, which had thrown such a frightful shadow. "It's the mirage!" he exclaimed, with the addition of an oath to give vent to his chagrin. "What a fool I've been to let it humbug me! There's the damned thing that did it, the very thing I'm in search of. And so close too. If I'd known, I might have got hold of him before he saw me. Now for a chase, and, by God, I'll grup him, if I have to gallop to the other end of Texas." Voice, spur, and whip were simultaneously exerted to prove the speaker's earnestness. And in 5 minutes after, 2 horsemen were going at full stretch across the prairie, their horses both to the prairie born, one closely pursuing the other, the pursued without a head. The pursuer with a heart that throbbed under a desperate determination. The chase was not a long one, at least, so far as it led over the open prairie, and Calhoun had begun to congratulate himself on the prospect of a capture. His horse appeared the swifter, but this may have arisen from his being more earnestly urged, or that the other was not sufficiently scared to care for escaping. Certainly the grey steed gained ground, at length getting so close, that Calhoun made ready his rifle. His intention was to shoot the horse down, and so put an end to the pursuit. He would have fired on the instant, but for the fear of a miss. But having made more than one already, he restrained himself from pulling trigger, till he could ride close enough to secure a killing shot. While thus hesitating, the chase veered suddenly from off the treeless plain, and dashed into the opening of the timber. This movement, unexpected by the pursuer, caused him to lose ground. And in the endeavor to regain it, more than a half-mile of distance was left behind him. He was approaching a spot well, too well, known to him, the place where blood had been spilt. On any other occasion he would have shunned it. But there was in his heart a thought that hindered him from dwelling upon memories of the past, steeling it against all reflection, except a cold fear for the future. The capture of the strange equestrian could alone allay this fear, by removing the danger he dreaded. Once more he had gained ground in the chase. The spread nostrils of his steed were almost on a line with the sweeping tail of that pursued. His rifle lay ready in his left hand, its trigger guard covered by the fingers of his right. He was searching for a spot to take aim at. In another second the shot would have been fired, and a bullet sent between the ribs of the retreating horse, when the latter, as if becoming aware of the danger, made a quick curvet to the off-side. And then, aiming a kick at the snout of his pursuer, bounded on in a different direction. The suddenness of the demonstration, with the sharp, spiteful squeal that accompanied it, appearing almost to speak of an unearthly intelligence, for the moment disconcerted Calhoun, as it did the horse he was riding. The latter came to a stop, and refused to go farther, till the spur, plunged deep between his ribs, once more forced him to the gallop. And now more earnestly than ever did his rider urge him on. For the pursued, no longer keeping to the path, was heading direct for the thicket. The chase might there terminate, without the chased animal being either killed or captured. Hitherto Calhoun had only been thinking of a trial of speed. He had not anticipated such an ending, as was now both possible and probable, and with a more reckless resolve, he once more raised his rifle for the shot. By this time both were close into the bushes, the headless horseman already half screened by the leafy branches that swept swishing along his sides. Only the hips of his horse could be aimed at, and upon these was the gun leveled. The sulphurous smoke spurted forth from its muzzle, the crack was heard simultaneously, and, as if caused by the discharge, a dark object came whirling through the cloud, and fell with a dull thud upon the turf. With a bound and a roll, that brought it among the feet of Calhoun's horse, it became stationary. Stationary, but not still. It continued to oscillate from side to side, like a top before ceasing to spin. The grey steed snorted, and reared back. His rider uttered a cry of intensified alarm. And no wonder. If read in Shakespearean lore, he might have appropriately repeated the words, "Shake not those gory locks," for, on the ground beneath, was the head of a man, still sticking in its hat, whose stiff orbicular brim hindered it from staying still. The face was toward Calhoun, upturned at just such an angle as to bring it full before him. The features were blood-stained, wan, and shriveled, the eyes open, but cold and dim, like balls of blown glass. The teeth gleaming white between livid lips, yet seemingly set in an expression of careless contentment. All this saw Cassius Calhoun. He saw it with fear and trembling. Not for the supernatural or unknown, but for the real and truly comprehended. Short was his interview with that silent, but speaking head. Ere it had ceased to oscillate on the smooth sward, he wrenched his horse around, struck the rowels deep, and galloped away from the ground. No farther went he in pursuit of the headless horseman, still heard breaking through the bushes, but back to the prairie, and on, to Casa del Corvo. Chapter 82. A Queer Parcel. The backwoods man, after emerging from the thicket, proceeded as leisurely along the trail, as if he had the whole day before him, and no particular motive for making haste. And yet, one closely scrutinizing his features, might there have observed an expression of intense eagerness, that accorded with his nervous twitching in the saddle, and the sharp glances from time to time cast before him. He scarce deigned to look upon the sign left by Calhoun. It he could read out of the corner of his eye. As to following it, the old mare could have done that without him. It was not this knowledge that caused him to hang back. For he would have preferred keeping Calhoun in sight. But by doing this, the latter might see him, and so frustrate the end he desired to attain. This end was of more importance than any acts that might occur between. And, to make himself acquainted with the latter, Zeb Stump trusted to the craft of his intellect, rather than the skill of his senses. Advancing slowly and with caution, but with that constancy that ensures good speed, he arrived at length on the spot where the mirage had made itself manifest to Calhoun. Zeb saw nothing of this. It was gone. And the sky stretched down to the prairie, the blue meeting the green in a straight unbroken line. He saw, however, what excited him almost as much as the spectre would have done, two sets of horse tracks going together, those that went after being the hoof marks of Calhoun's new horse, of which Zeb had already taken the measure. About the tracks underneath he had no conjecture, at least as regarded their identification. These he knew, as well as if his own mare had made them. "The skunk's had a find," were the words that escaped him, as he sate gazing upon the double trail. "It don't foller from that," he continued, in the same careless drawl, "that hez made a catch. And yit, who knows? Dern me, ef he moutn't. Thursday's lots o' chances for his doin' it. The mostang may a let him come clost up, seein' as he's ridin' one o' its own sort, and ef it dud, ef it dud. What the donation am I standing higher for? Thursday ain't no time to be wasted in shiller-shallerin'. Ef he shed grup that critter, and get what he wants from it, then I mout whistle for what I want, if out the ghost a chance for gettin' it. I must make a better rate speed. Gee up, ol' girl, and see ef ye can't overtake that air grey hoss, as scuttled past half-hour agone. Now for a spell your swiftness, the which you kin show along why any them, I reckon, that air when ye're pressed. Gee up. Instead of using the cruel means employed by him when wanting his mare to make her best speed, he only drove the old spur against her ribs, and started her into a trot. He had no desire to travel more rapidly than was consistent with caution. And while trotting he kept his eyes sharply ranging along the skyline in front of him. From the way his track runs, was his reflection, I kin tell pretty nigh whar it's goin' to fetch out. Everything seems to go that way. And so did he, poor young feller, never more to come back. Ah, wall. Ef tain't possible to revive him agin, maybe it air to square the yards why, the skunk as destroyed him. The scripter says, a eye for a eye, and a tooth for a tooth, and I reckon I'll shut up somebody's daylights, and spoil the use Thursday ivories afore I hev done why, him. Somebody as don't suspicion it neither, and that same. Hey! Yonner he goes. And yonner to the Headless, by Jehoshaphat. Full gallop both, and dern me, if the grey ain't overtakin him. They ain't comin' this way, so 'tain't no use in our squat tin, ol' girl. Stand steady for all that. He mout see us movin'. No fear. He's too full his frolic to look anywhere else, than straight custard afore him. Ha! Just as I expected, into the opening. Right down it, fast as heels kin carry em. Now, my mar, on we go agin. Another stage of trotting, with his eyes kept steadfastly fixed upon the chaparral gap, brought Zeb to the timber. Although the chase had long since turned the angle of the avenue, and was now out of sight, he did not go along the open ground, but among the bushes that bordered it. He went so as to command a view of the clear track for some distance ahead, at the same time taking care that neither himself, nor his mare, might be seen by any one advancing from the opposite direction. He did not anticipate meeting any one, much less the man who soon after came in sight. He was not greatly surprised at hearing a shot, for he had been listening for it, ever since he had set eyes on the chase. He was rather in surprise at not hearing it sooner, and when the crack did come, he recognized the report of a Jaeger rifle, and knew whose gun had been discharged. He was more astonished to see its owner returning along the lane, in less than 5 minutes after the shot had been fired, returning, too, with a rapidity that told of retreat. "Comin' back agin, and so soon," he muttered, on perceiving Calhoun. "Doggone queery that air. Thursday's somethin' amiss, more'n amiss, I reckon. Ho, ho, ho. Goin', too, as if hell war arter him. Maybe it's the Headless hisself, and Thursday's been a changin' about in the chase, tit for tat. Darn me, ef it don't look like it. I'd gie a silver dollar to see that sort a thing. He, ho, ho, hoo." Long before this, the hunter had slipped out of his saddle, and taken the precaution to screen both himself and his animal from the chance of being seen by the retreating rider, who promised soon to pass the spot. And soon did he pass it, going at such a gait, and with such a wild abstracted air, that Zeb would scarce have been perceived had he been standing uncovered in the avenue. "Jehoshaphat!" mentally ejaculated the backwoods man, as the passion-scathed countenance came near enough to be scrutinized. "If hell ain't arter, it's inside him. Dern me, ef that face ain't the ugliest picter this coon ever clapped eyes on. I shed pity the wife as gets him. Poor Miss Poindexter. I hope she'll be able to steer clear havin' sec a cutthroat as him to be her lord and master. What's up anyhow? Thar don't 'pear to be anythin' arter him. And he still keeps on. Whar's he bound for now? I must follow and see. To hum again, exclaimed the hunter, after going on to the edge of the chaparral, and observed Calhoun still going at a gallop, with head turned homeward. Hum again, for sartin. Now, old girl. He continued, having remained silent till the grey horse was nearly out of sight, you and me goes t'other way. We must find out what that shot were fired for. In 10 minutes after, Zeb had alighted from his mare, and lifted up from the ground an object, the stoutest heart might have felt horror in taking hold of, disgust, even, in touching. Not so the old hunter. In that object he beheld the lineaments of a face well known to him, despite the shriveling of the skin, and the blood streaks that so fearfully falsified its expression, still dear to him, despite death and a merciless mutilation. He had loved that face, when it belonged to a boy, he now cherished it, belonging not to anybody. Clasping the rim of the hat that fitted tightly to the temples, Zeb endeavored to take it off. He did not succeed. The head was swollen so as almost to burst the bullion band twisted around it. Holding it in its natural position, Zeb stood for a time gazing tenderly on the face. Lord, oh Lordy! He drawlingly exclaimed, what a present to take back to his father, to say nothin', oh, the sister. I don't think I'll take it. It air better to bury the thing out higher, and say no more about it. No, durn me if I do. What am I thinkin', oh? Though, I don't exactly see how it may help to circumstantiate the chain o' evidence, it may do somethin' torst it. Durned query witness it LLB to produce in a court o' justice. Saying this, he unstrapped his old blanket. And, using it as a wrapper, carefully packed within it head, hat, and all. Then, hanging the strange bundle over the horn of his saddle, he remounted his mare, and rode reflectingly away. Chapter 83. Limbs of the Law. On the third day after Maurice Gerald became an inmate of the military prison the fever had forsaken him, and he no longer talked incoherently. On the fourth he was almost restored to his health and strength. The fifth was appointed for his trial. This haste, that elsewhere would have been considered indecent, was thought nothing of in Texas, where a man may commit a capital offense, be tried, and hanged within the short space of 24 hours. His enemies, who were numerous, for some reason of their own, insisted upon dispatch, while his friends, who were few, could urge no good reason against it. Among the populace there was the usual clamoring for prompt and speedy justice. Fortified by that exciting phrase, old as the creation itself, that the blood of the murdered man was calling from the ground for vengeance. The advocates of an early trial were favored by a fortuitous circumstance. The judge of the Supreme Court chanced just then to be going his circuit, and the days devoted to clearing the calendar at Fort Inga had been appointed for that very week. There was, therefore, a sort of necessity, that the case of Maurice Gerald, as of the other suspected murderers, should be tried within a limited time. As no one objected, there was no one to ask for a postponement. And it stood upon the docket for the day in question, the 15th of the month. The accused might require the services of a legal adviser. There was no regular practitioner in the place, as in these frontier districts the gentlemen of the long robe usually travel in company with the court, and the court had not yet arrived. For all that, a lawyer had appeared, a counselor of distinction, who had come all the way from San Antonio, to conduct the case. As a volunteer he had presented himself. It may have been generosity on the part of this gentleman, or an eye to Congress, though it was said that gold, presented by fair fingers, had induced him to make the journey. When it rains, it rains. The adage is true in Texas as regards the elements, and on this occasion it was true of the lawyers. The day before that appointed for the trial of the mustanger, a second presented himself at Fort Inga, who put forward his claim to be upon the side of the prisoner. This gentleman had made a still longer journey than he of San Antonio. A voyage, in fact, since he had crossed the great Atlantic, starting from the metropolis of the Emerald Isle. He had come for no other purpose than to hold communication with the man accused of having committed a murder. It is true, the errand that had brought him did not anticipate this. And the Dublin solicitor was no little astonished when, after depositing his travelling traps under the roof of Mr. Oberdoffer's hostelry, and making inquiry about Maurice Gerald, he was told that the young Irishman was shut up in the guardhouse. Still greater the attorney's astonishment on learning the cause of his incarceration. What? The son of a Munster Gerald accused of murder. The heir of Castle Bala, with its beautiful park and domain. FWI, I've got the papers in my portmanteau here. Fa Bala. Show me the way to him. Though the Texan Boniface was inclined to consider his recently arrived guest entitled to a suspicion of lunacy, he assented to his request. And furnished him with a guide to the guardhouse. If the Irish attorney was mad, there appeared to be method in his madness. Instead of being denied admittance to the accused criminal, he was made welcome to go in and out of the military prison, as often as it seemed good to him. Some document he had laid before the eyes of the Major Commandant, had procured him this privilege, at the same time placing him en rapport, in a friendly way, with the Texan councillor. The advent of the Irish attorney at such a crisis gave rise to much speculation at the port, the village, and throughout the settlement. The barroom of the Rough and Ready was rife with conjecturers, quidnuncs they could scarcely be called, since in Texas the genus does not exist. A certain grotesqueness about the man added to the national instinct for guessing, which had been rendered excruciatingly keen through some revelations, contributed by Old Duffer. For all that, the transatlantic limb of the law proved himself tolerably true to the traditions of his craft. With the exception of the trifling imprudences already detailed, drawn from him in the first moments of surprise, he never afterwards committed himself, but kept his lips close as an oyster at ebb tide. There was not much time for him to use his tongue. On the day after his arrival the trial was to take place, and during most of the interval he was either in the guardhouse along with the prisoner, or closeted with the San Antonio council. The rumor became rife that Maurice Gerald had told them a tale, a strange weird story, but of its details the world outside remained in itching ignorance. There was one who knew it, one able to confirm it, Zeb Stump the hunter. There may have been another, but this other was not in the confidence either of the accused or his counsel. Zeb himself did not appear in their company. Only once had he been seen conferring with them. After that he was gone, both from the guardhouse and the settlement, as everybody supposed, about his ordinary business, in search of deer, bar, or gobbler. Everybody was in error. Zeb for the time had forsaken his usual pursuits, or, at all events, the game he was accustomed to chase, capture, and kill. It is true he was out upon a stalking expedition, but instead of birds or beasts, he was after an animal of neither sort. One that could not be classed with creatures either of the earth or the air, a horseman without a head. Chapter 84. An affectionate nephew. Tried tomorrow, thank God. Not likely that anybody catch that cursed thing before then, to be hoped, never. It is all I've got to fear. I defy them to tell what's happened without that. Hang me if I know myself. Enough only to. Queer, the coming of this Irish pettifogger. Queer, too, the fellow from San Antonio. Wonder who and what's brought him. Somebody's promised him his costs. Damn 'em. I don't care, not the value of a red cent. They can make nothing out of it, but that Gerald did the deed. Everything points that way, and everybody thinks so. They're bound to convict him. Zeb Stump don't think it, the suspicious old snake. He's nowhere to be found. Wonder where he has gone. On a hunt, they say. 'Tain't likely, such time as this. What if he be hunting it? What if he should catch it? I'd try again myself, if there was time. There ain't. Before tomorrow night it'll be all over, and afterwards if there should turn up. Damn afterwards. The thing is to make sure now. Let the future look to itself. With one man hung for the murder, 'tain't likely they'd care to accuse another. Even if something suspicious did turn up, they'd be shy to take hold of it. It would be like condemning themselves. I reckon I've got all right with the Regulators. Sam Manley himself appears pretty well convinced. I knocked his doubts upon the head, when I told him what I'd heard that night. A little more than I did hear, though that was enough to make a man stark, staring mad. Damn! It's no use crying over spilt milk. She's met the man, and there's an end of it. She'll never meet him again, and that's another end of it, except she meet him in heaven. Well, that will depend upon herself. I don't think anything has happened between them. She's not the sort for that, with all her wildness, and it may be what that yellow wench tells me, only gratitude. No, no, no. It can't be. Gratitude don't get out of its bed in the middle of the night, to keep appointments at the bottom of a garden. She loves him, she loves him. Let her love and be damned. She shall never have him. She shall never see him again, unless she prove obstinate, and then it will be but to condemn him. A word from her, and he's a hanged man. She shall speak it, if she don't say that other word, I've twice asked her for. The third time will be the last. One more refusal, and I show my hand. Not only shall this Irish adventurer meet his doom, but she shall be his condemner. And the plantation, house, niggers, everything. Ah! Uncle Woodley, I wanted to see you. The soliloquy above reported took place in a chamber, tenanted only by Cassius Calhoun. It was Woodley Poindexter who interrupted it. Sad, silent, straying through the corridors of Casa del Corvo, he had entered the apartment usually occupied by his nephew, more by chance than from any premeditated purpose. Want me? For what, nephew? There was a tone of humility, almost obeisance, in the speech of the broken man. The once proud Poindexter, before whom 200 slaves had trembled every day, every hour of their lives, now stood in the presence of his master. True, it was his own nephew, who had the power to humiliate him, his sister's son. But there was not much in that, considering the character of the man. I want to talk to you about Lou, was the rejoinder of Calhoun. It was the very subject Woodley Poindexter would have shunned. It was something he dreaded to think about, much less make the topic of discourse, and less still with him who now challenged it. Nevertheless, he did not betray surprise. He scarce felt it. Something said or done on the day before had led him to anticipate this request for a conversation, as also the nature of the subject. The manner in which Calhoun introduced it, did not diminish his uneasiness. It sounded more like a demand than a request. About Lou. What of her? He inquired, with assumed calmness. Well, said Calhoun, apparently in reluctant utterance, as if shy about entering upon the subject, or pretending to be so, I wanted. I'd rather, put in the planter, taking advantage of the other's hesitancy. I'd rather not speak of her now. This was said almost supplicatingly. And why not now, uncle? Asked Calhoun, emboldened by the show of opposition. You know my reasons, nephew. Well, I know the time is not pleasant. Poor Henry missing, supposed to be, after all, he may turn up yet, and everything be right again. Never. We shall never see him again, living or dead. I have no longer a son. You have a daughter, and she has disgraced me. I don't believe it, uncle, no. What means those things I've heard, myself seen? What could have taken her there, 20 miles across the country, alone, in the hut of a common horse trader, standing by his bedside? Oh God! And why should she have interposed to save him, the murderer of my son, her own brother? Oh God! Her own story explains the first, satisfactorily, as I think. Calhoun did not think so. The second is simple enough. Any woman would have done the same, a woman like Lou. There is none like her. I, her father, say so. Oh! That I could think it is, as you say. My poor daughter. Who should now be dearer to me than ever, now that I have no son. It is for her to find you a son, one already related to you, and who can promise to play the part, with perhaps not so much affection as him you have lost, but with all he has the power to give. I won't talk to you in riddles, Uncle Woodley. You know what I mean, and how my mind's made up about this matter. I want Lou. The planter showed no surprise at the laconic declaration. He expected it. For all that, the shadow became darker on his brow. It was evident he did not relish the proposed alliance. This may seem strange. Up to a late period, he had been its advocate, in his own mind, and more than once, delicately, in the ear of his daughter. Previous to the migration into Texas, he had known comparatively little of his nephew. Since coming to manhood, Calhoun had been a citizen of the state of Mississippi, more frequently a dweller in the dissipated city of New Orleans. An occasional visit to the Louisiana plantation was all his uncle had seen of him, until the developing beauty of his cousin Louise gave him the inducement to make these visits at shorter intervals, each time protracting them to a longer stay. There was then 12 months of campaigning in Mexico, where he rose to the rank of captain, and, after his conquests in war, he had returned home with the full determination to make a conquest in love, the heart of his Creole cousin. From that time his residence under his uncle's roof had been more permanent. If not altogether liked by the young lady, he had made himself welcome to her father, by means seldom known to fail. The planter, once rich, was now poor. Extravagance had reduced his estate to a hopeless indebtedness. With his nephew, the order was reversed. Once poor, he was now rich. Chance had made him so. Under the circumstances, it was not surprising that money had passed between them. In his native place, and among his old neighbors, Woodley Poindexter still commanded sufficient homage to shield him from the suspicion of being under his nephew, as also to restrain the latter from exhibiting the customary arrogance of the creditor. It was only after the move into Texas, that their relations began to assume that peculiar character observable between mortgager and mortgagee. It grew more patent, after several attempts at love-making on the part of Calhoun, with corresponding repulses on the part of Louise. The planter had now a better opportunity of becoming acquainted with the true character of his nephew. And almost every day, since their arrival at Casa del Corvo, had this been developing itself to his discredit. Calhoun's quarrel with the mustanger, and its ending, had not strengthened his uncle's respect for him. Though, as a kinsman, he was under the necessity of taking sides with him. There had occurred other circumstances to cause a change in his feelings, to make him, notwithstanding its many advantages, dislike the connection. Alas! There was much also to render it, if not agreeable, at least not to be slightingly set aside. Indecision, perhaps more than the sorrow for his son's loss, dictated the character of his reply. If I understand you aright, nephew, you mean marriage. Surely it is not the time to talk of it now, while death is in our house. To think of such a thing would cause a scandal throughout the settlement. You mistake me, uncle. I do not mean marriage, that is, not now. Only something that will secure it, when the proper time arrives. I do not understand you, Cash. You'll do that, if you only listen to me a minute. Go on. Well, what I want to say is this. I've made up my mind to get married. I'm now close upon 30, as you know, and at that time a man begins to get tired of running about the world. I'm damnably tired of it, and don't intend to keep single any longer. I'm willing to have Lou for my wife. There need be no hurry about it. All I want now is her promise, signed and sealed, that there may be no fluke, or uncertainty. I want the thing settled. When these bothers blow past, it will be time enough to talk of the wedding business, and that sort of thing. The word bothers, with the speech of which it formed part, grated harshly on the ear of a father, mourning for his murdered son. The spirit of Woodley Poindexter was aroused, almost to the resumption of its old pride, and the indignation that had oft accompanied it. It soon cowered again. On one side he saw land, slaves, wealth, position. On the other, penury that seemed perdition. He did not yield altogether, as may be guessed by the character of his reply. Well, nephew, you have certainly spoken plain enough. But I know not my daughter's disposition towards you. You say you are willing to have her for your wife. Is she willing to have you? I suppose there is a question about that. I think, uncle, it will depend a good deal upon yourself. You are her father. Surely you can convince her. I'm not so sure of that. She's not of the kind to be convinced, against her will. You, Cash, know that as well as I. Well, I only know that I intend getting spliced, as the sailors say. And I'd like Lou for the mistress of Casa del Corvo, better than any other woman in the settlement, in all Texas, for that matter. Woodley Poindexter recoiled at the ungracious speech. It was the first time he had been told that he was not the master of Casa del Corvo. Indirectly as the information had been conveyed, he understood it. Once more rose before his mind the reality of lands, slaves, wealth, and social status, alongside the apparition of poverty in social abasement. The last looked hideous. Though not more so than the man who stood before him, his own nephew, soliciting to become his son. For purposes impossible to comprehend, God often suffers himself to be defeated by the devil. In this instance was it so. The good in Poindexter's heart succumbed to the evil. He promised to assist his nephew, in destroying the happiness of his daughter. Lou. Father. I come to ask a favor from you. What is it, father? You know that your cousin Cash loves you. He is ready to die for, more and better still, to marry you. But I am not ready to marry him. No, father, I shall die first. The presumptuous wretch. I know what it means. And he has sent you to make this proposal. Tell him in return, that, sooner than consent to become his wife, I'd go upon the prairies, and seek my living by lassoing wild horses. Tell him that. Reflect, daughter. You are, perhaps, not aware that my cousin is your creditor. I know all that, dear father. But I know also that you are Woodley Poindexter, and I your daughter. Delicately as the hint was given, it produced the desired effect. The spirit of the planter surged up to its ancient pride. His reply was, Dearest Louise. Image of your mother. I had doubted you. Forgive me, my noble girl. Let the past be forgotten. I shall leave it to yourself. You are free to refuse him. Chapter 85. A kind cousin. Louise Poindexter made full use of the liberty allowed by her father. In less than an hour after, Calhoun was flatly refused. It was his third time of asking. Twice before had the same suit been preferred. Informally, and rather by a figure of speech than in the shape of a direct declaration. It was the third time, and the answer told it would be the last. It was a simple no, emphatically followed by the equally simple never. There was no prevarication about the speech, no apology for having made it. Calhoun listened to his rejection, without much show of surprise. Possibly, in all probability, he expected it. But instead of the blank look of despair usually observable under the circumstances, his features remained firm, and his cheeks free from blanching. As he stood confronting his fair cousin, a spectator might have been reminded of the jaguar, as it pauses before springing on its prey. There was that in his eye which seemed to say, in less than 60 seconds, you'll change your tune. What he did say was, You're not in earnest, Lou. I am, sir. Have I spoken like one who jests? You've spoken like one who hasn't taken pains to reflect. Upon what? Many things. Name them. Well, for one, the way I love you. She made no rejoinder. A love, he continued, in a tone half explanatory, half pleading, a love, Lou, that no man can feel for a woman, and survive it. It can end only with my life. It could not end with yours. There was a pause, but still no reply. 'Tis no use my telling you its history. It began on the same day, the same hour, I first saw you. I won't say it grew stronger as time passed. It could not. On my first visit to your father's house, now 6 years ago, you may remember that, after alighting from my horse, you asked me to take a walk with you round the garden, while dinner was being got ready. You were but a stripling of a girl. But oh, Lou, you were a woman in beauty, as beautiful as you are at this moment. No doubt you little thought, as you took me by the hand, and led me along the gravelled walk, under the shade of the china trees, that the touch of your fingers was sending a thrill into my soul. Your pretty prattle making an impression upon my heart, that neither time, nor distance, nor yet dissipation, has been able to efface. The Creole continued to listen, though not without showing sign. Words so eloquent, so earnest, so full of sweet flattery, could scarce fail to have effect upon a woman. By such speech had Lucifer succeeded in the accomplishment of his purpose. There was pity, if not approval, in her look. Still did she keep silence. Calhoun continued. Yes, Lou, it's true as I tell you. I've tried all 3. 6 years may fairly be called time. From Mississippi to Mexico was the distance, for I went there with no other purpose than to forget you. It proved of no avail, and, returning, I entered upon a course of dissipation. New Orleans knows that. I won't say, that my passion grew stronger by these attempts to stifle it. I've already told you, it could not. From the hour you first caught hold of my hand, and called me cousin, ah. You called me handsome cousin, Lou, from that hour I can remember no change, no degrees, in the fervor of my affection. Except when jealousy has made me hate, so much, that I could have killed you. Good gracious, Captain Calhoun. This is wild talk of yours. It is even silly. 'Tis serious, nevertheless. I've been so jealous with you at times, that it was a task to control myself. My temper I could not, as you have reason to know. Alas, cousin, I cannot help what has happened. I never gave you cause, to think. I know what you are going to say. And you may leave it unspoken. I'll say it for you, to think that you ever loved me. Those were the words upon your lips. I don't say you did, he continued, with deepening despair, I don't accuse you of tempting me. Something did. God, who gave you such beauty, or the devil, who led me to look upon it. What you say only causes me pain. I do not suppose you are trying to flatter me. You talk too earnestly for that. But oh, cousin Cassius, 'tis a fancy from which you will easily recover. There are others, far fairer than I, and many, who would feel complimented by such speeches. Why not address yourself to them? Why not, he echoed, with bitter emphasis. What an idle question. I repeat it. It is not idle. Far more so is your affection for me, for I must be candid with you, Cassius. I do not, I cannot, love you. You will not marry me then? That, at least, is an idle question. I've said I do not love you. Surely that is sufficient. And I've said I love you. I gave it as one reason why I wish you for my wife, but there are others. Are you desirous of hearing them? As Calhoun asked this question the suppliant air forsook him. The spirit of the jaguar was once more in his eye. You said there were other reasons. State them. Do not be backward. I'm not afraid to listen. Indeed, he rejoined, sneeringly. You're not afraid, ain't you? Not that I know of. What have I to fear? I won't say what you have, but what your father has. Let me hear it. What concerns him, equally affects me. I am his daughter, and now, alas, his only. Go on, cousin Calhoun. What is this shadow hanging over him? No shadow, Lou, but something serious, and substantial. A trouble he's no longer able to contend with. You force me to speak of things you shouldn't know anything about. Oh. Don't I? You're mistaken, cousin Cash. I know them already. I'm aware that my father's in debt, and that you are his creditor. How could I have remained in ignorance of it? Your arrogance about the house, your presumption, shown every hour, and in presence of the domestics, has been evidence sufficient to satisfy even them, that there is something amiss. You are master of Casa del Corvo. I know it. You are not master of me. Calhoun quailed before the defiant speech. The card, upon which he had been counting, was not likely to gain the trick. He declined playing it. He held a still stronger in his hand, which was exhibited without farther delay. Indeed, he retorted, sneeringly. Well, if I'm not master of your heart, I am of your happiness, or shall be. I know the worthless wretch that's driven you to this denial. Who? How innocent you are. Of that at least I am, unless by worthless wretch you mean yourself. In that sense I can understand you, sir. The description is too true to be mistaken. Be it so. He replied, turning livid with rage, though still keeping himself under a certain restraint. Well, since you think me so worthless, it won't, I suppose, better your opinion of me, when I tell you what I'm going to do with you. Do with me. You are presumptuous, cousin Cash. You talk as if I were your protégé, or slave. I'm neither one, nor the other. Calhoun, cowering under the outburst of her indignation, remained silent. Pardieu, she continued, what is this threat? Tell me what you are going to do with me. I should like to know that. You shall. Let me hear it. Am I to be turned adrift upon the prairie, or shut up in a convent? Perhaps it may be a prison. You would like the last, no doubt, provided your incarceration was to be in the company of. Go on, sir. What is to be my destiny? I'm impatient to have it declared. Don't be in a hurry. The first act shall be rehearsed tomorrow. So soon? And where, may I ask? In a court of justice. How, sir? By your standing before a judge, and in presence of a jury. You are pleased to be facetious, Captain Calhoun. Let me tell you that I don't like such pleasantries. Pleasantries indeed. I'm stating plain facts. Tomorrow is the day of trial. Mr. Maurice Gerald, or McSweeney, or O'Hogarty, or whatever's his name, will stand before the bar, accused of murdering your brother. 'Tis false. Maurice Gerald never did the deed, you are going to say. Well, that remains to be proved. It will be, and from your own lips will come the words that'll prove it, to the satisfaction of every man upon the jury. The great gazelle eyes of the Creole were opened to their fullest extent. They gazed upon the speaker with a look such as is oft given by the gazelle itself, a commingling of fear, wonder, and inquiry. It was some seconds before she essayed to speak. Thoughts, conjectures, fears, fancies, and suspicions, all had to do in keeping her silent. I know not what you mean, she at length rejoined. You talk of my being called into court. For what purpose? Though I am the sister of him, who, I know nothing, can tell no more than is in the mouth of everybody. Yes, can you, a great deal more. It's not in the mouth of everybody, that on the night of the murder, you gave Gerald a meeting at the bottom of the garden. No more does all the world know what occurred at that stolen interview. How Henry intruded upon it. How, maddened, as he might well be, by the thought of such a disgrace, not only to his sister, but his family, he threatened to kill the man who had caused it. And was only hindered from carrying out that threat, by the intercession of the woman so damnably deluded. All the world don't know what followed, how Henry, like a fool, went after the low hound, and with what intent. Besides themselves, there were but two others who chanced to be spectators of that parting. Two, who were they? The question was asked mechanically, almost with a tranquil coolness. It was answered with equal sang-froid. One was Cassius Calhoun, the other Louise Poindexter. She did not start. She did not even show sign of being surprised. What was spoken already had prepared her for the revelation. Her rejoinder was a single word, pronounced in a tone of defiance. Well, echoed Calhoun, chagrined at the slight effect his speeches had produced. I suppose you understand me? Not any more than ever. You wish me to speak further? As you please, sir. I shall then. I say to you, Lou, there's but one way to save your father from ruin, yourself from shame. You know what I mean. Yes, I know that much. You will not refuse me now. Now more than ever. Be it so. Before this time tomorrow, and, by heaven, I mean it, before this time tomorrow, you shall stand in the witness box. Vile spy. Anywhere but in your presence. Out of my sight. This instant, or I call my father. You needn't put yourself to the trouble. I'm not going to embarrass you any longer with my company, so disagreeable to you. I leave you to reflect. Perhaps before the trial comes on, you'll see fit to change your mind. If so, I hope you'll give notice of it, in time to stay the summons. Good night, Lou. I'll sleep thinking of you. With these words of mockery upon his lips, almost as bitter to himself as to her who heard them, Calhoun strode out of the apartment, with an air less of triumph than of guilt. Louise listened, until his footsteps died away in the distant corridor. Then, as if the proud angry thoughts hitherto sustaining her had become suddenly relaxed, she sank into a chair. And, with both hands pressing upon her bosom, tried to still the dread throbbings that now, more than ever, distracted it. Chapter 86. A Texan Court. It is the dawn of another day. The aurora, rising rose-colored from the waves of a West Indian sea, flings its sweetest smile athwart the savannas of Texas. Almost on the same instant that the rosy light kisses the white sand dunes of the Mexican Gulf, does it salute the flag on Fort Inga. Nearly 100 leagues distant, since there is just this much of an upward inclination between the coast at Matagorda and the spurs of the Guadalupe Mountains, near which stand this frontier post. The aurora has just lighted up the flag, that at the same time flouting out from its staff spreads its broad field of red, white, and blue to the gentle zephyrs of the morning. Perhaps never since that staff went up, has the star-spangled banner waved over a scene of more intense interest than is expected to occur on this very day. Even at the early hour of dawn, the spectacle may be said to have commenced. Along with the first rays of the aurora, horsemen may be seen approaching the military post from all quarters of the compass. They ride up in squads of 2, 3, or half a dozen, dismount as they arrive. Fasten their horses to the stockade fences, or picket them upon the open prairie. This done, they gather into groups on the parade ground, stand conversing or stray down to the village. All, at one time or another, taking a turn into the tavern, and paying their respects to Boniface behind the bar. The men thus assembling are of many distinct types and nationalities. Almost every country in Europe has furnished its quota. Though the majority are of that stalwart race whose ancestors expelled the Indians from the bloody ground, built log cabins on the sites of their wigwams, and spent the remainder of their lives in felling the forests of the Mississippi. Some of them have been brought up to the cultivation of corn, others understand better the culture of cotton, while a large number, from homes further south, have migrated into Texas to speculate in the growth and manufacture of sugar and tobacco. Most are planters by calling and inclination, though there are graziers and cattle dealers, hunters and horse dealers, storekeepers, and traders of other kinds, not a few of them traffickers in human flesh. There are lawyers, land surveyors, and land speculators, and other speculators of no proclaimed calling, adventurers ready to take a hand in whatever may turn up, whether it be the branding of cattle, a scout against Comanches, or a spell of filibustering across the Rio Grande. Their costumes are as varied as their callings. They have been already described, for the men now gathering around Fort Inga are the same we have seen before assembled in the courtyard of Casa del Corvo, the same with an augmentation of numbers. The present assemblage differs in another respect from that composing the expedition of searchers. It is graced by the presence of women, the wives, sisters, and daughters of the men. Some are on horseback, and remain in the saddle, their curtained cotton bonnets shading their fair faces from the glare of the sun. Others are still more commodiously placed for the spectacle, seated under white wagon tilts, or beneath the more elegant coverings of carrioles and jerseys. There is a spectacle, at least there is one looked for. It is a trial long talked of in the settlement. Superfluous to say that it is the trial of Maurice Gerald, known as Maurice the Mustanger. Equally idle to add, that it is for the murder of Henry Poindexter. It is not the high nature of the offense that has attracted such a crowd, nor yet the characters of either the accused or his victim, neither much known in the neighborhood. The same court, it is the Supreme Court of the district, Uvalde, has been in session there before, has tried all sorts of cases, and all kinds of men, thieves, swindlers, homicides, and even murderers, with scarce fourscore people caring to be spectators of the trial, or staying to hear the sentence. It is not this which has brought so many settlers together, but a series of strange circumstances, mysterious and melodramatic, which seem in some way to be connected with the crime, and have been for days the sole talk of the settlement. It is not necessary to name these circumstances, they are already known. All present at Fort Inga have come there anticipating, that the trial about to take place will throw light on the strange problem that has hitherto defied solution. Of course there are some who, independent of this, have a feeling of interest in the fate of the prisoner. There are others inspired with a still sadder interest, friends and relatives of the man supposed to have been murdered, for it must be remembered, that there is yet no evidence of the actuality of the crime. But there is little doubt entertained of it. Several circumstances, independent of each other, have united to confirm it, and all believe that the foul deed has been done, as firmly as if they had been eyewitnesses of the act. They only wait to be told the details, to learn the how, and the when, and the wherefore. 10 o'clock, and the court is in session. There is not much change in the composition of the crowd. Only that a sprinkling of military uniforms has become mixed with the more sober dresses of the citizens. The soldiers of the garrison have been dismissed from morning parade. And, free to take their recreation for the day, have sought it among the ranks of the civilian spectators. There stand they side by side, soldiers and citizens, dragoons, riflemen, infantry, and artillery, interspersed among planters, hunters, horse dealers, and desperate adventurers, having just heard the "oh yes" of the court crier, grotesquely pronounced "oh yes," determined to stand there till they hear the last solemn formulary from the lips of the judge, "May God have mercy on your soul." There is scarce one present who does not expect ere night to listen to this terrible final phrase, spoken from under the shadow of that sable cap, that denotes the death doom of a fellow creature. There may be only a few who wish it. But there are many who feel certain, that the trial will end in a conviction, and that ere the sun has set, the soul of Maurice Gerald will go back to its God. The court is in session. You have before your mind's eye a large hall, with a raised dais at one side, a space enclosed between paneled partitions, a table inside it, and on its edge a box-like structure, resembling the rostrum of a lecture room, or the reading desk in a church. You see judges in ermine robes, barristers in wigs of grey, and gowns of black, with solicitors attending on them. Clerks, ushers, and reporters, blue policemen with bright buttons standing here and there, and at the back a sea of heads and faces, not always kempt or clean. You observe, moreover, a certain subdued look on the countenances of the spectators, not so much an air of decorum, as a fear of infringing the regulations of the court. You must get all this out of your mind, if you wish to form an idea of a court of justice on the frontiers of Texas, as unlike its homonym in England as a band of guerrillas to a brigade of guardsmen. There is no courthouse, although there is a sort of public room used for this and other purposes. But the day promises to be hot, and the court has decided to sit under a tree. And under a tree has it established itself, a gigantic live oak, festooned with Spanish moss, standing by the edge of the parade ground, and extending its shadow afar over the verdant prairie. A large deal table is placed underneath, with half a score of skin-bottom chairs set around it, and on its top a few scattered sheets of foolscap paper, an inkstand with goosequill pens, a well-thumbed law book or two. A blown glass decanter containing peach brandy, a couple of common tumblers, a box of Havana cigars, and another of lucifer matches. Behind these paraphernalia sits the judge, not only unrobed in ermine, but actually uncoated, the temperature of the day having decided him to try the case in his shirt sleeves. Instead of a wig, he wears his Panama hat, set slouchingly over one cheek, to balance the half-smoked, half-chewed Havana projecting from the other. The remaining chairs are occupied by men whose costume gives no indication of their calling. There are lawyers among them, attorneys, and counselors, they're called, with no difference either in social or legal status, the sheriff and his deputy, the military commandant of the fort, the chaplain, the doctor, several officers. With one or two men of undeclared occupations. A little apart are 12 individuals grouped together, about half of them seated on a rough slab bench, the other half squatted or reclining along the grass. It is the jury, an institution as germane to Texas as to England, and in Texas 10 times more true to its trust, scorning to submit to the dictation of the judge, in England but too freely admitted. Around the Texan judge and jury, close pressing upon the precincts of the court, is a crowd that may well be called nondescript. Buckskin hunting shirts, blanket coats, even under the oppressive heat, frocks of copperas stripe and Kentucky jeans. Blouses of white linen, or sky blue cottonade, shirts of red flannel or unbleached, domestic, dragoon, rifle, infantry, and artillery uniforms, blend and mingle in that motley assemblage. Here and there is seen a more regular costume, one more native to the country, the jaqueta and calzoneros of the Mexican, with the broad sombrero shading his swarthy face of picaresque expression. Time was, and that not very long ago, when men assembled in this same spot would all have been so attired. But then there was no jury of 12, and the judge, juez de lettres, was a far more important personage, with death in his nod, and pardon easily obtained by those who could put onzas in his pocket. With all its rude irregularity, despite the absence of effete forms, of white ermine, and black silk, of uniformed alguazils, or bright-buttoned policemen, despite the presence of men that, to the civilized eye, may appear uncouth, even savage. I hesitate not to say, that among these red flannel shirts and coats of Kentucky jean, the innocent man is as safe, far safer, to obtain justice, and the guilty to get punished, than amidst the formalities and hair-splitting chicaneries of our so-called civilization. Do not mistake those men assembled under the Texan tree, however rough their exterior may seem to your hypercritical eye, do not mistake them for a mob of your own masses, brutalized from their very birth by the curse of overtaxation. Do not mistake them either, for things like yourselves, filled to the throat with a spirit of flunkyism, would that it choked you, scorning all that is grand and progressive, revering only the effete, the superficial, and the selfish. I am talking to you, my middle-class friend, who fancy yourself a citizen of this our English country. A citizen, forsooth, without even the first and scantiest right of citizenship, that of choosing your parliamentary representative. You fancy you have this right. I have scarce patience to tell you, you are mistaken. Aye, grandly mistaken, when you imagine yourself standing on the same political platform with those quasi-rude frontiersmen of Texas. Nothing of the kind. They are sovereign citizens, the peers of your superiors, or of those who assume so to call themselves, and whose assumption you are base enough to permit without struggle, almost without protest. In most assemblies the inner circle is the more select. The gem is to be found in the center at Port Inga. In that now muster the order is reversed. Outside is the elegance. The fair feminine forms, bedecked in their best dresses, stand up in spring wagons, or sit in more elegant equipages, sufficiently elevated to see over the heads of the male spectators. It is not upon the judge that their eyes are bent, or only at intervals. The glances are given to a group of 3 men, placed near the jury, and not very far from the stem of the tree. One is seated, and 2 standing. The former is the prisoner at the bar, the latter the sheriff's officers in charge of him. It was originally intended to try several other men for the murder, Miguel Diaz and his associates, as also Philem O'Neill. But in the course of a preliminary investigation the Mexican mustanger succeeded in proving an alibi, as did also his trio of companions. All four have been consequently discharged. They acknowledged having disguised themselves as Indians, for the fact being proved home to them, they could not do less. But they pretended it to have been a joke, a travesty. And as there was proof of the others being at home, and Diaz dead drunk, on the night of Henry Poindexter's disappearance, their statement satisfied those who had been entrusted with the inquiry. As to the Connemara man, it was not thought necessary to put him upon trial. If an accomplice, he could only have acted at the instigation of his master, and he might prove more serviceable in the witness box than in the dock. Before the bar, then, if we may be permitted the figure of speech, there stands but one prisoner, Maurice Gerald, known to those gazing upon him as Maurice the Mustanger. Chapter 87. A False Witness. There are but few present who have any personal acquaintance with the accused, though there are also but a few who have never before heard his name. Perhaps not any. It is only of late that this has become generally known, for previous to the six-shot duel with Calhoun, he had no other reputation than that of an accomplished horse-catcher. All admitted him to be a fine young fellow, handsome, dashing, devoted to a fine horse, and deeming it no sin to look fondly on a fair woman, free of heart, as most Irishmen are, and also of speech, as will be more readily believed. But neither his good, nor evil, qualities were carried to excess. His daring rarely exhibited itself in reckless rashness, while as rarely did his speech degenerate into small talk. In his actions there was observable a certain just milieu. His words were alike well balanced, displaying, even over his cups, a reticence somewhat rare among his countrymen. No one seemed to know whence he came, for what reason he had settled in Texas, or why he had taken to such a queer trade as that of catching wild horses, a calling not deemed the most reputable. It seemed all the more strange to those who knew, that he was not only educated, but evidently a born gentleman, a phrase, however, of but slight significance upon the frontiers of Texas. There, too, was the thing itself regarded with no great wonder, where born noblemen, both of France and the Vaterland, may oft be encountered seeking an honest livelihood by the sweat of their brow. A fig for all patents of nobility, save those stamped by the true die of nature. Such is the sentiment of this far free land. And this sort of impress the young Irishman carries about him, blazoned like the broad arrow. There is no one likely to mistake him for either fool or villain. And yet he stands in the presence of an assembly, called upon to regard him as an assassin, one who in the dead hour of night has spilled innocent blood, and taken away the life of a fellow creature. Can the charge be true? If so, may God have mercy on his soul. Some such reflection passes through the minds of the spectators, as they stand with eyes fixed upon him, waiting for his trial to begin. Some regard him with glances of simple curiosity. Others with interrogation, but most with a look that speaks of anger and revenge. There is one pair of eyes dwelling upon him with an expression altogether unlike the rest, a gaze soft, but steadfast, in which fear and fondness seem strangely commingled. There are many who notice that look of the lady spectator, whose pale face, half hid behind the curtains of a caleche, is too fair to escape observation. There are few who can interpret it. But among these, is the prisoner himself, who, observing both the lady and the look, feels a proud thrill passing through his soul, that almost compensates for the humiliation he is called upon to undergo. It is enough to make him, for the time, forget the fearful position in which he is placed. For the moment, it is one of pleasure. He has been told of much that transpired during those dark oblivious hours. He now knows that what he had fancied to be only a sweet, heavenly vision, was a far sweeter reality of earth. That woman's face, shining dreamlike over his couch, was the same now seen through the curtains of the caleche. And the expression upon it tells him, that among the frowning spectators he has one friend who will be true to the end, even though it be death. The trial begins. There is not much ceremony in its inception. The judge takes off his hat, strikes a lucifer match, and freshly ignites his cigar. After half a dozen draws, he takes the weed from between his teeth, lays it still smoking along the table, and says, "Gentlemen of the jury, we are here assembled to try a case, the particulars of which are, I believe, known to all of you. A man has been murdered, the son of one of our most respected citizens, and the prisoner at the bar is accused of having committed the crime. It is my duty to direct you as to the legal formalities of the trial. It is yours to decide, after hearing the evidence to be laid before you, whether or not the accusation be sustained. The prisoner is asked, according to the usual formality, guilty, or not guilty. Not guilty, is the reply, delivered in a firm, but modest tone. Cassius Calhoun, and some rowdies around him, affect an incredulous sneer. The judge resumes his cigar, and remains silent. The counsel for the state, after some introductory remarks, proceeds to introduce the witnesses for the prosecution. First called is Franz Oberdoffer. After a few unimportant interrogatories about his calling, and the like, he is requested to state what he knows of the affair. This is the common routine of a Texan trial. Oberdoffer's evidence coincides with the tale already told by him, how on the night that young Poindexter was missed, Maurice Gerald had left his house at a late hour, after midnight. He had settled his account before leaving, and appeared to have plenty of money. It was not often Oberdoffer had known him so well supplied with cash. He had started for his home on the Nueces, or wherever it was. He had not said where he was going. He was not on the most friendly terms with Witness. Witness only supposed he was going there, because his man had gone the day before, taking all his traps upon a pack mule, everything, except what the mustanger himself carried off on his horse. What had he carried off? Witness could not remember much in particular. He was not certain of his having a gun. He rather believed that he had one, strapped, Mexican fashion, along the side of his saddle. He could speak with certainty of having seen pistols in the holsters, with a bowie knife in the mustanger's belt. Gerald was dressed as he always went, in Mexican costume, and with a striped Mexican blanket. He had the last over his shoulders as he rode off. The witness thought it strange, his leaving at that late hour of the night. Still stranger, that he had told Witness of his intention to start the next morning. He had been out all the early part of the night, but without his horse, which he kept in the tavern stable. He had started off immediately after returning. He stayed only long enough to settle his account. He appeared excited, and in a hurry. It was not with drink. He filled his flask with Kirschenwasser, but did not drink of it before leaving the hotel. Witness could swear to his being sober. He knew that he was excited by his manner. While he was saddling his horse, which he did for himself, he was all the time talking, as if angry. Witness didn't think it was at the animal. He believed he had been crossed by somebody, and was angry at something that had happened to him, before coming back to the hotel. Had no idea where Gerald had been to. But heard afterwards that he had been seen going out of the village, and down the river, in the direction of Mr. Poindexter's plantation. He had been seen going that way often for the last 3 or 4 days of his sojourn at the hotel, both by day and night, on foot as well as horseback, several times both ways. Such are the main points of Oberdoffer's evidence relating to the movements of the prisoner. He is questioned about Henry Poindexter. Knew the young gentleman but slightly, as he came very seldom to the hotel. He was there on the night when last seen. Witness was surprised to see him there, partly because he was not in the habit of coming, and partly on account of the lateness of the hour. Young Poindexter did not enter the house. Only looked inside the saloon, and called Witness to the door. He asked after Mr. Gerald. He too appeared sober, but excited, and, upon being told that the mustanger was gone away, became very much more excited. Said he wished very much to see Gerald that very night, and asked which way he had gone. Witness directed him along the Rio Grande trace, thinking the mustanger had taken it. Said he knew the road, and went off, as if intending to overtake the mustanger. A few desultory questions, and Oberdoffer's evidence is exhausted. On the whole it is unfavorable to the accused. Especially the circumstance of Gerald's having changed his intention as to his time of starting. His manner, described as excited and angry, perhaps somewhat exaggerated by the man who naively confesses to a grudge against him. That is especially unfavorable. A murmur through the court tells that it has made this impression. But why should Henry Poindexter have been excited too? Why should he have been following after Gerald in such hot haste, and at such an unusual hour, unusual for the young planter, both as regarded his haunts and habits? Had the order been reversed, and Gerald inquiring about and going after him, the case would have been clearer. But even then there would have been an absence of motive. Who can show this, to satisfy the jury? Several witnesses are called. But their testimony rather favors the reverse view. Some of them testify to the friendly feeling that existed between the prisoner and the man he stands charged with having murdered. One is at length called up who gives evidence of the opposite. It is Captain Cassius Calhoun. His story produces a complete change in the character of the trial. It not only discloses a motive for the murder, but darkens the deed tenfold. After a craftily worded preface, in which he declares his reluctance to make the exposure, he ends by telling all, the scene in the garden, the quarrel, the departure of Gerald, which he describes as having been accompanied by a threat. His being followed by Henry, everything but the true motive for this following, and his own course of action throughout. These two facts he keeps carefully to himself. The scandalous revelation causes a universal surprise, alike shared by judge, jury, and spectators. It exhibits itself in an unmistakable manner, here in ominous whisperings, there in ejaculations of anger. These are not directed towards the man who has testified, but against him who stands before them, now presumptively charged with a double crime, the assassination of a son, the defilement of a daughter. A groan had been heard as the terrible testimony proceeded. It came from a man of more than middle age, of sad subdued aspect, whom all knew to be the father of both these unfortunates. But the eyes of the spectators dwell not on him. They look beyond, to a curtained caleche, in which is seen seated a lady, so fair, as long before to have fixed their attention. Strange are the glances turned upon her. Strange, though not inexplicable, for it is Louise Poindexter who occupies the carriage. Is she there of her own accord, by her own free will? So runs the inquiry around, and the whispered reflections that follow it. There is not much time allowed them for speculation. They have their answer in the crier's voice, heard pronouncing the name. Louise Poindexter. Calhoun has kept his word. Chapter 88. An unwilling witness. Before the monotonous summons has been 3 times repeated, the lady is seen descending the steps of her carriage. Conducted by an officer of the court, she takes her stand on the spot set apart for the witnesses. Without flinching, apparently without fear, she faces towards the court. All eyes are upon her, some interrogatively. A few, perhaps, in scorn, but many in admiration, that secret approval which female loveliness exacts, even when allied with guilt. One regards her with an expression different from the rest, a look of tenderest passion, dashed with an almost imperceptible distrust. It is the prisoner himself. From him her eyes are averted as from everybody else. Only one man she appears to think worthy of her attention, he who has just forsaken the stand she occupies. She looks at Calhoun, her own cousin, as though with her eyes she would kill him. Cowering under the glance, he slinks back, until the crowd conceals him from her sight. Where were you, Miss Poindexter, on the night when your brother was last seen? The question is put by the state councillor. At home, in my father's house. May I ask, if on that night you went into the garden? I did. Perhaps you will be good enough to inform the court at what hour? At the hour of midnight, if I rightly remember. Were you alone? Not all the time. Part of it there was someone with you. There was. Judging by your frankness, Miss Poindexter, you will not refuse to inform the court who that person was? Certainly not. May I ask the name of the individual? There was more than one. My brother was there. But before your brother came upon the ground, was there not someone else in your company? There was. It is his name we wish you to give. I hope you will not withhold it. Why should I? You are welcome to know that the gentleman, who was with me, was Mr. Maurice Gerald. The answer causes surprise, and something more. There is a show of scorn, not unmixed with indignation. There is one on whom it produces a very different effect, the prisoner at the bar, who looks more triumphant than any of his accusers. May I ask if this meeting was accidental, or by appointment? By appointment. It is a delicate question, Miss Poindexter, you will pardon me for putting it, in the execution of my duty, what was the nature, the object I should rather term it, of this appointment? The witness hesitates to make answer. Only for an instant. Raising herself from the stooping attitude she has hitherto held, and casting a careless glance upon the faces around her, she replies. Motive, or object, it is all the same. I have no intention to conceal it. I went into the garden to meet the man I loved, whom I still love, though he stands before you an accused criminal. Now, sir, I hope you are satisfied. Not quite, continues the prosecuting counsel, unmoved by the murmurs heard around him. I must ask you another question, Miss Poindexter. The course I am about to take, though a little irregular, will save the time of the court, and I think no one will object to it. You have heard what has been said by the witness who preceded you. Is it true that your brother parted in anger with the prisoner at the bar? Quite true. The answer sends a thrill through the crowd, a thrill of indignation. It confirms the story of Calhoun. It establishes the motive of the murder. The bystanders do not wait for the explanation the witness designs to give. There is a cry of, hang him, and, along with it, a demonstration for this to be done without staying for the verdict of the jury, order in the court. Cries the judge, taking the cigar from between his teeth, and looking authoritatively around him. My brother did not follow him in anger, pursues the witness, without being further questioned. He had forgiven Mr. Gerald. And went after to apologize. I have something to say about that, interposes Calhoun, disregarding the irregularity of the act. They quarreled afterwards. I heard them, from where I was standing on the top of the house. Mr. Calhoun. Cries the judge rebukingly, if the counsel for the prosecution desire it, you can be put in the box again. Meanwhile, sir, you will please not interrupt the proceedings. After a few more questions, eliciting answers explanatory of what she has last alleged, the lady is relieved from her embarrassing situation. She goes back to her carriage with a cold heaviness at her heart, for she has become conscious that, by telling the truth, she has damaged the cause of him she intended to serve. Her own too, for in passing through the crowd she does not fail to perceive eyes turned upon her, that regard her with an expression too closely resembling contempt. The chivalry is offended by her condescension. The morality shocked by her free confession of that midnight meeting, to say not of the envy felt for the bon fortune of him who has been so daringly endorsed. Calhoun is once more called to the stand. And by some additional perjury, strengthens the antipathy already felt for the accused. Every word is a lie, but his statements appear too plausible to be fabrications. Again breaks forth the clamor of the crowd. Again is heard the cry, hang. This time more vociferous, more earnest, than ever. This time, too, the action is more violent. Men strip off their coats, and fling their hats into the air. The women in the wagons, and even those of gentle strain in the carriages, seem, to share the frenzied spite against the prisoner, all save that one, who sits screened behind the curtain. She too shows indignation, but from a different cause. If she trembles at the commotion, it is not through fear, but from the bitter consciousness that she has herself assisted in stirring it up. In this dark hour she remembers the significant speech of Calhoun, that from her own lips were to come the words that would prove Maurice Gerald a murderer. The clamor continues, increasing in earnestness. There are things said aloud, insinuations against the accused, designed to inflame the passions of the assembly, and each moment the outcry grows fiercer and more virulent. Judge Roberts, the name of him who presides, is in peril of being deposed. To be succeeded by the lawless Lynch. And then what must follow? For Maurice Gerald no more trial, no condemnation, for that has been done already. No shrift neither. But a quick execution, occupying only the time it will take half a score of expert ropemen to throw a noose around his neck, and jerk him up to the limb of the live oak stretching horizontally over his head. This is the thought of almost everybody on the ground, as they stand waiting for someone to say the word, some bad, bold borderer daring enough to take the initiative. Thanks be to God, the spectators are not all of this mind. A few have determined on bringing the affair to a different finale. There is a group of men in uniform, seen in excited consultation. They are the officers of the fort, with the commandant in their midst. Only for a score of seconds does their council continue. It ends with the braying of a bugle. It is a signal sounded by command of the major. Almost at the same instant a troop of 20 dragoons, with a like number of mounted riflemen, is seen filing out from the stockade enclosure that extends rearward from the fort. Having cleared the gateway, they advance over the open ground in the direction of the live oak. Silently, and as though acting under an instinct, they deploy into an alignment, forming 3 sides of a square, that partially encloses the court. The crowd has ceased its clamoring, and stands gazing at a spectacle, which might be taken for a coup de theatre. It produces not only silence, but submission, for plainly do they perceive its design, and that the movement is a precautionary measure due to the skill of the commanding officer of the post. Equally plain is it, that the presidency of Justice Lynch is no longer possible, and that the law of the land is once more in the ascendant. Without further opposition Judge Roberts is permitted to resume his functions, so rudely interrupted. Fellow citizens, he cries, with a glance towards his auditory, now more reproachful than appealing, the law is bound to take its course, just the same in Texas as in the States. I need not tell you that, since most of you, I reckon, have seen corn growing on the other side of the Mississippi. Well, taking this for granted, you wouldn't hang a man without first hearing what he's got to say for himself. That would neither be law, nor justice, but downright murder. And hasn't he done murder? Asks one of the rowdies standing near Calhoun. It's only sarve him, as he served young Poindexter. There is no certainty about that. You've not yet heard all the testimony. Wait till we've examined the witnesses on the other side. Crier, continues he, turning to the official, call the witnesses for the defense. The crier obeys, and Philem O'Neill is conducted to the stand. The story of the ci-devant stable boy, confusedly told, full of incongruities, and in many parts altogether improbable, rather injures the chances of his master being thought innocent. The San Antonio council is but too anxious for his testimony to be cut short, having a firmer reliance on the tale to be told by another. That other is next announced. Zebulon Stump. Before the voice of the summoning officer has ceased to reverberate among the branches of the live oak, a tall stalwart specimen of humanity is seen making his way through the throng, whom all recognize as Zeb Stump, the most noted hunter of the settlement. Taking 3 or 4 strides forward, the backwoodsman comes to a stand upon the spot set apart for the witnesses. The sacred volume is presented to him in due form, which, after repeating the well-known words of the affidavit, Zeb is directed to kiss. He performs this operation with a smack sufficiently sonorous to be heard to the extreme outside circle of the assemblage. Despite the solemnity of the scene, there is an audible tittering, instantly checked by the judge, a little, perhaps, by Zeb himself, whose glance, cast inquiringly around, seems to search for some one, that may be seen with a sneer upon his face. The character of the man is too well known, for anyone to suppose he might make merry at his expense, and before his searching glance the crowd resumes, or affects to resume, its composure. After a few preliminary questions, Zeb is invited to give his version of the strange circumstances, which, have been keeping the settlement in a state of unwonted agitation. The spectators prick up their ears, and stand in expectant silence. There is a general impression that Zeb holds the key to the whole mystery. "Well, Mr. Judge," says he, looking straight in the face of that cigar-smoking functionary, "I've no objection to tell what I know, be out the business. But if it be all the same to yourself, and the jury higher, I'd prefer that the young feller shed gie his varsion fust. I could then faller with mine, the which mout certify and confirm him." "Of what young fellow do you speak?" inquires the judge. "The mustanger Thursday, in course. Him as stands, cussed killin' young Poindexter." "It would be somewhat irregular," rejoins the judge, "after all, our object is to get at the truth. For my part, I haven't much faith in old-fashioned forms. And if the jury don't object, let it be as you say." The 12, speaking through their foreman, professed themselves of the same way of thinking. Frontiersmen are not noted for strict adherence to ceremonious forms. And Zeb's request is conceded nemine dissentient. Chapter 89. The Confession of the Accused. Acting under the advice of his counsel, the accused prepares to avail himself of the advantage thus conceded. Directed by the judge, he stands forward. The sheriff's officers in charge falling a step or two into the rear. It is superfluous to say that there is universal silence. Even the tree crickets, hitherto chirping among the leaves of the live oak, desist from their shrill stridulation, as if awed by the stillness underneath. Every eye is fixed upon the prisoner. Every ear bent to catch the first words of, what may be termed, his confession. "Judge, and gentlemen of the jury," says he, commencing his speech in true Texan style, "you are good enough to let me speak for myself. And in availing myself of the privilege, I shall not long detain you. First, have I to say, that, notwithstanding the many circumstances mentioned during the course of this trial, which to you appear not only odd, but inexplicable, my story is simple enough, and will explain some of them. Not all of the statements you have heard are true. Some of them are false as the lips from which they have fallen." The speaker's glance, directed upon Cassius Calhoun, causes the latter to quail, as if standing before the muzzle of a six-shooter. "It is true that I met Miss Poindexter, as stated. That noble lady, by her own generous confession, has saved me from the sin of perjuring myself, which otherwise I might have done. In all else I entreat you to believe me. It is also true that our interview was a stolen one. And that it was interrupted by him who is not here to speak to what occurred after. It is true that angry words passed between us, or rather from him to me, for they were all on his side. But it is not true that the quarrel was afterwards renewed, and the man who has so sworn dared not say it, were I free to contradict him as he deserves." Again are the eyes of the accused turned towards Calhoun, still cowering behind the crowd. "On the contrary," continues he, "the next meeting between Henry Poindexter and myself, was one of apology on his part, and friendship, I might say affection, on mine. Who could have helped liking him? As to forgiving him for the few words he had rashly spoken, I need hardly tell you how grateful I felt for that reconciliation." "There was a reconciliation, then?" asks the judge, taking advantage of a pause in the narration. "Where did it take place?" "About 400 yards from the spot where the murder was committed." The judge starts to his feet. The jury do the same. The spectators, already standing, show signs of a like exciting surprise. It is the first time anyone has spoken positively of the spot where the murder was committed, or even that a murder has been committed at all. "You mean the place where some blood was found?" doubtingly interrogates the judge. "I mean the place where Henry Poindexter was assassinated." There is a fresh exhibition of astonishment in the court, expressed in muttered speeches and low exclamations. One louder than the rest is a groan. It is given by Woodley Poindexter. Now for the first time made certain he has no longer a son. In the heart of the father has still lingered a hope that his son may be alive, that he might be only missing, kept out of the way by accident, illness, Indians, or some other circumstance. As yet there has been no positive proof of his death, only a thread of circumstantial evidence, and it of the slightest. This hope, by the testimony of the accused himself, is no longer tenable. You are sure he is dead, then? Is the question put to the prisoner by the prosecuting counsel. Quite sure, responds the accused. Had you seen him as I did, you would think the interrogatory a very idle one. You saw the body. I must take exception to this course of examination, interposes the counsel for the accused. It is quite irregular. Faith. In an old country court it wouldn't be allowed, adds the cisatlantic attorney. The counsel for the prosecution wouldn't be permitted to speak, till it came to the cross-examination. That's the law here, too, says the judge, with a severe gesture towards him who has erred. Prisoner at the bar. You can continue your story. Your own counsel may ask you what question he pleases, but nobody else, till you have done. Go on. Let us hear all you have to say. I have spoken of a reconciliation, resumes the accused, and have told you where it took place. I must explain how it came to be there. It has been made known to you how we parted, Miss Poindexter, her brother, and myself. On leaving them I swam across the river. Partly because I was too excited to care how I went off, and partly that I did not wish him to know how I had got into the garden. I had my reasons for that. I walked on upstream, towards the village. It was a very warm night, as may be remembered by many of you, and my clothes had got nearly dry by the time I reached the hotel. The house was still open, and the landlord behind his bar. But as up to that day I had no reason to thank him for any extra hospitality, and as there was nothing to detain me any longer under his roof, I took it into my head to set out at once for the Alamo. And make the journey during the cool hours of the night. I had sent my servant before, and intended to follow in the morning, but what happened at Casa del Corvo made me desirous of getting away as soon as possible, and I started off, after settling my account with Mr. Oberdoffer. And the money with which you paid him, asks the state prosecutor, where did you get? I protest against this, interrupts the counsel for the accused. Bidara! Exclaims the Milesian lawyer, looking daggers, or rather dueling pistols, at the state counsellor. If yez were to go on at that rate in a Galway assize, ye'd stand a nate chance of gettin' contradicted in a different style altogether. Silence, gentlemen, commands the judge, in an authoritative tone. Let the accused continue his statement. I travelled slowly. There was no reason for being in a hurry. I was in no mood for going to sleep that night. And it mattered little to me where I should spend it, on the prairie, or under the roof of my jacal. I knew I could reach the Alamo before daybreak, and that would be as soon as I desired. I never thought of looking behind me. I had no suspicion that anyone was coming after, until I had got about half a mile into the chaparral, where the Rio Grande trace runs through it. Then I heard the stroke of a horse's hoof, that appeared hurrying up behind. I had got round the corner, where the trace makes a sharp turn, and was hindered from seeing the horseman. But I could tell that he was coming on at a trot. It might be somebody I wouldn't care to encounter. That was the reflection I made. Though I wasn't much caring who. It was more from habit, by living in the neighborhood of the Indians, that I drew in among the trees, and waited until the stranger should show himself. He did so shortly after. You may judge of my surprise when, instead of a stranger, I saw the man from whom I had so lately parted in anger. When I say anger, I don't speak of myself, only him. Was he still in the same temper? Had he been only restrained by the presence of his sister from attacking me? Relieved of this, had he come after me to demand satisfaction for the injury he supposed her to have sustained? Gentlemen of the jury, I shall not deny that this was the impression on my mind when I saw who it was. I was determined there should be no concealment, no cowardly shrinking on my part. I was not conscious of having committed crime. True, I had met his sister clandestinely, but that was the fault of others, not mine, not hers. I loved her with a pure honest passion, and with my whole heart. I am not afraid to confess it. In the same way I love her still. Louise Poindexter, seated in her carriage behind the outer circle of spectators, is not so distant from the speaker, nor are the curtains so closely drawn, but that she can hear every word passing from his lips. Despite the sadness of her heart, a gleam of joy irradiates her countenance, as she listens to the daring declaration. It is but the echo of her own. And the glow that comes quickly to her cheeks is not shame, but the expression of a proud triumph. She makes no attempt to conceal it. Rather does she appear ready to spring up from her seat, rush towards the man who is being tried for the murder of her brother, and with the abandon that love alone can impart, bid defiance to the boldest of his accusers. If the signs of sorrow soon reappear, they are no longer to be traced to jealousy. Those sweet ravings are well remembered, and can now be trusted as truth. They are confirmed by the confession of restored reason, by the avowal of a man who may be standing on the stoop of death, and can have no earthly motive for a deception such as that. Chapter 90. A court quickly cleared. If the last speech has given satisfaction to Louise Poindexter, there are few who share it with her. Upon most of the spectators it has produced an impression of a totally different character. It is one of the saddest traits of our ignoble nature, to feel pain in contemplating a love we cannot share, more especially when exhibited in the shape of a grand absorbing passion. The thing is not so difficult of explanation. We know that he, or she, thus sweetly possessed, can feel no interest in ourselves. It is but the old story of self-esteem, stung by the thought of indifference. Even some of the spectators unaffected by the charms of the beautiful Creole, cannot restrain themselves from a certain feeling of envy. While others more deeply interested feel chagrin to the heart's core, by what they are pleased to designate an impudent avowal. If the story of the accused contains no better proofs of his innocence it were better untold. So far, it has but helped his accusers by exciting the antipathy of those who would have been otherwise neutral. Once more there is a murmuring among the men, and a movement among the rowdies who stand near Calhoun. Again seems Maurice Gerald in danger of being seized by a lawless mob, and hanged without farther hearing. The danger exists only in seeming. Once more the major glances significantly towards his well-trained troop. The judge in an authoritative voice commands silence in the court, the clamoring is subdued, and the prisoner is permitted to proceed. He continues his recital. On seeing who it was, I rode out from among the trees, and reined up before him. There was light enough for him to see who I was, and he at once recognized me. Instead of the angry scene I expected, perhaps had reason to expect, I was joyfully surprised by his reception of me. His first words were to ask if I would forgive him for what he had said to me, at the same time holding out his hand in the most frank and friendly manner. Need I tell you that I took that hand? Or how heartily I pressed it? I knew it to be a true one, more than that, I had a hope it might one day be the hand of a brother. It was the last time, but one, I ever grasped it alive. The last was shortly after, when we bade each other good night, and parted upon the path. I had no thought it was to be forever. Gentlemen of the jury, you do not wish me to take up your time with the conversation that occurred between us? It was upon matters that have nothing to do with this trial. We rode together for a short distance, and then drew up under the shadow of a tree. Cigars were exchanged, and smoked, and there was another exchange, the more closely to cement the good understanding established between us. It consisted of our hats and cloaks. It was a whim of the moment suggested by myself, from a fashion I had been accustomed to among the Comanches. I gave Henry Poindexter my Mexican sombrero and striped blanket, taking his cloth cloak and Panama hat. We then parted, he riding away, myself remaining. I can give no reason why I stayed upon the spot. Unless that I liked it, from being the scene of our reconciliation, by me so little looked for and so much desired. I no longer cared for going on to the Alamo that night. I was happy enough to stay under the tree. And, dismounting, I staked out my horse, wrapped myself up in the cloak, and with the hat upon my head, lay down upon the grass. In 3 seconds I was asleep. It was rare for sleep to come on me so readily. Half an hour before, and the thing would have been impossible. I can only account for the change by the feeling of contentment that was upon me, after the unpleasant excitement through which I had passed. My slumbers could not have been very sound. Nor were they long undisturbed. I could not have been unconscious for more than 2 minutes, when a sound awoke me. It was the report of a gun. I was not quite sure of its being this. I only fancied that it was. My horse seemed to know better than I. As I looked up, he was standing with ears erect, snorting, as if he had been fired at. I sprang to my feet, and stood listening. But as I could hear nothing more, and the mustang soon quieted down, I came to the conclusion that we had both been mistaken. The horse had heard the footsteps of some straying animal. And that which struck upon my ear might have been the snapping of a branch broken by its passage through the thicket, or perhaps one of the many mysterious sounds, mysterious, because unexplained, often heard in the recesses of the chaparral. Dismissing the thing from my mind, I again lay down along the grass, and once more fell asleep. This time I was not awakened until the raw air of the morning began to chill me through the cloak. It was not pleasant to stay longer under the tree, and, recovering my horse, I was about to continue my journey. But the shot seemed still ringing in my ears, even louder than I had heard it while half asleep. It appeared, too, to be in the direction in which Henry Poindexter had gone. Fancy or no fancy, I could not help connecting it with him, nor yet resist the temptation to go back that way and seek for an explanation of it. I did not go far till I found it. Oh, heavens! What a sight! I saw. "The Headless Horseman," exclaims a voice from the outer circle of the spectators, causing one and all to turn suddenly in that direction. "The Headless Horseman!" respond 50 others, in a simultaneous shout. Is it mockery, this seeming contempt of court? There is no one who takes it in this sense, for by this time every individual in the assemblage has become acquainted with the cause of the interruption. It is the Headless Horseman himself seen out upon the open plain, in all his fearful shape. Yonder he goes, yonder. Yonder. No, he's coming this way. See. He's making straight for the fort. The latest assertion seems the truer. But only for an instant. As if to contradict it, the strange equestrian makes a sudden pause upon the prairie, and stands eyeing the crowd gathered around the tree. Then, apparently not liking the looks of what is before him, the horse gives utterance to his dislike with a loud snort, followed by a still louder neighing. The intense interest excited by the confession of the accused is for the time eclipsed. There is a universal impression that, in the spectral form thus opportunely presenting itself, will be found the explanation of all that has occurred. 3/4 of the spectators forsake the spot, and rush towards their horses. Even the jurymen are not exempt from taking part in the general debandade, and at least 6 out of the 12 go scattering off to join in the chase of the Headless Horseman. The latter has paused only for an instant, just long enough to scan the crowd of men and horses now moving towards him. Then repeating his wild wire, he wheels round, and goes off at full speed, followed by a thick clump of shouting pursuers. Chapter 91. A chase through a thicket. The chase leads straight across the prairie, towards the tract of chaparral, 10 miles distant. Before reaching it, the ruck of riders becomes thin to a straggling line, one after another falling off, as their horses become blown by the long sweltering gallop. But few get within sight of the thicket. And only 2 enter it, in anything like close proximity to the escaping horseman, who, without making halt, plunges into the timber. The pursuer nearest him is mounted upon a grey mustang, which is being urged to its utmost speed by whip, spur, and voice. The one coming after, but with a long interval between, is a tall man in a slouched hat and blanket coat, bestriding a raw-boned roadster, that no one would suspect to be capable of such speed. It is procured not by whip, spur, and voice, but by the more cruel prompting of a knife blade held in the rider's hand, and at intervals silently applied to the animal's spine, just behind the croup. The 2 men, thus leading the chase, are Cassius Calhoun and Stump. The swiftness of the grey mustang has given Calhoun the advantage, aided by a determination to be in at the death, as if some desperate necessity required it. The old hunter appears equally determined. Instead of being contented to proceed at his usual gait, and trusting to his skill as a tracker, he seems aiming to keep the other in sight, as if a like stern necessity was prompting him to do so. In a short time both have entered the chapel, and are lost to the eyes of those riding less resolutely behind. On through the thicket rushed the three horsemen. Not in a straight line, but along the lists and cattle tracks, now direct, now in sweeping curves, now sharply zigzagging to avoid the obstructions of the timber. On go they, regardless of bush or brake, fearlessly, buffeted by the sharp spines of the cactus, and the stinging thorns of the mesquites. The branches snap and crackle, as they cleave their way between. While the birds, scared by the rude intrusion, fly screaming to some safer roost. A brace of black vultures, who have risen with a croak from their perch upon a scathed branch, soar up into the air. Instinct tells them, that a pursuit so impetuous can end only in death. On broad shadowy wings they keep pace with it. It is now a chase in which the pursued has the advantage of the pursuers. He can choose his path, while they have no choice but to follow him. Less from having increased the distance, than by the interposition of the trees, he is soon out of sight of both, as each is of the other. No one of the three can see either of the other two, though all are under the eyes of the vultures. Out of sight of his pursuers, the advantage of the pursued is greater than ever. He is free to keep on at full speed, while they must submit to the delay of riding along a trail. He can still be followed by the sound of his hoofstrokes ahead, and the swishing of the branches as he breaks through between them, but for all that the foremost of his two pursuers begins to despair. At every turning of the track, he appears to have gained distance, until at length his footfall ceases to be heard. "Curse the damned thing," cries Calhoun, with a gesture of chagrin. "It's going to escape me again. Not so much matter, if there were nobody after it but myself. But there is this time. That old hellhound's coming on through the thicket. I saw him as I entered it, not 300 yards behind me. Is there no chance of shaking him off? No. He's too good a tracker for that. By God! But there is a chance." At the profane utterance, the speaker reins up, wrenches his horse half round, and scans the path over which he has just passed. He examines it with the look of one who has conceived a scheme, and is reconnoitering the terrain, to see if it will suit. At the same time, his fingers close nervously around his rifle, which he manipulates with a feverish impatience. Still is there irresolution in his looks, and he hesitates about throwing himself into a fixed attitude. On reflection the scheme is abandoned. "It won't do," he mutters. "There's too many of them fellows coming after, some that can track, too. They'd find his carcass, sure, maybe hear the shot. No, no. It won't do." He stays a while longer, listening. There is no sound heard either before or behind, only that overhead made by the soft waving of the vulturine wings. Strange, the birds should keep above him. Yes, he must be coming on. Damn the crooked luck, that the others should be so close after him. But for that, it would have been just the time to put an end to his spying on me. And so easy, too. Not so easy as you think, Cassius Calhoun, and the birds above, were they gifted with the power of speech, could tell you so. They see Zeb Stump coming on, but in a fashion to frustrate any scheme for his assassination. It is this that hinders him from being heard. "I'll be in luck, if he should lose the trail," reflects Calhoun, once more turning away. "In any case, I must keep on till it's lost to me, else some of those fools may be more fortunate. What a fool I've been in wasting so much time. If I don't look sharp, the old hound will be up with me, and then it would be no use if I did get the chance of a shot. Hell! That would be worse than all." Freshly spurring the grey mustang, he rides forward, fast as the circuitous track will allow him. 200 paces further on, and he again comes to a halt, surprise and pleasure simultaneously lighting up his countenance. The Headless Horseman is in sight, at less than 20 paces distance. He is not advancing either, but standing among some low bushes that rise only to the flaps of the saddle. His horse's head is down. The animal appears to be browsing upon the bean pods of the mesquites. At first sight, so thinks Calhoun. His rifle is carried quickly to his shoulder, and as quickly brought down again. The horse he intends firing at is no longer at rest, nor is he browsing upon the beans. He has become engaged in a sort of spasmodic struggle, with his head half buried among the bushes. Calhoun sees that it is held there, and by the bridle rein, that, dragged over the pommel of the saddle, has become entangled around the stem of a mesquite. Caught at last. Thank God, thank God. He can scarce restrain himself from shout of triumph, as he spurs forward to the spot. He is only withheld by the fear of being heard from behind. In another instant, he is by the side of the Headless Horseman, that spectral shape he has so long vainly pursued. Chapter 92. A reluctant return. Calhoun clutches at the trailing bridle. The horse tries to avoid him, but cannot. His head is secured by the tangled rein, and he can only bound about in a circle, of which his nose is the center. The rider takes no heed, nor makes any attempt to elude the capture, but sits stiff and mute in the saddle, leaving the horse to continue his cavortings. After a brief struggle the animal is secured. The captor utters an exclamation of joy. It is suddenly checked, and by a thought. He has not yet fully accomplished his purpose. What is this purpose? It is a secret known only to himself, and the stealthy glance cast around tells that he has no wish to share it with another. After scanning the selvage of the thicket, and listening a second or two, he resumes action. A singular action it might appear, to one ignorant of its object. He draws his knife from its sheath, clutches a corner of the serape, raises it above the breast of the headless rider, and then bends towards him, as if intending to plunge the blade into his heart. The arm is uplifted. The blow is not likely to be warded off. For all that it is not struck. It is stayed by a shout sent forth from the chaparral, by the edge of which a man has just made his appearance. The man is Zeb Stump. "Stop that game," cries the hunter, riding out from the underwood and advancing rapidly through the low bushes. "Stop it, durn ye." "What game?" rejoins the ex-officer with a dismayed look, at the same time stealthily returning his knife to its sheath. "What the devil are you talking about? This brute's got caught by the bridle. I was afraid he might get away again. I was going to cut his damned throat, so as to make sure of him." "Ah, that's what ye re arter. Wall, I reckon Thursday's no need to cut the critter's throat. We kin skewer it, ithout that sort o' bloody business." "It air the hoss's throat ye mean, I suppose?" "Of course I mean the horse." "In course. As for the man, some have done that for him already, if it be a man." "What do you make o' it, Mr. Cash Calhoun?" "Damned if I know what to make of it. I haven't had time to get a good look at it. I've just this minute come up. By heaven," he continues, feigning a grand surprise, "I believe it's the body of a man, and dead. That last air probable enough. 'Tain't likely he'd be alive, why, no head on his shoulders. Thar's none under the blanket, is thar?" "No, I think not." "There cannot be. Lift it a leetle, and see." "I don't like touching it. It's such a cursed queer-looking thing. Durn it, ye want so particular a minute ago. What's kim over ye now?" "Ah," stammers Calhoun, "I was excited with chasing it. I'd got angry at the damn thing, and was determined to put an end to its capers." "Never mind then," interposes Zeb, "I'll make an inspection o' it. Yes," he continues, riding nearer, and keeping his eyes fixed upon the strange shape. "Yes, it's the body o' a man, and no mistake. Dead as a buck, and stiff as a hunch o' venison in a hard frost. Hullo," he exclaims, on raising the skirt of the serape, "it's the body o' the man whose murders be in tried, your own cousin, young Poindexter. It is, by the eternal God. I believe you are right. By heaven it is he. Jehoshaphat," proceeds Zeb, after counterfeiting surprise at the discovery, this air the mysteriousest thing o' all. Wall, I reckon Thursday's no use in our stayin' higher to speculate upon it. Bestest thing we kin do es to take the body back, jest as it sot in the settle, which it appears putty firm. I know the hoss too, and I reckon, when he smell my ol' mar a bit, he'll come along, ithout much coaxin'. Gee up, ol' girl. And make yourself knowed to him. Thursday now. Don't ye see it's a previous acquaintance o' yourn, though sarting the poor critter appears to hev had rough usage o' late, and ye mout well be excused for not reconnaissing him. 'Tere some time since he's had a curry to his skin. While the hunter is speaking, the horse best ridden by the dead body, and the old mare, place their snouts in contact, then withdraw them with a sniff of recognition. I thought so, exclaims Zeb, taking hold of the strayed bridle, and detaching it from the mezquite. The stellion's bound to lead quietly enough, so long as he's in company with the mar. All events, 'twouldn't be necessary to cut his throat to keep him from runnin' away. Now, Mr. Calhoun, he continues, glancing stealthily at the other, to witness the effect produced by his speeches. Don't ye think we'd better start right away? The trial may still be goin' on, and if so, we may be wanted to take a part in it. I reckon that we've got a witness higher, as LL do somethin' torst illoocidatin, the case, either to the Hanjin, the mustanger, or, what air more likely, clurin, him althogither o' the church. Wall, air ye ready to take the back track? Oh, certainly. As you say, there's no reason for our remaining here. Zeb moves off first, leading the captive alongside of him. The latter makes no resistance, but rather seems satisfied at being conducted in company. Calhoun rides slowly, a close observer might say reluctantly in the rear. At a point where the path angles abruptly round a clump of trees, he reins up, and appears to consider whether he should go on, or gallop back. His countenance betrays terrible agitation. Zeb Stump, admonished by the interrupted footfall, becomes aware that his traveling companion has stopped. He pulls up his mare, and facing round, regards the loiterer with a look of interrogation. He observes the agitated air, and perfectly comprehends its cause. Without saying a word, he lowers his long rifle from its rest upon his left shoulder, lays it across the hollow of his arm, ready at an instant's notice to be carried to his cheek. In this attitude he sits eyeing the ex-captain of cavalry. There is no remark made. None is needed. Zeb's gesture is sufficient. It plainly says, "Go back if ye dare." The latter, without appearing to notice it, takes the hint. And moves silently on. But no longer is he permitted to ride in the rear. Without saying it, the old hunter has grown suspicious, and makes an excuse for keeping behind, with which his companion du voyage is compelled to put up. The cavalcade advances slowly through the chaparral. It approaches the open prairie. At length the sky line comes in sight. Something seen upon the distant horizon appears to impress Calhoun with a fresh feeling of fear. And, once more reining up, he sits considering. Dread is the alternative that occupies his mind. Shall he plunge back into the thicket, and hide himself from the eyes of men? Or go on and brave the dark storm that is fast gathering around him? He would give all he owns in the world, all that he ever hopes to own, even Louise Poindexter herself, to be relieved of the hated presence of Zeb Stump, to be left for 10 minutes alone with the Headless Horseman. It is not to be. The sleuth-hound, that has followed him thus far, seems more than ever inexorable. Though loath to believe it, instinct tells him, that the old hunter regards him as the real captive, and any attempt on his part to steal away, will but end in his receiving a bullet in the back. After all, what can Zeb Stump say, or do? There is no certainty that the backwoodsman knows anything of the circumstance that is troubling him. And after all, there may be nothing to be known. It is evident that Zeb is suspicious. But what of that? Only the friendless need fear suspicion. And the ex-officer is not one of these. Unless that little telltale be discovered, he has nothing to fear, and what chance of its being discovered? 1 against 10. In all likelihood it stayed not where it was sent, but was lost in the secret recesses of the chapel. Influenced by this hope, Calhoun regains courage. And with an air of indifference, more assumed than real, he rides out into the open prairie, close followed by Zeb Stump on his critter, the dead body of Henry Poindexter bringing up the rear. Chapter 93. A body beheaded. Forsaken by 2/3 of its spectators, abandoned, by 1/2 of the jury, the trial taking place under the tree is of necessity interrupted. There is no adjournment of the court, only an interregnum, unavoidable, and therefore tacitly agreed to. The interlude occupies about an hour, during which the judge smokes a couple of cigars, takes about twice that number of drinks from the bottle of peach brandy, chats familiarly with the counsel, the fragment of a jury, and such spectators as, not having horses, or not caring to give them a gallop, have stayed by the tree. There is no difficulty in finding a subject of conversation. That is furnished by the incident that has just transpired, strange enough to be talked about not only for an hour, but an age. The spectators converse of it, while with excited feelings they await the return of those who have started on the chase. They are in hopes that the Headless Horseman will be captured. They believe that his capture will not only supply a clue to the mystery of his being, but will also throw light on that of the murder. There is one among them who could explain the first, though ignorant of the last. The accused could do this. And will, when called upon to continue his confession. Under the direction of the judge, and by the advice of his counsel, he is for the time preserving silence. After a while the pursuers return. Not all together, but in straggling squads, as they have despairingly abandoned the pursuit. All bring back the same story. None of them has been near enough to the headless rider to add one iota to what is already known of him. His entity remains mythical as ever. It is soon discovered that 2 who started in the chase have not reappeared. They are the old hunter and the ex-captain of volunteers. The latter has been last seen heading the field, the former following not far behind him. No one saw either of them afterward. Are they still continuing on? Perhaps they may have been successful. All eyes turn towards the prairie, and scan it with inquiring glances. There is an expectation that the missing men may be seen on their way back, with a hope that the Headless Horseman may be along with them. An hour elapses, and there is no sign of them, either with or without the wished-for captive. Is the trial to be further postponed? The counsel for the prosecution urges its continuance, while he for the accused is equally desirous of its being delayed. The latter moves an adjournment till tomorrow, his plea the absence of an important witness in the person of Zeb Stump, who has not yet been examined. There are voices that clamor for the case to be completed. There are paid clackers in the crowd composing a Texan court, as in the pit of a Parisian theatre. The real tragedy has its supporters, as well as the sham. The clamorers succeed in carrying their point. It is decided to go on with the trial, as much of it as can be got through without the witness who is absent. He may be back before the time comes for calling him. If not, the court can then talk about adjournment. So rules the judge, and the jury signify their assent. The spectators do the same. The prisoner is once more directed to stand up, and continue the confession so unexpectedly interrupted. You were about to tell us what you saw, proceeds the counsel for the accused, addressing himself to his client. Go on, and complete your statement. What was it you saw? A man lying at full length upon the grass. Asleep? Yes. In the sleep of death. Dead? More than dead, if that were possible. On bending over him, I saw that he had been beheaded. What? His head cut off. Just so. I did not know it, till I knelt down beside him. He was upon his face, with the head in its natural position. Even the hat was still on it. I was in hopes he might be asleep, though I had a presentiment there was something amiss. The arms were extended too stiffly for a sleeping man. So were the legs. Besides, there was something red upon the grass, that in the dim light I had not at first seen. As I stooped low to look at it, I perceived a strange odor, the salt smell that proceeds from human blood. I no longer doubted that it was a dead body I was bending over, and I set about examining it. I saw there was a gash at the back of the neck, filled with red, half-coagulated blood. I saw that the head was severed from the shoulders. A sensation of horror runs through the auditory, accompanied by the exclamatory cries heard on such occasions. Did you know the man? Alas! Yes. Without seeing his face. It did not need that. The dress told who it was, too truly. What dress? The striped blanket covering his shoulders and the hat upon his head. They were my own. But for the exchange we had made, I might have fancied it was myself. It was Henry Poindexter. A groan is again heard, rising above the hum of the excited hearers. Proceed, sir, directs the examining counsel. State what other circumstances came under your observation. On touching the body, I found it cold and stiff. I could see that it had been dead for some length of time. The blood was frozen nearly dry, and had turned black. At least, so it appeared in the grey light, for the sun was not yet up. I might have mistaken the cause of death, and supposed it to have been by the beheading. But, remembering the shot I had heard in the night, it occurred to me that another wound would be found somewhere, in addition to that made by the knife. It proved that I was right. On turning the body breast upward, I perceived a hole in the serape, that all around the place was saturated with blood. On lifting it up, and looking underneath, I saw a livid spot just over the breastbone. I could tell that a bullet had entered there, and as there was no corresponding wound at the back, I knew it must be still inside the body. In your opinion, was the shot sufficient to have caused death, without the mutilation that, you think, must have been done afterwards? Most certainly it was. If not instantaneous, in a few minutes, perhaps seconds. The head was cut off, you say. Was it quite severed from the body? Quite, though it was lying close up, as if neither head nor body had moved after the dismemberment. Was it a clean out, as if done by a sharp-edged weapon? It was. What sort of weapon would you say? It looked like the cut of a broad axe, but it might have been done with a bowie knife, one heavily weighted at the back of the blade. Did you notice whether repeated strokes had been given? Or had the severance been effected by a single cut? There might have been more than one. But there was no appearance of chopping. The first cut was a clean slash, and must have gone nearly, if not quite, through. It was made from the back of the neck, and at right angles to the spine. From that I knew that the poor fellow must have been down on his face when the stroke was delivered. Had you any suspicion why, or by whom, the foul deed had been done? Not then, not the slightest. I was so horrified, I could not reflect. I could scarce think it real. When I became calmer, and saw for certain that a murder had been committed, I could only account for it by supposing that there had been Comanches upon the ground, and that, meeting young Poindexter, they had killed him out of sheer wantonness. But then there was his scalp untouched, even the hat still upon his head. You changed your mind about its being Indians? I did. Who did you then think it might be? At the time I did not think of any one. I had never heard of Henry Poindexter having an enemy, either here or elsewhere. I have since had my suspicions. I have them now. State them. I object to the line of examination, interposes the prosecuting counsel. We don't want to be made acquainted with the prisoner's suspicions. Surely it is sufficient if he be allowed to proceed with his very plausible tale. Let him proceed, then, directs the judge, igniting a fresh Havana. State how you yourself acted, pursues the examiner. What did you do, after making the observations you have described? For some time I scarce knew what to do, I was so perplexed by what I saw beside me. I felt convinced that there had been a murder, and equally so that it had been done by the shot, the same I had heard. But who could have fired it? Not Indians. Of that I felt sure. I thought of some prairie pirate, who might have intended plunder. But this was equally improbable. My Mexican blanket was worth $100. That would have been taken. It was not, nor anything else that Poindexter had carried about him. Nothing appeared to have been touched. Even the watch was still in his waistcoat pocket, with the chain around his neck glistening through the gore that had spurted over it. I came to the conclusion that the deed must have been done for the satisfaction of some spite or revenge, and I tried to remember whether I had ever heard of anyone having a quarrel with young Poindexter, or a grudge against him. I never had. Besides, why had the head been cut off? It was this that filled me with astonishment, with horror. Without attempting to explain it, I bethought me of what was best to be done. To stay by the dead body could serve no purpose. To bury it would have been equally idle. Then I thought of galloping back to the fort, and getting assistance to carry it to Casa del Corvo. But if I left it in the chaparral, the coyotes might discover it. And both they and the buzzards would be at it before we could get back. Already the vultures were above, taking their early flight. They appeared to have espied it. Mutilated as was the young man's form, I could not think of leaving it, to be made still more so. I thought of the tender eyes that must soon behold it, in tears. Chapter 94. The mystery made clear. The accused pauses in his recital. No one offers any observation, either to interrupt, or hurry him on. There is a reluctance to disturb the chain of a narrative, all know to be unfinished. And every link of which has been binding them to a closer and more earnest attention. Judge, jury, and spectators remain breathlessly silent, while their eyes, many with mouths agape, are attentively turned upon the prisoner. Amidst solemn stillness he is permitted to proceed. My next idea was to cover the body with the cloak, as well as the serape still around the shoulders. By so doing it would be protected from both wolves and buzzards, at least till we could get back to fetch it away. I had taken off the cloak for this purpose, when a different plan suggested itself, one that appeared in every way better. Instead of returning to the port alone, should take the body along with me. I fancied I could do this, by laying it across the croup, and lashing it to the saddle with my lazo. I led my horse up to the spot, and was preparing to put the body upon him, when I perceived that there was another horse upon the ground. It was that lately ridden by him who was now no more. The animal was nearby, browsing upon the grass, as tranquilly as if nothing had happened to disturb it. As the bridle trailed upon the ground, I had no difficulty in catching hold of it. There was more in getting the horse to stand still, especially when brought alongside what lay upon the ground. Holding the reins between my teeth, I lifted the body up, and endeavored to place it crosswise in the saddle. I succeeded in getting it there, but it would not remain. It was too stiff to bend over, and there was no way to steady it. Besides, the horse became greatly excited, at sight of the strange load he was being called upon to carry. After several attempts, I saw I could not succeed. I was about to give up the idea, when another occurred to me, one that promised better. It was suggested by a remembrance of something I had read, relating to the gauchos of South America. When one dies, or is killed by accident, in some remote station of the Pampas, his comrades carry his corpse to their distant home, strapped in the saddle, and seated in the same attitude, as though he were still alive. Why should I not do the same with the body of Henry Poindexter? I made the attempt, first trying to set him on his own horse. But the saddle being a flat one, and the animal still remaining restive, I did not succeed. There was but one other chance of our making the home journey together, by exchanging horses. I knew that my own would not object. Besides, my Mexican saddle, with its deep tree, would answer admirably for the purpose. In a short while I had the body in it, seated erect, in the natural position. Its stiffness, that had obstructed me before, now served to keep it in its place. The rigid limbs were easily drawn into the proper stride. And with the feet inserted into the stirrups, and the water guards buckled tightly over the thighs, there was little chance of the body slipping off. To make it thoroughly secure, I cut a length from my lazo. And, warping it round the waist, fastened one end to the pommel in front, the other to the cantle behind. A separate piece tied to the stirrups, and passing under the belly of the horse, kept the feet from swinging about. The head still remained to be dealt with. It too must be taken along. On lifting it from the ground, and endeavoring to detach it from the hat, I found that this could not be done. It was swollen to enormous dimensions. And the sombrero adhered to it, close as the skin itself. Having no fear that they would fall apart, I tied a piece of string to the buckle of the band, and hung both hat and head over the horn of the saddle. This completed my preparations for the journey. I mounted the horse of the murdered man, and, calling upon my own to follow me, he was accustomed to do so without leading, I started to ride back to the settlement. In less than 5 minutes after, I was knocked out of my saddle, and my senses at the same time. But for that circumstance I should not be standing here, at all events, not in the unpleasant position I now hold. "Knocked out of your saddle?" exclaims the judge. "How was that?" "A simple accident, or rather was it due to my own carelessness. On mounting the strange horse I neglected to take hold of the bridle. Accustomed to guide my own, often with only my voice and knees, I had grown regardless of the reins. I did not anticipate an occurrence of the kind that followed. The horse I was on, had only stopped 3 lengths of itself, from the place where I had best ridden him, when something caused him to shy to one side, and break into a gallop. I need not say something, for I knew what it was. He had looked round, and seen the other coming on behind, with that strange shape upon his back, that now in the broad light of day was enough to frighten horse or man. I clutched at the bridle. But, before I could lay my hand upon it, the horse was at his full speed. At first I was but little alarmed, indeed not at all. I supposed I should soon recover the reins, and bring the runaway to a stand. But I soon found this could not be so easily done. They had strayed forward, almost to the animal's ears, and I could not reach them, without laying myself flat along the neck. While endeavoring to secure the bridle, I took no heed of the direction in which the horse was taking me. It was only when I felt a sharp twitching against my cheeks, that I discovered he had forsaken the open tract, and was carrying me through the chaparral. After that I had no time to make observations, no chance even to look after the lost reins. I was enough occupied in dodging the branches of the mesquites, that stretched out their spinous arms as if desiring to drag me from the saddle. I managed to steer clear of them, though not without getting scratches. But there was one I could not avoid, the limb of a large tree that projected across the path. It was low down, on a level with my breast, and the brute, shying from something that had given him a fresh start, shot right under it. Where he went afterwards I do not attempt to say. You all know that, I believe, better than I. I can only tell you, that, after unhorsing, he left me under the limb, with a lump upon my forehead and a painful swelling in the knee. Neither of which I knew anything about till 2 hours afterwards. When my senses came back to me, I saw the sun high up in the heavens, and some scores of turkey buzzards wheeling in circles above me. I could tell by the craning of their necks what was the prey they were expecting. The sight of them, as well as my thirst, that was beginning to grow painful, prompted me to move away from the place. On rising to my feet, I discovered that I could not walk. Worse still, I was scarce able to stand. To stay on that spot was to perish, at least I so thought at the time. Urged by the thought, I exerted all the strength left me, in an effort to reach water. I knew there was a stream nearby, and partly by crawling, partly by the help of a rude crutch procured in the thicket, I succeeded in reaching it. Having satisfied my thirst, I felt refreshed, and soon after fell asleep. I awoke to find myself surrounded by coyotes. There were at least 20 of them. And although at first I had no fear, knowing their cowardly nature, I was soon brought to a different way of thinking. They saw that I was disabled, and for this reason had determined upon attacking me. After a time they did so, clustering around and springing upon me in a simultaneous onslaught. I had no weapon but my knife, and it was fortunate I had that. Altogether unarmed, I must have been torn to pieces, and devoured. With the knife I was able to keep them off, stabbing as many as I could get a fair stroke at. Half a dozen, I should think, were killed in this way. For all that it would have ended ill for me. I was becoming enfeebled by the blood fast pouring from my veins, and must soon have succumbed, but for an unexpected chance that turned up in my favor. I can scarce call it chance. I am more satisfied, to think it was the hand of God. On pronouncing this speech the young Irishman turns his eyes towards heaven, and stands for a time as if reflecting reverentially. Solemn silence around tells that the attitude is respected. The hearts of all, even the rudest of his listeners, seemed touched with the confidence so expressed. It showed itself, he continues, in the shape of an old comrade, one ofttimes more faithful than man himself, my staghound, Tara. The dog had been straying, perhaps in search of me, though I've since heard a different explanation of it, with which I need not trouble you. At all events, he found me, and just in time to be my rescuer. The coyotes scattered at his approach. And I was saved from a fearful fate, I may say, out of the jaws of death. I had another spell of sleep, or unconsciousness, whichever it may have been. On awaking I was able to reflect. I knew that the dog must have come from my jacal, which I also knew to be several miles distant. He had been taken thither, the day before, by my servant, Phaleem. The man should still be there, and I bethought me of sending him a message, the staghound to be its bearer. I wrote some words on a card, which I chanced to have about me. I was aware that my servant could not read, but on seeing the card he would recognize it as mine, and seek someone who could decipher what I had written upon it. There would be the more likelihood of his doing so, seeing that the characters were traced in blood. Wrapping the card in a piece of buckskin, to secure it against being destroyed, I attached it to Tara's neck. With some difficulty I succeeded in getting the animal to leave me. But he did so at length, and, as I had hoped, to go home to the hut. It appears that my message was duly carried. Though it was only yesterday I was made acquainted with the result. Shortly after the dog took his departure, I once more fell asleep, again awaking to find myself in the presence of an enemy, one more terrible than I had yet encountered. It was a jaguar. A conflict came off between us, but how it ended, or after what time, I am unable to tell. I leave that to my brave rescuer, Zeb Stump, who, I hope, will soon return to give an account of it, with much besides that is yet mysterious to me, as to yourselves. All I can remember since then is a series of incongruous dreams, painful phantasmagoria, mingled with pleasant visions, some that were celestial, until the day before yesterday, when I awoke to find myself the inmate of a prison, with a charge of murder hanging over my head. Gentlemen of the jury, I have done. Si non vero e ben trovato, is the reflection of judge, jury, and spectators, as the prisoner completes his recital. They may not express it in such well-turned phrase, but they feel it, one and all of them. And not a few believe in the truth, and reject the thought of contrivance. The tale is too simple, too circumstantial, to have been contrived, and by a man whose brain is but just recovered from the confusion of fevered fancies. It is altogether improbable he should have concocted such a story. So think the majority of those to whom it has been told. His confession, irregular as it may have been, has done more for his defense than the most eloquent speech his counsel could have delivered. Still it is but his own tale, and other testimony will be required to clear him. Where is the witness upon whom so much is supposed to depend? Where is Zeb Stump? 500 pairs of eyes turn towards the prairie, and scan the horizon with inquiring gaze. 500 hearts throb with a mad impatience for the return of the old hunter, with or without Cassius Calhoun, with or without the Headless Horseman, now no longer either myth or mystery, but a natural phenomenon, explained and comprehended. It is not necessary to say to that assemblage, that the thing is an improbability, much less to pronounce it impossible. They are Texans of the Southwest, denizens of the high upland plateau, bordering upon the staked plain, from which springs the lovely Leona, and where the river of nuts heads in 100 crystal streams. They are dwellers in a land, where death can scarce be said to have its successor in decay. Where the stag struck down in its tracks, or the wild steed succumbing to some hapless chance, unless by wild beasts devoured, will, after a time, bid defiance both to the laws of corruption and the teeth of the coyote. Where the corpse of mortal man himself, left uncoffined and uncovered, will, in the short period of 48 hours, exhibit the signs, and partake of the qualities, of a mummy freshly exhumed from the catacombs of Egypt. But few upon the ground who are not acquainted with this peculiarity of the Texan climate, that section of it close to the Sierra Madre, and more especially among the spurs of the Llano Estacado. Should the Headless Horseman be led back under the live oak, there is not one who will be surprised to see the dead body of Henry Poindexter scarce showing the incipient signs of decomposition. If there be any incredulity about the story just told them, it is not on this account, and they stand in impatient expectation, not because they require it to be confirmed. Their impatience may be traced to a different cause, a suspicion, awakened at an early period of the trial, and which, during its progress, has been gradually growing stronger, until it has at length assumed almost the shape of a belief. It is to confirm or dissipate this, that nearly every man upon the ground, every woman as well, chafes at the absence of that witness, whose testimony is expected to restore the accused to his liberty or consign him to the gallows tree. Under such an impression, they stand interrogating the level line, where sky and savanna mingle the soft blue of the sapphire with the vivid green of the emerald. Chapter 95. The Last Witness. The watchful air is kept up for a period of full 10 minutes, and along with it the solemn silence. The latter is at intervals interrupted by a word or exclamation, when some one sees, or fancies, a spot upon the prairie. Then there is a buzz of excitement, and men stand on tiptoe to obtain a better view. Thrice is the crowd stirred by warnings that have proved false. Its patience is becoming exhausted, when a fourth salutes the ear, spoken in a louder voice and more confident tone. This time the tale is true. There are shadows upon the skyline, shadows fast assuming shape, substance, and motion. A wild shout, the old Saxon huzzah, swells up among the branches of the live oak, as the figures of 3 horsemen emerging from the film of the sun-parched prairie are seen coming in the direction of the tree. 2 of them are easily recognized, as Zeb Stump and Cassius Calhoun. The third still more easily, for far as I can see, that fantastic form cannot be mistaken. The first cry of the crowd, which but signaled the return of the 2 men, is followed by another, yet more significant, when it is seen that they are accompanied by a creature, so long the theme of weird thoughts and strange conjecturings. Though its nature is now known, and its cause understood, still is it regarded with feelings akin to awe. The shout is succeeded by an interregnum of silence, unbroken, till the 3 horsemen have come close up. And then only by a hum of whisperings, as if the thoughts of the spectators are too solemn to be spoken aloud. Many go forward to meet the approaching cortege, and with wondering gaze accompany it back upon the ground. The trio of equestrians comes to a halt outside the circle of spectators, which soon changes center, closing excitedly around them. 2 of them dismount, the third remains seated in the saddle. Calhoun, leading his horse to one side, becomes commingled with the crowd. In the presence of such a companion, he is no longer thought of. All eyes, as well as thoughts, dwell upon the Headless Horseman. Zeb Stump, abandoning the old mare, takes hold of his bridle rein, and conducts him under the tree, into the presence of the court. Now, Judge, says he, speaking as one who has command of the situation, and U12O, the jury, hires a witness as ere likely to let a glimp o' daylight into your deliberations. What say ye to examining him? An exclamation is heard, followed by the words, O God, it is he. A tall man staggers forward, and stands by the side of the Headless Horseman. It is his father. A cry proceeds from a more distant point, a scream suddenly suppressed, as if uttered by a woman before swooning. It is his sister. After a time, Woodley Poindexter is led away, unresisting, apparently unconscious of what is going on around him. He is conducted to a carriage drawn up at a distance, and placed upon a seat beside its only occupant, his daughter. But the carriage keeps its place. She who commands the check string intends to stay there, till the court has declared its sentence, aye, till the hour of execution, if that is to be the end. Zeb Stump is officially directed to take his place in the witness box. By order of the judge, the examination proceeds, under direction of the counsel for the accused. Many formalities are dispensed with. The old hunter, who has been already sworn, is simply called to tell what he knows of the affair, and left to take his own way in the telling it. Which he does in curt phrases, as if under the belief that such is required by the technicalities of the law. After the following fashion does Zeb proceed. Fust heerd, oh, this ugly business on the second day arter young paint war missin'. Heerd on it as I war returnin' from a huntin' spell down the river. Heerd dar were a suspicion be out the mustanger heaven, commit the murder. Knowed he want the man to do sec, but, to be satisfied, rud out to his shanty to see him. He want at home, though his man feel 'em war, so skiart, be out one thing and the tother he cad gie no clear account o' anythin'. Wall, whiles we war palaverin', in kim the dog, why, somethin', tied roun' his neck, the which, on bein' 'zamined, proved to be the mustanger's curd. Thursday wore words on it, wrote in red ink, which I seed to be blood. Them words told to whosomedever shed red or the young feller war to be found. I went thar, tuckeen, the other two, that air Phelim and the hound, along wi' me. We got to the ground, just in time to save the mustanger from heaven, his guts clawed out by one o' them air spotted painters, the Mexicans call tigers, though, I've hearn the young feller hisself giem the name o' Jugwars. I put a bullet through the brute, and that were the end o' it. Wall, we tuck the mustanger to his shanty. We had to tote him thar on a sort o' street share, seein' as he want able to make trades o' hisself. Beside, he were as much out o' his senses as a turkey gobber at treadin' time. We got him hum, and Thursday he stayed, till the sarchers kim to the shanty and found him. The witness makes pause, as if pondering within himself, whether he should relate the series of extraordinary incidents that took place during his stay at the jacal. Would it be for the benefit of the accused to leave them untold? He resolves to be reticent. This does not suit the counsel for the prosecution, who proceeds to cross-examine him. It results in his having to give a full and particular account of everything that occurred, up to the time of the prisoner being taken out of his hands, and incarcerated in the guardhouse. Now, says he, as soon as the cross-questioning comes to a close, since ye've made me tell all I know, be out that part o' the business, Thursday's somethin' ye hain't thought o' a skin, and the which this child's bound to make a clean breast o' dot. Proceed, Mr. Stump, says he of San Antonio, entrusted with the direct examination. Wall, what I'm goin' to say now hain't so much to do why, the prisoner at the bar, as why, a man that in my opinion oughter be standin' in his place. I won't say who that man air. I'll tell ye what I know, and hev found out, and then you the jury may reckon it up for yourselves. The old hunter makes pause, drawing a long breath, as if to prepare himself for a full spell of confession. No one attempts either to interrupt or urge him on. There is an impression that he can unravel the mystery of the murder. That of the Headless Horseman no longer needs unraveling. Wall, feller citizens. Continues Zeb, assuming a changed style of apostrophe, arter what I heerd, and more especially what I seed, I knowed that poor young paint were gone under, struck down in his tracks, wiped out o' the world. I knowed equally well that he who did the cowardly deed want, and can't be, the mustanger, Maurice Gerald. Who wore it, then? That wore the question that bamboozled me, as it's done the rest o' ye, them as hain't made up Thursday minds, ithout reflection. Wall, thinkin', as I did that the Irish were innocent, I beck him detarmined to diskiver the truth. I ain't goin' to say that appearances want agin him. They were doggonedly agin him. For all that, I want goin' to rely on them, and so I tuck Purera to hev a squint at the sign. I knowed Thursday must be hoss tracks lead in to the place, and hoss tracks goin' from it, and damn Thursday were too many gone goin' everywhere, else the thing mout a been easy enough. But thar were one particular said I'd got a down upon. And them I detarmined to foller up to the eend o' creation. They wore the footmarks o' an American hoss, havin' 3 shoes to the good, and a 4th a bit broken off the eend o' it. This hires the identical piece o' iron. The witness draws his hand from the pocket of his blanket coat, in which it has been some time buried. In the fingers are seen the shoe of a horse, only 3/4 complete. He holds it on high, enough for judge, jury, and spectators to see what it is. Now, Mr. Judge, he continues, and the jury, the hoss that carried this shoe went across the Prairie the same night that the murder war committed. He went arter the man that murdered, as well as him that stands thar accused o' it. He went right upon the track o' both, and stopped short o' the place where the crime were committed. But the man that rud him didn't stop short. He kep on till he wore clost up to the bloody spot, and it wore through him at arterwards beck him bloody. It wore the 3rd hoss, him the broken shoe, that carried the murderer. Go on, Mr. Stump, directs the judge. Explain what you mean by this extraordinary statement. What I mean, Judge, jest this. The man I'm speakin' tuck stan, in the thicket, from which stan, he fired the shet that killed poor young Poindexter. What man? Who was it? His name. Give his name, simultaneously interrogate 20 voices. I reckon you'll find it thar. Where? War. In that Thursday body as sits out ahead, lookin' dumbly down on ye. Ye kin all see, continues the witness, pointing to the silent shape, ye kin all see a red patch on the breast o' the striped blanket. Thursday's a hole in the center o' it. A hint that hole I reckon Thursday'll be another, in the young feller's carcage. Thar don't appear any to match it at the back. Therefore I conclude, that the bullet as did his business still inside o' him. S'posin' we strip off his duds, and see. There is a tacit consent to this proposition of the witness. 2 or 3 of the spectators, Sam Manley one of them, step forward, and with due solemnity proceed to remove the serape. As at the inauguration of a statue, whose once living original has won the right of such commemoration, the spectators stand in respectful silence at its uncovering, so stand they under the Texan tree. While the serape is being raised from the shoulders of the Headless Horseman. It is a silence solemn, profound, unbroken even by whispers. These are heard only after the unrobing is complete, and the dead body becomes revealed to the gaze of the assemblage. It is dressed in a blouse of sky-blue cottonade, box-plated at the breast, and close-buttoned to the throat. The limbs are encased in a cloth of the like color, with a lighter stripe along the seams. But only the thighs can be seen, the lower extremities being concealed by the water guards of spotted skin tightly stretched over them. Around the waist, twice twined around it, is a piece of plaited rope, the strands of horse's hair. Before and behind, it is fastened to the projections of the high-peaked saddle. By it is the body retained in its upright attitude. It is further stayed by a section of the same rope, attached to the stirrups, and traversing, single fashion, under the belly of the horse. Everything as the accused has stated, all except the head. Where is this? The spectators do not stay to inquire. Guided by the speech of Zeb Stump, their eyes are directed towards the body, carefully scrutinizing it. 2 bullet holes are seen, one over the region of the heart. The other piercing the breastbone just above the abdomen. It is upon this last that the gaze becomes concentrated, since around its orifice appears a circle of blood with streams straying downward. These have saturated the soft cottonade, now seemingly desiccated. The other shot hole shows no similar signs. It is a clear round cut in the cloth, about big enough for a pea to have passed through, and scarce discernible at the distance. There is no blood stain around it. It, says Zeb Stump, pointing to the smaller, it signifies nothin'. It's the bullet I fired myself out o' the gully, the same I've been tellin' ye o'. Ye obsarve thar's no blood about it, which prove that it were a dead body when it penetrated. The other air different. It were the shot as settled him, and if I ain't doggonedly mistaken, ye'll find the bit o lead still inside o the corp. Suppose ye make a incision, and see. The proposal meets with no opposition. On the contrary, the judge directs it to be done as Zeb has suggested. The stays, both fore and back, are unloosed, the water guards unbuckled. And the body is lifted out of the saddle. It feels stark and stiff to those who take part in the unpacking, the arms and limbs as rigid as if they had become fossilized. The lightness tells of desiccation, for its specific gravity scarce exceeds that of a mummy. With respectful carefulness it is laid at full length along the grass. The operators stoop silently over it, Sam Manley acting as the chief. Directed by the judge, he makes an incision around the wound, that with the circle of extravasated blood. The dissection is carried through the ribs, to the lungs underneath. In the left lobe is discovered the thing searched for. Something firmer than flesh is touched by the probe, the point of a bowie knife. It has the feel of a leaden bullet. It is one. It is extracted, rubbed clean of its crimson coating, and submitted to the examination of the jury. Despite the abrasion caused by the spirally grooved bore of the barrel, despite an indentation where it came in contact with a creased rib, there is still discernible the outlines of a stamped crescent, and the letter CC. Oh! Those telltale initials. There are some looking on who remember to have heard of them before. Some who can testify to that boast about a marked bullet, when the killing of the jaguar was contested. He who made that boast has now reason to regret it. But where is he? The question is beginning to be asked. What's your explanation, Mr. Stump, is another question put by the counsel for the accused. Don't need much, I reckon, is the reply. He'd be a darnation greenhorn as can't see, clear as the light o' day, that young paint war plugged by that air bullet. By whom fired, do you think? Wall, that appear to be equally clear. When a man signs his name to a message, thar's no chance o' mistakin' who it comes from. Thar's only the initials Thursday, but they're plain enough, I reckon, and speak for theirselves. I see nothing in all this, interposes the prosecuting counsel. There's a marked bullet, it is true, with a symbol and certain letters, which may, or may not, belong to a gentleman well known in the settlement. For the sake of argument, let us suppose them to be his, as also the ball before us. What of that? It wouldn't be the first time that a murder has been committed, by one who has first stolen his weapon, and then used it to accomplish the deed. It is but a piece of ordinary cunning, a common trick. Who can say that this is not something of the same sort? Besides, continues the specious pleader, where is the motive for a murder such as this would be, supposing it to have been committed by the man you are now called upon to suspect? Without mentioning names, we all know to whom these initials belong. I don't suppose the gentleman will deny that they are his. But that signifies nothing, since there is no other circumstance to connect him in any way with the committal of the crime. Ain't thar though? Asks Stump, who has been impatiently awaiting the wind-up of the lawyer's speech. What do ye call this? Zeb, on delivering himself, takes from his tinder pouch a piece of paper, crumpled, scorched along the edges, and blackened as with gunpowder. This I found, says he, surrendering it to the jury, stuck fast on the thorn o' a mesquite tree, or it had been blowed out o' the barrel o' a gun. It came out o' the same gun as discharged that bullet, to which it had served for wad din. As this Chile takes it, it's been the backin' o' a letter. Thursday's a name on it, which hev a curious correspondings why, the initials on the bit o' lead. The jury kin read the name for tharselves. The foreman takes the scrap of paper. And, smoothing out the creases, reads aloud. Captain Cassius Calhoun. Chapter 96. Stole away. The announcement of the name produces a vivid impression upon the court. It is accompanied by a cry, sent up by the spectators, with a simultaneity that proclaims them animated by a common sentiment. It is not a cry of surprise, but one of far different augury. It has a double meaning, too, at once proclaiming the innocence of the accused, and the guilt of him who has been the most zealous amongst the accusers. Against the latter, the testimony of Zeb Stump has done more than direct suspicion. It confirms that already aroused, and which has been growing stronger, as fact after fact has been unfolded, until the belief becomes universal, that Maurice Gerald is not the man who should be on trial for the murder of Henry Poindexter. Equally is it believed that Calhoun is the man. The scrap of smeared paper has furnished the last link in the chain of evidence. And, though this is but circumstantial, and the motive an inconceivable mystery, there is now scarce any one who has a doubt about the doer of the deed. After a short time spent in examining the envelope, passed from hand to hand among the jurymen, the witness who has hinted at having something more to tell, is directed to continue his narration. He proceeds to give an account of his suspicions, those that originally prompted him to seek for sign upon the prairie. He tells of the shot fired by Calhoun from the copse, of the chase that succeeded, and the horse trade that came after. Last of all, he describes the scene in the chapel, where the Headless Horseman has been caught, giving this latest episode in all its details, with his own interpretation of it. This done, he makes a pause, and stands silent, as if awaiting the court to question him. But the eyes of the auditory are no longer fixed upon him. They know that his tale is completed. Or, if not so, they need no further testimony to guide their conclusions. They do not even stay for the deliberations of the court, now proceeding to sift the evidence. Its action is too slow for men who have seen justice so near being duped, themselves along with it, and, swayed by a bitter reactionary spirit, revenge, proceeding from self-reproach, they call loudly for a change in the program. The court is assailed with the cries. "Let the Irishman go, he is innocent. We don't want any farther evidence. We're convinced of it. Let him go free." Such is the talk that proceeds from the excited spectators. It is followed by other speeches equally earnest. "Let Cassius Calhoun be arrested, and put upon his trial. It's he that's done the deed. That's why he's shown so bitter against the other. If he's innocent, he'll be able to prove it. He shall have a fair trial, but tried he shall be. Come, Judge, we're waiting upon you. Order Mr. Calhoun to be brought before the court. An innocent man's been there long enough. Let the guilty take his place." The demand, at first made by some half-dozen voices, soon becomes a clamor, universally endorsed by the assemblage. The judge dares not refuse compliance with a proposal so energetically urged, and, despite the informality, Cassius Calhoun is called upon to come before the court. The summons of the crier, thrice loudly pronounced, receives no response. And all eyes go in search of Calhoun. There is only one pair that looks in the right direction, those of Zeb Stump. The ci-devant witness is seen suddenly to forsake the spot on which he has been giving his testimony, and glide towards his old mare, still alongside the horse late relieved of his ghastly rider. With an agility that surprises every one, the old hunter springs upon the mare's back, and spurs her from under the tree. At the same instant the spectators catch sight of a man, moving among the horses that stand picketed over the plain. Though proceeding stealthily, as if to avoid being observed, he moves at a rapid rate, making for a particular quarter of the cavallada. "'Tis he! 'Tis Calhoun," cries the voice of one who has recognized him. "Trying to steal off," proclaims another. "Follow him," shouts the judge, in a tone of stern command. "Follow, and bring him back." There is no need for the order to be repeated. Ere the words are well out, it is in the act of being obeyed, by scores of men who rush simultaneously towards their horses. Before reaching them, Calhoun has reached his, a grey mustang, standing on the outskirts of the cavallada. It is the same he has lately ridden in chase of the Headless Horseman. The saddle is still upon its back, and the bit between its teeth. From the commotion observable under the tree, and the shouting that accompanies it, he has become cognizant of that terrible signal, the hue and cry. Concealment is no longer possible. And, changing from the stealthy pace to a quick earnest run, he bounds upon the animal's back. Giving a wild glance backward, he heads it towards the prairie, going off at a gallop. 50 horses are soon laid along his track, their riders roused to the wildest excitement by some words pronounced at their parting. "Bring him back, dead or alive," was the solemn phrase, supposed to have been spoken by the major. No matter by whom. It needs not the stamp of official warrant to stimulate the pursuers. Their horror of the foul deed is sufficient for this, coupled with the high respect in which the victim of it had been held. Each man spurs onward, as if riding to avenge the death of a relative, a brother, as if each was himself eager to become an instrument in the execution of justice. Never before has the ex-captain of cavalry been in such danger of his life. Not while charging over the red battlefield of Buena Vista, not while stretched upon the sanded floor of Oberdoffer's barroom, with the muzzle of the mustanger's pistol pointed at his head. He knows as much. And, knowing it, spurs on at a fearful pace, at intervals casting behind a glance, quick, furtive, and fierce. It is not a look of despair. It has not yet come to this. Though at sight of such a following, within hearing of their harsh vengeful cries, one might wonder he could entertain the shadow of a hope. He has. He knows that he is mounted on a fleet horse, and that there is a tract of timber before him. True, it is nearly 10 miles distant. But what signify 10 miles? He is riding at the rate of 20 to the hour, and in half an hour he may find shelter in the chaparral. Is this the thought that sustains him? It can scarce be. Concealment in the thicket, with half a score of skilled trackers in pursuit, Zeb Stump at their head. No, it cannot be this. There is no hiding place for him, and he knows it. What, then, hinders him from sinking under despair, and at once resigning himself to what must be his ultimate destiny? Is it the mere instinct of the animal, giving way to a blind unreasoning effort at impossible escape? Nothing of the kind. The murderer of Henry Poindexter is not mad. In his attempt to elude the justice he now dreads, he is not trusting to such slender chances as either a quick gallop across the prairie, or a possible concealment in the timber beyond. There is a still farther beyond, a border. Upon this his thoughts are dwelling, and his hopes have become fixed. There are, indeed, 2 borders. One that separates 2 nations termed civilized. There is a law of extradition between them. For all this the red-handed assassin may cheat justice, often does, by an adroit migration from one to the other, a mere change of residence and nationality. But it is not this course Calhoun intends to take. However ill-observed the statute between Texas and Mexico, he has no intention to take advantage of its loose observance. He dreads to risk such a danger. With the consciousness of his great crime, he has reason. Though riding toward the Rio Grande, it is not with the design of crossing it. He has bethought him of the other border, that beyond which roams the savage Comanche, the Ishmaelite of the prairies, whose hand is against every man with a white skin. But will be lifted lightly against him, who has spilled the white man's blood. In his tent, the murderer may not only find a home, but hope for hospitality, perhaps promotion, in the red career of his adoption. It is from an understanding of these circumstances, that Calhoun sees a chance of escape, that support him against despair. And, though he has started in a direct line for the Rio Grande, he intends, under cover of the chaparral, to flee towards the Llano Estacado. He does not dread the dangers of this frightful desert, nor any others that may lie before him. They can be but light compared with those threatening behind. He might feel regret at the terrible expatriation forced upon him, the loss of wealth, friends, social status, and civilization, more than all, the severance from one too wildly, wickedly loved, perhaps never to be seen again. But he has no time to think even of her. To his ignoble nature life is dearer than love. He fancies that life is still before him, but it is no fancy that tells him, death is behind, fast traveling upon his tracks. The murderer makes haste, all the haste that can be taken out of a Mexican mustang, swift as the steeds of Arabia, from which it can claim descent. Ere this the creature should be tired. Since the morning it has made more than 100 miles, most of them going at a gallop. But it shows no signs of fatigue. Like all its race, tough as terriers, it will go 50, if need be 100, without staggering in its tracks. What a stroke of good fortune, that exchange of horses with the Mexican maiden. So reflects its rider. But for it he might now be standing under the somber shadow of the live oak, in the stern presence of a judge and jury, abetted and urged on to convict him, by the less scrupulous Lynch and his cohort of regulators. He is no longer in dread of such a destiny. He begins to fancy himself clear of all danger. He glances back over the plain, and sees his pursuers still far behind him. He looks forward, and, in the dark line looming above the bright green of the savannah, descries the chaparral. He has no doubt of being able to reach it, and then his chance of escape will be almost certain. Even if he should not succeed in concealing himself within the thicket, who is there to overtake him? He believes himself to be mounted on the fastest horse that is making the passage of the prairie. Who, then, can come up with him? He congratulates himself on the chance that has given him such a steed. He may ascribe it to the devil. He cannot attribute it to God. And will God permit this red-handed ruffian to escape? Will he not stretch forth his almighty arm, and stay the assassin in his flight? Chapter 97. The Chase of the Assassin. Will God permit the red-handed ruffian to escape? Will he not stretch forth his almighty arm, and stay the assassin in his flight? These interrogatories are put by those who have remained under the tree. They are answered by an instinct of justice, the first negatively, the second in the affirmative. He will not, and he will. The answers are but conjectural, doubtfully so, as Calhoun goes galloping off. A little less doubtful as Zeb Stump is descried starting after him, and still less, when 100 horsemen, soldiers and civilians, spring forward in the pursuit. The doubt diminishes as the last of the pursuers is seen leaving the ground. All seem to believe that the last at starting will be first in the chase, for they perceive that it is Maurice the mustanger mounted on a horse whose fleetness is now far famed. The exclamations late ringing through the court have proclaimed not only a fresh postponement of his trial, but its indefinite adjournment. By the consent of the assemblage, vociferously expressed, or tacitly admitted, he feels that he is free. The first use he makes of his liberty is to rush towards the horse late ridden by the headless rider, as all know, his own. At his approach the animal recognizes its master. Proclaims it by trotting towards him, and giving utterance to a glad wire. Despite the long severance, there is scarce time to exchange congratulations. A single word passes the lips of the mustanger, in response to the neigh of recognition. And in the next instant he is on the back of the blood bay, with the bridle in his grasp. He looks round for a lazo, asks for it appealingly, in speech directed to the bystanders. After a little delay one is thrown to him, and he is off. The spectators stand gazing after. There is no longer a doubt as to the result. The wish, almost universal, has become a universal belief. God has decreed that the assassin shall not escape. But that he will be overtaken, captured, and brought back before that same tribunal, where he so late stood a too willing witness. And the man, so near suffering death through his perjured testimony, is the instrument chosen to carry out the divine decree. Even the rude regulators, with their practical habitudes of life, but little regarding the idea of divine interference, cannot help having the impression of this poetical justice. One and all give way to it, as the red stallion springs off over the prairie, carrying Maurice Gerald upon his back. After his departure, an episode occurs under the shadow of the live oak. It is not this that hinders it from being observed. But because everyone has turned face towards the plain, and watches the chase, fast receding from view. There is one scanning it with a look unlike the others. A lady strains her eyes through the curtains of a caleche, her glance telling of a thought within dissimilar to that felt by the common spectators. It is no mere curiosity that causes her twin breasts to sink and swell in quick spasmodic breathing. In her eye, still showing sadness, there is a gleam of triumph as it follows the pursuer, tempered with mercy, as it falls upon the pursued, while from her lips, slightly parted, escapes the prayer, God have mercy on the guilty man. Delayed a little at mounting, and more in procuring the lazo, Maurice Gerald is the very latest to leave the ground. On clearing the skirt of the crowd, now dispersed over the parade, he sees the others far ahead, a distance of several hundred yards separating him from the rearmost. He thinks nothing of this. Confident in the qualities of his steed, he knows he will not long ride in the rear. And the blood bay answers his expectations. As if joyed at being relieved from his inert load, to him an incubus inexplicable, and inspired by the pressure of his master's knees, the noble horse springs off over the prairie turf, in long sinewy strides. Showing that his body still retains its strength, and his limbs their elasticity. He soon closes upon the hindmost, overtakes one, then another, and another, till he has surged far ahead of the field. Still on, over the rolling ridges, across the stream beds between, on, over soft turf, and sharp shingle, till at length his competitors lose sight of him, as they have already done of the grey mustang and its rider. There is but one of the pursuing party who continues to keep him in view, a tall man, mounted upon what might be taken for the sorriest of steeds, an old mustang mare. Her speed tells a different tale. Produced though it be by the strangest of spurs, the keen blade of a bowie knife. It is Zeb Stump who makes use of this quaint, but cruel, means of persuasion. Still the old mare cannot keep pace with the magnificent stallion of the mustanger. Nor does Zeb expect it. He but aims at holding the latter in sight, and in this he is so far successful. There is yet another who beholds the blood bay making his vigorous bounds. He beholds him with beard upon the shoulder. It is he who is pursued. Just as he has begun to feel hopeful of escape, Calhoun, looking back, catches sight of the red stallion, no longer with that strange shape upon his back, but one as well recognized, and to him even more terrible. He perceives it to be Maurice, the mustanger, the man he would have devoted, was so near devoting, to the most disgraceful of deaths. He sees this man coming after, his own conscience tells him, as an avenger. Is it the hand of God that directs this enemy on his track? He trembles as he asks himself the question. From any other pursuer there might have been a chance of escaping. There is none from Maurice Gerald. A cold shiver runs through the frame of the fugitive. He feels as if he were fighting against fate, and that it is idle to continue the contest. He sits despairingly in his saddle, scarce caring to ply the spur. No longer believing that speed can avail him. His flight is now merely mechanical, his mind taking no part in the performance. His soul is absorbed with the horror of a dread death, not less dread, from his knowing that he deserves it. The sight of the chaparral, close at hand, inspires him with a fresh hope, and, forcing the fatigued horse into a last feeble effort, he struggles on towards it. An opening presents itself. He enters it. And continues his gallop for a half-mile further. He arrives at a point, where the path turns sharply round some heavy timber. Beyond that, he might enter the underwood, and get out of sight of his pursuer. He knows the place, but too well. It has been fatal to him before. Is it to prove so again? It is. He feels that it is, and rides irresolutely. He hears the hoofstroke of the red horse close upon the heels of his own. And along with it the voice of the avenging rider, summoning him to stop. He is too late for turning the corner, too late to seek concealment in the thicket, and with a cry he reins up. It is a cry partly of despair, partly of fierce defiance, like the scream of a chased jaguar under bay of the bloodhounds. It is accompanied by a gesture. Quick followed by a flash, a puff of white smoke, and a sharp detonation, that tell of the discharge of a revolver. But the bullet whistles harmlessly through the air. While in the opposite direction is heard a hissing sound, as from the winding of a sling, and a long serpent seems to uncoil itself in the air. Calhoun sees it through the thinning smoke. It is darting straight towards him. He has no time to draw trigger for a second shot, no time even to avoid the lazo's loop. Before he can do either, he feels it settling over his shoulders. He hears the dread summons, "Surrender, you assassin." He sees the red stallion turn tail towards him, and, in the next instant, experiences the sensation of one who has been kicked from a scaffold. Beyond this he feels, hears, and sees nothing more. He has been jerked out of his saddle. And the shock received in his collision with the hard turf has knocked the breath out of his body, as well as the sense out of his soul. Chapter 98. Not dead yet. The assassin lies stretched along the earth, his arms embraced by the rawhide rope, to all appearance dead. But his captor does not trust to this. He believes it to be only a feint, it may be a feint, and to make sure it is not the latter, he remains in his saddle, keeping his lazo upon the strain. The blood bay, obedient to his will, stands firm as the trunk of a tree, ready to rear back, or bound forward, on receiving the slightest sign. It is a terrible tableau. Though far from being strange in that region of red-handed strife, that lies along the far-stretching frontier of Tamaulipas and Texas. Oft, too oft, has the soaring vulture looked down upon such a scene, with joy beholding it, as promising a banquet for its filthy beak. Even now half a score of these ravenous birds, attracted by the report of the pistol, are hovering in the air, their naked necks elongated in eager anticipation of a feast. One touch of the spur, on the part of him seated in the saddle, would give them what they want. It would serve the scoundrel right, mutters the mustanger to himself. Great God, to think of the crime he has committed. Killed his own cousin, and then cut off his head. There can be no doubt that he has done both, though from what motive, God only can tell, or himself, if he be still alive. I have my own thoughts about it. I know that he loves her. And it may be that the brother stood in his way. But how, and why? That is the question that requires an answer. Perhaps it can only be answered by God and himself. You're mistaken be out that, young feller, interposes a voice breaking in on the soliloquy. Thursday's one who kin tell the how and the why, just as well as aether o them ye've made mention o, and that individual air ol Zeb Stump, at your sarvice. But, tain't the time to talk o sec things now, not higher ain't the place neither. We must take him back under the live oak, or he'll get treated accordin' to his desarvins. Durn his ugly picter. It would serve him right to make it uglier by draggin' him a spell at the end o' your trail rope. Never mind be out that. We needn't volunteer to be Henry Poindexter's vengers. From what they know now, I reckon that kin be trusted to the Regulators. How are we to get him back? His horse has galloped away. No difficulty be out that, Mr. Gerald. He's only fainted a bit, or maybe, playin' possum. In either case, I'll soon roust him. If he ain't able to make tracks on the hoof he kin go a hossback, and hires the critter as LL carry him. I'm sick o' the settle myself, and I reckon the old gal's a leetle bit sick o' me, lostwise o' the spur I've been a prickin' into her. I've made up my mind to go back on Shanks's mar, and as for Mr. Cash Calhoun, he's welcome to hev my seat for the return your knee. Ef he don't stop shammin' and sit upright, we kin pack him across the crupper, like a side o' dead buck meat. Yo-ho! He begins to show sign. He'll soon recover his senses, all 7 I reckon, and then he kin mount the mar o' hisself. Ye up, ol' hoss, continues Zeb, grasping Calhoun by the collar of his coat, and giving him a vigorous shake. Ye up, I say, and come along why us. Ye're wanted. Thar's somebody desirin' to have a talk why you. Who? Where? Inquires the captive, slowly recovering consciousness, and staring unsteadily around him. Who wants me? Wall, I do for one. Ah. You it is, Zeb Stump. And that air's Mr. Maurice Gerald the mustanger. You've seed him afore, I reckon. He wants ye for two. Beside, thar's a good grist o' others as you'd like to see ye agin, back thar by the port. So ye'd best get upon your legs, and go along us. The wretched man rises to his feet. In so doing, he discovers that his arms are encircled by a lazo. My horse, he exclaims, looking inquiringly around. Where is my horse? Ol' Nick only knows where he air by this time. Like enough gone back to the Grand, where he kim from. Arter the gallopin' ye've gien him, I reckon he air sick o' the swap, and's goed off to take a spell o' rest on his native pastures. Calhoun gazes on the old hunter with something more than astonishment. The swap. Even this, too, is known to him. Now, then, pursues Zeb, with a gesture of impatience. "'Tunt do to keep the court waitin'. Are ye ready?" "Ready for what?" "Fust and foremost, to go back along me and Mr. Gerald. Second and second most, to stand your trial." "Trial? I stand trial. You, Mr. Cash Calhoun. On what charge?" "The charge o' killin' Henry Poindexter, your own cousin." "It's a lie. A damned slanderous lie, and whoever says it." "Shut up your head," cries Zeb, with an authoritative gesture. "Ye're only wastin' breath. Ef this chilly ain't mistook about it, ye'll need all ye've got afore long. Come, now. Make ready to return us. The judge air a-waitin', the jury air a-waitin', and justice air waitin', too, in the shape o' 60 Regulators." "I'm not going back," doggedly responds Calhoun. "By what authority do you command me?" "You have no warrant." "Hain't I, though," interrupts Zeb. "What d'ye call this?" he adds, pointing to his rifle. "Thursday's my warrant, by the grace o' God, and by that same, this chilly air a-goin' to execute it. So no more o' your dern palaver, for I ain't the sort to stand it. Take your choice, Mr. Cash Calhoun. Mount that old mar o' mine, and come along quickly. Or try the toother dodge, and get tote like a package o' merchandise, for back you're bound to go, I swore it by the Eternal." Calhoun makes no reply. He glances at Stump, at Gerald, despairingly around him. Then stealthily towards a 6-shooter, protruding from the breast pocket of his coat, the counterpart of that shaken out of his hand, as the rope settled around him. He makes an effort to reach the pistol, feeble, because only half resolved. He is restrained by the lazo, perhaps more by a movement on the part of Zeb, who, with a significant gesture, brings his long gun to the level. "Quick!" exclaims the hunter. "Mount, Mr. Calhoun. Thursday's the morrow waitin' for ye. Enter the settle, I say." Like a puppet worked by the wires of the showman, the ex-captain of cavalry yields compliance with the commands of the backwoodsman. He does so, from a consciousness that there is death, certain death, in disobeying them. Mechanically he mounts the mare, and, without resistance, suffers her to be led away from the spot. Zeb, afoot, strides on in advance. The mare, at bridle length, follows upon his tracks. The mustanger rides reflectingly behind. Thinking less of him held at the end of his lazo, than of her, who by a generous self-sacrifice, has that day riveted around his heart a golden chain, only by death to be undone. Chapter 99. Attempted Murder and Suicide. After its second involuntary recess, less prolonged than the first, the court has once more resumed its functions under the great evergreen oak. It is now evening. And the sunbeams, falling aslant, intrude upon the space canopied by the tree. From the golden brightness, displayed by them at noon, they have changed to a lurid red, as if there was anger in the sky. It is but an accident of the atmosphere, the portent of an approaching storm. For all this, it is remarked as singular, that a storm should be coming at the time, since it symbolizes the sentiment of the spectators, who look on with sullenness in their hearts, and gloom in their glances. It would seem as if heaven's wrath was acting in concert with the passions of earth. Maurice Gerald is no longer the cynosure of those scowling eyes. He has been clamorously acquitted, and is henceforth only one of the witnesses. In the place late occupied by him another stands. Cassius Calhoun is now the prisoner at the bar. This is the only change observable. The judge is the same, the jury the same, and the spectators as before. Though with very different feelings in regard to the criminality of the accused. His guilt is no longer the question that is being considered. It has been established beyond the shadow of a doubt. The evidence is already before them. And though entirely circumstantial, as in most cases of murder, the circumstances form a chain irresistibly conclusive and complete. There is but one missing link, if link it may be called, the motive. The motive both for the murder and the mutilation, for the testimony of Gerald has been confirmed by a subsequent examination of the dead body. The surgeon of the cantonment has pronounced the two distinct, and that Henry Poindexter's death must have ensued, almost instantaneously after his receiving the shot. Why should Cassius Calhoun have killed his own cousin? Why cut off his head? No one can answer these questions, save the murderer himself. No one expects him to do so, save to his Maker. Before him he must soon stand, for a knowledge of the motive is not deemed essential to his condemnation, and he has been condemned. The trial has come to a close, the verdict guilty has been given, and the judge, laying aside his Panama hat, is about to put on the black cap, that dread emblem of death, preparatory to pronouncing the sentence. In the usual solemn manner the condemned man is invited to make his final speech, to avail himself, as it were, of the last forlorn hope for sentence. He starts at the invitation, falling, as it does, like a death knell upon his ear. He looks wildly around. Despairingly, when on the faces that encircle him he sees not one wearing an expression of sympathy. There is not even pity. All appear to frown upon him. His confederates, those paid ruffians who have hitherto supported him, are of no use now, and their sympathy of no consequence. They have shrunk out of sight, before the majesty of the law, and the damning evidence of his guilt. Despite his social standing, and the wealth to sustain it, he sees himself alone, without friend or sympathizer, for so stands the assassin in Texas. His demeanor is completely changed. In place of that high haughty air, oft exhibited in bold brutal bullyism, he looks cowed and craven. And not strange that he should. He feels that there is no chance of escape. That he is standing by the side of his coffin, on the edge of an eternity too terrible to contemplate. To a conscience like his, it cannot be otherwise than appalling. All at once a light is seen to flash into his eyes, sunken as they are in the midst of two livid circles. He has the air of one on the eve of making confession. Is it to be an acknowledgment of guilt? Is he about to unburden his conscience of the weight that must be on it? The spectators, guessing his intention, stand breathlessly observing him. There is silence even among the cicadas. It is broken by the formalized interrogatory of the judge. Have you anything to say why sentence of death should not be pronounced upon you? No, he replies, I have not. The jury has given a just verdict. I acknowledge that I have forfeited my life, and deserve to lose it. Not during all the day, despite its many strange incidents and startling surprises, have the spectators been so astonished. They are confounded beyond the power of speech. And in silence permit the condemned man to proceed, with what they now perceive to be his confession. It is quite true, continues he, that I killed Henry Poindexter, shot him dead in the chapel. The declaration is answered by a cry from the crowd. It is altogether involuntary, and expresses horror rather than indignation. Alike involuntary is the groan that goes with it, proceeding from a single individual, whom all know to be the father of the murdered man, once more in their midst. Beyond these sounds, soon ceasing, there is nothing to hinder the confession from being continued. I know that I've got to die, proceeds the prisoner, with an air of seeming recklessness. You have decreed it. And I can tell by your looks you have no intention to change your minds. After what I've confessed, it would be folly in me to expect pardon, and I don't. I've been a bad fellow, and no doubt have done enough to deserve my fate. But, bad as I may have been, I'm not vile enough to be sent out of the world, and leave behind me the horrid imputation of having murdered my own cousin. I did take his life, as I've told you. You are all asking why, and conjecturing about the motive. There was none. A new sensation makes itself manifest among the spectators. It partakes of surprise, curiosity, and incredulity. No one speaks, or in any way attempts interruption. You wonder at that. It's easily explained. I killed him by mistake. The surprise culminates in a shout, suppressed as the speaker proceeds. Yes, by mistake, and God knows I was sorry enough, on discovering that I had made it. I didn't know myself till long after. The condemned man looks up, as if in hopes that he has touched a chord of mercy. There is no sign of it, on the faces that surround him, still solemnly austere. I don't deny, continues he. I needn't, that I intended to kill someone. I did. Nor am I going to deny who it was. It was the cur I see standing before me. In a glance of concentrated hatred, the speaker rests his eye upon Gerald, who only answers with a look so calm as almost to betray indifference. Yes. I intended to kill him. I had my reasons. I'm not going to say what they were. It's no use now. I thought I had killed him. But, as hell's luck would have it, the Irish hound had changed cloaks with my cousin. You know the rest. By mistake I fired the shot, meant for an enemy, and fatal to a friend. It was sure enough, and poor Henry dropped from his horse. But to make more sure, I drew out my knife, and the cursed serape still deceiving me, I hacked off his head. The sensation again expresses itself in shuddering and shouts, the latter prolonged into cries of retribution, mingled with that murmuring which proclaims a story told. There is no more mystery either about the murder or its motive. And the prisoner is spared further description of that fiendish deed, that left the dead body of Henry Poindexter without a head. Now, cries he, as the shouting subsides, and the spectators stand glaring upon him, you know all that's past. But not what's to come. There's another scene yet. You see me standing on my grave, but I don't go into it, till I've sent him to his. I don't, by God. There is no need to guess at the meaning of this profane speech, the last of Calhoun's life. Its meaning is made clear by the act that accompanies it. While speaking he has kept his right hand under the left breast of his coat. Along with the oath it comes forth, holding a revolver. The spectators have just time to see the pistol, as it glints under the slanting sunbeams, when two shots are heard in quick succession. With a like interval between, two men fall forward upon their faces, and lie with their heads closely contiguous. One is Maurice Gerald, the mustanger, the other Cassius Calhoun, ex-captain of volunteer cavalry. The crowd closes around, believing both to be dead. While through the stillness that succeeds is heard a female voice, in those wild plaintive tones that tell of a heart nigh parting in twain. Chapter 100. Joy. Joy. There was this under the evergreen oak, when it was discovered that only the suicide was a success, and the attempt at assassination a failure. There was this in the heart of Louise Poindexter, on learning that her lover still lived. Though saddened by the series of tragedies so quickly transpiring, she was but human. And, being woman, who can blame her for giving way to the subdued happiness that succeeded? Not I. Not you, if you speak truly. The passion that controlled her may not be popular under a strictly Puritan standard. Still is it according to the dictates of nature, universal and irresistible, telling us that father, mother, sister, and brother, are all to be forsaken for that love illimitable, on earth only exceeded, sometimes scarce equaled, by the love of self. Do not reproach the young Creole, because this passion was paramount in her soul. Do not blame her for feeling pleasure amidst moments that should otherwise have been devoted to sadness. Nor, that her happiness was heightened, on learning from the astonished spectators, how her lover's life had been preserved, as it might seem miraculously. The aim of the assassin had been true enough. He must have felt sure of it, before turning the muzzle towards his own temples, and firing the bullet that had lodged in his brain. Right over the heart he had hit his intended victim, and through the heart would the leaden missile have made its way, but that agaged amour, the gift of her who alone could have secured it such a place, turned aside the shot, causing it to ricochet. Not harmlessly, however, since it struck one of the spectators standing too close to the spot. Not quite harmless, either, was it to him for whom it had been intended. The stunning shock, with the mental and corporeal excitement, long sustained, did not fail to produce its effect, and the mind of Maurice Gerald once more returned to its delirious dreaming. But no longer lay his body in danger, in the chaparral, surrounded by wolves, and shadowed by soaring vultures, in a hut, where he was but ill attended, in a jail, where he was scarce cared for at all. When again restored to consciousness, it was to discover that the fair vision of his dreams was no vision at all, but a lovely woman, the loveliest on the Leona, or in all Texas if you like, by name Louise Poindexter. There was now no one to object to her nursing him, not even her own father. The spirit of the aristocratic planter, steeped in sorrow, and humiliated by misfortune, had become purged of its false pride. Though it needed not this to make him willingly acquiesce in an alliance, which, instead of a nobody, gave him a nobleman for his son. Such, in reality, was Sir Maurice Gerald, erst known as Maurice the Mustanger. In Texas the title would have counted for little, nor did its owner care to carry it. But, by a bit of good fortune, not always attendant on an Irish baronetcy, it carried along with it an endowment, ample enough to clear Casa del Corvo of the mortgage held by the late Cassius Calhoun, and claimed by his nearest of kin. This was not Woodley Poindexter, for after Calhoun's death, it was discovered that the ex-captain had once been a Benedict, and there was a young scion of his stock, living in New Orleans, who had the legal right to say he was his son. It mattered not to Maurice Gerald, who, now clear of every entanglement, became the husband of the fair Creole. After a visit to his native land, including the European tour, which was also that of his honeymoon, Sir Maurice, swayed by his inclinations, once more returned to Texas, and made Casa del Corvo his permanent home. The blue-eyed colleen of Castle Bala must have been a myth, having existence only in the erratic fancy of Philemon. Or it may have been the bud of a young love, blighted ere it reached blooming, by absence, oft fatal to such tender plants of passion. Whether or no, Louise Poindexter, Lady Gerald she must now be called, during her sojourn in the Emerald Isle saw nothing to excite her to jealousy. Only once again did this fell passion take possession of her spirit. And then only in the shape of a shadow soon to pass away. It was one day when her husband came home to the hacienda, bearing in his arms the body of a beautiful woman. Not yet dead. Though the blood streaming from a wound in her bared bosom showed she had not long to live. To the question, "Who has done this?" she was only able to answer, "Diaz, Diaz." It was the last utterance of Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. As the spirit of the unhappy señorita passed into eternity, along with it went all rancor from that of her more fortunate rival. There can be no jealousy of the dead. That of Lady Gerald was at rest, and forever. It was succeeded by a strong sympathy for the ill-fated Isidora, whose story she now better comprehended. She even assisted her lord in the saddling of his red bay steed, and encouraged him in the pursuit of the assassin. She joyed to see the latter led back at the end of a lazo, held in the hand of her husband, and refused to interfere, when a band of Regulators, called hastily together, dealt out summary chastisement, by hanging him to a tree. It was not cruelty, only a crude kind of justice, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. And what a poor compensation it seemed, to those who had taken part in exacting it. As they stood gazing upon the remains of the villain, and his victim, the swarth ruffian dangling from the branch above, and the fair form lying underneath, the hearts of the Texans were touched, as perhaps they had never been before. There was a strange thought passing through their minds, a sadness independent of that caused by the spectacle of a murder. It was regret at having so hastily dispatched the assassin. Beautiful, even in death, was Isidora. Such features as she possessed, owe not everything to the light of life. That voluptuous shape, the true form divine, may be admired in the cold statue. Men stood gazing upon her dead body, long gazing, loath to go away, at length going with thoughts not altogether sacred. In the physical world time is accounted the destroyer, though in the moral, it is oft the restorer. Nowhere has it effected greater changes than in Texas, during the last decade, and especially in the settlements of the Nueces and Leona. Plantations have sprung up, where late the chaparral thickly covered the earth. And cities stand, where the wild steed once roamed over a pathless prairie. There are new names for men, places, and things. For all this, there are those who could conduct you to an ancient hacienda, still known as Casa del Corvo. Once there, you would become the recipient of a hospitality, unequaled in European lands. You would have for your host one of the handsomest men in Texas, for your hostess one of its most beautiful women, both still this side of middle life. Residing under their roof you would find an old gentleman, of aristocratic air and venerable aspect, withal chatty and cheerful, who would conduct you around the corrales, show you the stock. And never tire of talking about the hundreds, thousands, of horses and horned cattle, seen roaming over the pastures of the plantation. You would find this old gentleman very proud upon many points, but more especially of his beautiful daughter, the mistress of the mansion, and the half-dozen pretty prattlers who cling to his skirts, and call him their dear grandpa. Leaving him for a time, you would come in contact with two other individuals attached to the establishment. One is the groom of the stole, by name Philem O'Neill, who has full charge of the horses. The other a coachman of sable skin, yclept Pluto Poindexter, who would scorn to look at a horse except when perched upon the box, and after having the ribbons deftly delivered into his hands. Since we last saw him, the gay Pluto has become tamed down to a staid and sober Benedict, black though he be. Florinda, now the better half of his life, has effected the transformation. There is one other name known at Casa del Corvo, with which you cannot fail to become acquainted. You will hear it mentioned, almost every time you sit down to dinner, for you will be told that the turkey at the head of the table, or the venison at its opposite end, is the produce of a rifle that rarely misses its aim. During the course of the meal, but much more over the wine, you will hear talk of Zeb Stump the hunter. You may not often see him. He will be gone from the hacienda, before you are out of your bed, and back only after you have retired. But the huge gobbler seen in the smoke-house, and the haunch of venison hanging by its side, are evidence he has been there. While sojourning at Casa del Corvo, you may get hints of a strange story connected with the place, now almost reduced to a legend. The domestics will tell it you, but only in whispers, since they know that it is a theme tabooed by the master and mistress of the mansion, in whom it excites sad souvenirs. It is the story of the Headless Horseman.